These people are not, it's not going to go away. If it goes away, I keep telling folks in D.C., if it goes away, it's because 5 to 10% of the MAGA base had just said, I've had enough. I can't believe anything anymore, and I'm out of here. And if that happens, we're going to lose 40 seats. Right, because look at the Senate. The math works. We're building a coalition that's more powerful than anything. That's why they're trying to take us down.
But if you lose any 5%, any 10%, look at the margins of those races. It's just math. You lose 5% in Pennsylvania, 5% Michigan, 5%.
These are under 1%. These are under 1%. These are under 1% races. They're under 1%. If we lose 5%, we're going to get blown out. When I say 40 seats, I'm not making it up. It's 40 seats. We either sort this problem now, and that's why the young people here are so important. We need shock troops. Right? You
Steve,
can't come.
I'll give you an example.
Can't come anymore and say, I'm here to learn. I'm here to learn. I'm here to network. You got to get in the fight. We need you guys in the fight, not just in the college campuses. We need you in the fights everywhere. Halls of Congress, precinct strategy. Every kid in this place ought to be showing up and saying, hey, I'm going to be a precinct committee man. Screw this. You're going to hear my voice, and I'm not going to be shut down. That's what we need. We need a call to arms right now for every young person at Turning Point saying, hey, I'm not here to worry about my student government association. I'm not here to worry about my dorm. You should worry about that. But every one of you should be sitting there saying, I'm taking over a precinct. My voice is going to be heard. If I got to march on Washington, I'll march on Washington. But we're not prepared at 21 and 22 and 19 and 25 years old to have the deep state run our country. We are going to run our country. Royce White.
Amen. Steve, I'll give you a basketball example. I'm a sports guy. I played basketball. I played sports. You play like you're down 20 because no lead is safe. Definitely the small lead that we have in this country on our side, the MAGA movement, no lead is safe. You play like you're down 20. And we have to right now, again, right now. And who are these Epstein clients that we're willing to sacrifice the future of this country for? They're sick. They're sick. They were, they gotta go. They gotta be exposed. It gotta come to light. And that's just the bottom line. And it's gonna happen. Again, I'm proud. I'm happy because the administration and this country is moving in a direction where before John F. Kennedy gets his head blown off, we let the Warren Commission tell us it's a lone shooter and a magic bullet theory. Now people are going, no, we need to see that list. We need to see that list.
Yeah. Okay, for those of you who are not familiar with Royce, Royce is not Dr. Morbius, okay? He's actually not just a great basketball player. He's going to run again. He was the Republican nominee in Minnesota for the United States Senate. He's going to run again. Royce, and here's why I'm so proud of Royce. During the George Floyd situation, they were looking for all these guys to be heroes, and they had Royce, and I think you had 10,000 people come to a rally because Royce White said, meet me for a rally. I think it was on the interstate. And every other one of these leaders down there, the BLM guys, had gone to George Floyd Square and done their thing. Royce gets 10,000 people, and he walks down to the Federal Reserve. They got a Federal Reserve Bank in Minneapolis. They walk down, and people are going, what in the hell is this brother doing? MSNBC, CNN immediately cut it off. We don't want him talking about the money. And Royce is sitting outside going, it's not over there. George Floyd is right here. These guys control the money. They control you. You're nothing but a bunch of serfs. So Royce White, you're fighting a good fight out there in Minneapolis and St. Paul, and we need to get you. Do we want Royce White in the United States Senate? Man, that'd be something. Royce, where do people go to get your show, social media, and everything about your campaign?
RoyceWhite.us, that's the Senate website. And again, I'm so proud of the MAGA movement, the War Room Posse. Steve, I love you to death. You've been a great friend and mentor. They're so afraid of you. Every time I get a call about Bannon, the first thing the journalists say is, Steve Bannon's so dangerous. Yes, you are, sir. Stay dangerous. The American people need it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, Royce. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. So let's go ahead. We got a great cold open highlight reel from last night. We're going to play later the MSNBC and CNN's reaction to that. Let's go ahead and start the cold open.
What do I think about amnesty for farm workers? I think it's the most grotesque thing I've ever heard. Are you joking? Amnesty for farm workers? We have like 60 million illegal aliens in the country. The country bears no resemblance to the country I grew up in, and it's not better, it's worse. So I'm not going to sit for another lecture from anybody telling me we need to import more people to write code or pick grapes or any other task. period. It hasn't worked. The country hasn't gotten richer. It hasn't become more unified. Those words should burn on the tongue of anyone who utters them. How dare you talk like that? Amnesty. How about deportation? What about that? I mean, look.
How many of you are satisfied? You can clap. Satisfied with the results of the Epstein investigation? Clap. Okay, I told you to clap. You guys aren't listening. I'm not going to grade you on a curve. So I was going to get to that. How many of you are not satisfied with the results of the investigation?
Don't think the rest of us should be satisfied with that. And by the way, let me just say really quickly, because I was so mad about it that I think I found out part of what's going on. I think we are going to find out more. And I think the truth, for whatever it's worth, in case you're interested, is that the DOJ didn't release lots of incriminating sex videos with Epstein and his billionaire pals because they don't have them. They don't have them because when the original search warrant was served 2007, I think, possibly 2006, I think 7, it was basically designed to protect Epstein. The search warrant was written in such a way to make sure that the feds never got their hands on the actually incriminating evidence. It's another way of saying the cover-up has been going on since 2007, almost 20 years.
Do you think there's any intel community involvement in this?
I wouldn't be surprised one bit. I am convinced, based on my own sources and my own reporting on this story, he wasn't one of ours.
So he was an American, which leads basically 3 options: MI6, Saudi, or Mossad.
Yep.
Which one would you choose?
I guess Mossad, given his connection to Ghislaine Maxwell.
So what does that mean?
Well, I mean, it's possible that that's the reason everything's getting buried, that there is some treasure trove, and it's getting buried because...
How many people here believe that? Raise your hand. Okay, I'd say about half the hands think that it's being buried because of an Israeli thing.
It could be. I really don't know.
I have no evidence to suggest that.
No, me neither. I did think it was very odd how, look, half of you raised your hands because you've heard that theory, you've heard it debated, you have questions, but the one time Pam Bondi was asked a question about this at the cabinet meeting on Monday, she was like, and as for whether he was an agent, that I don't know. I haven't looked into that. I'll get back to you. You haven't looked into it? What do you mean? So that was kind of a fishy answer.
And Megan, remember Alexander Acosta in 2007, he said he was told to...
You know, I ask people questions for a living, and very often I get answers that I don't care for, that I disagree with, that I think are stupid, but at least they're answers. At least the person responding is treating me like a human being with a soul created in the image of the Creator. He's paying me the respect that every human being is due. When you ask a direct question to someone in charge, you are due. That person is morally bound to give you an answer. He's not bound to agree with you, but he's bound to stop and answer your question. And the left never did that. They would dismiss you out of hand. You are not worth listening to. Be quiet. And that's, of course, where the impulse to censorship comes from. It comes from the belief that you don't deserve to speak because you're not fully human. They own you.
My reporting is Bongino. It's Bongino or Bondi. He's not.
Who would you guys prefer, Bongino or Bonnie?
They want
7,000 to 0.
They want Dan. Of course, Dan. You know why? Because Dan understands MAGA. Dan's part of the MAGA movement. Dan's been an important piece of it and a mouthpiece for like really important ideas and an advocate and a fierce warrior. He's been in the trenches. I mean, with all due respect to Pam Bondi, she's been in Florida. She represented the president. It's nice, but do you think she really gets MAGA? I don't think so. She wouldn't have behaved this way if she did. And now it's a time for choosing. It's a time for choosing.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
We're here at the Student Action Summit. We're going to make it more than a Student Action Summit. It's everybody's summit. So today we junked the entire show we had because what we want to do is we want to hear from you guys. So we got Jane Zirkle over here. We got Ben Berquam. Posa's going to ride shotgun. We've got some people who are going to flow through here for quick hits. But principally, we want to hear from you today. It's a time for choosing, and we want to know what you choose. Are you going to choose action, because this is an action summit? Are you going to sit on your duff and just allow people to tell you how this country is going to be run? So I want to hear from the audience. Let's start with Ben Berquam. What do you got for us, Ben?
And how we get this country back. This is really it. It's the churches. So tell me your organization and what your action is, what you guys are doing.
Thanks, Ben. Steve, thanks for having us on. R.C. Williams and Juliana Ormond. Watchman Action is a ministry designed to equip the church to engage the culture. In 4 hours or less, we can help any Christian conservative individual or group to organize and mobilize their people for the core issues that matter to them the most.
And you look at all, sadly, it's mostly the liberal, woke, LGBT, pro-abortion churches that are actually out there actually doing things. Are you seeing that shift where the conservative churches are actually getting engaged and standing up finally?
So the conservative churches are getting involved, but not enough. We the people need to get involved. That's the reason why we wrote Watchman Action, the workbook, because if we the people stand up, then the churches have no choice but to stand up too.
Where are the churches on Epstein? That's what we care about today. Seriously, where do you guys stand?
So we believe that, they should be releasing everything about Epstein because
Let's go.
Hold it.
Well,
hang on. What happens if they're young victims? Because the rationale is that they have both victims that are going to be exposed and potentially innocent people are going to be exposed. You're a Christian runner group. What do you got to say about that?
I got to say that we need to be exposing this government and things that have been happening. The black market, we have goldbacks. The reason why we promote goldbacks is because if we have legit money, not the fiat currency, but legit money backed by gold, kill the black market. Right? Because they can't just print money to do the things that they want to do and run drugs, run children, run people. I mean, at some point we have to say the only way we're going to keep this government accountable is if we have sound money.
Steve, by the way, if they can come down on me giving you a quarter, the federal government apparatus can make sure the information gets released in a manner that doesn't harm children. Let's just be honest, right? Part of the problem here is that the church has continued to cede ground. Ben, right? We take a step back. We have to take that territory back, which is why what Steve and War Room are doing is so important. You have to take action. You're going to need to step up. We were in New York a couple of weeks ago. New York is not lost. Mamdani is not a shoo-in because the churches are standing up. They've turned Queens purple. And they believe they can turn it red one borough at a time, but it's going to take us getting off of our duff and getting to work.
Where do people go? Where do people go to find out?
They can find all things Watchman Action.
Let's have a big hand for this guy, okay? Where do they go?
They can find all things Watchman Action at watchmanaction.org. It's plural, watchmanaction.org.
Did you start your own currency, your gold-backed currency? Is that your own deal?
No, Goldback's an amazing group that actually sponsor what Watchman Action does, and we get to share the gospel.
Okay. Amen. Hold it. Jack Posobiec, you were in the audience last night. What was the audience reaction to Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, and Laura Ingraham, and others?
See, the audience was on their feet last night. I was there for Tucker. I was there for Megyn Kelly. I was there for Laura Ingraham. The crowd was on their feet. They were electrified. They were on fire. And this is something I hope we get to talk to some people here when we come back who were there as well, because it wasn't just what was said on stage. It was about the audience's reaction.
Who was here? Who was there last night? Okay, Jane Zirkle.
They're all there. Look at this. They're all there.
That's a group of reprobates right there. Let's hear what they got to say.
What's your name and where are you from?
I'm Aditya Bivnapalli. I'm from California, very blue California.
And what brings you to SAS?
I came here just to...
No, hang on. I don't care what brought you to SAS. I care about what your reaction last night. Were you in the audience?
Yes, I was in the audience.
Okay, what's your reaction?
I thought it was very truthful. I thought it was very transparent.
You thought it was very fruitful? You thought it was very truthful? Yeah. What do you mean truthful?
I think it's accurate. I think more people need to know the truth, and a lot of people are afraid.
Can you go back? You're in high school, right?
Yeah.
This young man's in high school. That's amazing. You're in high school, correct?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm turning 16 very soon.
You're 15 years old.
Yeah.
Do you believe you can go back to your school, put a MAGA hat on, and walk in that school and give them some truth that you saw here?
No, because every time I go back on, whether or not I wear a MAGA hat, I'm kicked out within an hour.
Wow. Okay, hang on for a second. We're going to take a short commercial break. I want to thank the folks at Birch Gold. Maybe we get our own gold back. Text Bannon. Take your phone out. 989898. The ultimate guide to gold and silver in the age of Trump, not the era of Trump, the age of Trump. Back in a moment.
Bongino leaves, it'll be a fantastic day for the FBI. I've got a labradoodle here who's more qualified for that job. He was a talk radio conspiracy guy trying to turn crazy talk into dollars, but the Trump casting call goes right for those kind of people, and that's the problem for the government. So now this Epstein thing is like the lost city of Atlantis for part of MAGA. So his head's exploding, having been on both sides of the conspiracy. You know, Bondi, for all her shortcomings, at least was a state AG. You know, so on the scale, I think if he's not just threatening for noise, he'll be gone, and that'll be just fine. You know, I have no idea what the reality is. I tend to believe the law enforcement folks, but in the MAGA world, conspiracies are powerful, and if you deny them, you then automatically become part of the conspiracy, and it grows. This is, again, performative government rather than fact-based government, and that's the curse of this era.
For all of them, now they are part of the establishment. Oh, heaven forbid. Right. They are now part of the deep state. You know, they've been pandering to these conspiracy theorists all this time, and now they have betrayed them because
apparently they're telling the truth, at least about his death, which appears to be a suicide.
Yes, that I believe.
Yeah, I believe that, and that's what the authorities said, and that's what they've just had to announce once again, that he killed himself. Now, I don't know what's happening with this Epstein list. Who knows? But the whole point is, these guys were pushing these conspiracy theories all this time, and now they're in real positions of power where they actually have to be somewhat responsible and actually relay the facts and the truth. And they've done that, and now they've got this major backlash. So I'm kind of enjoying the moment, I guess, and letting them stir in their own muck,
Welcome back. You see how they manipulate things. You see how they're manipulating the narrative right now. And yesterday, not one question President Trump had from anybody in the media was about Epstein. This is how they manipulate. This is how they manipulate the process. And you see right there, conspiracies. Yeah, hey, how you doing? Mo, right over here. How you doing, hon? Just grab it. Mo Bannon, just back from West Point.
There she is, folks. Mo Bannon.
You'll be proud to know that General Flynn lit him up, and Mo was like, let's can't we all get along?
No, I wasn't, but he came in very hot, so two of us couldn't be flamethrowers.
Okay, good. We'll get more into that. How do you think, but this is why it's so important, folks. If it's not your voice, right? If it's not your voice, it just can't be Tucker. It just can't be Megyn Kelly. It just can't be Laura Ingraham or Charlie Kirk or Jack Posobiec or Steve Bannon. I can't wait for this afternoon. I'm really looking forward to Matt Gaetz' speech, right?
Oh, Matt Gaetz. He's going to give a great speech. Wait. Hold on. Wait. Actually, folks, Matt Gaetz is not going to be here
his plane got
this
diverted?
weekend.
His plane got diverted.
I've heard. I don't know. People are telling me that it's possible his plane got diverted to Washington D.C.
Wow.
I don't know.
Wow.
I don't know.
Wow.
I don't know if that's true.
Yeah.
But I'm hearing a lot of chatter about this.
You like Matt Gaetz' special prosecutor. Look.
Wait, Steve. What about recess appointment?
Okay, there we go. Look, you heard John Solomon. John Solomon last night came on. I love John Solomon, but it was a little bit of a buzzkill. So John Solomon did break news. There's going to be a special prosecutor for the 10-year, right? Starting with Crossfire Hurricane, correct? Crossfire Hurricane, the whole effort to get President Trump. So my point is, why can't we also assign the Epstein case to that special prosecutor? They'll have a huge staff. The first thing they do is petition the court to unseal the evidence, right? And have the federal courts, will fight with the federal courts and go all the way up to the Supreme Court. Then take all the other evidence, the special prosecutor, they're supposed to be named next week. The way out of here, and to avoid, more rupture at the Justice Department and more rupture for the FBI, is a special, that's why I said it at first. Yes, you could have Dan Bongino resign or Pam Bondi resign and do all this, but what you're going to have is turmoil. What we want to do immediately, I think, is not upend FBI and DOJ. We need to get to the bottom of Epstein, because Epstein is the key that picks the lock. Tucker Carlson said it last night. Did we play that clip already? Do we have that? I want to play that clip of Tucker. No. If we can get the clip up of Tucker saying of why you got to be able to talk about the Epstein situation. Can we get that Buddha and play it? Posobiec, your thoughts?
Look, what people are asking about Epstein, what people are asking about all the rest of it, what we went through, many of us went through with Pam Bondi. At the end of the day, it's about the treatment of these people, the treatment of the MAGAs, the treatment of, by the way, people all last year who went door to door to door. How many texts did you get asking, can I have $25? Can I have $15? Can I have just $5? And you put in those small dollar donors. And these are the people who knocked on the doors. These are the people who showed up at the rallies. And those people asked for one thing in response. They asked for a government that would be accountable to the people. And that's what they want.
And fully transparent, not hiding or covering up anything. Everything needs to be open so the people that voted these people into office can see.
We want to hear what you guys have to say, because I know a lot of people won't like my alternative on the special counsel. You want to see more immediate action. So let's get some feedback right now. Listen, if your voice, it can't be Tucker, it can't be Poso, it can't be Kirk or Bannon. That's all kind of irrelevant, right? We all have platforms that are big. They only care if we've got some muscle in back of that. You're the muscle. And if you don't think that we got to take this one to the ultimate conclusion, it ain't going to happen, folks. They're going to wait you out. So we want to see what the commitment is here. Let's start over there, Ben Bergquam.
Speaking of that, the weaponization, I met Allison in Miami, actually at the Mar-a-Lago, the indictment against President Trump. You're a January 6er, also Navy vet.
Yes.
What is your message? What do you want to see happen?
So I would like for them to do a special investigation on January 6th. Especially the January 6th committee and how they totally lied.
I think this is all part of. That's why they went and got pardons. I spent 4 months in prison. Peter Navarro's coming out with a new book. He spent 4 months in prison down here, but I believe what they're going to announce this week. I'm not certain, but I think what they're going to announce this week is actually going to be a special prosecutor to start at the beginning with Crossfire Hurricane, right? And this is why you've seen the leaks on Brennan. But what we can't have that do is divert from the key that picks the lock, which is Epstein, right? That's why I think on this special prosecutor, should Dan Bongino or Pam Bondi go?
I think that Pam Bondi should go.
Is that the consent? Why is that? She was a beloved.
I don't really know why Matt Gaetz ditched. I mean, what was he so afraid of? Pam Bondi, I mean, she was our attorney general here, but she was not right. She's not right for the job.
By the way, is she? Would Matt Gaetz? Would we gotten Matt Gaetz over the top if Matt Gaetz has stuck in there?
Absolutely.
We got to confirm, no doubt.
Absolutely. I would go to the tower to yell for him.
Hang on 1 second. We got the Tucker clip ready. Let's go ahead and play it.
Don't think the rest of us should be satisfied with that. And by the way, let me just say really quickly, because I was so mad about it that I think I found out part of what's going on. I think we are going to find out more. And I think the truth, for whatever it's worth, in case you're interested, is that the DOJ didn't release lots of incriminating sex videos with Epstein and his billionaire pals because they don't have them. They don't have them because when the original search warrant was served, 2007, I think, possibly 2006, I think 7, it was basically designed to protect Epstein. The search warrant was written in such a way to make sure that the feds never got their hands on the actually incriminating evidence. It's another way of saying the cover-up has been going on since 2007, almost 20 years.
Jack Basoba, your thought. Why was that so controversial? That went super viral, mega viral last night in social media.
I mean, everything Tucker said went super viral yesterday. Thanks to the people of this audience, everything we said went super viral yesterday because Tucker is talking about the truth. And by the way, if that's true, then the DOJ can put that out. They could say, hey, here's the list we look for. By the way, Steve, that search warrant that Tucker's talking about, the warrants that he's talking about from the original investigation, then the warrant that was preceded in 2019 when they raided the townhome, those warrants, the probable cause documents, have still not been released to the American people. I said, can't we even at least see the warrant that came out for Jeffrey Epstein? And they still won't even release that. So when we're talking about things that could be released, Tucker's talking about one right there. I've talked about ones right there. You can put it all out. Now, if the deep state came in and they deleted this stuff and they went after the files, then that's fine. But guess what? You mean to tell me that the agent who was working that case, are they still around? Look, think about how the left went after people like Steve Bannon. Look at how the left went after Jan 6ers, like this woman right here. You're not just a Navy veteran, you're a Jan 6 veteran, okay?
All right.
And
all right.
And I think it's high time that we go Jan 6 on these FBI files.
Whoa! Are you guys ready for that? Are you ready for that? That's what it's going to take.
A committee. Right? I'm talking about a committee. Talk about a committee.
Talk about a committee. Real quickly, what happened? What did you do on Jan 6?
What did I do?
Yeah.
I was actually there with a group called Guardians of Freedom.
Yeah.
We were there to do extra security for President Trump
Yeah.
in the crowd.
Yeah.
Once we left there, we went back to our hotel,
Yeah.
heard that someone had been shot,
Yeah.
did not know it was Ashley Babbitt. Went to the Capitol. It was mayhem on their side, not on our side.
Amen.
And so, on the Capitol Police, it was a madhouse there from them, not from us.
Hang on a second. We're going to come back to you. Just stick right there. Let's give it up for J6. Short commercial break. Back in the war room in just a moment.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, let's go to our own Brian Glenn. Let's go to Brian Glenn right now at Bedminster. Brian, you're on. Oh, hang on. Oh, Brian, I thought you were at Bedminster. I thought we were gonna. I was pitched that you had the camera up, and President Trump's getting ready to tee off, and we're gonna have a Brian Glenn since he always takes your questions first, right? That you were gonna have an exclusive interview.
Yep.
And what I got you you're in the Holiday Inn Express.
Yeah. I'm in the Marriott here in Bedminster. They've already put a press lid on today. So unfortunately, Steve, no golf, no, hole one par side chat for that, unfortunately.
Hang on. The Marriott is not approved in the T&E policy or RAV. So you must be doing this on your points.
Yeah, I'm going like this on the points. I'm cashing them in. Yeah.
Okay, hang on. President Trump goes to Kerrville yesterday. We have Brian Glenn on Air Force One. And let me be brutally frank. He takes the First Lady. It's an amazing trip. He goes out there. He meets with people. He does a round table, all of it. I hate to say this. Nobody cared. I mean, it literally the only thing people cared about was this Epstein situation, what's happening to FBI and justice. This is the problem we got. The problem is that this story is going to overwhelm so much of the great stuff he's doing. Sir, your thoughts, having been there yesterday?
Yeah, it was obviously a big day for the president to be down there in Texas and see that area. It was unbelievable, the amount of damage and how high the water got. And to see and this may be something that you're right, got missed. Over 13,500 volunteers from not across Texas, but across the nation has made their way down to Kerrville, Steve, to help out these people in need. So an overwhelming response. And the response from Kristi Noem and all the state and local agencies have been something that they've never seen. But with that said, I will agree with you. I think the other big story that the media on the plane certainly was following was all the information about Dan Bongino and possibly walking away, and Kash Patel, and just all the Epstein talk, and obviously Tucker Carlson and all of his speech last night went hyper viral, just like many of the clips yesterday from the Student Action Summit went viral. So that did dominate a lot of the news. Unfortunately, I wish that more people would have saw, I guess, the compassion that President Trump has for the people in Texas.
You know how President Trump takes the temperature, right? Why is none of the mainstream media? Why were there not 30 questions about Epstein? You had questions about, the Brazil, important stuff. 35% on Canada, 50% on Brazil. And people should understand. Yesterday, the Treasury Department announced we had a $27 billion surplus, the whole government in June. First time since 2017. We were going to have Scott Besson on here yesterday. Nobody cared, right? Nobody cared. You got this amazing, great news. And so why is the media? Because President Trump will just take the temperature and say, hey, nobody's interested, time to move on. What do you got to say, Brian?
Well, during that roundtable, he only took about 4 questions. And the first question he took from a local reporter, he just destroyed. It was about, criticizing the recovery. Then he called on me, and I asked him about the disaster. Now, I think in the news, we try to take the temperature of the room, and I think coming at him with any type of Epstein question would be completely out of the norm. I don't think that was the proper setting for that.
In the roundtable, definitely. In the roundtable, yes.
Yes, but he did not gaggle on the plane on the way back. So I will say this. If he would have gaggled on the Air Force One, those questions would have came.
And hang on.
How many gaggles is he doing today?
Hold on. No, the lid's on.
Oh, the lid's already on.
President Trump always, you know what a gaggle is? When President Trump's on Air Force One, he comes back from his private compartments, he goes and they play 20 questions, right? Just thought it. He did not gaggle on the way back yesterday?
No, sir. Not on the plane or on the ground getting off the plane.
Interesting. Okay, Brian, another huge story is happening even as we speak up at Bedminster. On Monday, President Trump is going to make very specific announcements about Russia and Ukraine. Are you getting any vibe at all, Brian Glenn? Because we're hearing that it may be Lindsey Graham's sanction package or more. There's rumors it could be a European NATO no-fly zone around Russia. And if there's a no-fly zone like in Iraq, you're going to head to a shooting war.
And Brian, do you know, is the Secretary of State there with them? Is Marco Rubio, who's also operating as National Security Advisor, or any other members of the cabinet coming up and meeting with them this weekend?
Okay, from what I understand, they were not on the plane coming back to New Jersey last night. Matter of fact, it was basically Susie Wiles and some other staffers. I did not see Marco Rubio in Texas. I did not see him on the plane going to New Jersey, so I can't confirm that they're actually here. But what I did hear was that I guess there's a meeting at some point between Elon Musk and President Trump during this weekend. Now, it could be tomorrow at the FIFA event there at MetLife Stadium. Don't have any confirmation on that as well, but I'll dig a little deeper, see if I can find some details on this Russian-Ukraine.
Break down the war room first. We'll make sure we break down the war room first. I hopefully have my talking points when if that meeting takes place. Rumor has it. Brian Glenn, thank you so much, brother. We'll get back to you if anything happens over the weekend. You just let us know. Brian Glenn at Bedminster with the President of the United States. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Steve, quick reaction to that.
Hey, President Trump can meet with anybody he wants to. He should meet with anybody he wants to. I have absolutely no problem with that. It's not stopping me on my task and purpose, which is destroy Elmo Musk for his turning on the President of the United States. So he can go be a supplicant all he wants. This is what he does. He gets on the president, does this outrageous stuff. Then he calls up whimpering, can I have a meeting? I've been a bad boy. He's like a 9-year-old, but you got to treat him like a 9-year-old, right? If he's going to act like that, treat him like a 9-year-old. Mo, what time do you speak today, hon?
So I speak at noon on main stage. So once War Room's done, go in, hear me speak on main stage, and then you speak at 6:20 tonight. But to address why I wasn't here yesterday, I was back up at West Point, and I'll address this in my speech, but I am the youngest presidential appointee to the West Point Board of Visitors.
Wow.
And as I brought up in the meeting yesterday, we as a board, our goal is to restore faith in that fine institution, not only for the graduates, but for the American people that voted this leadership in and who appointed us to the board.
So Mo was she was a great jock at West Point, one of the greatest volleyball players they ever had. And it's so interesting you're there. Bitched and moaned the entire time about how hard it was.
I brought it up yesterday to some of the cadets. I told them that you don't have to be the best academic student in order to have your dreams come true and be on the board. I am proof I was a better athlete than I was a student at West Point.
Is that true?
Just a little. But I came in full force yesterday in that meeting. So
I don't know if you know this at West Point, but everybody either has to major in engineering or you have to minor in engineering. So
I minored in systems engineering. I did not major in it.
Yes. Okay, hon. Where do people go for your social media?
You can follow me on Instagram and Twitter at Maureen Twitter and Getter at Maureen_Bannon and Instagram at Real Maureen Bannon. And somehow I am not as shadow banned by Elmo Musk on Twitter.
Oh, wow. As mouth-breathing imbecile Grace Chung, Grace Chung is she's holding the fort down. Hun, thank you. Let's give it up for the next senator from the great Commonwealth of Kentucky, Nate Morris. The man that's going to break Mitch McConnell's grip on Kentucky, is that you, sir?
That's me, Steve. And as President Trump likes to say, we've got to rid the stench of Mitch out of Washington and out of Kentucky. And as we've talked about, Steve, we need somebody coming from the outside. We don't need a career politician. I'm an entrepreneur. I made money in the garbage business. For those of you that are Sopranos fans, you know it's not the nicest business in the world. And I think we got to get tough again and bring that toughness to Washington and disrupt the status quo and what Washington's been all about and drain the swamp once and for all.
So hold it. They're not, Jack, jump in here. They're not, Mitch McConnell's team in the Senate Leadership Fund, they're not exactly wildly enthusiastic about you being in the race, right? I think we say it's an understatement.
Well, Steve, they have two hand-picked puppets, and they're really hedging their bet. They've got two candidates that are Mitch's puppets. This is Andy Barr and Daniel Cameron, and they've been at Mitch's side their whole careers. These are career politicians. They've never made a dollar, never created a job, and they owe everything to Mitch McConnell. They had no idea that we were going to get in the race, Steve, and that's why they're kicking and screaming and going crazy because of how we're turning this race upside down.
So Nate Morris, your background's in waste management. Does that mean you're a guy who knows how to take out the trash?
That's right. That's right. It's ready to take out the garbage.
Now, you know they're going to pull every dirty trick in the work. They're already doing this. You see Ken Paxton, right? Ken Paxton announces he's going to run for the U.S. Senate. Next thing you know, all kind of stuff coming out about Ken. And this audience right here is what had his back on his impeachment.
Ken was there yesterday with the president.
Yeah, Ken was there. Look, Ken's a fighter. Although I think they put Cornyn on the plane, right? The Senate leadership guys are always going to be, so they're going to pull every dirty trick in the book. What is going to be are you going to fight them challenge by challenge, or are you going to take the high road? Walk us through the campaign, because listen, this audience is looking for somebody that can replace Mitch McConnell and Mitch McConnell's legacy, but we have been disappointed a couple, 3 times, right? Nobody's actually done it because nobody's taken the fight to him.
Steve, there's only one way to handle Mitch McConnell and his cronies, and that's absolute brute force. That is the only thing that's going to get this job done and finally get rid of the stench of Mitch, get the trash out of Washington, and that's the only way to handle it. And look, Steve, I grew up tough, just like a lot of people, raised by a single mother, union household. All my family were factory workers. We've been fighting our whole life, like many of you. And that's what a campaign's all about. It's a fight. It is a street fight. And we are going to take it to the McConnell machine and their cronies and finally get rid of the 40 years that they've had a stranglehold on Kentucky and its politics. And they have left Kentucky and the American people behind because of it.
Okay, Politico just had a story that said Mitch McConnell's swan song is he's going to have his hands all over this appropriations bill, right? Particularly Ukraine and more defense spending, and actually an NDA goes over $1 trillion. What can you do to highlight what Mitch McConnell's trying to do on his way out the door?
I think it's really simple. Again, it gets back to the 2 puppets that are in this race. They are going to carry Mitch McConnell's water. Mitch McConnell's operatives, his lobbyists, all the people that have been enriched by Mitch McConnell Incorporated for years, they've got their 2 horses to ride. And that's something every voter of Kentucky needs to realize, that the 2 people that are running, they are going to carry Mitch McConnell's water. They're going to continue more money to Ukraine, more amnesty, and continue to empower the deep state and not rid us of the bureaucracy that we know we've got to fight against.
Can you give it up for Nate Morris? Is he going to get us there? Social media, Nate, social media, website, these people want to get in the fight. You agree this is a national campaign to get rid of Mitch McConnell?
Absolutely. Please come and see me at natemorris.com. Chip in. I need your help. I need every dollar to fight Mitch Inc. And come see me on Twitter at Nate Morris.
Let's give it up for Nate. Nate. Short commercial break. We'll be back in the War Room live from the Student Action Summit in Tampa, Florida. Charlie Kirk and his team at Turning Point. Back in a moment.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Hang on. You guys, hey, Poso's getting sleepy. You guys are putting us to sleep this morning. Right here, Jane Zergo, get the shot right there. What do you think of the Epstein situation?
What do you think?
David Pacman wants to know. David Pacman, there's Mary, that David Pacman, he says you're crazy.
Crazy Mary.
Can we have a mic? Does that mic work? Go ahead.
Yeah. Crazy Mary.
Okay, Crazy Mary, what do you think of the situation with Epstein and Pam Bondi and Dan Bongino?
I think Pam Bondi's probably a very nice person. She appears to be. I think she's way too weak for the position she's in.
Whoa. My sister's my kid's just a nice person. That'll make a headline. Just took a shot at poor Pam.
I know. But I mean, she seems fine, but I think she's too weak. And I definitely think we need to keep Cash and Dan, if possible, if they're going to do something. If they're not.
What is your definition of doing something? Okay, the reason I have her on here, you've been whining and bitching and moaning about this forever. What do you want to see done? Now's your moment, okay? You're into every conspiracy theory. I'm going to go to chemtrails in a moment. I'm on the chemtrail plane thing now. I'm on it. I take it all back. What do you want done?
Well, they need to reveal everything to the American people.
Let's go.
You agree with that?
And also, I brought soap for your mouth. We're going to
Yeah, yesterday she told you if your mother was alive, they would have up there with soap in your mouth for that F-bomb. It won't happen. The FCC already talked to Rob Sigg and said we got to clean it up.
Steve's got a favorite brand.
Yeah. What do you got for us, Burquam? Get some energy up over here.
Is it Irish Spring?
Folks, I'm getting sleepy. Hold it. If you want to get some action on this, they got to hear from the grassroots.
All right, I think we got it over here. All right, what's your name? Where are you from? What's your message, brother?
My name's Justin Tornamella. I'm from Long Island, New York, one of the only parts of New York that is red. Unfortunately for the city, I feel bad for you guys. Pam Bondi has to go. We cannot lose Dan, and I think everyone in this audience can agree on that. Am I right?
Wow.
We lose Dan. We lose someone who's fighting for the Constitution. Pam Bondi, I don't know what she's done here in Florida, but she's in.
Hang on. Why do you say that? She's a good woman. She's President Trump's pick. She stepped into the breach. I want all the Pam Bondi fans to step up here to support Pam. But you got to eat? Okay. Wow.
Wait, is there a single person in the crowd that wants to come up to the mic and defend Pam Bondi?
Come on, man.
I can't find a single person.
Wow.
Nobody. All right.
Maybe one. Here we go. This is referred to as the sacrificial lamb. Go ahead, ma'am. I got to hear. You got to promote. Can we get a mic for her? Rav, let's go. Go ahead. You got to project.
Good to go? All right, we're good to go. Okay. Pam actually has been pretty good for Florida, but I'll tell you, if they would have taken Matt Gaetz and let him pass through, he would have been the man to go.
Can we have gotten Matt Gaetz over the top? Pam's got to get a pair of balls, though.
Let me tell you, because you got too many people that have been slipped under the rug, swept away, and then you have everybody saying, "What the hell is going on? We're talking about this. We're talking about that."
Hold it.
We got Epstein and we got a lady in jail that did nothing.
I thought you were the pro Pam Bondi.
I do like Pam Bondi.
Okay.
She's a pretty lady, has a nice family, good for Florida.
She's a what?
But for the job, you need a pair of balls. Sorry, you don't have them.
Hold it.
You don't have the balls for them.
You're saying a woman can't handle that job?
Oh, I'm saying a woman can, but the right one can.
Okay.
Get Megyn Kelly up there.
Oh, wow.
Do we want Megyn Kelly?
Whoa.
Megyn Kelly. Okay. Actually, how about Ron DeSantis' wife? She would be good.
Does Megyn Kelly have a set of stones?
I would say so.
Okay. Can we hear some other people in the crowd there?
You were a big Matt Gaetz fan. Tell me about it.
I still am, and he'd be a great attorney.
But I'm a doctor in Florida. I like to treat the cause, not the symptom. If Matt goes through the recess appointment, he's not going to be able to dig as deep as if he's a special prosecutor. Then he can really get to the cause of the problem, reveal it. He can bring a scalpel and get that.
You want Matt Gaetz as special prosecutor?
Absolutely.
You guys support that? Now hold it. How do you get around the Senate? He has to be confirmed by the Senate, right? Are you prepared? Because this is the rule. Remember, we use that.
I don't think a special prosecutor has to be confirmed by the Senate.
Absolutely has to. Because we use that against Jack Smith. Remember, we're the ones that made that. That was Mike Davis in Article 3. So now all special counsels and special prosecutors have to be confirmed by the Senate. Can we get Matt Gaetz confirmed?
Maybe. We can.
Hold it. Hang on. Stop. Dude, you can't walk up here and say Matt Gaetz. I could get him confirmed. I don't know, maybe.
No, we can get Matt Gaetz confirmed.
This is my problem. We got to storm the barricades here, folks.
Action!
I can see you sitting in a room. Mr. President, we have to have Matt Gaetz as a special prosecutor. Well, can you get Senate confirmed? I don't know, maybe. Yeah, that doesn't work, Doc. No, but thanks. I like your idea. How about this gentleman right there?
Who do you want to see?
Well, first of all, I want to say how beautiful it is to see you there as a free man up on stage. And if you guys don't know what would have happened to this man if Kamala Harris or the Joe Biden administration went forward, we wouldn't have the privilege of seeing that man on stage. And I'm so happy to see you, Mr. Bannon.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
But what I think is more important, and it's not for me, I'm not the President of the United States, and it's not for me to decide, who should it be, Pam Bondi.
But he wants your advice.
We have a lot of people that are very smart up in that White House. 5 days before Donald Trump became president in October, had 39 million views on my TikTok. And if you want to follow me, it's the Midnight 123. The Midnight 123. I worked my ass off to get that guy into presidency, and then they suspended my account while I was at the America's First Warehouse with Joe the Boxer in Long Island, New York. We fought so hard.
Wow. Why did they suspend you? Why did they suspend your account?
They did everything they can to stop the president. It was definitely election interference.
You mean it was a week before the? It was a week before the election.
1 week before.
Wow.
And then what happened is I jumped back on it about 2 months later after I brushed myself off, and we're up to almost 500,000 followers supporting this president.
Where do people go for your site?
It's the Midnight 123, and I also do I serve the country. Also, I do all the motorcades in the Northeast, as I will be leaving tomorrow as well to serve this country. But with that said, the biggest thing that we have to worry about is not all the motivation here and all the excitement here, is the whispering in the shadows and the lies and the lies and the lies. And I have to tell you right now, what's really scary to me, because I live in the Upper East Side of New York, and they hate me in the Upper East Side. I've got a big truck. I continue to fly my flags, and I have to tell you that if we let this guy Ramdani take over New York City, and he just continues.
Short commercial break. We're back in the room in just a moment.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish, in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Welcome back. Our Saturday show, particularly on the road, our favorite, 12 July, Year of Our Lord 2025. Scott Pomeroy, an entrepreneur, another entrepreneur in the age of Trump, CEO of XTI, the aircraft company. We're going to get to this in a second. Tomorrow, Jack, it's tomorrow, right? Is the 1 year anniversary. What's tomorrow, the 1 year anniversary of? What is it? The assassination attempt, right, Butler? Have we gotten to the bottom of that?
Not only have we not gotten to that, but the widow of Corey Comparatore has not gotten answers as to why her husband did not come home with her and her two beautiful daughters from that rally in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Don't we need answers to that? I mean, that should be so basic. Also, they made a big deal, Jack, about the suspension of 6 Secret Service agents, but the suspension is like 10 days to like a month. I mean, what is going on here? Who's running this investigation? Is this another hapless thing out of the House of Representatives? Who's overseeing this thing?
Look, we don't need to see suspensions. We need to see prosecutions. We need to see prosecutions that went down for the people who allowed Thomas Matthew Crooks to climb it. And the Washington Post, by the way, of all places, the Washington Post, because they finally have one of the Butler SWAT team members who's speaking out. This is the man who fired the 9th shot, by the way. Remember the FBI told you that they said none of the local police officers fired a shot. They said none of them did, none of it happened, never happened, never happened. And now all of a sudden a guy comes up and says, I was the one who fired the shot that hit the buttstock of Thomas Matthew Crooks' rifle. But we're told, listen to this. Thomas Matthew Crooks, this is Washington Post, go read it. Thomas Matthew Crooks was seen with 3 other individuals hours before he climbed to the top of the AGR building in Butler, Pennsylvania. Who were those 3 individuals? Who had that report? Who had access to that? Did he have spotters in that crowd? Did he have people helping him up? Look, we got XTI right here. How come his drone worked and the Secret Service's drone didn't work? We need answers on all of it.
Hold it. Hang on a second. They have not gotten to the bottom of it. Has any of that stuff been publicly exposed? Who's in charge of the investigation, and why are we not? Because now they're blaming Iran and all these separate people. How come we have not gotten to the bottom of the assassination attempt on a guy basically had won the second term already, who was going to win the presidency? Why have we not heard that? It is as bad as the Kennedy and Lee Harvey Oswald.
We need to see all the documents out on that. And by the way, we also need to see, and we're going to see this now, I understand there's a court trial coming up, and on this, Ryan Wesley Routh, who tried to take out, by the way, not just Donald Trump down there at the West Palm Trump International, but who was Trump playing golf with? Steve Witkoff.
Yeah.
So Trump was playing golf with Steve Witkoff, and Ryan Wesley Routh, a Ukrainian foreign fighter, comes back from Ukraine, shows up with an SKS rifle that apparently they're saying a wife bought it for him. Now she's been indicted and all the rest. Where are any of the answers on all that?
Amazing. Scott, tell us about XTI. Why is it important for the Trump movement? Why is it important as an entrepreneur here in the United States?
Well, Steve, we represent that new wave of innovative entrepreneurs in the entire aerospace sector. I'm going to hypothesize that in the next 5 to 10 years, you're going to see a massive tectonic plate shift in how aircraft rolls out and how people travel.
What do you mean by that?
That
planes are going to be smaller. You're going to have these taxis flying around. What do you got?
Yeah,
the air traffic controllers can't handle what they got. How are you guys going to have 1 million taxis? Are these going to be like the automatic cars that are driving around with no drivers?
Some of them will be autonomous, but others will be piloted And this is actually an opportunity to bring alleviation to the congestion.
How many are going to sign up for an autonomous air taxi? Can I have a show of hands? I love this. I love the cutting edge. You guys would actually get into an autonomous plane? Okay, man, I love this. I love the young generation. There, we had a customer right there. Hold it. You're going to have like the Uber and Elon, these things out there. You're going to have pilotless planes and also air taxis with pilots in them all over, like big drones?
Capable. The key here is capable of being autonomous. We do think adoption is going to take some time, but ours will be piloted. Our aircraft is actually a fixed-wing airplane that can take off and land vertically up to 1,000 miles of range. So unlike some of the air taxis, we are an intercity solution, not an intracity solution. So we add range and speed and altitude that the
You mean I can get on your plane on Capitol Hill and fly down to the Treasury Department, the White House?
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Wow.
You could even get into the plane in Washington, D.C. and fly to New York.
Oh, so you're going to be in between the cities, not just inside the city.
That's correct.
Okay, fine.
That's our solution.
Yes.
Which puts us unique amongst all of the different competitors that are out there because of the range.
Okay.
Nobody's got the kind of range in this vertical takeoff and landing space.
What's the Marine plane that does the vertical?
The Osprey?
Yeah, Osprey. You're going to be like the Osprey?
Like the Osprey, but cheaper, more modern, more technology.
More dependable?
More dependable.
The Osprey's had some problems, right?
Couple three issues with
just a little bit.
Yeah. So hold it. How do you overcome the Osprey situation?
So the Osprey, one of the things you have to recognize is the Osprey is a 30-year-old plus technology. And it's been around for a long time. It's a tilt rotor aircraft, and unlike that, our vertical takeoff and landing is achieved through ducted fans, rotors, 3 of them. The name of the aircraft is the Trifan 600, which is justifies the 3 fans, or the 3 fans justify.
When's this going to come off the assembly line? Well, you're in production right now?
No, we will fly our first demonstrator within the next 2 years.
Okay. How do people go find more information?
We are a publicly traded company. XTIA is our symbol.
Wow.
That we trade under.
Wow. So you public trade, once again, where do people go? They get all the information there?
XTIA, or you can find us at xtiaircraft.com.
I want you to sign this guy right here. We have your first customer, right? You'll get on, you'll fly, you'll do it?
How you program them. So for crashing, is there an ethics programming for it? Like if you are in a situation where it's going to wreck, does it decide, do I run into 10 people or do I run into one person that's a kid? Is there ethics programmed into the AI that determine value, or is it just go for the least likely pain possible?
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting question. I've never had that posed before, but we are certified under traditional FAA standards for multiple redundancies with the aircraft. And so whether it's engines, unlike some of these eVTOLs that are all electric, we're an internal combustion engine, so an ICE-driven aircraft. So we've got twin turbo engines and potential auto rotate on the aircraft. Yeah. You've got wings, so you've got glide capability. You've also got a go home button that will take you to the.
You're the guy in philosophy class. Everybody's just sitting there trying to get a grade, and you ask a tough question, and then the professor gets interested, and they don't let you out early, and everybody blames you because it's a tough question.
Well, I'm writing a paper about AI in cars right now.
Whoa! Hang with I'm gonna come back to you on AI in a second. What's your social media? Where do they go?
www.xtiaircraft.com.
Okay, these are the entrepreneurs we got it back. We got Warpath Coffee. We got Sacred Human Health. We're always trying to promote entrepreneurs. Let's give it up for Scott.
Thank you.
Okay, what's your paper? We're going to introduce you to Joe Allen. You're like a Joe Allen type. You look like a redneck, but you're actually smart.
Thanks. So I'm writing a paper about AI in cars and how there's a lot of AI systems right now that if a box blows in front of your car, it slams on the brakes and it can't cause a collision. And so there's debate on how they should program them to avoid
Are you guys,
damage.
Is there any, hey, how you doing, hon, right there, the Pasobic, the smart Pasobics here, I'm just kidding, you're the best.
But I
Hold it, is anybody here, is there a big demand for driverless autos? Is that a huge thing, or driverless trucks? Isn't this just a thing? I mean, have the truck drivers done a great job? Taxi drivers, I mean, the Uber guys, what is this demand? What is this demand for driverless cars? Is it going to take away millions of jobs?
I think there's a demand for it, though. I really do.
You think it's a demand?
Well, for the younger generation, and myself included, and I'm not exactly young. Well,
why do you like driver? What's your beef? Okay, younger generation. What is your beef with a driver?
Because what will happen is it's all about convenience. It's about having free hands, free minds to do what we want. Being able to get into a car and not do anything.
Hang on. I'm saying not to buy a car that you don't have to drive. I'm saying something different. I'm saying trucks or taxis that don't have drivers. What's the beef you have? Why is there demand? There's not demand. This is another thing these technologists try to drive. Why would you want a driverless taxi? Why would you want a driverless truck?
I think there's an inevitability to it regardless of how you feel about it, because there is a profit-driven motive that all world economies will get behind. So
now we're getting somewhere. Write this down with your number 2 pencil. They want to cut out labor costs.
Yeah.
They don't want everybody. They want you to then depend on the government. They're going to give you $15,000 a year and give you constant streaming on Netflix. They're going to dumb you down. The biggest problem with AI is the apathy of people. They just don't have all the information's given to you, right? Everything's done.
I agree with that. I agree with what you're saying. That's all true.
Did I flip you already?
No.
Stand your ground, man. Come on, dude. You're in the war room.
Let me jump in here. Because we moved to automation, right? And we talk the farm workers and all the rest. Automation, not just cars, it's going everywhere. So if we have a situation here where we come in with the farms are going automated, the cars are going automated.
There's a perfect tee up. What
happens to the millions and millions that are here when all of a sudden their jobs are gone?
Hang on, you stay right there. Let's go to. We got Tucker's. Did you guys see Tucker on Amnesty last night? Let's play Tucker Carlson. Let's play Tucker Carlson.
What do I think about amnesty for farm workers? I think it's the most grotesque thing I've ever heard. Are you joking? Amnesty for farm workers? We have like 60 million illegal aliens in the country. The country bears no resemblance to the country I grew up in, and it's not better, it's worse. So I'm not going to sit for another lecture from anybody telling me we need to import more people to write code or pick grapes or any other task. Period. It hasn't worked. The country hasn't gotten richer. It hasn't become more unified. Those words should burn on the tongue of anyone who utters them. How dare you talk like that? Amnesty. How about deportation? What about that? I mean, look.
Wow. He threw down. Your thoughts on Tucker and amnesty?
I think amnesty is a disgusting word. I think the only word as bad as amnesty is the word Hillary. Okay, so what I'm talking about here, and this is a threat that I've seen coming for a long time. That if we switch over to automation, I do agree that a lot of it's coming. Those tens of millions, 60 million, Tucker says, that's going to lead to a Marxist revolution. Those are going to be the insurrectionaries. And by the way, in LA, what were they setting on fire? The driverless taxis, because that's their competition.
Hang on. If we had this program they just announced yesterday, potentially in place, you would have never had the raid at the marijuana farm that saw the little kids working as slave labor. The reason they did it is they went out there to get these illegal aliens that are working as slaves and as serfs for the marijuana.
And Newsom says, hey, you can't, hey, careful, there's kids in there.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Wait a minute.
Labor.
How about this? How about God's children are not for sale? How about that?
How many support the amnesty program that was announced yesterday? Raise your hand. How many say all mass deportations now, amnesty never? Unbelievable. Short commercial break. Home Title Lock, our sponsor, the $1 million triple lock protection. Go to HomeTitleLock.Steve today. You make sure you've got 24-hour coverage. In the middle of the night, they'll let you know if anybody's messing with your title. Only 90% of your net worth's tied up in that and they give you $1 million as protection if all else fails in a restoration project. HomeTitleLock.com/Steve. Back in a moment.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, let's give a big hand for Mina Kims joins us right now. Fighting Mina Kim, the rooftop Koreans. Jane, Amnesty, Surrogate, President Trump, what do we got?
Yes, I'm joined by Mahek, who's one of President Trump's surrogates focusing on the border crisis. Tell us about it and your reactions to Tucker Carlson's comments.
Look, I think Tucker's right. The fact that people are even saying amnesty is shocking to me today. We don't believe in slave labor. That border is going to be shut down. It was shut down in 5 days under President Trump. And make no mistake, Tom Homan has said no amnesty. He has said that loud and clear. So when people continue to use the word amnesty, they're diluting the issue of legal immigrants like my family and so many other Americans. And there is a visa program. If you're a temporary worker, President Trump needs to revamp that. That is allowed. That is legal
H-2As,
migration.
I think there's 350,000 already here on the agricultural worker. You're saying that should just be extended, but I think when people talk about amnesty, it's the fact they're saying they're going to stop raids. They're going to stop raids, agricultural raids, like you saw in the marijuana fields.
We can't do that. Look, there were children found. They're illegals. We don't know who they are. We don't know their backgrounds. We don't know if they're committing more crimes. We don't know if they're pedophiles. We don't know if they're rapists. We cannot allow illegals and our children to be trafficked in the United States of America. We have to continue the raids.
Is this the policy? Is this what we voted for right there?
Yes, 100%.
Okay. Where do people, what's your social media? Where do people get to you?
Mahek Cook, at Mahek Cook, and I will constantly say this.
What is it?
At Mahek Cook.
Okay. Cool. Everybody got that? Good. Let's, Grace, if we can put it up on the thing. Thank you so much. Ben Bergquam, what do you got?
By the way, Steve, it wasn't just the 10 kids that were being trafficked. They had 300. They got 300 illegals in those raids. And these are the donors to Gavin Newsom. These organizations, these companies, remember that. All of these companies hiring illegal aliens are the donors to these Democrats that need to be in prison.
Hang on a second. Why then would we stop? Because you got Big Ag and you got the big Democratic donors. Why would we stop the raids?
We absolutely should not.
Wait, Ben,
we need more raids.
Are you trying to tell me right now that there are corporate interests in the U.S. Chamber of Commerce that are supporting illegal aliens because they're exploiting the slave labor? Look, I don't care if you got an R next to your name or a D next to your name. If you're involved in this process, you belong behind bars.
That's it.
Amen. All right.
And it's not going to change until that happens. We've got to arrest all and deport all illegals, but we've got to arrest the people that are employing them.
This is my point. Why are we not doing more company raids? Why are more CEOs not being perped out?
Restaurants, basically every sector. This lie that they only do the work that Americans won't do. They do everything, and every business that hires them needs to be arrested as well.
Look at that Black Hawk. Look at that Black Hawk down there on the raid. More Black Hawks.
That's right.
More drones. More raids. Raid the corporate offices. Raid the C-suite.
And by the way, what did they do? They start firing on the. Ultimately, start.
That's right. They start shooting at him. Why? Because the Democrats are bringing in their shock troops of Antifa to go and guard all these things. They know exactly what they're doing. Julio Rojas was here yesterday. They have it laid all out.
This goes back to, and I want to grab some of these guys. Pam Bondi. Why are we not doing these things? Why do we allow January 6th, but we're not making those arrests? What do you guys think about it?
I think it's absurd. I think Pam Bondi absolutely needs to do much more, but more to the point, I believe she just needs to resign. I think we need to try and put somebody else in charge of the Justice Department, somebody with backbone.
Why has the MAGA movement, because I know Pam, she's a good person, why has the MAGA movement flipped so hard in the last 48 hours on Pam, sir?
Specifically, Steve, it's because of the fact that both Dan Bongino and Kash Patel have both threatened to resign if she doesn't resign. Apparently, according to
although there are conflicting stories now, correct, about Bongino and Kash. Do they really mean that? You know, John Solomon's reporting that Kash may not be doing it. What?
No, go ahead. No, I've got his comment. What was
that? All bark, no bite, Bondi. It really is. She's flipping out. We were expecting a lot more to come through here, and we don't have it. And I think that's what everybody's pissed off about, is we're not seeing action happen, and we're not seeing anybody getting brought up. So that's what needs to happen, and that's the sad part about it. We want to see action.
Look, when I'm telling what we voted for, and when I went to those rallies, and we all saw President Trump on those stages, he didn't just talk about the DOJ as the Department of Just Us. This was the Department of Due Justice. That's what we wanted. So much think of this. Just go back, right? A year ago today, Steve Bannon's behind bars. Right. Donald Trump's about to go on stage to be shot at in Butler, Pennsylvania. That's 1 year tomorrow. And now all of the lawfare that was being done to him, all of the crimes, all of the lies, dragging him through court, that lawfare is the reason he won more than anything else. The lawfare of Bannon, Navarro, the rest of it, that was the reason he won. Why? Because we said we want a single-tier system of justice in this country. Doesn't matter if there's an R or a D. If you're caught doing something wrong, you belong behind bars, and justice will be done.
Let me tell you where this is going. Mina Kim, remember all the effort we put into South Korea, right? All the effort we put into South Korea. They went to arrest President Yoon like we said they were. This is the way the deep state works country by country. Bolsonaro's in Brazil on trial for his life because as soon as they find him guilty, they'll put him in a prison in Brazil. They'll assassinate him. They just raided the offices of Front National in France yesterday. President Yoon, they put out an arrest warrant for Yoon 30 days or 45 days after they won. They're going to put Yoon back in prison. Why? Contesting a stolen election. Why are they doing it with Bolsonaro contesting a stolen election? In 2028, when they steal this, because they're going to steal it, you're going to see a bunch of people going back to prison, and you guys are going to be included unless we lance the boil today. Mina, tell us what's going on in South Korea, because we've warned everybody this was going to happen, and now it has happened.
First of all, I'm Korean MAGA. Go MAGA and freedom.
Whoa!
Korea just elected a left-leaning socialist president, and they just impeached a conservative president who would defend our relationship with America. And right now, Korea is actually leaning towards more favorable policies for China, and that's why I'm trying to erect a movement called Build Up Korea for a grassroots freedom movement to bring Charlie Kirk and Steve Bannon to Korea and be a big daddy for our Korean people.
Mina,
I'm volunteering Pasobic too, because
I want to say, go back to history, because there was a time in history when Korea was a protectorate of the Chinese Empire, was a protectorate of the Song Dynasty, of the Ming Dynasty, and that's what the CCP is trying to do again, to take the entire Korean peninsula and turn them back into a protectorate of Beijing.
Exactly, and I want to tell you guys this. Korea has a very special history. Our founding father, which was President Ri, read the Declaration of Independence of America in jail, and he learned how to speak English and read English from American missionaries, and that's how he got to form and establish the country, Republic of Korea. And we have adopted your constitution, your freedom, and your biblical values to create Korea. So that's why we need America and your help, people, for freedom, for Korea. Yes. USA, USA, USA.
What do our Korean brothers and sisters need? You're trying to start the MAGA movement there. You're going to have 5,000 people, young Koreans, almost like a turning point in Korea. What do you guys need as far as our backup, our assistance to make sure we got to take Korea back?
Yes, that's correct.
Korea's a knife in the heart of Japan and Taiwan, all of it. It's central. We got to take Korea back, particularly when over half the country's conservative, right?
Yes, that's correct. A lot of our people are conservatives, and a lot of our people actually love America, although they are brainwashed by CNN and New York Times. And our mainstream media copies directly off of the American mainstream media, and that's the problem. What you can do to help us is to come to Korea, and Koreans love American burgers. You know, you guys love Korean drama and K-pops, right? Koreans love American burgers that they would line up for 3 hours in front of Five Guys and Texas Roadhouse that opened up in Seoul. So please, Steve, come back, come to Korea and help us, and maybe Jack Posey should come too.
Look, when I was in the Navy, when I was 7th Fleet, I went, we ran through Busan so many times, and Steve, I don't know if we can tell any of those stories about Texas Street down in Busan, but down on Texas Street is where it all happens down in Busan, South Korea. But Mina, I just have to say to you, 감사합니다.
Oh my, thank you, 감사합니다. It means so much to us.
Nina, tell people right now, where can they go get your show here? Because you're on fire, you're on YouTube, you're a fighter. This is what the future is. These are people are fighting now. They're not looking to fight. They're in the fight right now. Where do people go to get all your content?
Yes, thank you. You can get my podcast on YouTube. It's called MKim TV. And you can also see me on X at Real Mina Kim, like real Donald Trump. And you can also see me here. See Bannon's War Room.
And September 4th and 5th is going to be the...
It's actually going to be September 5th and 6th.
5th and 6th.
We are bringing Charlie Kirk, Steve Bannon.
Yeah,
Who thinks Steve Bannon should come to Korea in person? Or Jack?
One of the few countries let me in. Let's give it up for Mina Kim.
Thank you. Freedom USA! USA! USA!
USA! Mina Kim!
Well, Steve, I remember down Texas Street in Busan, I'd be dodging Shore Patrol, going club to club down there.
I had to stand Shore Patrol as a young ensign in JG.
Oh, no, I was the one slipping behind your back.
Yeah. It's before Jack's, before the more the naval intelligence aspect of it. Ben, we got 30 seconds. Let's get somebody in.
All right, I got this young man here. He's actually, so real quick.
Steve, big fan of your show. Just want to ask, in 2019, you did an interview with Jeffrey Epstein for a documentary you're making called Monsters. That interview never came out. Would you be willing to release that footage, and why hasn't the footage been released already?
We're going to release the film, the 5-part series next year, early next year. You're going to see it. And by the way, the entire thing is how the elites in the intelligence services are inextricably linked with, it's what Tucker said last night. You're going to have to name names, and you're going to have to understand how the elites in the world, but also the intelligence services, are inextricably linked in Epstein's story. That's the key.
Awesome.
Short commercial break. We'll be back in a moment.
Who wants a hat? Who wants a hat?
Take a hat.
Bongino were to leave, you think a more normal person would replace him?
Well, you have to grade on a curve here. So we might go from 5-star crazy to 3-star, and I guess you declare victory on that. But no, I don't think they're going to find Elliot Ness. They will comb MAGA noise world for somebody else. But that's the reality we're in. The bottom line is he's massively unqualified. He's a nut. And now he's having a nut reaction. And maybe he's thinking, I got to get back into the radio conspiracy podcasting world and make some money. And I'm not going to give up the milk cow of the Epstein, the chariots of the gods, Eric Von Donkin, Lost City of Atlantis, crazy stuff, because it pays well. I mean, I don't know the guy. I don't know what he's thinking. But they leaked this. I think he's looking for an exit strategy for whatever reason, and I'm happy he found one.
I also think that we're dealing with people that have the temperament of a 4-year-old, and they want their way. They want it now. They don't want to do anything else, and it's a real problem. They just will pitch a fit. That shows you how unqualified that Bongino is, that I think Patel is, because even today, there's reports out today of the fact that the FBI is giving lie detector tests to agents to make sure that they are loyal to the president and will do his bidding. Yet this is one of the premier law enforcement agencies of the world that is now becoming a laughingstock because of who is running the show and how they have chilled any dissent. And so, look, I think that whatever happens, they are fueling conspiracy theories on both the left and the right. Trust me, I can see the theories coming out now about this that from the left that, oh my God, the reason that they're not doing it, they're deep six and all of this because Donald Trump's in the middle of all this. And we do have the pictures, by the way, to show that he was at least friends with Jeffrey Epstein. So, look, this is just more unqualified chaos from unqualified members of an administration.
All right. Don't you love it? Don't you love it when we start with those cold opens? Don't you love MSNBC? Make you guys smarter? Okay, we've got a very special giveaway for everybody here at Turning Point and for the folks at home, I guess. Ben Bergquam, you going to walk us through what we got?
Yes. So everyone that's here, YourAmericanFlagStore.com has donated this. They're one of our sponsors, an amazing American flag. We got the hat signed by the one and only Steve Bannon. If you are in this audience, this is for our audience, our RAV audience, come over to this little laptop, scan the QR code, download Real America's Voice, and tomorrow we will be giving away this hat and this flag. So come over here, sign up. Huge shout out to YourAmericanFlagStore.com and, of course, Steve Bannon for signing. So everybody come over one at a time. Don't pile in. Get your hats. We want to get pictures with everybody, too.
By the
Again,
way,
tomorrow we'll be giving it away.
And we gave one of these away a week during the month of June, right?
That's right.
I think already, okay.
Yeah, they're amazing company.
Where do people go to the company to find out?
YourAmericanFlagStore.com.
All made in America. American
All made in
flags.
America.
Make sure you check it out. Jane Zirkle, what do you got for us?
Tell me the question you asked Tucker Carlson.
So, hi, everybody. I'm Jack. I actually was on the Ask Tucker about the amnesty. For reference, I was teeing him up. I am against amnesty. But my question was, Tucker, what do you think about amnesty for the illegal immigrant farm workers? And my thought was, I want to know who's putting this in Donald Trump's ear. I saw Trump speak recently at, I think, the Iowa State Fair. He was floating it out there. I didn't vote for that.
When President Trump, because he'll do that, he'll run up the flagpole and see he wants to take temperature. In the Iowa State Fair, was that absolute the biggest buzzkill you've ever seen?
It was amazing. I just want to know who's putting that in his ear around him, and it doesn't feel like the majority of us think that way. I don't know if I'm in the minority. It seemed like last night.
Is he in the minority? No amnesty?
No.
Okay. If you were with the president today and had the opportunity, Ed Bedminster, to put something in his ear, right? What would you tell him?
I would ask him that if for the people that are around you telling you that, we didn't vote for that, number one. If there is any kind of, whatever you want to call amnesty, why not legally deport, self-deport yourself, have some kind of better way back to citizenship? But this idea that if I don't pay my taxes, I go to jail. Why am I not judged by the same standard of law that these people that broke our law, entered our country illegally? Why am I treated different? I didn't vote for that. I want the laws applied fairly. That's our current law. That's what I want. I love you, Trump.
Do you got social media anywhere people can find?
No, I'm just a random guy. Don't worry about me.
Okay, just a rando. Did you actually ask the question?
Yeah, I was the one that Tucker was a madman. He just starts pointing out the crowd just wants questions. I think they were supposed to be on the mic, but he points at me and I just shout out Tucker, and I talked with him for a second, but that was awesome. But I love what you do, Steve, and I like you too, Jack. But I know Jack too. But
okay, great. Let's get some other over there.
What's your message about the transparency issue we're having now?
If we don't bring accountability and prosecute everyone from Russiagate, COVID, January 6th, everything, Epstein, everything, they're going to prosecute us.
You like the 10-year, what Solomon said yesterday, that a prosecutor is going to be announced this week that's going to start the beginning with Crossfire Hurricane in the summer of 2016 and go all the way through everything. You like that idea?
Because it's a rolling coup.
Okay.
It's a rolling coup. They're never going to stop going after Trump, and when he's out of the way, they're going to come after us.
Do you believe, if you were to tell the president and announce that special prosecutor, that the entire Epstein situation should also be put with that special prosecutor?
Absolutely, because it's the same deep state. It's the same people that are behind that are also behind probably trying to kill him, probably in all likelihood.
Ben Berquam, you got anything for me over there?
Let me get over here.
Okay,
so,
hang on.
Speaking about action, this gentleman actually has an organization. Tell me about it.
Yeah, we're Florida Citizens Alliance, Steve, and we fight to get rid of the pornography in our schools. We have 250,000.
There's pornography in schools?
Really? and the grooming and the sex trafficking. We have 250.
Hold on. Governor DeSantis is doing a good job down here. I thought the parents. This is the railhead of the parents' rights movement. All that's gone, isn't it?
No.
Why not?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
Because the school districts are ignoring. There's only 1 or 2 counties that have taken this out. The vast majority of the school districts are ignoring.
With the parents' rights movement, Governor DeSantis, President Trump, this was central to our victory. Are you telling me right here in the great state of Florida, which is one of the most, Texas and Florida are the railhead of the MAGA movement, are you telling me in all the school districts of this great state that only 2 districts or 2 counties have actually gotten all the pornography out of the schools?
Actually, it's 3. But we have 67 counties, and the vast majority.
What are the 3 that have done it?
Hillsborough.
Amen.
Because they were demanded by the Department of Education and our new AG. Collier County and Indian River County. Those are the 3. We have 250,000 people in our active database. Based on your urging us to action, we're going to go out this afternoon urging them to reach out to President Trump and demand transparency on the Epstein thing.
So hang on for a second. You're going to go for that, right, for the Epstein, all 250,000. But tell people how we can aid your cause. I think, are you guys shocked they haven't gotten the porn out of the schools in Florida? Look, if we can't get it out of the schools in Texas and Florida, we might as well give it up, right? If you can't get it out of this great state, with a good job, Governor DeSantis, I think, done a good job as governor. If you can't get it out of this state, and particularly how big the parents' rights movements are, it's finished everywhere else. So how do we do that?
Well, our website is goflca.org. We urge people to reach out. Again, we have 250,000. We get very involved in the legislative
cycle. Are those 250,000 all Floridians?
They're all Floridians. Only Floridians. 2/3 of them are parents with kids under 17 in the school system.
Wow. What is holding this up? The individual school districts, the school systems?
In the vast majority, it's the rogue school districts refusing to pull this stuff out.
That's the fight you got right there. What's your social media? Where do they go?
Our website is goflca.org.
Okay, perfect. Great. Thank you, sir. Jane Zerka, what do you got?
Have a young school choice activist. What's your name?
My name is Gregory Lykov. I'm currently the youngest nationally syndicated columnist in the world. I write for Newsmax, and I am a big advocate for school choice. Just to tell you a little bit of a personal story, for 16 years of my life, I had undiagnosed ADHD, and I was in a public school system. Only last year, I finally got diagnosed when I read my first book. And then I started writing, I started listening to your show, and I became youngest nationally syndicated columnist. But we need school choice in like New York and all the other liberal states out there. Public schools are indoctrinating our children. They are hurting us. And issues like pornography in schools is just one of the thousands of issues that public schools have.
Be specific. How are they indoctrinating our young? You see it as a student. How do they do it?
Whether they're pronouns all around the schools, whether it's DEI, CRT, and all of the other liberal agendas, we are being pushed. Not only that, but
hang on. The Department of Education did away with that. I thought it was all done.
It is never
done.
Yeah, it is never all done until you go to the exact school systems. Look at what New York City is facing right now. When Mandani, who is a very anti-school choice advocate, he is currently closing down all the school choice programs.
You should understand something. This situation in New York is driven by the schools and principally the private schools from kindergarten on. This is how they get these troops. This is why DSA and the People's Party, Working Families Party, control the ground game in all New York. And it is impossible unless 1 or 2 guys drop out of the race. This guy's going to be mayor of New York, driven by the school system, right?
That is 100% true. And not only that, when we have half of the school districts facing chronic absenteeism in New York, then it poses a big, big issue. Our students should be attending school. They shouldn't be skipping school. And definitely they shouldn't be failing standardized tests.
Yeah, okay, hang on a second. Make sure we get his contact information. 12% of the working poor in Chicago, only 12% are literate. This is what the public school system has done. Only 12% are literate, right? You'll never be able to function in a sophisticated world. Hey, Ben Berquam, Ben, we're live.
We're signing hats.
Are you
Steve.
like a celebrity? No, hold it.
We got priorities over here.
Stop. I'm the talent. Okay, you're the. What is the hell? I'm going to Ben.
But they love the hat. Look at these beautiful new hats, Steve.
Even Jane Zirkle waits till the show's over.
I know. It's amazing.
She's another princess, right?
They all want the flag. They want the RAV memorabilia.
Yeah, they can wait till. Okay, they can wait till noon.
Okay. All right.
No,
look at these.
Let's get some.
Look at these amazing folks. Tell me your name. Where are you from?
Sherry Broder from Tampa. No, from Anna Maria Island.
And your husband, Navy vet?
Navy vet, yes.
What is it about Real America's Voice that you love so much? And what are you hoping to see over the next days and weeks with President Trump?
Oh, well, I'm from Iran. So from beginning, I started watching Steve Bannon and you and doing all these things for illegal. It was amazing. It's something to watch, something to really, really admire you people for doing something for this great country. Because this great country needs help right now. It's terrible.
Why do we need help? Why does America need help right now?
Because what you see, what happening all over in the world, because I've been most part of Europe. I was in Venezuela when Chavez came in. That time the dollar was 4.5. And then when China, I believe China, because I believe that for years, China was doing this all over in the world, and my country in Iran. So Iran money was 7.5 to the dollar when China took over. Venezuela was 4.5 to a dollar when they take it over. But look at right now, their money, you can't do nothing. You can't buy nothing because they'll destroy everything. And China bought everything in my country.
Words of wisdom. What part of the Navy were you in, sir?
I was with the CBs, U.S. Navy.
Oh, man. Construction battalion right there. We're going to take a short commercial break.
I'm going to sign hats in the break.
Ben Berquam, signing autographs, Ben Berquam during the show. Unbelievable. Short commercial break. We're back with Jane Zirkle and Ben Berquam in the War Room in a moment.
USA! USA!
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
I want to go back. There we are right there. That's having
USA! All right.
Amazing.
We got some rowdy ones over here,
I like it. We like rowdy.
We're rowdy.
Finally got some energy. Okay. What happened? You shut down the situation around Kerrville. What happened?
Folks,
made it national.
All this situation down, this horrific President Trump, he goes down, Kerrville, Texas, yesterday, horrific loss of life that didn't have to happen if people had actually followed the procedures in place. I'm getting told now by high-level sources that everybody knew this flood was coming. Emergency management didn't respond the way they should, get the girls out of there, and more to the point, this fire chief up in Austin who refused to pre-deploy the rescue swimmers. His own Austin Fire Association, the union, came out and said, we're going to hold a vote of no confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, the firefighters of Austin came out. They voted 93-7 that they have no confidence in their fire chief, who refused to put out the rescue swimmers that could have saved the lives of those little girls that were down there on that banks of that fire. So don't tell me that we're making it a race issue, because when I see a DEI hire like that who's making those decisions, I'm going to say, you know what? He's got to go.
Amen. Jane Zirkle, what do you got for us?
You have some comments on the Epstein situation. Tell me about it.
Yes, I do. People need to remember why this matters. It's not because it's salacious. That's a straw man. It is not primarily about justice for the victims or against the powerful and protected, though that's plenty. What's more important is, who was he? Why was he doing this? How was this information used? And what have been the effects of that?
Tucker said last night that that's verboten. You can't talk about that.
Well, Tucker
said that in front of the
that's
nation,
what we need to know.
This is why Tucker went viral.
That's the whole point. Like you say, that is the key.
Do you believe that that's a topic that can't be talked about? Who was Epstein interacting with? Who gave him the money? How did he come from nowhere? Right, unknown school teacher all the way to be interconnected with the most powerful people in the world. Isn't that verboten?
Are you suggesting that Epstein himself was recruited?
Yes, absolutely. I think, and by the way, I think he was an intelligence asset. I know that Tucker and some people think he's. And John Solomon said he may know some intelligence guys. I think it's far deeper than that, and I strongly believe that Epstein was murdered under Bill Barr's on Bill Barr's watch.
Well, let me ask you that, Steve. Let me ask you that, because you've got a unique perspective on this. You spent 4 months in federal correction facility, federal prison. Do you think it's possible? Having been on the inside, your experience, is it possible?
In MDC, where he was 10 times a more secure lockup. I was in a prison, in a cell block, in a cell. It's impossible to do it, right? Because you've got a bunkmate, you've got everybody there, you've got cameras all over the place. He was actually in a more secure facility, and Barr and these guys knew that there'd be threats on his life because they knew basically the intelligence connections he had. So the heightened thing of him being there and the controversy around this case made it like to the 5th level. It is virtually impossible for any kind of adult to think that this guy committed suicide, that under their watch. And this is Bill Barr's Justice Department. This is the same Justice Department that Pam Bondi, in defense of Pam Bondi, remember, we've only probably got 40 people over there in tens of thousands. We don't control the deep state. We don't control the Pentagon. We don't control the CIA. We don't control the Federal Reserve. We do not control the Justice Department. We don't control the FBI. You've only got a handful of people there. And this is why the Epstein thing is so important. And what Tucker said last night was very brave, because no one's ever gone out there and said it as bluntly as he said there can be no topic that's verboten for the American people to discuss and get information on. That's what's happened in the past. You agree with that? Ben Berquam, hit me quick.
Hi, this is going back to deportation. I think there's a nuanced level that no one's really talking about yet, which is most of us agree.
Baby, you're in the war room. We don't do nuance, but go ahead, take your shot. Hold it. She's bringing nuance to a Turning Point live thing, but go ahead. We like your bravery.
Live fire here.
Live fire
I think
exercise.
a lot of us agree that we want the mass deportation, but beyond that, no one's really talking about the amount of people who are here on green cards and visas, and they're overstaying these, and our governments that are issuing massive amounts of these, they're not following up on their leave-by dates.
All the student visas ought to be canceled. All the foreign professors ought to go home. No H-1Bs. America for Americans. We got 12 million. We got 12 million STEM workers are out of work. Right? You've got all kind of people want to be doctors. All kind of people want to be nurses. All kind of people want to be professors. We should cut out all the visa programs, and they should not send them out of the country when they visa overstay. Should be arrested, put in Danbury, and then shipped overseas to a prison. We got to get cracked down on this. I agree with you. And
I live in a suburb of Atlanta. My daily experience is I'm walking in the grocery store. There are people in full hijab. There are people speaking nothing but Spanish, and it's a lot of them.
Montgomery County, Maryland, which is right there. It's one of the 7 counties that surrounds D.C.
Bethesda.
They have 161 languages or dialects that are taught in the school system. 161.
Steve, I'll just say something. I'll do you one better, because if Kami Mamdani up in New York has taught us something, a piece of paper does not make you an American.
Do you have social media? Where do people go? You don't?
I just do travel.
Okay.
Getaway sticks.
Don't DM her. Okay. Ben Berquam, what's your Ben, we got to jump. What's your social media?
At Ben Berquam, at Real AM Voice. You got to follow everything. Everything's first on Real America's Voice, and then at Ben
Calamity
Berquam.
Jane, where do people go?
At Jane Zirkle on X, Instagram, Getter, and YouTube.
Poso, where do people go?
You go to at Jack Posobiec, or go check out Media Matters, SPLC, CNN. They can't stop talking about me.
Let's go to Mike Lindell. You got a hard 1 minute, Mike.
All right, everybody, it's great to see you all there. I'm talking about the election. So we are closing out our line of slippers right now to raise funds to fight this. You guys get the benefit. Save $110 a pair. Once they're gone, they're gone. $39.98. Our famous My Slippers. Use promo code WARROOM. Go to the website, use promo code WARROOM. Go down to you see Steve. We're going to leave the sheets on there for $49.98. All the Made in America My Pillows, my employees, thank you. Use promo code. All the Made in America My Pillows, my employees, thank you. Use promo code WARROOM. Call up a USA operator, 800-873-1062. Promo code WARROOM. Thank you, War Room Posse.
Rivals stay live right here. Mo Bannon's on the main stage.
President Trump take the stage. Thousands, and I mean thousands, of people. This is what we see at every rally.
When Trump was in, everything was low, you could live, everything was great. Now it's a disaster.
Prices have gone up about 25%, and it's not the same anymore.
The Biden administration has made our lives worse by every statistical measure.
He fights for the American people versus all the other people that are coming into our country.
And he's going to fix our nation. Joe Biden's only going to give it to China and Ukraine.
He's the best guy out there. The immigration stuff's got to stop.
He is America's last stand. He is America's last chance.
We need a leader who's going to fight. President Trump is, well, he's mentally fit and he's physically fit for office.
Everything was better when President Trump was in office.
We're going to win Pennsylvania. We're all in this for one common goal, and that is to save this country.
Make our nation great again. Amen.
Take a look at what happened.
Welcome back. You're watching Real America's Voice. We are live in Tampa, and it is day 2 of SAS, the Student Action Summit, sponsored by Turning Point USA. And let me tell you, it is a great Saturday. Let's head out to the stage right now where our very own Mo Bannon is speaking.
And the youngest presidential appointee to the United States Military Academy Board of Visitors. We stand at a pivotal moment in our nation's history. The 2024 federal election wasn't just another election. It was a wake-up call. It was a moment when young Americans like you stepped up and made their voices heard louder than ever before. Today, I'm here to celebrate you, the conservative youth who showed up, voted, and helped share and shape the future of this country. In 2024, something incredible happened. After years of being told that young people lean left, you proved all of the skeptics wrong. Estimates show that 42% of Americans aged 18 to 29 voted in 2024. And for the first time in decades, the youth vote was not overwhelmingly blue. In fact, you swung towards conservative candidates in a big way by margins that shocked many, and I mean many, of the pundits. In states such as Florida, Missouri, and Ohio, young voters flipped from supporting Democrats in 2020 to backing President Trump in 2024. Nationwide, the gap between Democrat and Republican support among the youth narrowed to just 4 points. That seismic shift is because of you. And why did this happen? Because you're not just voting for candidates, you're voting for a future for a stronger economy, where the cost of living does not crush your dreams of owning a home or starting a family. You're voting for a country where hard work is rewarded, not taxed into oblivion. You're voting for free speech, secure borders, and the values that made America the greatest nation on earth. In 2024, 64% of you said the cost of living and inflation were your top concerns. You sent a clear message. You want policies that are you first, policies that make it easier to pay rent, buy groceries, and build a life. But let's be real. Not everyone voted in 2024. Not everyone made it to the polls. I understand and I hear you if you did not vote. I know life is tough right now. 40% of young Americans say they can barely get by financially. and your trust in the institutions is at an all-time low. It's easy to feel disconnected when you're drowning in student debt or working 2 jobs just to afford your rent. But here's the truth. Your vote is your power. It's a way of saying this is my country and I'm taking it back. To the young conservatives who did vote, you're the vanguard of a new generation. You're not just following trends, you're setting them. You're the ones who saw through the noise on social media, the ones who rejected the woke culture that's been shoved down your throats, and the ones who said, enough is enough. Like I said, enough is enough. Young men, you led the charge with 56% of you voting for conservative leadership nationally. Now, young women, you guys stood strong too. You balanced issues with economic priorities and showing that conservative values can bridge divides. Together, you're redefining what it means to be young and conservative in America. You're not just voting for today. You're voting for the America you will inherit. In 2024, over 8 million youth voted. You were eligible to vote in the presidential election for the first time. That's 8 million voices who would shape policies on taxes, jobs, housing, free speech for decades. Young conservatives, you're not just a demographic, you are a force. Let me repeat myself. You are a force. Do not let anyone tell you otherwise. Organizations like this great one, Turning Point USA, tapped into this energy, mobilizing youth on the ground, not with stuffy ads that we've seen over and over and over again, but with a vibe that said, this is our country and it's slipping away unless we act. Your involvement in 2024 was not a one-off. It's a signal that young conservatives are here to stay. You're not just voting, you're reshaping the Republican Party, making it younger, more diverse, more focused on issues like economic opportunity and cultural identity. But we need to keep this momentum going. It doesn't stop in 2024. Midterms are coming up. 2026 is going to be here right before our eyes. The challenges you face, high costs, limited job prospects, eroding trust, won't vanish overnight. They require sustained action. The 2024 election also showed us the gaps we need to close. In some states, voter registration was a hurdle. Any guesses on the percentage of non-registered youth that said they didn't know how to sign up or miss deadlines? Any guesses? 12%. Others felt they didn't have enough information about candidates or the voting process. That's on you guys, all of us, everyone in this room to help fix. We need to make sure that every young conservative knows how to register to vote, where to vote, and why their voice matters. Here's my call to action for you. Stay engaged. You cannot sit on the sidelines and expect someone else to do the work for you. You have to get involved. Don't just vote every 4 years. Get involved in local elections, school boards, city council. Consider running for office someday. If you're eligible to run for office now, consider running for office in the local election. Maybe run for your school board, city council. Join groups like your Turning Point School chapter or College Republicans. Connect with others who share your values, whether it's at campus social events or online. And yes, keep listening to those political podcasts you like to listen to, like War Room, but also talk to your friends, your family, and your neighbors. Share why you're conservative, why you believe in limited government, strong borders, and the freedom to speak your mind. Make it personal, because that's what moves people. They don't care what political pundits have to say, what we all have to say up here. It's you guys. Share your voice. People want to hear your voice. To the campaigns and to the leaders out there, listen to the young conservatives. They're not just a voting bloc. They're your future. Engage them where they are. Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, Spotify. Be authentic, not scripted, and address their real concerns: housing, jobs, debt, and don't assume they are all the same. Young conservatives are diverse. Men, women, white, black, Hispanic, Asian, urban, and rural, and meet them where they live, and they'll show up for you. Finally, to every young conservative here, you are the heartbeat of this movement. In 2024, you proved that your voice matters, that your voice doesn't just shift elections, it can change the course of history. You voted for a future where hard work is rewarded, where freedom is protected, and where America is strong. Do not stop now. Register to vote if you haven't. If you are going to be of voting age in 2026, make sure you register to vote before the primaries. If you don't know how, reach out to a family, friend, someone you know that is of legal voting age, and ask them how to register. And everyone that is of legal voting age in this room, reach out to those you know will be able to vote in 2026 and make sure they're registered. Volunteer. Go door knocking, get involved in local elections and campaigns, speak up, and hold your current leaders accountable. The 2024 election was your starting line, not your finish. Let's keep fighting for this country we believe in and make it one we are proud to pass on. Thank you, and God bless America.
Just so great seeing one of our own on the stage there. But I mean, all of them are part of the pack. I feel like we're all a community, and that's why we're all here today. 6,500 people expected to be here in Tampa in the middle of the summer. If you live in Florida, you know that's a hard feat to convince people to come to Florida in the middle of the summer here. But it's such a great day. Day 2 of the Student Action Summit here in Tampa, sponsored by Turning Point USA. And of course, you just heard from our very own Maureen Bannon. Before we get into all of this, because we have a very packed day, we want to give a shout out to one of our great sponsors that makes all of this possible. Introducing the new Trump 4547 OTF full auto knife, brought to you by thetrumpknife.com. Celebrate the journey from 45 to 47 with the OTF knife that is a bold tribute for patriots and collectors alike. Head to thetrumpknife.com to secure yours right now. They're beautifully laser etched, have rapid deploy, one-click eject mechanisms, and are triple beveled razor sharp 420 steel blade with massive 8-inch length with a 3.5-inch blade, and is perfect for everyday concealed carry. Hurry, head to thetrumpknife.com. Easy enough to remember, right? Claim your Trump 4547 full auto OTF knife today. 70% off weekend special right now, guys. Don't wait. This is the perfect combination of style, function, and patriotic pride. The Trump 4547 OTF knife is a must-have in your collection. Now, the one-click rapid deployment feature makes it a must-have for use in any situation. Again, just head to thetrumpknife.com and claim your Trump 4547 full auto OTF knife today. Supporting our sponsors directly supports RAB as well. So thank you so much for all of you that head over there. And hey, listen, Christmas is right around the corner, so could be a good gift, Mike.
I like it. And you know what? We all kind of got the memo today that we're in Florida.
Style.
And I think this was not coordinated. to the audience out there, this was not coordinated. This was not planned.
I think we should start telling people that this was planned. We have a group chat. We send our pictures in every morning. We send our outfits. We even try to combine jewelry. All of it.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about that. I mean, just because I actually saw on Turning Point's page, their Instagram page, they were talking about style for TPUSA and what young conservatives wear. Michelle, you're someone who obviously pays attention to a lot of style and fashion. So what is your opinion kind of what you see? Is conservative style become chic again?
Yes, and I actually have such an interesting take about this. Back in the day, and especially if you're on social media, especially for women, right? The idea was to dress in as little clothing as possible. I lived in Miami, so this was a very big thing in Miami. I would say over the past 5 years, there's this new rise. Mike is laughing at me. Listen, I'm following the trends here. I would say there's a new rise in more conservative, classy wear. You can wear beautiful, elegant pieces without showing all of your skin, essentially. And that's really what I'm seeing here today. Gorgeous girls all wearing beautiful pieces, not going to the club, mind you, but just beautiful pieces. A lot of people donning their MAGA hats in dresses. A lot of us, because there's a lot of walking here, in tennis shoes. I have my white tennis shoes on, but nonetheless, there's this trend on TikTok. I know I keep saying it, but I think it's a good reflection of society, of classy style. And that's what a lot of girls are starting to gravitate to. Could this also be because many women are going back to a more traditional lifestyle?
That's right, and we talked about it yesterday when we had Sam Sorbo on talking about how women role models are something that's far and few between. But we saw Megyn Kelly yesterday, who stole the show on day one. I would say her and Tucker were the most talked about yesterday following their speeches.
Immediately trending on Twitter.
They were strong, they were tough, they were talking about Epstein, they were taking no prisoners, and that has social media buzzing today. Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly, their speeches to wrap night one of SAS was electric. And I think Megyn Kelly really is blazing the trail, Michelle, for women influencers and just women in general.
Yeah, I just want to add to that as well. Megyn Kelly is a prime example of someone who has family, has something she's passionate about, focuses on her values, and puts those first above everything, puts God above everything. And I think that really is a great example of a role model, because you can do a little bit of everything. I do want to say that. You can pursue your dreams and passions, but you also can prioritize God and have a family and understand that raising children is a way to honor God and ultimately to honor your family and yourself as well.
And let's also follow up with what we talked about yesterday with the female component, also here at Turning Point USA, and those who are coming up today. Mike mentioned Megyn Kelly last night, Lee Allen Baker coming up today. We have Christy Noem coming up today. We also have Jillian Michaels coming up today, and Riley Gaines. Those are four very powerful women, and I think they've set a bar.
Gabbard.
Yeah, absolutely. So we got some really high, high power, high caliber women who have pursued, Michelle, the balance of career with family. I think there's something to be said about that.
Yeah, 100%. I definitely think there is a balance, right? I don't want to say that you shouldn't pursue your dreams. I worry that sometimes that does get kind of misconstrued, but I always believe, and a mentor actually said this to me, if you put God first and you live by God, everything else will follow. And I think that these women are doing exactly that as they honor Christ and ultimately make this country a better place, gentlemen.
So which speaker today are you guys most excited about? Michelle, we're going to start with you.
I am biased because our very own Steve Bannon will be on the stage today. And I'll tell you what, he doesn't like Elon Musk, does he?
No, he does not like Elon Musk. That was made pretty clear yesterday that he does not like Elon Musk.
I'm going to go with Russell. I'm a tie between Russell Brand, James O'Keefe, who always has some very interesting things to say, and Congresswoman Anna Polioluna. I should have said her when I was talking about the powerful females. I interviewed her for a special. She has a very young son, and talk about the balance of being a congresswoman and also being a mother to a very young son, I think is incredible. She's been able to find that work-life balance in an incredible way, so I'm looking forward to see what she has to say.
Well, let's even look at Caroline Leavitt, right? I mean, she posts pictures of her son inside of the White House. She's working and has her son with her, and obviously President Trump is a very family-forward administration, allows her son to be there, welcomes it.
And we are going to go back to the stage where Chris Pavlovski, the CEO of Rumble, is taking the stage right now. Let's go take a look at that.
We have one of the most important tech entrepreneurs in the country with us, Chris Pavlovski, who is the man behind Rumble. I couldn't tell. We love Rumble. Don't we love Rumble? This entire event is streaming live exclusively on Rumble. Chris, you and I have known each other for a while. We've been through some ups and some downs, but your company's doing amazing.
Yeah, no, I think you're like
one of the first investors in that pool, the first investor in Rumble. When was that? In 2021?
That was early. I was a believer before it was cool.
That's true. This is a fact. Charlie was in that group of first investors that ever invested in Rumble. So thank you for that. That means a lot to all of us and what you've done for the country by investing in a company when free speech was at that time like very taboo with the mainstream media, very taboo with all of corporate media and the corporate world in general. So we were fighting against something all by ourselves. That was post-Parler, a couple months after Parler. It was just Rumble. We were the tip of the spear in fighting for the battle for free speech. Now things have changed since then. But back then, it was just us, and Charlie was an instrumental person in helping us get there.
And let's teleport back to that time. Remember, after January 6th, President Trump was kicked off of Spotify. He was kicked off of Twitter. He was kicked off of Instagram. He was kicked off of Facebook. I think he was kicked off of Pinterest. Like, yeah, Trump is really big into Pinterest. He was kicked off of every social media channel, except he was not kicked off of Rumble. And correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, you guys became the go-to destination for MAGA rallies when nobody else would carry the MAGA rallies.
Yeah, it was a conference in February, a month after January 6th, and we were the only platform in the world. I actually see this as like one of the greatest honors. You know, it's sad that it is, but it's also one of the greatest honors that I've ever had, is to be the platform that held up the voice of the President of the United States and made sure that it wasn't turned off. To me, that is... That was an essential thing, and it really sucks that I was the only person to do that, but you know, we were there, we held it up, we ended up streaming all of his rallies from 2021 and on, and it was the only platform for many years to have the President of the United States on, Donald Trump. And in addition to that, in the background, we, as the president built Truth Social and got that up and running, we became the hosting provider, the cloud provider for Truth Social as well. So not only are we knew after the Parler situation that any of these big tech companies can turn off the lights at any point in time, but we also provided that infrastructure to the president's company as well. So it was an honor. It was the greatest honor, one of the greatest honors of my life, to be able to do that and be the guy to keep those voices going.
Yeah, and so walk us back further. You started this as a YouTube competitor, and you're Canadian, but now American company. What were you thinking when you first started this business? I mean, that you were going to create a video streaming, video library competitor? I mean, how did you even start?
So my politics when we started Rumble were cats and dogs, no joke. It was a video platform that allowed small creators to upload their viral videos. And the reason why is because I started to see the pendulum swing. All the incumbent platforms were starting to preference large corporations, big brands, and really leave behind your friends and family, aunts and uncles, the small creator. So we put a huge focus on the small creator in 2013, built a great business. By 2020, everything hits the fan. Middle of the summer, I get a call from, at the time, the ranking member of the House Intel Committee, Congressman Devin Nunes. And he asks me a simple question. If I bring my podcast to Rumble and I search for my name, am I going to find it? And I'm like perplexed. Is this like some censorship investigation on me? Like, what is going on? And the reality was, if you typed in Devin Nunes in Google or YouTube, you would get CNN hit piece, New York Times hit piece. You wouldn't even be able to find the content from an actual congressman in California of his own voice. You couldn't find it. So he comes to Rumble. Within 2 to 3 months, he gets like 200,000 to 300,000 subscribers on Rumble. Whereas in the past 4 years on YouTube, with road signs in his district, he couldn't get more than 10,000 subscribers on YouTube. So you can kind of see what was really happening there. You could call it censorship, shadow banning, something very, very nefarious prior to the 2020 elections was happening on these tech platforms. So from that moment on, we saw something that was, ridiculous, to say the least, but also it was an opportunity, and we built Rumble to be where it was today. By 2021, we had guys like Vice President J.D. Vance and Charlie Kirk invest in Rumble. And by 2022, we went public on the NASDAQ, and today we're worth roughly around we have a $3 billion market cap on the NASDAQ.
It's an incredible success story. And talk about what it's like in the technology ecosystem. Do you still have your lawsuit active against Google?
Yes, we have multiple lawsuits active. We're suing Google for their monopoly in advertising and search and preferencing. There's multiple different things. We've also have been suing. We've sued a lot of different organizations in the advertising industry. So in the summer of last year, we went after GARM and a bunch of other corporate advertisers that were basically fixing the market to make sure that they weren't advertising on Rumble. X did the same. Elon did the same on suing. We sued exactly the same day with him against GARM. And then 2 days after we filed our lawsuit, GARM disbanded. It just tells you what is going on. For the last 4 years, these companies have been making sure, it's probably way longer than 4 years, 4 to 5 years in the Rumble world, but this probably extends for a decade now. The corporate advertisers have been boycotting all voices on a specific side of the aisle for a very long time, trying to make sure that really, anybody on the right side of the aisle doesn't get any type of economic advantage or economics out of speaking their truth and speaking what they believe. And it wasn't until late last year that you saw companies like Rumble, well, I think we were a little bit earlier, and then obviously X joined in the fight on fighting this corporate world that has shifted all the ad dollars to one side of the spectrum. And now we're starting to see it change a little. GARM disbands, but it's still not enough. It's still really bad. I don't think, Charlie, you don't have the big top 10 companies advertising on your show yet, right?
Not yet, no.
So we're not there yet, but I'm confident with the new administration and the way that the tide is turning that things are going to change, and we're starting to see signs of that.
So what role does crypto and AI play into your business? Anyone here own crypto? All the young men's hands are going to go up. Is there a single young lady that owns crypto? There you go. 3 of them. Crypto is very masculine and very male. What role does crypto play into Rumble? You guys had a very significant announcement recently.
Yeah, so we announced in late last year the largest crypto company, the largest stablecoin in the world, took a strategic investment in Rumble to the tune of $775 million. And you're probably familiar with it. The company name is Tether, USDT, is the stablecoin. So they took a position in Rumble. We closed that in February of this year, and now Tether is one of the largest shareholders of Rumble. One of the greatest things about Tether is, when you combine and you bring in a really large player into your business, and you have the ethos that Rumble has around free speech and how important that is, we've walked away, I remember when they've tried to cancel some of our creators, these corporate advertisers, we'd end up walking away from them and not letting them advertise on Rumble at all because we just didn't agree with with them boycotting specific creators on our platform. And when you get a huge strategic investment that's going to own a huge part of your company, you want them to be firmly believing in the mission that you currently have. And when I met these guys, and up until this day, I have never met people that are so pro-freedom and pro-free speech than the Tether guys. In fact, I was shocked and floored. I'm they're talking to me about technologies that there's no way that they could ever cancel any voice if we implement specific technologies around the Rumble platform. That's how deeply integrated and how deeply they care about freedom and free speech. So having them as our backer and as a massive shareholder and launching products like the Rumble Wallet here in a couple months is amazing for Rumble. It's amazing for our team, and it's amazing for free speech.
So there's several young entrepreneurs in the audience. What advice would you have for young entrepreneurs? What in your journey, because it's been a long one. You've been a tech CEO for nearly 12 years. What have you learned about entrepreneurship and value creation?
I think my example is a little more unique than the typical entrepreneur. For me, I had to walk through fire. I had to deal with things that I never thought I would have to deal with. I had to deal with hit pieces, smear campaigns, corporate media trying to make you look like somebody you're not. It was brutal. And after going through everything that I went through in the very early goings as it was getting thrown at me, you start to realize like why a bunch of these guys folded. They folded because they had no balls. They couldn't do it. And for Rumble, I think the success comes from being really, really strong, having a team that really, really believes in something so deeply that nothing can move us, and that's where our success really came from in the entrepreneur side, and I think that's very different than a lot of businesses out there. There's the perseverance on our team to stand up to corporate media, to call out corporate media, to do the opposite of what everybody's saying. And, we went through COVID. We went through the 2020 elections. We went through a lot of different things. We had providers try to cancel us. We had providers actually cancel us. We had to build our own infrastructure. We had to do everything the hardest way possible. And it was really a team that works 24/7, that cares so deeply in what we do. And they persevered through every single situation. And I think like just having the courage and balls to get it done is what took us to where we are.
So I want to get to some of the live questions on the Rumble chat. What is it not? It's not Super Chat.
No, it's the Rumble chat, and there's people that so on Rumble when you have a live stream, you can communicate to the creator, you can donate to the creator, you can subscribe to the creator, you can I see like live streaming moving in a direction that it's the next iteration of cable TV and talk radio. Cable TV is very like one dimension, and you're just kind of watching your creator or the host or whatever. And on Rumble, you now have the ability to actually communicate to the creator. You can donate, you can tip. It's a two-way conversation. The host now talks with you. You're part of the conversation. You can influence the creator. And I see streaming. It's really infant still right now. We're at that stage, like I would say, 5 years, 10 years away from having like network TV really move into the live streaming space in a more prominent way. But I do believe like the generation here is all about that engagement and all about that chat, and much prefers the live streaming model over.
So here's a question from the chat, and I'll synthesize it because it's kind of all over the place. Free speech is winning in the last couple of years. Donald Trump ran on free speech, and we voted for free speech in November. How? But not every country's America. How are you battling for free speech in, for example, continental Europe? Are you banned in Europe?
Oh yeah, they don't like us too much.
What countries are you banned in?
So we were first banned in China. And then this is kind of a
badge of honor.
Yeah. And this is kind of an interesting story. Then the next place to ban us was a place called France. We got a letter from a French minister saying that you need to shut off this creator, and this creator. Not because they violated our policies, but they didn't like what the creator was saying politically. So we said no. It happened to be creators that were, more on, like it was Russia Today, I think, it was pro-Russian creators. And they said, if you don't turn them off, we're gonna turn you off. So we ended up leaving France. And then Ironically, Russia comes to us to ban some creators, and we said the same thing, go pound sand. And then Russia bans us in Russia. And then we're also banned by Brazil, which was a little bit of a longer story.
By the way, we got to get Bolsonaro out of jail. It's terrible how they're treating Bolsonaro. It's absolutely awful, but yeah.
So a couple of years ago, we got a notification saying to ban a bunch of pro-Bolsonaro supporters on the Rumble platform, and we once again said no, based on the principle of free speech. They didn't violate our policy. It's just political. And so we ended up turning off Brazil. Then we get a letter from Brazil saying, you know what, this guy's okay now. You can turn Rumble back on. No joke. This happened like a couple months ago. It was like Friday night. I'm like, wow, we're coming back to Brazil. This is awesome. So we turn on and light up Brazil. By Sunday night, we get another letter with a litany of creators to basically shut off. And not only that, they ask us for all the data in the United States on those creators to pass. So the Supreme Court, I think Justice Alexander de Moraes, was requesting all of this U.S.-based data and creators based in the United States. And once again, we're like, no. On top of that, we said, we're going to sue these guys here in the United States because they have no jurisdiction. They can't do this. This is completely illegal. So we sued them here in the United States, and we got the motion that we wanted out of that, and that's still continuing we filed an injunction. And Alexander de Moraes ends up calling me a criminal for challenging him in court in the United States. So, you know, it's really bad out there in everywhere in the world right now. There is not a place in the world like United States, and I think that sometimes people forget. What we have here in the United States is not anywhere else in the world at all. The United States.
Amen. So last question here, Chris, and again, I'm going to kind of just summarize it. If, let's just say there was a President AOC or that should motivate you to fight harder, right? Or a President Gavin Newsom or whatever. What could they do to stop Rumble, stop speech online? And, well, it's not nothing. No, that's not true. The government has a lot of power. Soft power is. So, and what are you doing to insulate and protect Rumble so that you can fortify yourself against a tyrannical government that might take power again in the United States?
Here's the good news. I just dealt with that for the last 4 years. So we're pretty insulated and
pretty cancel-proof.
And pretty ready for that moment. So one is they put pressure on the hosting companies to destroy you by canceling you entirely. They send notices to the hosting companies saying you did X, Y, and Z, and next thing you know, you're shut down like Parler. They can't do that to Rumble. Rumble is, when Google goes down, when Amazon goes down, when X goes down, Rumble's still standing all the time. We saw it a couple months ago. And truth, because they're on our infrastructure. So that's one. Number two, we saw like states, California, New York State, Letitia James ended up trying to put a censorship law in New York State to basically force us to do something with respect to moderation and report that to the New York State, which completely violated the First Amendment. And we sued. We opposed it, and we won it, and I think now it's under appeal. But we have been through this fight for the last 5 years under the last administration. So we are ready for whatever comes. And, you know, at the end of the day, the best part is we have the Constitution of the United States. We have the First Amendment, and that is the most important thing, that Constitution, that every American needs to protect, and every judge needs to protect, and every administration needs to protect, and thankfully we have that.
I want to just say Rumble's our primary sponsor here at the Student Action Summit, helping make this all happen. Give it up for Rumble, and download the Rumble app, everybody. Thank you so much, guys. Talk to you soon. Thank you, Chris. Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And welcome back to SAS. I am Mike Crispy, joined with Bo Davidson and Michelle Backus. You are tuned into Real America's Voice as our coverage continues from the Turning Point USA Conference. And I want to thank our incredible sponsor who is making all this possible, Birch Gold. You guys know them and love them. To get a free info kit from Birch Gold, text America to 989898. That is text America to 989898. Secure your financial future. Michelle, are you a big consumer of Rumble content? Finally, no more censorship online. That's something that many people at this conference have dealt with. A lot of influencers here, a lot of media personalities, and it's unbelievable because so many of them have really been very resilient in how they got canceled online, YouTube, and now we have Rumble, which is doing great work, obviously here with Charlie Kirk, restoring free speech for so many patriots here.
Well, in fact, our very own Ben Bergquam had a phenomenal YouTube channel. He's been kicked off, demonetized. I have many friends that have. In Ben Bergquam's case, guess what got him kicked off?
Probably exposing the child trafficking on the southern border, something like that would embarrass Joe Biden.
Oh, well, let's be clear. There are so many creators, right, that are posting nude content, basically pornographic content. But no. Our very own Ben Bergquam was kicked off for saying illegal immigrant. That's where he drew the line.
That's a nice way to put it, illegal immigrant. I call them criminal, illegal aliens who must be deported.
You don't say newcomers?
I'm sorry?
You don't say newcomers?
No, absolutely not.
Oh, Mike Crispy's about to be canceled. Hey, also, we want to mention this as well. War Room.
Wait, newcomers? What are you talking about? No, they're illegals. Gotta go. On delay.
War Room is doing a flag giveaway. Make sure that you stay tuned for that as well. Head over to the War Room socials as well. That's going to be pretty exciting. Take a look at that as well.
Wow, beautiful.
I love the War Room logo. And I'll tell you what, the War Room posse is in full front out here today. They were circling the stage all morning, chanting War Room. I just love seeing it. It brings so much energy here to SAS. And you guys are everywhere, by the way. Don't go anywhere, though. We are live in Tampa, day 2 of the Student Action Summit, sponsored by Turning Point USA. You are watching Real America's Voice. The fun is just getting started. We'll be right back.
back. You are watching Real America's Voice. This is SAS, hosted by Turning Point USA. We are live on the ground in Florida, connecting with so many great Patriots. Bo Davidson, Michelle Backus, I'm Mike Crispy, and now we're going to throw it back to the stage. We have Brandon Tatum, who has just taken the stage. Let's go to that.
Under attack at UC Davis, they tore down our tent. They were acting a fool. And for many of you, you looked at me and you said, Brandon, why did you just stand there and not do more? Because I wanted to preserve the reputation for Turning Point, all right? But you know, if I happen to be there by myself, hey, there'll be some pillows and blankets for all those little liberal non-binaries out there being foolish. But I want to say that the reason that what that represents for me is to stand on your principles, man. Don't let them defeat you. They tried to tear our whole tent down and threaten us. The police did nothing, absolutely nothing. I was appalled that law enforcement officers did not protect us. But you know what? We persevered. We said we do not care what they do. We're going to stand here. We're going to speak on campus because that is our constitutional right. I want to talk about immigration for a minute. Do you know how crazy it is that there are people in our government that are crying, spitting on each other, acting a fool because we would dare make people who are illegally in our country leave our country? I think it's asinine to think that people are going to throw rocks at ICE agents. They're going to shoot guns at them, assault them for doing their doggone job. And I think we should support our ICE agents, and we should support us deporting people who are illegally in the United States of America. Now, I like to be fair, balanced, and nuanced about it. We can show compassion, but you still got to get out of here. You cannot be here in our country illegally. When there were people who stood in line, paid the money, fought to be in this country, waited in line for 3 years, 4 years, 10 years, with family members over here, married to people over here, and they had to wait in line, so your doggone butt have to wait in line. And there's nothing wrong with the United States of America standing on principle. Let me add this. We are not a nation of illegal immigration. We are a nation of immigrants who came here the right way, who add value to the United States of America, who assimilate to the cultures that we created. And let's not forget that. These leftist nut jobs want us to forget it and want to, conflate the difference between the two. There's a big difference. When you come to this country, you got to respect this country. You better love this country, or we're going to kick your butt out of here. Let's get to this Epstein thing real quick. Now, I have a different opinion about it than a lot of people, but I do share the sentiment of probably everybody in this room. How many of you guys think, by raising your hand, that the government is not telling us the full story about what happened with Epstein? All right, I'm in the right place at the right time. I think that these people, and I don't know for whatever reason, there could be reasons, but I don't think they're telling us the truth about Epstein. I think that guy was involved in something nefarious that implicates a whole lot of people. And my guess is that the whole lot of people may happen to be some of our allies and some people that we don't want to have a bad relationship with. But I will say this. People say this about Pam Bundy. I don't know Pam Bundy. I don't necessarily like a lot of stuff that she's done. Rolling out binders that's blacked out and redacted is the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life. And you know what's funny is that I should say this. Somebody asked me to go down there. I said, I'm not finna go down there to put on a show. I'm a grown man with kids. What I look like going down there with binders and stuff? I'm not finna do that silly stuff. And I'm glad I didn't, because what they did was silly, and the American people deserve better. Now, I'll say this, some of y'all gonna be mad at me, but watch my videos, you'll like me later. Pam Bundy, I don't know what she's thinking, but she do answer directly to the President of the United States of America. So whatever she's doing, somebody else knows about what she's doing. And I'll say this about Dan Bongino, because I love Dan Bongino. How many of y'all love Dan Bongino? I like Kesh Patel. I don't know Kesh Patel, but I can say Dan Bongino, in my personal opinion, I do not think he will be the type of person that will see an injustice, that will see people being harmed and not stand up and say something. Now, rumor has it that he didn't go to work the other day because he was disgruntled about what has happened. So I think that we should support people in our government that's willing to stand up. Let's have faith in some of the people that we've been trusting this far, and I think the truth will come out at some point. I think they're finding out how to deliver the truth. Maybe there's some confusion on how to deliver it to the American people. But I say I'm going to have faith in Donald Trump because I believe in him. I think he's a good man. I don't know about Pam Bondi, but the other two, Kesh Patel and Dan Bongino, I think they're good people. So let's just weigh it out. But it's okay to be skeptical. Don't you be a fool and believe everything the government tell you. Have we learned that lesson yet? They lie to us about everything. Every administration. That Donald Trump has done a really good job about it. I think he's been the most honest, but they always deceive us. So don't you listen to everything any president or any political party says at 100%. Always be a person that can think for your doggone self. The only reason that I'm here today, one is because I have my faith in God, and the second is that I know how to think for myself. I have this term that I use in all of my research. If it's too juicy, you better do some research. If it's too juicy, that means the first time you hear it, you're like, oh, that's crazy. But what? Somebody, they did what? Donald Trump did what? Do your research, because there's always something on the back end of that if you just take a little bit of time, you'll find out the full truth. Now I got about 5 minutes, and this is what I came here to really talk to you guys about, all right? Don't get mad at me, okay? Y'all love me? Right? Make some noise if you love B. Tatum. All right, I'm going to try to do this in 5 minutes. All right, I came here to tell you, I hope this land right, do not get married. I told you before, if it sounds too juicy, you need to wait. Don't get married until or unless. My wife's sitting right there. You think I'd be saying don't get married in front of my wife? But I want you guys to understand where I'm coming from with the don't get married thing. I don't want you to rush into running into a marriage and be like 50% of people that get a divorce. Young people, hear me out. And I'm not trying to discourage anybody else's thought. You can decide to listen to who you want to listen to. But I got married in my 30s. We had our first child in our 30s, or at least me and Corinne had our first child in our 30s. And I know a lot of young people feel the pressure, especially you young men. I got to be married. I got to run out here. If your mama and them still paying your bills, you shouldn't be thinking about going on no date with no woman. Can I get an amen? Young men, I tell the young men that work for me this very thing. He say, Brandon, I'm going on a date. I'm going on a date. Why are you going on a date? You should be focused on building your career. You should be focused on finding out who you are, what you want out of life. How are you going to raise a family and you're immature at this point? Young men, focus on yourself. Focus on developing your skill set. Focus on generational wealth. Get your stuff together before you decide you want to go marry somebody. And I'll tell you this is the key sign that you shouldn't be dating. If you think you're going to go on a date with a young lady and you don't know who's going to pay for it, you shouldn't be dating. I'm not getting a lot of claps by young men, but hear me out. I'm not telling you something I read in a book. I'm telling you something I know. Because not knowing who's going to pay tells a few things about where you are in life. One is that you're not ready. You're not financially stable enough to take care of anybody if you can't pay half of a meal. I mean, you can't pay for the full meal, meaning your deserved half that you took out on a date. Women, I see y'all clapping. Y'all finna be mad at me now. Young women, this has come from my heart. There may be a lot of young women in here, or young women that may not get married in your 20s, that may not have children in your 20s. But listen to me clearly. God has got your back. Do not feel the pressure of man to tell you when and where to do certain things. You need to listen to what God has called you to. And while you're waiting, don't be waiting hooking up with people and doing all this old crazy stuff. You need to wait in the Lord. Spend your time volunteering. Spend your time finding out who you are. A lot of times young women rush into relationships and you don't even know who you are. So then you date a guy who don't reflect who you really are. And then you want him to rush and get married, and then you don't like him no more. Why? Because he's lazy. He ain't who you thought he was. He don't treat his mama right. And if you wouldn't have rushed, take your time, wait on the Lord, you will find the right man. Ask my wife. I'm not trying to put on the spot, but I'm just keeping it 100. I got a minute left. I'm keeping it 100. If she would have gave up and said, God don't love me because I'm not married yet, I don't have a child yet, God forgot about me, I'm washed up. If she said that in her 30s, what would she be today? But my wife kept believing in God. And it would be great if all of you guys were married at a young age. Great if you were equipped to be married. And the reason I say don't get married, because you need to be ready to be married. You need to be ready to take responsibility for somebody else. I wish they gave me a little more time. Marriage is not Instagram. Marriage, the people that are married, have been married for a while, your mom and them, they'll agree with me. You got to be ready to be selfless when you're married. You think me and my wife agree every time? No, we don't. I probably get on her nerves. But you got to be mature enough to say, I'm not going to quit in a committed relationship when I made a commitment before God. That takes maturity and growth to get to that point. So don't be weary and well-doing, because in due season you will reap if you don't give up. And I swear I feel it in my heart that young women need to hear this more than young men. Don't get down on yourself. Don't feel like you missed the boat. There's a lot of young women I see on the internet, they feel shame because they ain't married to somebody. It's better for you to wait than to be married to somebody and they unhappy. Look at all these young people that you probably know on Instagram. They wait a little bit. Then you see a picture, they don't have a ring on no more. You're like, wait, what happened to them? You see a picture and all that man that she was all up under his armpit, he ain't even on Instagram no more. Don't get caught up in that. Don't get caught up in that. People will never post online the bad times. They'll never post online the arguments they have. They'll never post on time the difficult time. Having children, I'm going to say this and I'm going to get off this stage, I promise you. Listen, a lot of people are like, I want to have kids, I want to have kids. Wait until you're mature and ready. If you are in a relationship, enjoy your marriage first and then have kids. Trust me. I love my boys. I love my boys. The tall one with the bushy hair. I love him too, and the little one over there that won't go to sleep like he's supposed to. But when they young, you see the picture on Instagram, they cute. Oh, little baby, the little baby, the little baby. No, they You trying to go to sleep? You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I want to be grown, but we got kids. And that young one won't get out the bed, will he? Wave your hand at me if you gonna sleep in your own bed? No, you're not. I know you wouldn't. So I'm trying to encourage you guys to give a different perspective. I'm not trumping anybody else's statements. I'm just saying, God's got your back. Believe that. Everybody in here, you have a purpose, you have a mission. Don't think that because you're not on stage or you're not famous or something that God can't use you. I'm just doing what God has called me to do. You guys all have a calling on your life that's equally as important. If nobody watched my YouTube channel, I wouldn't be anybody. If nobody read the things that I wrote, I wouldn't be anybody. If nobody showed up when I speak, what would I be? So we all are in this together. We all have a mission and a purpose. Your purpose ain't gonna be his purpose ain't gonna be her purpose. But you need to identify your purpose. How do you identify your purpose? Real quick, 30 seconds. Is building a relationship with God. Not a religious ship. It's not about religion. It's not about how many times you go to church. It's not about how many times you do this. That's religion. It's about how many times in the intimate moments of your life that the first thing you go to is God. How many times when you're down and out and you're ready to give up and you said, I'm done with this mess, that you go to God. That's relationship. Times are going to get hard for you young people. It ain't easy. But where do you go to when it gets tough, when it gets rough, when you want to give up, when you want to throw in the towel, your mom and them getting on your nerves, college is taking a toll on you, you're ready to be done with these leftist lunatics, you sick of it. Where do you go? You go to God. All right, I'm going to finish with this because I'm over time. I love you guys. Make sure you meet people here. Make sure you collab with people here. Don't be afraid to talk to people that you don't know, because this is where magic happens. This is where you meet people you're going to network with. Some of y'all may meet your husband or your wife here. Don't be ashamed in the corner walking around with your head down, unapproachable. Come on, y'all. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. Take advantage of it. Do the right thing. Don't get in trouble out here in Tampa. Don't get in trouble out here. The Lord is watching you. But I just want to say thank you guys for being here. Enjoy the rest of SAS. God bless you. God bless America. And I'm out.
Welcome back to Real America's Voice live coverage of Turning Point USA's SAS Summit. That's the Student Action Summit here in Tampa, Florida. We do want to recognize one of our fantastic sponsors. It's one that we had an interview yesterday, Mike Crispy and I had, with XTI Aerospace. And they're revolutionizing the way that world travel works with the TriFan 600, a cutting-edge vertical takeoff and landing airplane that blends the vertical takeoff capability of a helicopter with the speed, comfort, and range of a business jet. Designed to carry up to 7 occupants, the TriFan 600 offers a seamless point-to-point travel experience, lifting off vertically, bypassing traffic and airports, and flying at speeds over 300 miles per hour for up to 1,000 miles. With the ability to land wherever a helicopter can, it eliminates the need for traditional runways, delivering unmatched flexibility and efficiency. Powered by 100% sustainable aviation fuel, the TriFan 600 cuts CO2 emissions by up to 80%, setting a brand new benchmark for environmentally responsible aviation. Now, as global demand grows for smarter, faster, and cleaner air mobility, XTI Aerospace stands at the forefront of the emerging vertical economy. The company's mission aligns with the executive order on unleashing American drone dominance, aimed at accelerating America's innovation in manned and unmanned VTOL aircraft. Backed by a seasoned team with experience certifying over 40 FAA-approved aircraft, XTI Aerospace is actively pursuing FAA certification for the TriFan 600 and is well-positioned to lead the next wave of aerospace innovation. XTI Aerospace is publicly traded on the NASDAQ under the ticker symbol XTIA. What a great, great, great sponsor that we have. And now I'm going to kick it over to Michelle, who's brought a wonderful guest here on set with us.
Oh, a fan favorite. Many of you might have seen him here before, because every time I see him, I beg him to come on stage. He has such a great story, and it's so important, especially for younger kids, to hear this. Standing right next to the great Mike Crispy is DeAndre Rippey. DeAndre is a Turning Point contributor. He also owns a league of Blexit, but here's a very interesting fact. You might not know it right now, but DeAndre actually used to be a Democrat.
No way.
Haven't we all? Haven't we all?
Yes. So the first question, DeAndre, what brought you to the bright side?
The right side. I would say the quick answer to that is facts. You know, because if you're a black and you're from the inner city, you're automatically a Democrat. And I usually ask this question all the time, which is, have you ever met a black Republican that was never once a Democrat? And have you ever met a black Democrat that was ever once a Republican? That means once you see the Republican side and you realize that we're actually conservative and we hold conservative values, then there's no turning back.
DeAndre, real quick, what age did you flip from Democrat to Republican? And what was the final straw?
It was 2017. I just saw the way the fake news operate. And then I started questioning certain things. So a friend of mine, I was at the bar with him. He's a black conservative. I'm like, how can you be a Republican, you black, and you voting for this racist person named Donald Trump? And then he showed me a video when Donald Trump said there are fine people on both sides. And then I said, see? And they like, nope, keep watching. I'm not talking about the KKK or the white nationalists. These people need to be condemned immediately. And it was that video where I started opening up my eyes, and he said, look at the fact that we've been voting Democrat for the past 65 years. What has gotten better in the black community? You can't answer that because it's such an interesting question.
DeAndre, he didn't get the dress memo today of all, tan.
We'll send you the group chat text tomorrow.
DeAndre, I want to ask you this. The left seems to just almost like they're stepping in it. They keep putting up people, Jasmine Crockett, Kamala Harris.
Yes.
And it just seems like they're trying to keep control over the black community. But it's almost like cartoonish and tone deaf. And then like the flag, right? The LGBTIA plus 2Q. They put like the the BLM stripe in there.
And how do you lump us in with that?
How can somebody not understand that it is such a pandering, disgusting mess? What do you make of that?
That's the reason why a lot of black people are actually waking up, because it's only so much we can handle. All the way back in 2016 when Hillary Clinton was running, she said, I keep hot sauce in my bag at all times.
Come on.
What are you talking about, hot sauce? What kind of hot sauce? They never asked the right question. Joe Biden, if you don't know who to vote for out of me or Trump, then you ain't black. And now we have Kamala Harris pretending to be black, and all of a sudden she threw away her Indian story and then just leaned all on black. Look at me, dog. I'm one of y'all.
What about Jasmine Crockett?
Jasmine Crockett, it's interesting. I actually met her years ago.
Really?
She was when she first got selected for Congress. And I was at an event. I was talking to her. She's articulate. She's smart. But now all of a sudden she want to put on this image. Oh, look at me, y'all. I'm from the hood. Girl, you're not from the hood.
Didn't she go to like a private school?
She went to a private school.
Yeah.
She's never been around hood people before. But she think that's the way to get the black support. And it's sickening. It's a disgrace. And
Do you think that's consultants that are telling her to pander to the black community in this way?
Of course. I can tell. Because she was not like that at all. She was not like that at all when I met her. It's like, girl. And you can look at some of her old videos, and you can tell that she don't talk like that. They say, hey, you're going to act like this to get the, they probably use other words.
But they want to keep the black women in line. They look at her and they put her up there to try to do that. She's wearing the Louis Vuitton and getting all angry and yelling and everything.
Exactly.
It's so performative.
The sister act.
Yeah, the sister act.
Yeah.
DeAndre,
use that.
It's all nonsense.
DeAndre, I want to ask you about black churches.
Yeah.
The reason being is that I'm understanding that now that pastors may be able to endorse candidates from the pulpit.
Right.
How influential is the black church on the black vote? And specifically, considering how conservative a lot of black Americans are, why aren't they preaching more conservative politicians?
Well, I think this comes down to the black community in general. We lack accountability, and we also feel as if we need a leader. We need a voice. So they can say they're the voice for us, they're looking out for us, they're going to do this for us, and we just fall for it. You never hear of anything of any other demographic talking about a voice. We have to have a black leader, Al Sharpton, Jesse Jackson. Why do we need this? Why can't we lead ourselves? Why can't we lead our families? So we just lack accountability.
But it is influential, right? I mean, these black pastors that are pushing people like Kamala Harris, that works.
Yes.
Highly influential.
Yes, and I got into the debate with a black pastor about abortion. I mean, what does the Bible say? God knew you before you was in the womb. So you're actually, how can you be a pastor and you're promoting everything that goes against the Bible? And they can never answer that question. But it is highly influential because people just need someone to listen to. But we need to get out of that. And there's a lot of this black pastors here. And I'm so happy that more and more are actually coming out and preaching the word.
DeAndre, speaking of, this is a Student Action Summit, really rallying younger people to get involved, turn out the vote. Of course, we're looking ahead at the midterms as well. You yourself, very vocal with your beliefs and views, which is just phenomenal. I think you're such an inspiration. Nonetheless, though, we've all lost friends for speaking up and speaking the truth, essentially. I'm sure you're no different.
Oh, yeah.
Talk about that experience, because I think that's really hard, especially for some kids here that are younger and trying not to submit to that woke pressure.
You know what? You're so right. So I have a niece, my oldest niece, actually. She came out, she was a Trump supporter, and everybody shunned her for it. Like, even her sisters, and she started crying. She called me about it. Actually, I introduced her to Charlie Kirk, so she was really happy about that. But not only do you lose friends, and even some family members will turn their backs on you, but you gain a lot of great people. You gain a lot of great friends. I mean, Michelle, you and I became pretty good friends. So that's actually the plus side of it. But if you're going to remove me out of your life because of my political views, and you don't deserve to be in my life in general.
I like that. So, it's so hypocritical. The party of tolerance.
Exactly. Not tolerant at all. They're the most intolerant mean, disgusting people. I went to an event that Barack Obama was hosting, and I wore a MAGA hat.
No way.
I got called the worst names by white liberals or white savior complex. They are the most worst racist people out there. Even Malcolm X warned us about them. But I got called the worst names, and then I went to a Trump event with a Black Lives Matter hat on, and I got nothing but love. That was just an experiment that I was doing. And it goes to show that what they tell us is not true.
I want to ask you, President Trump made really big gains with black men. However, black women still seem to be skewing disproportionately to the Democrat side. Where do you think that divide is? Why do you think it's falling on those demographic lines between black men and black women?
Yeah, I say black men, well, men in general, we're logical thinkers. And women are just emotional. They make decisions based off emotion. I'm going to throw it out there. It is what it is. But men are logical thinkers, and I think we're more open-minded. And you tell a black woman all the time, every day growing up, it's in our music. You are a strong, independent black woman. You don't need a man. You don't need to listen to a man. You are a strong, independent black woman. You need to be a single mother that's being validated. So when they preach these values that's been instilled upon them, they just lean on it, and there's no turning back.
Well, let's talk about the subject of logic or lack thereof. Let's talk about New York and Mondami there. What is your opinion in terms of, I listened to him speak.
I don't get it.
And I got to say that he is a good speaker, but I see elements of Barack Obama in that too.
Exactly.
Great speaker, great orator, terrible politics. What are your thoughts?
Well, he's actually worse because Barack Obama did all these terrible things. This guy is saying what he's about. This is straight communism. I'm still waiting to wake up from it. I don't think this is real. I really don't think this is real.
And he checked African American on his college application.
That's another thing. Like, come on, I'm looking right at you.
Democrats outraged
I'm looking right at you. It's so sickening. When a Democrat selects someone, they always pick someone to be the first black or the black person, but they're not ever black. Kamala Harris, she's not black. Barack Obama is not really. He's just as much white as he is black. They always pick these people.
Mondami is as black as Donald Trump.
Yeah.
So, like, what if Trump picked that on it? Put that on
exactly. Well,
DeAndre, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for
always,
having me on.
such a pleasure. We're so happy to have you on the Republican side.
I appreciate it. I'll always appreciate it. And I just want to mention there's a Brexit Liberation event going on tomorrow at 4 o'clock at the Ritz. Get tickets at Brexit.com.
Where?
The Ritz right here.
In Tampa.
Yeah, right here in Tampa. Brexit Liberation, there's going to be debates. There's going to be music. There's going to be great speakers, Officer Tatum, Nancy Mace. But get tickets at Brexit.com. And also follow me, Mr. Rippey Unfiltered.
Love it.
Love it.
DeAndre, thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it.
I appreciate it.
And now let's return to the Turning Point USA stage with actress Lee Allen Baker. You may know her from the Disney show Good Luck Charlie. Let's take a listen.
Fired, condemned, dropped by friends, but God. God had other plans. In June of 2024, he plopped me on stage at TPUSA's Young Women's Leadership Summit. And those girls, let me tell you, they breathed a fierce breath of life, of love into me. And my purpose grew stronger, my connection to God grew stronger, and my love for your generation grew stronger. So just to catch you up to speed on my situation, I fled Mussolini's California. Literally overnight. And don't fall for the slick hair gel nice guy routine. He's wanting to be president in 2028. Don't elect this dude. I'm telling you, he will burn this country down just like he did California. So after being locked down for 58 days, I drove by a quarantine camp for kids up the street from my house. No joke. I came home, looked my husband in the eyes, and said, I'm leaving tomorrow with the kids and the good dog. We hope you join us. Spoiler alert, both my husband and the bad dog joined us. Then I unknowingly was captured in this little video that swept the nation, speaking out against mask and vaccine mandates at the Williamson County School Board meeting. I mean, I've spoken at a Los Angeles School Board meeting and no one cared. I had no idea that little Williamson County was the hotbed of anarchy. Yes, the First Order. And I was recruited as Darth Mom. The next day, articles and posts went viral about the racist, sexist, homophobic mom from Good Luck Charlie, a very threat to our democracy and our lives. I got death threats, rape threats, lots of messages hoping that my ugly children would die. Excuse my language, but I got lots of dick pics in my DMs. And if anyone is watching who sent those vulgar pics, that was really hard for me to see, because they were teeny tiny. I even did this. I did this. Nothing. Then I, along with many other parents who used our First Amendment rights to protect our children, I was labeled a domestic terrorist by the President of the United States. He said that about your mom. And here we are. Oh, and one more thing. I have a new television series coming out at the end of August called A Week Away, streaming on Angel. So the cancellations were fabrications and did not work. Contrary to popular belief, the far-left extremists cannot wave their magic wand and make people disappear. I mean, who do they think they are, the Clintons? However, now I got a bigger problem. I don't know about the rest of you, but I got a big problem with the global elite one world order divide and conquer propaganda being forced down our throats. Constant brainwashing, manipulating, indoctrinating, where they rule and we submit. Their greatest weapon, AI. And kids, it's your generation they're after. The radical left NGOs have commandeered education, health and science, weather, news, politics, sports and entertainment, basically the entire board game of Trivial Pursuit. But their pursuit isn't trivial. It's world domination. And it's not a game. Their plan isn't fun or even for our safety. It is a very calculated strategy to destroy our current system so they can build their new one world order. Sounds scary. And it could be. But God. His words tell us in Romans 12:2, do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Now, I recently came across this book called The Fourth Turning, where historians have discovered a very clear pattern of historical events and generational cycles that they call turnings, where each generation shapes and is shaped by the time or the turning in which they live. Now, they did not name a specific event, but anticipated a period where America would be challenged to the core, eventually leading to complete and unrecognizable transformation or a rebirth. Now, bear with me here. The first turning is called the high. It's compared to the season of spring. It's post-World War II, the mood and the energy around the high. It's one of confidence, rebuilding, teamwork, order. Society has united together to rebuild after crisis. These events shaped the generation known as boomers. They are value-driven leaders and visionaries. The second turning is the awakening, the season of summer. Events from civil rights movement to Vietnam protests and sexual revolution create an energy of passion and questioning, resulting in people rebelling against institution. Gen X was birthed in the awakening. They are independent, pragmatic, resilient. The third turning is the unraveling, the season of autumn, where culture wars, 9/11, and the rise of individualism create an environment of cynicism, of fragmentation, disunity. Culture becomes distrustful and fractured. This is the turning that birthed the millennial generation. The problem solvers. Now, are you ready for the fourth turning? The fourth turning is called the crisis. It's the season of winter. Or as Shakespeare said, it is a winter of our discontent. Or as Joe Biden said, well, prepare a dark winter. This is the era we are in now. Doesn't that sound fun? You were born in the crisis turning, where the Great Recession, COVID, riots, social division, cultural confusion, AI, and geopolitical conflict create an atmosphere of danger and urgency, where our very survival is threatened, leading us to total destruction or, hear this, rebirth. You were not born by accident. You were born on purpose and for a purpose in the middle of the storm. You are living in a time of unraveling. Institutions are collapsing. Truth is blurred. Children are trafficked. Criminals run free. Lists get lost. It is no wonder that people are anxious, angry, or numb. It often feels like the world is ending. But God. God has a history of raising his strongest warriors during the darkest hours. This moment, this era, is not your burden. It's not your fault. It is your birthright. We are living through what historians call a fourth turning, a time of upheaval. Systems shattered, trust decimated, but there's a pattern. And these moments always come before rebirth. Every time this happened, through plagues, wars, revolutions, God raises up a generation not to be a spectator on the sidelines, to merely watch the collapse, but to lead the renewal. Gen Z, you are that generation. But do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Make no mistake, these globalists are working overtime to shape you, break you, scare you, own you. They have Gen Z in their crosshairs. With algorithms, with empty ideologies, with fear and distractions. Many of your peers are submerged in cultural conformity disguised as rebellion. They think men and women's sports is equal rights. They think forced injections are for the greater good. They think killing a baby is reproductive care. They think the chemical and surgical castration of prepubescent children is mental health and parental obligation. They think Diddy is innocent, lists don't exist, and Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. With endless scrolling, rage content, algorithm-driven identity, the crisis is not just physical. It's spiritual. In Ephesians 6:12, the Bible tells us, "For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms." They want you scrolling instead of serving, obsessing over comparison instead of being who God made you to be, consuming instead of producing, echoing instead of thinking, hiding instead of leading, fearing instead of thriving. That is not your calling. You were not born to conform. You were born to transform. Yeah, I know you're young. I know you don't have a bunch of life experience, but God. In Scripture, when God wanted to renew or redirect history, he called upon the young. Jeremiah said, I am too young, but God made him a prophet to the nations. David was a teenager tending sheep when he was anointed king. Mary was a young woman when she said yes to bearing the Savior of the world. 1 Timothy 4:12 has a message for you guys. Let no one despise you for your youth, but set the believers an example in speech, in conduct, in love, in faith, in purity. Don't say, I'm just a kid. Don't say, oh, what do I know? Don't say, my voice doesn't count. Don't say it's too late. Do not say the world is too far gone. Because every fire that looks to be down to its last ember, but God. God makes beauty from ashes, and his flames are refining. See, you are stepping into history's most decisive role, not as passive victims of collapse, but as authors of renewal. The world keeps mocking that Gen Z will be the downfall of our country. Lie. Not in this room. I believe in you. I love you guys. I believe in you. And you and you and you. You are not a generation of screen addicts or victims of chaos. You are capable, bold, wise beyond your years. Don't you see God is using you, crafting you, shaping you, molding you to spread his glory over a nation that is decimated by propaganda, oligarchic overlords, and greedy corporations. Gen Z, you are not the destruction of our country. You are the hope for it. So I challenge you to not just be a critic hiding behind a screen, but to be a builder. We all can easily see the problems: injustice, corruption, division, hate, where good is evil and evil is good. Do not consume their cultural programming. It's meant to wear you down, to break your spirit. Become unbreakable. Do not compare yourself to the fakes of Instagram. No one's telling me is that flat unless they're doing this. If you cannot get away from your scroll, fill your scroll with good. Fill it with scripture. Consume food made by God, not Kellogg. Listen to music that is a conduit to your creator, not a fast pass to insanity. Forrest Frank, Doja Cat, I'm just saying, you have a choice. Instead, be the generation of mothers and fathers that stay together. Shore up your family. Be the homeschool co-op educators. Be the intentional builders of close-knit communities. Be the healers, not the drug pushers. Be the technologists with uncompromising ethics. Be the poets and reformers, the musicians that fill the world with hopeful, intentional, uplifting music at a healing frequency. Be the rebel that grows your own organic food. Make art that reflects love. Make babies. Babies are the biggest blessing this world has to offer. You are not the end of something broken. You are the beginning of something better. Rebellion is easy. Renewal takes courage. Joshua 1:9 is my favorite scripture. Have I not commanded you, be strong and courageous, do not be afraid, do not be discouraged, for the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. Now, this scripture has carried me through the last 5 years. God himself commands me to be strong and courageous, so I am. He commands me to not be afraid, so I'm not. But you know what I totally missed in the scripture? I literally glossed over it until I sat down to write this speech. He also commands, do not be discouraged. So not only do you not have to be afraid, you don't even have to be discouraged. Esther was told, who knows but you have come to your royal position for such a time as this? I tell you today, you were born in the chaos. You were not born for the chaos. Not to run from the storm, not to join the storm, but to calm it. You are here to renew what is good and true. So to you, Gen Z, and all who influence them, do not conform. Do not be discouraged. Do not delay. Let your mind be renewed. Let your spirit be bold and courageous. Let your hands start building. And while Good Luck Charlie may be an entertaining, nostalgic, much-needed escape from the world, let me assure you that life has nothing to do with luck. It most certainly does not have anything to do with wishing upon a star. It is about firmly planting your roots in rich soil and growing. It's about faith that although you were born in the middle of this storm, it's here to make you stronger. So be grateful, be brave and courageous. Do not be discouraged, because in this storm you will bend, but you will not break. Our very history tells us that you are not the end of a broken world. You are the answered prayer for a better one. Guys, I just want to pray over you right now, pray with you right now. God, I thank you for your grace, mercy, and abundant love. Of all the people throughout history, you have purposefully called each one of us together to do life together. Help us to be the hands and feet of your Son, Jesus, to love, to heal, to help. Father, I ask that you bless us in miraculous ways we never saw coming. That wisdom would reign, that clarity would be undeniable, that truth would triumph, and that the fire of courage would never dim, that we would shine your light for others to see, and that your voice would lead us onward, towards restoration, forward into the renewal this world so desperately needs. Amen. Real quick little tag on here. I want to talk to you about worrying about what other people think of you. It's bogus. Don't fall for that trap. You will never please everybody all the time, ever. We love you guys. You guys got to be strong and shore up and speak the truth. Where one voice speaks, I'm telling you right now from an experience, many will follow. It takes just one voice to stand up for many. Then many will join and be voices of plenty. I guarantee you. The Bible tells us in Proverbs 29:25, the fear of man brings a snare. Don't fear him. But whoever leans on, trusts in, and puts his confidence in the Lord is safe and set on high. I love you all. God bless you all. And good luck, Gen Z.
welcome back to Real America's Voices coverage of Turning Point USA's SAS Summit in Tampa, Florida. I'm Bo Davidson alongside Mike Crispy. We do want to recognize one of our fantastic sponsors, and that is BigTrumpKnife.com, introducing the biggest Trump victory knife, and that's brought to you by BigTrumpKnife.com. Now, Patriots, if you're looking to make a statement in 2025, and Mike Crispy and I are certainly with our linen suits on, this is the knife that does it. It's the Big Trump Victory Knife, a massive 10-inch fixed blade knife, precision forged to honor President Trump's historic 47th victory. Now, this isn't some cheap knockoff, guys. It's built for true Americans, featuring a 6-inch razor-sharp stainless steel blade, an American flag pack-a-wood handle engraved with Donald Trump, and a tactical belt sheath included. This is the largest Trump knife ever made, and it's available only at BigTrumpKnife.com. That's BigTrumpKnife.com. Not sold in any stores. And there are only 250 knives that have been made. It's extremely limited, and they're going fast. So don't wait. Go to BigTrumpKnife.com right now. That's BigTrumpKnife.com. Again, very, very easy to remember, BigTrumpKnife.com. Mike, the question is do you have a BigTrumpKnife.com?
Well, you know, they said 250. Now there's only 249 because I just got one while you were reading it. So only 249 available. Better go get your Big Trump knife.
That's exactly right. And Mike, in our continued coverage here of Turning Point USA SAS Summit, we just heard from Lee Allen Baker. I got to say that I was kind of captivated by that presentation. She prayed over the audience, which is very critical. I think, Turning Point has a very strong connection to faith. And I think faith isn't important in our younger generation. It's important to establish that. It's important to encourage it, too.
100%. I think that the thing about Turning Point USA is that we get such a diverse array of people and perspectives. We have people who are giving us a message rooted in faith. We have people who are giving us a message rooted in foreign policy. We have people who are giving us a message rooted in law and order and domestic justice. So it really is amazing the span of the speakers and what they cover here, and all of that culminates together to make this very unique, incredible MAGA movement, Bo.
You better believe it. And let's go back to the stage now where we have Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna speaking. Let's take a listen.
And it's where thank you. And it's where I was able to put myself through college. Eventually, I ended up taking the MCAT twice and had this goal and objective of becoming a military physician. But it was during my gap year when I was volunteering as a counter-trafficking activist that I really had my turning point moment. You see, prior to 2016, then candidate Trump was talking about the correlation with an open border and human trafficking. And I think most people will agree that open borders hurts people on both sides. Here I was, a female Hispanic veteran, granddaughter of immigrants, and I argued that it wasn't racist or xenophobic to want border security, yet I was called a race traitor. They would actually always make fun of me and call me a coconut. It means that you're brown on the outside or white on the inside, of which I would always respond, well, I'm more like a vanilla wafer, and that seemed to really tick them off. But in my opinion, if you're given a position of power or a platform and you don't speak out against injustices, you're just as complicit as the injustice that occurred. And I noticed something. I saw that the media was lying. I kept seeing these images of women and children, yet the very same media outlets weren't talking about the rape, the trafficking, whether it was labor for sexual purposes that was taking place. I made a video like any good millennial will do, and it went pretty viral, talking about why I believed in border security and why I supported President Trump. And eventually I was invited to an event called the Young Women's Leadership Summit, which if you've been there today, shout out to all the women in the audience. It was at that event I realized I wasn't the only one. And shortly thereafter, I kid you not, one day before I was supposed to go to medical school, Charlie Kirk calls me and says, "Hi, Anna, my name's Charlie Kirk, and I'd like to offer you the job as the National Hispanic Outreach Director for Turning Point USA." So I literally, thank you. I had 24 hours to decide what I was going to do. Was I going to go down one path, which was medicine, or was I going to go down a very different path that seemed like I was being pushed in the direction of politics? And after thinking about it and talking to one of my mentors, I realized that I could help people in a way that I probably could have never dreamed of through medicine, and that was through legislation. The impact and the reach I would be able to have, I could actually potentially bring the change and be the change that I wanted to see happen in this country. So in 2020, I decided to run for office. And in 2020, I was not successful, but when you fail, you try again, and you will be successful, I promise you that. Everyone remembers that BLM was a summer of love, and I promise you, I'm not just telling you this to bore you. I'm not just telling you this to make you feel bad about the life and circumstances which I was born into. But this all correlates, because when you're in your biggest struggles, I do believe it's God putting you there, preparing you for something. In 2022, despite being outspent $12 million to 1, having my own party back a pedophile defense attorney against me, I won my election. And it was a massive learning curve. You would think that when you go to Congress that they send you there and they want to teach you how to legislate and they want to teach you how to put forward and do the right thing, but they don't. They want you to go up there, go to the lobbyist parties, they wine and dine you, but they don't actually want you to advocate and do what you promised to do on the campaign trail. So I read the rule manual. It's crazy what happens when you read books. Read it multiple times, in fact. And shortly after getting elected, I had this egregious hit piece come out from the Washington Post. Just real quick, how do we feel about the Washington Post? I told you a little bit earlier about the background in which I came from, and this hit piece tried to discredit everything about my life. They tried to say that I was a registered Democrat in the state of Washington, of which they had to retract because that's provably false. They actually were able to access my military records as a sitting member of Congress, contact my old supervisors trying to dig up dirt on me. They reached out to my mom and asked for proof of death that my grandmother passed away HIV positive. They even went as far as saying that I made up my father's incarceration record. Little did they know that I had receipts for all of that, but they didn't want to print the truth because people like me on the left, we're not supposed to exist. We're supposed to be Democrats, we're supposed to be leftists, and we're supposed to embrace, especially if you're Hispanic, we are supposed to embrace open borders. They want us to pretend that all Hispanics are legal and say nothing about labor trafficking or child trafficking affecting our communities. And I'm not going to be silent on that matter. Had that article not come out, had I not have the facts to back me, Time magazine would never investigate it, and even though their hit piece was meant to destroy me, it actually ended up empowering me. In fact, Time magazine named me as the next 100 most influential people in the world next to J.D. Vance. In that same congressional cycle, so in the 118th Congress, I was the member of Congress that censured Adam Schiff for his hoax in the Russia collusion and going after President Donald Trump. And I was also the member that led the fight against Merrick Garland, a corrupt attorney general who protected Joe Biden in his cognitive decline, and 4 Republicans voted against holding Merrick Garland in inherent contempt. It just goes to prove the corruption that we have within our own party that needs to be flushed. Drain the swamp indeed, and the swamp is real, I promise you that. In 2024, because of my work and efforts in the previous Congress, I was charged with a task force to investigate some of the most grisly crimes in U.S. history, starting out with the assassination of John F. Kennedy. What I can tell you, and I would say that this model of transparency in the declassification of the JFK records is literally what they should be doing with Jeffrey Epstein. The administration released tens of thousands of documents, and I will say credit due where it's deserved. The CIA director, Radcliffe, was the only CIA director in U.S. history who was able to release something called the Joe Neady's files. What this file proved, and it had been hidden for over 60 years, was without a doubt, and this is not my analysis, this is not my opinion, this is based on evidence that we have backings on. Without a doubt, the CIA engaged in a cover-up of the JFK assassination. The CIA lied to Congress. Joe Neady's, who was a CIA operative, did indeed have contact and was observing Lee Harvey Oswald, who in my opinion was a patsy and cover for multiple shooters in the assassination of John F. Kennedy. If you would have said that last year, a couple years ago, they would have called you a conspiracy theorist. Yet every single person in this room knows conspiracy theory is only a matter of time before it's proven correct. See, for most members of Congress, their job is just to vote. But for me, it's far much more than that. It is to weed out the systemic corruption infecting the cancer on this country. And the only way that you can do it, you don't make peace with evil, you don't make peace with corruption, you destroy it. Which brings me to my next thing. These LA riots, these anti-ICE riots. When I saw those, I looked at this from an activist perspective. Who's funding these riots? Where are they coming from? Right? Follow the money trail. Now, credit due where it's deserved, because I don't believe that this woman deserves enough credit, but there are two people that actually helped flesh out these connections on the financial ties. The first one is an individual by the name of Data Republican. Her name's Jenica on X. And the other person who I think probably might be here today is Laura Loomer. Now I want to tell you what I learned. And when we were able to discover some of the work of these citizen journalists, we were able to actually send out letters requesting testimony, and I'll get to that in a second, to an individual by the name of Neville Singham. Now, when you look at Neville Singham's background, he's a billionaire Marxist who was made a billionaire by taking money from the Communist Chinese Party. The money then transferred from the CCP to an organization called the Party for Socialism and Liberation, of which then turned around and organized these anti-ICE riots. But why all of a sudden Mexican flags? Do you guys remember the Summer of Love and these mostly peaceful riots? They were BLM flags. In fact, the Democrat Party used a dead black man by the name of George Floyd to fundraise for their 2020 election, and no one wants to talk about that. The main difference between that and then is nothing, just a different flag. And in fact, they're doing the same thing. They're using the guise of targeting people based on race, social, economic class, changing the flags, fundraising off of it, and using it for political talking points. It's not really about immigrants. It's not really about protecting innocent people. It's not about women and children. And as you saw on some of these farm raids that just took place yesterday in California, our own government was able to free multiple children that were being hired to work on these, not even hired, they were being forced to work on these farms. And I think everyone in this room will agree that child labor and exploitation is unacceptable in a free country. Now, what I will say is there's a really good movie. Who's seen the movie Kingdom of Heaven? Okay, if you guys haven't seen that movie, you really need to watch it. It's a great movie. But there's a quote in that movie, and it really resonates with me. It says, "Your soul is yours keeping alone. Even those who presume to play you be kings or men of power. When you stand before God, you cannot say, 'But I was told by others to do thus,' for their virtue was not convenient at the time. This will not suffice. Remember that." It means that every single person here has a choice to do the right thing. It doesn't matter what position you're at, but if you're in a position of power and you choose to not do the right thing, watch out. See, this party is no longer our grandfather's GOP. We've changed, and I think that that's evident. We are the People's Party. We value truth and understand that only through transparency can that be accomplished through trust. We defend the Second Amendment. We understand that children are a blessing, and the backbone of a strong country is the nuclear family. We understand that forever wars only hurt us, and that it is only truly accomplished with peace through strength. We embrace the famous words of one nation under God, with liberty and justice for all. It is your responsibility and obligation to stay in the fight, to rise to the occasion and be our next generation of leaders and fighters. Thank you. I'm not the only one that needs you. This country needs you. And I can tell you that based on what I've seen in Washington, D.C., I can promise you I'm not going to be there in the next 20 years. I don't want to. It's corrupt, and we need your help to truly drain the swamp. Together, we will keep this country great. Turning Point's just informed me, too, that I have a couple minutes to take some questions from the crowd, so I'm going to be opening it up to you guys in a minute. But I do want to say this. I didn't do this job because it was convenient. In fact, it's quite the opposite. It's incredibly hard. It's a big sacrifice for the family, but I'm doing it because it's the right thing to do. Because right now we need young leaders who will speak the truth, sometimes calling out our own party. If we don't have your voice, we will lose this country, and you're seeing that with some of the elections taking place around this country. Now, everyone says every election is truly important, but when you see them electing open communists, when you see money coming in from the Communist Chinese Party, when you see systemic government corruption, I'm telling you right now, we need your voice to fight it. God bless all of you. Thank you so much for being here today. God bless the state of Florida, and God bless this great American country. Now, if you guys can please line up here, I'll take some questions from the audience. Right over here, find a microphone, and we'll go from there.
Hi. I really respect all of the work that you've done on the pro-life movement and speaking out against abortion and all of the things that Planned Parenthood and the abortion industry is doing against unborn life. I would love for you to speak a bit about the IVF industry and then what that also does for unborn life and what we need to be concerned about with in vitro fertilization.
I actually think that I hold the same position that the president does, and that IVF can be done in a responsible fashion. What I will tell you is that I think the conversation surrounding that, though, right now is very convoluted. In my experience and from what I've heard, when people are being impacted by fertility issues, and this goes into what's in our food product, what people have been exposed through the medical industry, and why there's such a big population decline right now. I have actually been one of the few Republicans to co-sponsor legislation on that exact topic. And so I think the whole idea that there is an IVF industrial complex does prevent, I guess, the discussion on if you have a one-to-one embryo transfer and you respect it in that sense, how much of a beautiful thing it can be for actually families that struggle with infertility. But again, it takes a responsible conversation, and I think that we have to not run from those conversations, but have them face to face.
And then on your right, this will be the last question.
Hi, my name is Mayan, and I was wondering if you thought that we would ever have a female president as a female congresswoman.
Yeah, I think that it's going to probably happen in my lifetime, but I think that when someone's running for president, they should not run on the fact that they're just a woman. I think that qualifications get us there. But on that same topic, I do think that there's going to be many Democrat females running for president in the next election cycle, and I think that they're going to run on a few things. I think that they're going to run on immigration. They're going to run on the images of deportations. And so it's going to take everyone, whether or not you're a man or a woman, taking a stand against them and their propaganda machine. I want to take a few more questions, though. There was a lot of young kids lined up, so if that's okay with you guys, if you guys can just, some of the kids that came back over here. Thank you. Spot's on you. Hold on, wait 1 second so there's a mic so they can hear. We'll take 5, so rock, paper, scissors.
Congresswoman Luna, I have a lot of respect for you as a congresswoman because you sponsor legislation that would give child abusers the death penalty. That's a big reason why I respect you. I got a question. What type of work have you done with the Trump administration to crack down on child abusers, especially right near the southern border, and what more is there to be done?
I'm really glad that you asked this question. So what you're not noticing in the press and the media, any mainstream outlet aside from, I think, Fox News and then, of course, some of the independent networks, is this administration has done an incredibly amazing thing in deporting actual rapists, child exploiters, all of it. In fact, just today was announced that they actually found 10,000 of the over 300,000 missing children under the Biden administration. Now, it's not up to the White House, though, for the policy changes. It actually has to come from Congress. And so I'm going to call out my own party. Why have people not got on board to legislation to increase the mandatory minimums for child rapists and pedophiles in this country? Should it not be the platform of the pro-family party and the GOP to do that? So yes, we absolutely have to get aggressive, but there's been a lot of lethargy and frankly, people who don't want to take tough votes, but in my opinion, pedophiles deserve the death penalty. There's no rehabilitating a predator.
Congresswoman Luna, thank you for all the work you've done on releasing the JFK files and trying to get the Epstein files released. A good friend of yours, Steve Bannon, who I'm also a huge fan of, did an interview with Jeffrey Epstein in 2019, and he recorded almost 15 hours of footage interviewing Jeffrey Epstein. There has never been an interview with Jeffrey Epstein publicly released, except some of the depositions and whatnot. Would you ask Steve Bannon to release this footage now? Because I think it's very relevant and might give us some insight into what Jeffrey Epstein's motivations are and whatnot.
Well, I think you just asked him for us, right? That's actually the first time I'm hearing of that. But yeah, I'd be very interested in seeing that footage, and I think the American people would too.
Moving into the 2026 midterms, how do we get over the trend that the party in the White House loses seats in Congress, and just how do we move forward?
Well, according to the polling I'm seeing, we're not losing any seats. That's I think that's a historical record will reflect that. But again, I feel like 10% of us in Congress do 90% of the work. And so it's our whole goal and objective to push the party into codifying and getting off our bums and actually doing the right thing by maybe doing our jobs in Washington. And so if you guys can continue to help with that message, that would be great. Thank you guys. God bless. We'll talk soon.
Back to SAS, the Student Action Summit, hosted by Turning Point USA. You are watching Real America's Voice, and want to thank our great sponsors who are making all of this incredible weekend coverage possible. And of course, you guys know them and love them. Birch Gold, a longtime sponsor of this network. Guys, to get a free gold info kit from Birch Gold, text America to 989898 right now. You got to make sure you protect your financial future. Do that with Birch Gold today and text America to 989898. Guys, a really fun day. Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna. Bo, she's a star. We were talking about it while she was speaking. A really bright future in the GOP. And she has been a really, really bold truth teller over her, I believe, only 2 terms of Congress, but she's made a huge impact, Bo.
She has, and as I mentioned yesterday, she's a mom, a young mom too, to a young boy, and I think it's amazing that she's been able to balance her life and her career as a congresswoman in the House of Representatives right now. And you said it, like, bright future. I think there's a lot to like about what she's saying. She can't be stumped as she was taking questions in there. And also, another element I think to what she's doing is understanding the opposition. She mentioned what Democrat congressmen are going to run on, which is immigration. They're going to run on those images. They're going to run on abortion. They're going to run on all. And so she understands what the opposition is doing, which I think for our side is important to understand what the opposition is actually trying to do.
She's very in touch with the base. You know, she was bold on the Kevin McCarthy for Speaker thing. The base did not want him as Speaker. She was doing that. And then she was really, really good about the Epstein stuff over the last couple of weeks, Michelle.
Yeah, 100%. And I think we are going to head back to the stage right now. Another great familiar face there. Bo, you seem to be a fan of him.
Am I?
He loves the show. Bo loves Naked and Afraid. It's his favorite show.
I just love Naked and Afraid. Yeah, of course. Jeff Zausch is a survivalist and the host of Naked and Afraid. We are neither naked nor afraid, but let's go to that stage right now.
I was thinking it was a workshop or something. I'm like, what do you guys want me to teach? You know, like primitive hunting, shelter building in the jungle. They're like, no, Jeff, we want you to talk. And I'm like, you guys know what I do for a living, right? I literally, spear electric eels and wrestle alligators. And they're like, no, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. It's okay. So, Lord be with us. All right. You guys, usually I'm a bit too feral for big events like this. Okay, but actually, this is the first time anybody has explicitly asked me to put clothes on for a speech. True story. True story. They had to make sure I knew that. So you're welcome. But you guys, my name is Jeff Zausch, and most of you probably know me as that guy from Naked and Afraid who spends way too much time running around the wilderness trying not to die. Okay, and unlike the polished, brilliant speakers we've heard from this weekend and today, like Congresswoman Luna, Scott Jennings, and others, I'm probably the only guy up here that's wearing a dirty cowboy hat, sporting a few too many scars, and can honestly say that I've eaten more snakes and bugs for dinner than I'd like to admit. But I'm actually talking about something deeply important today. What does it mean to be a conservative in today's world? Conservatism isn't just about politics, all right? It's about optimism, hard work, resilience, and courage. And these aren't just buzzwords either, they're survival skills. Let me tell you from experience, when you're surviving out there in the Philippine jungle, suffering, starving with 105-degree fever and losing hope, it's resilience, conservative resilience, that keeps you alive. Now, while I'm suffering out there in the jungle, I'm thinking about my dad and the lessons I learned from him, the greatest survivor I ever knew. Now, my father, he wasn't a survival expert per se, but he taught me more about life and what it means to live and survive than anybody else ever could. My father was born in the winter of 1962, and he was born with a severely deformed heart, one that would only keep him alive for several months at best. Up until this point in human history, no other child born with this deformity lived more than a few years at best. At that time, hope was scarce, to say the least, but my grandparents were built for it. They were armed with courage, faith, and an unyielding optimism. My father had a first-of-its-kind experimental surgery, replacing his damaged heart valve with one from a pig. This had never been done before in an infant so young. Up until this moment, it had been considered impossible. But through prayer and faith, somehow the surgery worked. And because of that miracle, I'm here today. But despite that surgery's success, my father underwent 13 open heart surgeries throughout his lifetime, a record. I think he probably survived more days in the ICU than I've survived in the wilderness, which is saying something. The pain he endured was unimaginable. The fear he must have felt before each one of these surgeries, indescribable. Yet each time he faced it with courage, resilience, and relentless optimism. As hard as all this must have been for my dad, I was in a unique position to watch it and learn from it. I grew up watching him literally survive. I watched a man battle through hopeless moments, overcome near impossible surgeries, and still refuse to give up. My dad could have taken disability at the age of 18. He could have survived off of government assistance the rest of his life, and no one would have blamed him for it. But he chose a harder path. He went to college, got an education, studied in hospital beds when necessary, and became an architect, later designing the exact hospital that I would later be born in. He didn't quit. He refused excuses. He never accepted convenient handouts. He chose resilience, hope, and hard work every single day. Years later, after a lifetime spent watching him survive, I found myself lying in the mud on day 52 of a brutal 60-day survival challenge. I had a 105-degree fever and was losing consciousness. As part of this survival challenge, I could tap out at any time for any reason. And when I was laying there in the mud, I tell you, I thought, geez, I could just quit. I could receive assistance, go to a hospital. Nobody would blame me. But then I remembered my dad, and I remembered his example and his strength. So in the dead of night, I got on my knees and I prayed, and then I dragged myself to the edge of the river, submerged myself up to my mouth in what felt like glacial water, and my body started shaking so violently, I actually remember I had to consciously clench my jaw shut just to keep from biting pieces of my tongue off. And I endured that agony for 5 straight hours, wondering if my heart would give out. In this moment, optimism wasn't just useful, it was essential. While shivering in the water and looking up at the stars, the darkness felt endless. But optimism wasn't a choice. It was survival. The ability to see hope in darkness is the cornerstone of conservatism. Knowing that no matter how hard things get, tomorrow can always be better if you persevere and push forward. When the sun rose the next morning, my fever had broke. So I went on and I finished the final 8 days of that survival challenge, becoming the first person to ever survive 60 days in the wilderness with no clothes and no tools. After successfully completing the challenge and returning home, the fever came back. And I found myself in a hospital in an ICU in Dallas, Texas. And it was there that I learned the reason for the fever. It was bacterial meningitis, a disease that kills or permanently disables 60% of people who contract it. My father had passed 5 years earlier, but I know he was there in that hospital supporting me, holding my hand, and giving me the strength to pull through that. Through prayer, fasting, and the doctors who treated me, I survived with only a 35% hearing loss in both ears. A small price to pay for such an extraordinary life lesson. And if my dad were here today, he'd remind us, conservatives don't quit. We adapt. We persevere. We thrive under pressure. And this mindset's the same mindset that kept me alive. And it's the same mindset that has supported and carried on our country for 250 years. A couple years after that fateful survival challenge in the Philippines, I found myself on a mountain summit in the Himalayas. My fingertips frozen with the beginning stages of frostbite, my lips so numb I could barely speak. But while watching this sunrise come up over the summit of Mount Everest, it was like all those lessons from my dad crystallized and came into focus. And so in that moment, I turned on my camera and I filmed a video for my future self, for my friends back home. And I want to show you that video right now.
Right now, I'm on the summit of Kalapatar, elevation 18,550 feet, and this is Mount Everest. This is the peak of planet Earth right here. And I want this video to remind everyone that anything is possible, everything is achievable, and you are capable of more than you even understand. The wind chill right now is lower than 20 below zero. I can't feel my fingers or my toes. But I know one thing, and this is the glorious, most beautiful view I have ever seen in my entire life. And it is worth every bit of pain that it took to get here. And that is true for your journeys too. Be strong, everyone. Be strong. And I want you to ask yourself, what is your Everest? What is your Everest? And whatever it is, I want you to chase it. And I want you to think about it daily. Dream about it. And one day you will see it. And your dreams will come true. Happy 2023, everyone.
Oh man, watching that's crazy. I'll be the first to admit my brain was a little oxygen starved in that moment, okay? But I tell you what, I had never seen the world so clear. So, you guys, I'm here to challenge every single one of you. Young conservatives, you're the future of our movement. To embody these values, be tough, resilient, courageous,
Embrace optimism and never shy away from hardship. You have unlimited potential. Nothing is impossible if you meet every challenge with prayer, optimism, and heart. Look, if a feral survivalist like me can put on a shirt and get up on a stage like this one and give a speech, you guys, just imagine what all of you can accomplish. You guys, thank you so much. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you, guys.
SAS conference in Tampa, Florida. That was survivalist Jeff Zausch from Naked and Afraid. We are not naked or afraid, are we, Mike? Michelle?
No, but we're wearing old
very similar
linen.
things. That's
we
right.
have to keep bringing this up because surprisingly, it was not planned,
No.
but we all walked in this morning. It's fate.
Many theories are circulating on the internet.
Lots of
did they
rumors.
plan the outfits? There's a lot of media outlets here. We're the only ones. Ben Bergquam was not
He's
part
the
of the
odd man
conspiracy
out. He
theory.
does not have
I think
tan
Ben
on today.
Bergquam started the conspiracy.
That's
He
the
started
rumor.
it.
We're fighting with Ben Bergquam.
Ben Bergquam started
we wanted
this theory.
to exclude him.
Yes, why did you guys not call me and tell me? Although I don't own anything tan. That's the problem. I would have had to come in just my good tan.
Yeah,
We're gonna go. Then that wouldn't have worked.
You'd be shirtless, you know, you're hitting the beach, you got some bronze going on. A little more tan than Michelle's shirt.
We were going to coordinate to be naked and afraid, but we decided against that. So we went with all tan.
You would have to have the full-time blur. I don't know if we have that set up. We need to ask Rob.
Rob is a family show.
Yeah, that's right. Student Action Summit.
We are not sponsored by
Christ-focused and
PG,
naked and afraid.
guys, PG.
We are not sponsored by the color tan, but we are sponsored by XTI Aerospace, and they are revolutionizing the way the world travels with the Tri-Fan 600. You guys saw it yesterday. It's a cutting-edge vertical takeoff and landing airplane that blends the vertical takeoff capability of a helicopter with the speed, comfort, and range of a business jet. It's designed to carry up to 7 occupants. The Tri-Fan 600 offers a seamless point-to-point travel experience, lifting off vertically, bypassing traffic and airports, and flying at speeds over 300 miles per hour for up to 1,000 miles. With the ability to land wherever a helicopter can, it eliminates the need for traditional runways. It's powered by 100% sustainable aviation fuel. The Tri-Fan 600 cuts CO2 emissions by up to 80%, setting a new benchmark for environmentally responsible aviation. The company's mission aligns with the executive order on unleashing American drone dominance, aimed at accelerating America's innovation and manned and unmanned VTOL aircraft. Backed by a seasoned team with experience certifying over 40 FAA-approved aircraft, XTI Aerospace is actively pursuing FAA certification for the Tri-Fan 600 and is well positioned to lead the next wave of aerospace innovation. XTI Aerospace is publicly traded on the NASDAQ under the ticker symbol XTIA. Ben, have you seen this XTIA
Oh my
airplane?
goodness!
It's pretty incredible, isn't it?
Yes, I have to get one. I'm looking at them. I'm like, all right. They were talking about using them as taxis. I'm like, I just need a personal one. We can hop from point to point. We got a lot of work to do. They will be beautiful. So, and you know what? It's just an emerging market. It's one of those things that it's only going to grow. So if you're looking at places to park your cash, it doesn't seem like a bad option to look at them as a place to put it. So
absolutely. Well, let's turn back to the Turning Point stage now, where we
real
have
quick though. Before we do that,
breaking news.
Breaking. Well, apparently there's a bunch of commie lefties that are coming out. So I'm going to go out there and have some fun with them.
Oh, really? Outside right now?
Yeah, a little bit. We'll see.
Stay tuned
we'll
for
see
that.
how many of them show up. So stay tuned. I'm going to run out there with them, though. We'll see what happens.
Very good. Well, stay tuned for Ben Bergquam on that. Right now, let's go to Scott Jennings, who's on stage at TPUSA SAS.
Last November. Does a single person in this hall wish you could hop in a hot tub time machine and go back to November and vote for Kamala Harris or that buffoon Tim Walz? Hell no. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what I voted for. This is what we voted for. I wrote this book because I'm tired of gender studies majors lecturing welders about economics. I'm tired of condescending garbage from a political party that cares more about dudes who want to be women than dudes who just want to be dudes. The truth of the matter is, in America, common sense is back. And it's not coming from the people who pump out the narratives and the BS. It's coming from places like this, from the grassroots, from middle America, from the bottom up, from people like our friend Charlie, and from every single person in this room. And who kicked this revolution into high gear? Who turned common sense into a battle cry? Who campaigned without flinching, and who governs without apology? The President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Now, here's a reality check for my colleagues. The President's having the best 6 months of any president of the modern era. His policies reinforce and advance the conservative movement, and they've put America back on track. We encourage work instead of government dependence. We prioritize American citizens over illegal aliens. We secure the border instead of pretending that it doesn't exist. We unleash American energy instead of bottling it up. We keep taxes low on the people who actually pay them, the working men and women of this country, from the assembly lines to the barber shops, to the diners, to the garbage trucks, to the farmers in the fields. Hardworking Americans that just want to get up and go to work, provide for their families, make their lives a little bit better without being condescended to by the elites in Washington, D.C. They now have a champion in the White House. Oh, and by the way, he's delivering world peace along the way. The Middle East, Africa. For God's sakes, give this man the Nobel Peace Prize already. And he's doing it all in the face of a hysterical opposition that has not recovered from the trauma of last November. Let's see. The Clintons, the Obamas, feel free to boo along. The Bidens, the Harrises, the never-Trumpers, the leftist media, the narratives, the lies, the political information distribution complex. Gone, 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 gone. All thanks to our president, Donald Trump. But here's the best part. He's not alone. He's got a movement. It's young, it's smart, and it's hungry to win. Now, judging by the statements of some of my sparring partners lately, the left is panicked. Why? Because you aren't playing by their rules anymore. They want you to sit down and shut the F up. They want you to stay in your lane. Little did they realize that you would build your own road and go right through them. You all stand unapologetically for free speech in the places that they thought they owned. And Trump is bringing radical campuses like Harvard, Columbia, and UPenn to heel as we speak. Now, let me be blunt and give you a direct message. We cannot concede any ground, not an inch, not a campus, not a corporate hallway, not a school board, not a TV network, not a single corner of our culture will we concede. And certainly not a dictionary, which is under assault from people who think words and DNA no longer have any meaning. Trump scares these people to death because they know he's going right around them, straight to the American people. Our old cultural and political emperors have no clothes. Now it's just a hateful, buck-naked mob, desperate to regain some relevance. But the thing I learned, and I have learned, is never ever give an inch to this mob. Everyone learns sooner or later. No appeasement is ever enough. But you know what scares them even more, I think, than Trump? It's actually young conservatives with microphones, cameras, facts, and no fear. They thought they could cancel you. You fought back. They thought they could silence you. You got louder. They thought you'd eventually give in and give up. But it looks to me like you're just getting started. They thought when Trump was gone, their nightmare would be over. Nope. This is how we win. Not by hiding, but by marching right into the heart of their spaces and saying with a smile, we're here to tell the truth, and the truth shall set us all free. Let me say this clearly. Western civilization is not a crime. It is a miracle from God. It is the worldview that gave us liberty, dignity, reason, beauty, and yes, our common sense. But it is under assault. The barbarians are at the gate. It's our job to defend it. You are the vanguard. You are the next chapter in this American story, the heirs to the Minutemen and the patriots who gave us this country in the first place. And with Donald Trump back in office, you have a president who believes in you. So let's keep going. Let's fight for the dignity of work. Let's defend the necessity of borders. Let's stand up for women instead of deviling and devaluing them. Let's build a future that rewards truth and talent instead of identity politics. And let's remind every radical university president and professor, every smug pundit, every one of these free Palestine yahoos, every never-Trumper who threw in with the enemies of Western civilization, we're not going anywhere. You know, my first job as a teenager back home in Kentucky was taking care of people's yards. I'm still in that business over at CNN. Mowing down fake narratives, trimming the hedges of hysteria, planting the seeds of common sense. And friends, I can report to you today that business is good. I want to thank Charlie for this invitation. I want to say God bless you. I want to say God bless this movement. I want to say God bless our president, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you all very much. We ready?
All right, you just heard from Scott Jennings. I'll tell you what, it's really picking up here on day 2. Saturday is always the best day at these Turning Point events, in my opinion. Everyone gets up early, it's packed, the energy is great, and I'm going to bring them up later in the show, but I was just talking with 2 college students, 2 beautiful, intelligent college girls right at the University of Tampa, so right down the street, and one of which is the president of the University of Tampa College Republicans. And I asked, is University of Tampa more right, more left? She's telling me right. I think there's a change happening, guys. It's so great to see so many young kids because it really is the future. And I'll tell you what, I know I keep honing in on this, but the midterms are right around the corner. And look, everything that's going on, so many people upset about what's going on with the Epstein files. Transparency is extremely important. I'll die on that hill because ultimately, think about all of these younger kids that voted for Trump because they wanted a transparent administration. They were sick of all of the lies and hidden agendas from the Biden administration. Think about COVID, how much was hidden in that situation. That's why this story is so important. But of course, we also want to give a big shout out to one of our sponsors that's making all of this possible here today. You already know them. Introducing the biggest Trump victory knife, brought to you by BigTrumpKnife.com. Patriots, if you're looking to make a statement in 2025, this is the knife that does it. It's the Big Trump Victory Knife, a massive 10-inch fixed blade knife, precision forged to honor President Trump's historic 47th victory. This isn't some cheap knockoff. It's built for true Americans, featuring a 6-inch razor-sharp stainless steel blade, an American flag, parkwood handle engraved with Donald Trump, and a tactical belt sheath included. This is the largest Trump knife ever made, and it's available only at BigTrumpKnife.com. That's BigTrumpKnife.com, not sold in stores, by the way. Now, only 250 knives have been made. It's extremely limited, and it's going fast, so do not wait. Go to BigTrumpKnife.com right now. That's BigTrumpKnife.com. Again, easy to remember, BigTrumpKnife.com. Thanks so much for joining us here at SAS Turning Point USA here in Tampa, Florida. We are live all day, a great list of speakers. And I think our own Ben Bergquam is hitting the streets. Rumor has it there's some protesters out there. We're going to see what he has in store here coming up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. You're watching SAS, Real America's Voice. USA, welcome back. It is day 2, and we have a great list of speakers. Let's head out to one of those right now. Ross Albright, founder of the Silk Road.
My own thoughts, which told me, hey, you're a hero for standing up for freedom and for what you believe is right. I was never exposed to the terrible consequences of addiction and the negative effects that rippled out from Silk Road into the world. But that changed when I was arrested. I spent over 11 years in maximum security federal prisons. I met scores of men who are addicted to harmful drugs. I helped some of them in the long, arduous process of overcoming those addictions. And what I learned is that addiction destroys lives. It destroys families. It destroys communities. And I see now that equating drug use and freedom is hopelessly naive. And here's why. Someone who's addicted to drugs, their neurochemistry is hijacked. They're not free. They are hopelessly enslaved in the most pernicious way imaginable. Imagine this. Imagine there's a button. Imagine there's a button right here on this stage, on this podium. And if I push that button, it will eliminate all drugs from our world. It will make them chemically impossible to exist. Gone forever. Imagine that.
Would you push that button? I believe that I would push the button. And I believe that the world will be a better place for it. But here's the thing to understand. The government is not that button. That button does not exist. That's a fantasy. Drugs exist. Outlawing them is not that button. Outlawing drugs is not a viable way to make them go away. Unfortunately, sadly, because the addiction is incredibly harmful. Addiction and drug use is complicated. It raises deep, important questions about freedom, about political freedom and personal freedom. Making a website and giving people free rein to buy and sell drugs is not the answer. And I want my supporters to hear this. Okay, it's not the answer, because now I have to live with the fact that I played a role in people losing their freedom to addiction. That'll weigh on my conscience for the rest of my life. It's kind of like people that work in the tobacco industry. They have to live with the fact that they play a role in people's addictions and the harm that comes from it. But on the flip side, making drugs illegal and throwing people in prison for it is also not the answer. It's not. We've been trying it for a long time. We're getting the answer wrong. So what do we do? It's complicated, right? I'll give you an example. There is a harmful, addictive drug that most of you have already tried. It's called alcohol. Alcohol's legal. It's sold in bars and grocery stores. And as a society, we leave it up to the owners of those stores to decide whether or not they're going to sell it. And we leave it up to individuals to decide whether or not they're going to buy it and consume it. Personally, I don't drink. I stopped drinking when I went to prison and haven't had a drink since. Just a personal choice. I think it's a good one. So, lost my train of thought. So the point is, well, okay, so I'm telling you I don't drink, right? It's not that easy for everybody. Some people succumb to alcoholism, right? And it's a terrible thing. Alcohol can tear apart marriages and families as surely as any other drug. And we have churches and AA and rehab to help people with that problem. But alcohol exists. And it always will. And it doesn't matter if we legalize it or make it illegal. But we know that if we make it illegal, it doesn't go away. It only makes things worse. Look what happened with alcohol prohibition, right? Earlier last century. People kept drinking, but it also led to organized crime and violence. Those are awful. Those are terrible things. So what do we do? Keep coming back to this question. It's complicated. What do we do? Take tobacco, nicotine. Extremely addictive, extremely harmful, legal, not widely used. Why?
persuasion. Persuasion is why tobacco is not widely used anymore. Used to be, for generations, Americans were have been free to decide for themselves if they're going to smoke or not. And many people have been persuaded not to. I was one of them. Remember those anti-smoking campaigns? Maybe they still have them. I haven't been out of prison that long. Just a few months now. Back when I was a kid, they had these posters on the school walls. And they were persuasive. I didn't want my lungs to look like these tar-covered blobs on the posters. No. It worked. I didn't smoke. And most of the people in my generation didn't either, and people quit. It was effective. The important thing is, nobody had to go to prison over tobacco and nicotine. There was no cigarette mob. There's no nicotine cartel. There's no blood in the streets over cigars and dip. It was just peaceful persuasion. So, when we look at alcohol prohibition, and we see the havoc that came of it, and that the havoc disappeared when it went away, the exact same thing's happening with drug prohibition. Exact same thing. The cartels, the street gangs. I met all kinds of people in that world in prison. I have a very good sense of how that works. They would not exist. It would cut the legs right out from those organizations if drugs were legalized. I'm here to tell you the truth, not necessarily what you want to hear. And I see both sides, I do. You want to make it go away. You want to push the button. You want to say, make it stop, make it stop. Stop all this bad stuff. And the sad truth is, by pressing that button over and over, you are just making more bad stuff. So, it's complicated. It's not a simple problem. So look, here I am. I've just spent over a decade in prison over drugs. And on the one hand, I'm telling you, I would push the button to make drugs go away if I could. And on the other hand, I'm telling you that we'd all be better off if drugs were just legalized. And if that still seems like a contradiction to you, just remember, government is not that button. Government is not some magic genie that will grant you wishes if you can just get control of it. I'm sorry, it's not. It doesn't work that way. Here's the thing. If the government isn't there to tell you what to do, then you have to govern yourself. Okay? You have to make choices for yourself. So please, make good choices. And, please, don't do what I did and rush into something that you'll regret later. Okay? Try to be patient, seek that feedback that I shut out, and be responsible for the ripples that you send out into the world through your actions. Okay, are they going to be a force for good or not? And that's the question I'll leave you with today. Thank you. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you. God bless you all.
All right, and welcome back to Turning Point Student Action Summit 2025. We are on day 2. A lot of great speakers ahead, including one of our own. You know him, you love him, Jack Posobiec. But before we get to him, a great shout out to one of our sponsors here, Trump knife, the new Trump 4547 OTF full auto knife, brought to you by the TrumpKnife.com. Celebrate the journey from 45 to 47 with the OTF knife. That is a bold tribute for patriots and collectors alike. Head to the TrumpKnife.com to secure yours. They're beautifully laser etched and have rapid deploy, one-click eject mechanism. They have a triple beveled razor sharp 420 steel blade, and it's perfect for everyday concealed carry. Hurry, head to the TrumpKnife.com. Easy enough to remember, right? Claim your Trump 4547 full auto OTF knife today. There's a 70% off special this weekend, so do not hesitate. The one-click rapid deployment feature makes it a must-have for use in any situation. Again, head to the TrumpKnife.com and claim your Trump 4547 full auto OTF knife today. All right, stick with us. We have a lot of great speakers coming up, including my dear friend Jack Posobiec. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment. Tampa, Florida for the Student Action Summit sponsored by Turning Point USA. It is day 2, and I'll tell you what, I'm told over 6,500 people coming this weekend. But hey, I want to get right to the stage because one of our own, my dear friend Jack Posobiec, just took the stage. Let's get out there right now.
So let me tell you something right now. I will not rest until we go full Jan 6 committee on the Jeffrey Epstein files and every single client that was associated with this thing has an FBI agent at their door on their phone going after them the same way they went after the Jan 6ers and the peaceful patriots and the praying grandmothers that were on those steps. That's how we should go after every single person that was in the Epstein client list. And Pam Bondi brought me to the White House and handed me a stack of papers. And I got to tell you, folks, it was about as valuable as a bunch of blank pages. It was baloney. It was a binder of absolute baloney. And Pam, if you can't do your job, we'll find someone who will. Because that's what this is. But this isn't personal. It's not personal at all. It's about understanding Who controls this nation? Who rules? Do the people rule, or do the men in dark suits in Washington, D.C. rule? The men in shadowy networks and shadowy ledgers going to tropical islands. That's what we need to find out, and that's what we need to know. And boys, earmuffs for a second, but let me tell you something. If anyone out there with an R or a D is caught suppressing information to protect a child rapist, then you belong behind bars too. And anyone who is participating in something like that, like Jeffrey Epstein was, now look, we don't know exactly what went on in that cell when Jeffrey Epstein was locked up. But I'll tell you one thing, folks. I know Jeffrey Epstein right now is exactly where he belongs, straight in the pit of hell where all child rapists go. And I'm sick of it. I'm sick of all of it. And I'm sick of being lied to. I'm sick of being personally used in these discussions. So look, if you want to have a conversation, we'll have a conversation. But if you want to fight, you got one. Because that's what MAGA is all about. MAGA is all about fighters. Now, President Trump had a very interesting tweet earlier this morning, a Truth Social post. I think you all saw it. Rosie O'Donnell. And he said, you know, Rosie O'Donnell, maybe we should go and take a look. You've left the country. You've fled. You've spoken out against the United States government. Maybe we should look at taking your citizenship away, Rosie. Maybe we should talk about denaturalizing Rosie O'Donnell's citizenship. And I want to talk about that. I do want to talk about that because we've got a huge problem in this country. And I think it's been a problem for a long time. And the problem number one is 40 million illegal aliens that every single one needs to go home. All of them need to go home. And we need to look at the H-1Bs. We need to look at the H-2As and the H-2Bs and every single one of these as well. Because why should we be bringing in foreign students and foreign workers to work in tech when there are American people who are out of work, when there are STEM graduates who can't get a job, and they're bringing in scab labor from overseas? It's disgusting, and we need to shut it down until the American people are made whole. And this idea that I think we've been laboring with, this experiment that we've tried in mass immigration, has been a mass failure. It has been a failure. And this idea that if you just hand someone a piece of paper, that makes them American, guess what? It's failed. It's wrong. It's not true. And as I stand here before you today, I'll ask you a question. Does Kami Mamdani, does Zora Mamdani seem like an American? No, he's not an American. Is Zora Mamdani an American like we are? No, he's absolutely not. Is Ilhan Omar American like we are? No, and I can do the list all day long. I can do the list all day long of this. What I would submit to you then is if you are a naturalized citizen who lied and committed fraud in your naturalization process, because you are asked in that process, to whom do you owe allegiance? Do you owe allegiance to the United States of America or not? And you are required to swear an oath. And if you have broken that oath, then you committed fraud. And if you committed fraud, your citizenship should be stripped and you should be sent back to wherever you came from. That makes you an illegal alien. And we are just a few months away, I'm telling you. That means New York City could be run by an illegal alien. That means that you've got members of Congress who have immigration through fraudulent means. Ilhan Omar, just saying. There's some questions, Ilhan. There's some questions, some familial questions, Ilhan Omar. Look, what does it come down to? It comes down to this idea, and I'll explain it this way. What is America? Is America just a place and a system called a constitution? So if we were able to take the entire population of, say, Afghanistan, and bring it all to America, and then take the entire population of America and put it all in Afghanistan, would that make us all Afghanis? No, of course not. Of course it wouldn't. That'd be ridiculous. The same way that it wouldn't make them American. And yet, why do we keep saying that if we just hand them pieces of paper, they'll turn into Americans? That's not how it works, because America is not a place. America is a people. America is a country. America is a nation with borders, a nation with language, a nation with history. We all know that that's what an American is. And the lies that have been told to us by corporate America that want to bring in this cheap labor, and the lies that have been told to us by these Democrats who want to bring in fake votes and dilute our national census, it's done. I'm done with it, because I'm so sick of all of this. I'm sick of these fakers. You are fake Americans, and we are going to smoke you all out. Every single one of you. And that's what it comes down to. That's what it absolutely comes down to. There is no nation on earth that treats its own people this way, and it's high time that we stop treating our own people this way. When I say America first, I mean the American people first. And it's as simple as that, ladies and gentlemen. It's as simple as that. You want to know what my politics are? You know, when people used to say, what are your politics? What are your politics? Are you more conservative? Are you more libertarian? Are you more like, are you in MAGA? Are you this? I say, here's my politics. At this point, it's very simple. When somebody asks me what my politics are, I say, if it's good for American people, I'm for it. If it's bad for the American people, I'm against it. That's my politics. That's my politics from here on out. If this is good for the people, I'm for that. And there's so many people in Washington, D.C., and I see them every day. I've been there for a decade plus, folks. Oh, I know, it's terrible. And they sit there until they're blue in the face, and they say, oh, well, this is going to be good for some corporation, and this is going to be good for that. No, we're done. This is a movement behind Donald Trump that 1 year ago tomorrow, 1 year ago tomorrow, and we can never forget this, never let anyone tell you that on that field in Butler, Pennsylvania, exactly 1 year ago, that you did not witness the hand of God reach down from heaven and protect Donald Trump from being killed in front of an entire team, entire crowd of people. And when that man was down on his knees, and he was hearing the voice of God in his ears, and the bullets were still flying all around him, and he had no idea if the threat had ended. He could have rushed away. He could have ran off to his car. He didn't do that. He got up and he went back for the podium. He went back for the microphone. He went back for the people, and he said, fight, fight, fight. And don't let anyone tell you that that wasn't a miracle from God Almighty sending Saint Michael, the archangel, down with the sword of Saint Michael to protect him, to deflect that bullet from striking at the fateful moment. I truly believe that God is with us. And I truly believe that this movement and this country has God at our backs. That's what's called heaven reaching down and giving you its mandate. And the mandate is simple. The American nation must be restored. The American people must be restored. So you come to me and say, oh, you know, we got the big issue that's going on. I say, no, 40 million have to go. No, but you know, you've got 40 million have to go. No, it said, no, let me stop you right there, because 40 million have to go. They can go home and make their countries great again, okay, if immigrants are so great. They can go and make their countries great again. Why is it only Western countries, by the way, that we're told need to have open borders and mass immigration? Why is it only Western? Nobody ever says this for Japan. Nobody ever says this for China. And yet these countries, China doesn't take in mass immigrants, yet we're supposed to for some reason. It's ridiculous. And by the way, amnesty should be the biggest slur in the entire English language. Amnesty is a Republican repugnant word. Amnesty is disgusting because it's a slur against you. It's a slur against the American people that someone who jumped the line, that someone who broke the law should be allowed to stay. Absolutely not, because it is a sin against the American nation, and we cannot encourage sin. Although I certainly know that we live in a sinful society, but we're working on it, folks. We're working on it, because what I look out and see a Turning Point audience, and this incredible audience, and the movement that Charlie has put together. And I talk to media all the time, and they say, oh, well, the youth are against you. The youth aren't going. I say, excuse me? Come to a Turning Point event and tell me the youth are not on our side. Come to a Turning Point event and saying the youth aren't there. Come to a Turning Point event and say that the youth are not as based as they come and willing to do what it takes and fight the fights to bring this country back. So I say this to all of you, who are the youth who are here, the people who are watching. We will never stop fighting for this country. We will never stop fighting for truth. And no matter what you put in our way, no matter what comes after us, we will take the hill. We are going to go up on the top of that hill and we will plant our flag, the American flag, not the flag of another nation, not the flag of some gender group or whatever else. No, one flag, the American flag, the red, white, and blue. Ladies and gentlemen, God bless you. God bless all of you. Have a great weekend. Enjoy yourselves. Thank Charlie Kirk so much for putting this on. God bless America.
Sovic, just so great. A great person, a great family man, beautiful family, beautiful family, great patriot. I could just go on.
And he said, get those Epstein files out. We want them. He's right.
He is right. We want them no matter what, which is important, right? Republican, Democrat, we want transparency. And that's, I think, the ultimate thing here, Bo.
It is. Transparency is key and trust is key. We talked about it yesterday. I think in order to reestablish trust with the American people and especially the base, you've got to be able to deliver that which you have teased, Mike.
Yeah, and speaking of transparency, we got James O'Keefe, who's going to be coming up any minute. And, you know, James O'Keefe, it wasn't long ago, he had footage from inside the buildings on Epstein Island. Pretty amazing. A lot of people saw that. Some people don't know about that. So he certainly has a track into it, and I'm very curious to hear what he's going to say specifically with what he's known and the sources that he's talked to on what the latest on what's going on with all this crazy Epstein stuff.
Right. Before we head out to James O'Keefe, a big shout out to one of our sponsors, Birch Gold. To get a free info kit from Birch Gold, just text America to 989898. I believe James is out on stage right now. Some good information there. Let's head out.
Thank you, everyone. This is incredible. One of the largest crowds I've ever seen. This is my 10th year at Turning Point. And I'm going to tell you about Jeffrey Epstein. So, some news last night as I was flying in. I saw the news regarding Dan Bongino resigning from the FBI. I saw the collision between Pam Bondi, Bongino, Kash Patel, stuff happening. I want to tell you a little story, take you behind the scenes, take you undercover as we try to ascertain what's really going on. They always, why do they always tell the truth only in private? Why do they not say the quiet part publicly? But maybe they say it privately. Let me take you back to the month of April. This is April 28th in a restaurant in Washington, D.C. This is the Attorney General of the United States talking to someone. They recorded it, sent it to us, talking about tens of thousands of videos.
Do you know when the Epstein files are going to get released? We hope soon. The FBI has them. Okay. So. Any dates? No. You know what it is? There are tens and thousands of videos. Yeah. And it's all with little kids. So they have to go through every one.
Now, we sent the Attorney General an email requesting comment. This is on May the 1st. A couple days after the 28th, we quoted what she had said. Tens of thousands of videos of little kids, not something that's been reported publicly. After we sent the email, suddenly we saw this at the White House.
James Comer said yesterday that all the Epstein files are missing. We still haven't heard from you.
No, the FBI, they're reviewing, there are tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child porn.
It seemed to mirror quite identically what we had captured just 9 days prior.
Tens of thousands videos? Yeah, and it's all with little kids. There are tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child porn.
Something didn't seem to add up. It raised questions. The questions for me and my team was, and this is not an easy story for us to publish, is why share that with someone at a restaurant but not share it with the American people first? We also saw this on Joe Rogan.
No, we're giving you everything we have.
And is there video from the island?
Not of what you want.
But is there footage?
If there was footage of anyone doing anything else, we would have opened a case.
There are tens of thousands of videos. Yeah, and it's all with little kids.
Something doesn't seem to be adding up. Now, the Department of Justice issued this statement, which you probably all saw this week. There's no client list. There's no evidence of any blackmail. And there's no evidence that could predicate an investigation against anybody else. There's no story. There's no evidence. Now, listen, as a reporter, as a journalist, I can always tell you, there's always a story. It's just a question of to what degree. But to see the government tell us there's no story, it just doesn't seem to add up. And I'm a little biased on this issue because I myself, my team, as you know, have been raided by the FBI. Granted, it was the previous administration that did this. You're looking at a search warrant. The FBI taking battering rams to our doors a couple years ago.
I'm sorry, so what is this regarding? This is a search warrant. Open up.
Let me see your hands. Let me see your hands. They go after teachers, they go after mothers, they go after journalists in the United States of America under the flimsiest of pretenses, often a pretext, often a false pretense, and they lie about it. They ruffle through our notes, they go through, and by the way, the previous Attorney General expressly forbid this. Even the liberal news media was against it at the time that it happened, but this administration did get around to releasing the affidavit, the probable cause. The case is now closed. In my case, they closed the case and they had to release what's called an affidavit. That is the justification for the search warrant, the probable cause. Thankfully, hopefully, we'll now see who lied to the FBI. We'll see the transparency. We'll get the accountability. But when they released this affidavit, this probable cause, they redacted every single word. You are looking at the justification for the raid of my newsroom. The Department of Justice right now could wave their magic wand and show you what's behind these black lines. Does the public right to know outweigh whatever marginal concern the FBI has to protect their confidential informants? And by the way, it's a crime to lie to the FBI. This is over the Biden diary stuff. Did actually Biden lie to the FBI? If you or I lied to the FBI, we'd be in trouble. In fact, the only thing that wasn't redacted on this document was a footnote that said, based upon my training and experience, I have learned, this is an FBI agent talking, that cell phones are capable of sending emails. This is just bizarre. Even the ACLU protested this. This is another liberal organization defending me in federal court. This is just bananas. What does it mean to be liberal anymore? What does it mean to be conservative anymore? I consider myself a constitutionalist. I believe in the First Amendment, I believe in the Fourth Amendment, and I believe in the public's right to know. So let's go back to this. Department of Justice statement this week. Much of the material is subject to sealing. We need to protect victims. Well, I'm all about protecting victims, and I don't believe we should publish any child pornography. But this did not expose any additional third parties to allegations of illegal wrongdoing. By show of hands, how many of you think that's a lie? 100% of you. I mean, this is crazy. So, I'm announcing, and I have announced previously, but I'm going to release some new information here on stage with you today. It's time to take matters into our own hands. If we can't get transparency, then we need to be the change that we seek. We need to have people come to us, sources on the inside, brave people, often speaking out of turn, and we released images. These were images given to us by people in the government, people who don't trust the government. First, we got some images inside the Epstein temple, never before seen. Very strange stuff, including something on the ceiling. We were trying to decipher what that was. Then we got images inside his library, including on his blackboard. I presume the FBI has all this. Strange things, power, deception, various words. A lot of people online trying to decipher or crack the code. We even got images inside his bedroom. Next to his bed table, there was a phone. On the phone, there was a series of names. Karina, Darren, Rich, Mike. I wonder if any of these people know what happened with all this child stuff that happened. We even were able to find out the names of these people by doing some research. His last girlfriend, his advisor, his lawyer. You're trying to tell me that none of these people had any knowledge about any illegal activity? But I think it's time for us to just hear directly from FBI agents. What do you guys think? You know, I have an idea. What if we launch something called FBI Leaks? How about that? How about we release audio and video? Listen, you know, whether they come to me on the record or off the record, they tend to be more honest off the record, so perhaps we need to publish what they're saying off the record. We have to do that. And in our first video, released right now online, we're going to release the Deputy National Intelligence Officer of the FBI, whose name is Rami Hassan, and he's talking about the Epstein case, and he says, I'm with the FBI, quote, it's a shit show. And this is, I'm just going to play a little clip. You can find the rest of it online.
I'm with FBI. This is a shit show.
Small coincidence.
I'm with FBI.
He also talks about that you can kind of see where law enforcement kind of either turned a blind eye or missed things. This man is a director, and he's saying law enforcement turned a blind eye. The question is, what did they turn a blind eye to? And I'm calling on everyone on the inside with knowledge of the situation to come out, to tell the truth, because we, the American people, have a right to know. Now, I've been doing this a lot recently in the deep state, and some of this stuff you can't make up. We've met with people in the Pentagon, the Department of Defense. Remember this guy, Jamie Menina? He's a former FBI special agent within the Department of Defense, caught this year during the new administration, talking about what he does inside the intelligence community.
To the intelligence community, and I became an FBI special agent. So I became a spy hunter. So I was a counterintelligence agent, special agent at the FBI.
Now he then proceeds to, by the way, what about the irony of a guy who's a spy hunter being caught on hidden camera by my team? Thankfully, I'm not a Chinese spy.
To the intelligence.
Jamie, you're a spy hunter, you say. Well, I'm a spy hunter too, but I'm evidently a better spy hunter than you.
We have no permission to use it.
Actually, we do. It's called the First Amendment. You talk about hunting spies. What if my undercover person was a Russian spy?
Go away, you liar. You're a known fraudster. You have a poor reputation. No one believes you. Go away.
What the fuck out of here. Okay, so this is the former FBI. This is what they do, by the way. They attack you, little slings and arrows, little paper cuts taken 100 times over. People stop trusting you, but you got to keep going anyway, screaming at me that I'm a liar. In fact, they even got a lawyer to sue me. This guy, who's what I call an ambulance chaser for intelligence agents. And he sued me and said he's going to expose all of our undercover people. He even tried to blackmail me, saying that, well, if you cooperate with us and give us funding, we won't post the names of your sources. These people play dirty, but we're not going to give up. Sometimes I meet with them myself. You might be saying, how is that possible in Washington, D.C.? It's possible because these people have some type of psychosis where they're not even paying attention to who's talking to them. You have to understand how these people in Washington, D.C. work. They don't care about you. They want money and they want power. But we have to expose that. This guy was one of the guys at the Biden White House telling us all about what was happening inside the Biden White House. I was sitting right across from me. At one point, the guy actually, they never asked me a question about myself. Our undercover people, they never ask us questions. At one point, he actually says, so tell me about you. I was like, whoa, I've never been asked that question before. No one's ever asked me that before. So I turned it right back around on him and I said, you're like this famous person who's like a spy. It's like you're James Bond or something. And he was like, oh, thank you so much. He kept talking. Just flattered him, kept going. Pretty remarkable stuff. I took my glasses off, revealed who I was. This guy is so dumb, he doesn't recognize James O'Keefe, who is not so heavily disguised, but simply wearing glasses. And again, it has nothing to do with my disguise. These people are in some type of psychosis. They have no idea. They don't care about you. They don't care about you. They want power. If you think people in politics are in it for changing the world, then you got to spend some time in D.C. This is one of the funny anecdotes. As I'm doing this, there's a couple beside me. They must have been having an affair or something, because the woman said, I can't be in this video. I can't let my children see me in this video. Some of the damnedest things happen when we're actually doing this sort of thing. We've also confronted this guy. He's in the Pentagon. His name is Jason Beck, Total Force Requirements and Sourcing Policy, Office of the Secretary of Defense. This is the deep state. These are the names and the faces of the people that are behind the scenes, unelected, really running the show. Jason Beck says we need to abolish the Senate. He says we need to pack the Supreme Court. He says we need universal health care. At one point, he started talking about sharing all this classified information. I told him, you're making me horny by doing that.
Universal health care, we could start there. Abolishing the Senate. Gosh, there's so many things that you could do. They do have the classified stuff that I can't talk about.
Oh, you're turning me on already. I can neither confirm nor deny.
So it's important to hold these people accountable. We have to use whatever legal means necessary to hold these people to account. Because without accountability, freedom is just an illusion. So we got creative. This time, we made a Netflix episode on the television in my apartment. And we put his video in the Netflix episode, sat down with him, and I said, there's this show that I want to watch with you about this guy named James O'Keefe. And he catches all these people in the government. And the guy proceeds to criticize this James O'Keefe, to me, James O'Keefe.
So there's this show that's based upon like what he does, and I thought you'd find it very interesting given who you are. So I just want to show a few minutes of it and get your thoughts. And it's based upon this guy, James O'Keefe.
Yeah.
And I think the organization was Project Veritas.
Oh, Project Veritas.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what it was. Yeah.
Have you heard of that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a terrible person.
He's a terrible person. It's horrible.
Yeah.
So then we line up the episode and hit play.
So there's this show that's based upon like what he does, and I thought you'd find it very interesting given who you are. So I just want to show a few minutes of it and get your thoughts. And it's based upon this guy.
Now, this, I think we have the actual episode.
So there's this show that's based upon like what he does, and I thought you'd find it very interesting given who you are. So I just want to show a few minutes of it and get your thoughts. And it's based upon this guy, James O'Keefe. Yeah. And I think the organization was
and I play him the Netflix show, and he's caught red-handed, and he says, "Oh my God." And we also released this story about the Disney tapes. Now, last time I was at Turning Point, I actually said I was going to investigate Disney. Well, we did. And we caught this guy at the vice president of Disney saying he doesn't hire white people, because we don't just go into government, we go into corporations too. Oftentimes government and corporations work hand in hand.
How would they say it?
There's no way we're hiring a white male Mitchell. They might say something like, you know, look, we're not looking at like the usual suspects for this job. You know, the writers and actors here all the time, like, you know, looking to hire writers and actors who bring diversity.
So we confront this guy, but we have to be creative. So this was a very unique one. There were two different female undercover journalists simultaneously meeting with this vice president of Disney. Two different ladies. None of them knew each other. They both worked for me, but he didn't think they knew each other. And as the second woman was meeting with him, the first woman shows up, pretending to have the other lady's apartment keys. He had told the first lady, he told the first undercover journalist that he had a tickle in his throat, therefore he can't meet with her.
Oh, hey, babe. Hey. Hi. Do you guys know each other?
Yes.
Wait, do you guys know each other?
Yes.
Are you guys on a date?
We are.
Oh, wow. You told me you had a tickle in your throat.
I did.
Now, if that wasn't bad enough, then I show up. He's got a white Tesla. He gets in the car. He sprints away, but because of LA traffic, he couldn't get away fast enough, and I caught up.
You don't have authority to put me on tape. Bye.
I will put you on tape, and I do have that authority under the First Amendment. You know, just because you work in Hollywood doesn't give you entitlement to discriminate against people on the basis of race. Michael Giordano. We run after him. We actually catch up with him. He's going to stop. Sir. And we caught right there. We stop. He's got the Tesla. Wait, not yet. Not yet. See if we can catch up to him. And we do catch up to him. We caught up to him. Hi, Michael. Now, you know, it's interesting. And by the way, Disney fired this vice president. So how about we just do this thousands of times? Well, how are they they're going to recognize you. They don't recognize me. They don't recognize you. Speaking of chasing Teslas, we caught another guy who was talking about getting around the Doge standards. Charlie Kirk tweeted this out. He was admitting on camera changing the words to avoid the scrutiny of Doge, casually admitting to want to shoot federal staffers. He also drives a white Tesla.
We're here with the guy inside the NIH who's driving away in his Tesla. Listen, you work for the government. You know, sir, you're avoiding accountability by changing the words from race to ancestry. Isn't it true that ancestry isn't the same thing as race for medical clinical trials, sir?
He's driving slowly.
You don't care about people and their health.
You don't,
I'm a journalist.
You don't care about people or your health. One of the great ironies in my life is I'm only wearing athletic clothing at events like this. I'm running through the street in a suit. I think he was driving slowly because he wanted to hear what I had on him. So I caught up to him. Now, what's next? We got more FBI tapes. Just give me 2 minutes. I'm almost done. 2 more slides. We got more FBI agents that we're going to be releasing, but I want to tell you what we're releasing this coming week as well. You know the story we did 2 years ago on this guy. We need accountability of the pharmaceutical companies. Now, I just want to play this clip, remind you what happened, and then I'm going to tell you what I'm doing next.
Pfizer ultimately is thinking about mutating COVID?
Well, that is not what we say to the public. No, don't tell anyone this. You probably shouldn't tell anyone. Okay? We're exploring, no, you know how the virus keeps mutating?
Yeah.
Well, one of the things we're exploring is, why don't we just mutate it ourselves?
Why don't we mutate the virus ourselves? But don't tell this to anybody. You remember this guy, he's the one who assaulted me and assaulted my cameraman 2 years ago. Please unlock the door. Please unlock the door. Please unlock the door. Unlock the door. Unlock the door. These are the medical professionals in our country. Unlock the door. Unlock the door. This is remarkable. This guy, Yale-educated mRNA director at Pfizer. So, We know the vaccine had issues. We know there was a cover-up. So this week, exactly what we exposed with Pfizer Pharmaceutical? Next week, we're going after Johnson & Johnson. O'Keefe.
And welcome back. We are here live, Tampa, Florida, Real America's Voice, coming to you from SAS, the Student Action Summit, hosted by Turning Point USA. You just heard from James O'Keefe, who has done incredible work exposing globalists, the deep state. And, you know, Bo, we talked a little bit about Jeffrey Epstein. That's been on everybody's mind, continues to be, and the inconsistencies with Pam Bondi.
Yeah, one thing I really love about James's work, and of course he's now started a company called O'Keefe Media Group, is that he breaks down for you in very simple layman's terms the what, the why, and the when. So anyone can understand, this is what I did, this is what Pam Bondi said then, this is what she said now. Does someone smell a rat? And I think that's important in terms of, again, what we've talked about kind of all weekend so far, Mike, which is trust and accountability. James is really good about going undercover, about getting the truth exposed when those people will not tell us the truth.
He is what a journalist used to be at the beginning of when journalism became a profession. Somebody who seeks truthful information, has receipts, does the work. We don't have that anymore. We have propagandists who push a predetermined, pre-packaged narrative. Those days are over. O'Keefe is the last of a dying breed. I want to tell you guys about a sponsor that is making all of this possible today, this amazing coverage all weekend long from Tampa, and those are our friends at XTI Aerospace. Guys, XTI Aerospace is revolutionizing the way the world travels with the TriFan 600, a cutting-edge vertical takeoff and landing airplane that blends the vertical takeoff capability of a helicopter with the speed, comfort, and range of a business jet. Designed to carry up to 7 occupants, the TriFan 600 offers seamless point-to-point travel experiences, lifting off vertically, bypassing traffic in airports, and flying at speeds over 300 miles an hour for up to 1,000 miles. With the ability to land wherever a helicopter can, it eliminates the need for traditional runways. First of its kind. It's amazing. Powered by 100% sustainable aviation fuel, the TriFan 600 cuts CO2 emissions by up to 80%, setting a new benchmark for environmentally responsible aviation. The company's mission aligns with the executive order on unleashing American drone dominance, aimed at accelerating America's innovation in the manned and unmanned VTOL aircraft space. Backed by a seasoned team with experience certifying over 40 FAA-approved aircrafts, XTI Aerospace is actively pursuing FAA certification for the TriFan 600 and is well positioned to lead the next wave of aerospace innovation. XTI Aerospace is publicly traded on the NASDAQ under the ticker symbol XTIA. Guys, make sure you go check them out. They have been incredible. We are going to take it back to the stage. We have Joshua Phillip, who is speaking now at SAS from Tampa. Take it away.
Will pivot its military to focus on the Chinese Communist Party. We know that ahead of the October 7th attack against Israel, what happened? The Chinese Communist Party met with the leaders of one of the main terrorist organizations in that area. Same thing we saw with the Taliban. Right before the Taliban went and took over Bagram Airport and undid everything our veterans fought so hard to accomplish in Afghanistan, the Chinese Communist Party met with the leaders of the Taliban. Recently as well, what happened? Chinese individuals were caught laundering money, at least accused, when it came to the drug cartels. We hear the Chinese Communist Party is the main force behind the drug trade. They supply the precursors, they supply the, of course, synthetic drugs, and they do the money laundering. What I find most interesting, though, is nobody talks about what ties all of this together. What is the big picture? Why are they doing it? And when you talk to individuals who work in each individual case, it's like the elephant in the room. Everyone's feeling one little part of it, but nobody can tell you what creature we're looking at. So my work as an investigative reporter started when I was probably the same age as a lot of you here. I was still a student. And back, a long time ago now, back in 2008, I accidentally uncovered one of the largest Chinese spy networks in the United States. which was, of course, the United Front Work Department. This was tied in with the Chinese consulates. It was also tied in with the Chinese mafia. And what I uncovered over time was a large-scale program to infiltrate our government. This included bussing around voters for elections. This included getting straw donors for political campaigns. This included trying to bribe and blackmail government officials. This included programs to invite business leaders on trips to China. And if you look at the entire picture, what was this? This was a system still in place as we speak to infiltrate our government and make it not represent the American people, but to instead represent a foreign government. And I know that's a lot. How does this all work? If you want to understand what's really going on in the world when it comes to China, let's start with the farmland. We can go back to last year. Congress actually released a report on it. Republicans in Congress had a big hearing. They brought together 24 heads of government agencies, among them the head of the USDA. And what did they say? They said China is trying to take over America's food supply. That was the reason they're buying up the farmland. Why are they doing that? Two different reasons. On one side, it's because, well, the Chinese Communist Party, they've essentially destroyed the environment in China. They have swine flu, they have avian flu because of soil pollution, because of water pollution. They've relinquished their programs for grain self-sufficiency. They need to import their food. And what are they doing? Well, they're getting countries in debt traps. They're bribing governments in Africa and Latin America. When they default on the loans, they gain control of the natural resources, of course, rare earth minerals being among them, but also farmland. When they do that, they effectively control the food supply in those countries. They hold the lives of the countries in their hands. And they've been doing it in the United States as well. They've been buying up farmland in the United States, according to the U.S. congressional report last year, because they want to take the food, grow it here, and send it back to China. During COVID-19, when there were American meat processors who shut down and said there's not enough meat for the American people, members of Congress sent letters to those companies asking, why are you telling Americans there's not enough food for Americans, but you have record amounts of food and meat being sent to China? You're telling us you can't feed us, but you're saying you can send it over to the Chinese Communist Party? How does that work? What this all ties into is a program I briefly mentioned, the United Front Work Department. And what is this and how does it really work? Because, as I mentioned, USDA farmland, the report last year, it wasn't just that. They found across our entire government, 24 U.S. government agencies, the Chinese Communist Party is infiltrating, it is bribing, it is buying people off, it is subverting. This is, we talk about Epstein, this is honey traps, this is debt traps, it's business deals. Maybe your cousin or your wife or your brother or your son gets an advisory role in a Chinese company and they pay you through that. This is the taking over of our government without having to invade it. The exact slogan of the United Front Work Department, the exact mission of it, is to overtake what they call the civil society. This is how you conquer a country without invading a country. This is how we will lose our country if we don't wake up. What does that mean? The theory of Chinese espionage, of the Chinese Communist Party, is this. What is that which constitutes a government? Well, our Constitution, of course. The Constitution lays out what defines our government, how it works, our laws, our protections, and so on. But how does that actually get implemented? That is the civil society. That is your politicians, it's your business leaders, it's your ideological leaders. Think your YouTubers, your TikTokers, and other agents of influence, or your business leaders. If you can take those people, if you can win them over and serve the interests of another system, you control the country. You've created a puppet state. And think about what's happening. The United Front actively goes to every government official, invites them on trips to China, and then tries to bribe them or blackmail them. In fact, they do this pretty aggressively. They do it to business leaders. And why is it that businesses Hollywood cannot create a film and get it shown in China without co-producing with the Chinese Communist Party. They have to show core socialist values. A basketball player cannot write on his shoe a message against current-day slavery in Xinjiang province in China because it offends the Chinese Communist Party, while other players are kneeling in criticism of the United States in slavery over 100 years ago. So they can't criticize, of course, the Chinese Communist Party in current-day slavery, but they can criticize the United States. The CCP recently, they have a program inviting YouTubers on trips to China, anyone over 300,000 views. The element which ties all of this together is a program to subvert our country, to make these people serve the interests of a foreign government while masquerading as having us still remain a free country. And of course, my work at the Epoch Times has been actively exposing this for the past almost, 20 years. And I can tell you all right now, for all the aspiring journalists out there, you can do it too. To stand up for what this country is, to stand up for what we are as a nation, take up the mantle of an investigative journalist. If you want to do your own work, it is there for you. And again, God bless America, because I do think the true battle in this world is between freedom and socialism. And the way that manifests right now in front of our eyes is the battle between the free world and the communist world. And that battle is defined as the United States against the Chinese Communist Party. So thank you very much.
The first time that I sat down and started and tried out a Christian prayer, I felt like it was very genuine. I felt like I'm speaking to God. I am expressing something that I truly feel. We are allowing Islamists to spread their poison while fighting among each other about nonsensical things.
All right, and welcome back. Real America's Voice. I am Mike Crispy, joined by Bo Davidson, and we are coming to you live from Tampa, Florida at the Student Action Summit, hosted by Turning Point USA. We got this coverage all weekend long, yesterday, today, and tomorrow, and it's all made possible by our sponsors. And I want to thank Birch Gold. Guys, Birch Gold has been a longtime sponsor of this network, and to get a free info kit from Birch Gold, how you can protect and diversify your financial assets, text America to 989898. That is America to 989898 and get your free info kit from our incredible friends at Birch Gold. We continue on here.
We do, and I just want to be clear to our viewers that Mike and I did not coordinate
we got to say that at least once an hour.
You have to say it, because otherwise people are going to say, "What are these guys doing?" They look.
It wasn't a cute shtick. It's just that conservatives have really good fashion sense, and when you're in Florida and it's 98 degrees outside, we got tan linen in the closet, ready to go. What better time to break it out when the sun is shining and it's hot outside and America is hot, on fire.
That's right.
There you go.
And someone that's on fire right now, certainly figuratively, not literally, is YouTuber Apostate Prophet. Let's go and check him out on the stage right now.
We want to change that today. You can just go and look me up on YouTube, Apostate Prophet. In fact, I'm going to wait. Everyone subscribe right now, please. Oh, wonderful. So I want to really thank Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA for doing this and for giving me the opportunity, because we have a very important job to do. We have a lot of very important things to do. If you do indeed find me on YouTube, you will see what you will encounter is that I represent myself and my channel with a little cartoon that looks like a certain figure, a religious figure by the name of Muhammad, the Prophet Muhammad. I specifically chose to put that as image out there because drawing Muhammad, making a cartoon of Muhammad, is a very dangerous thing. You shouldn't try that at home, because if you do it and you publicize it or people know about it, your life will be in danger. Many of you might know about it, but a little over a decade ago, or I think about a decade ago, in France, a magazine, Charlie Hebdo, put out a cartoon of Muhammad for which the entire place was attacked by Islamic terrorists who opened fire and killed several of those journalists and cartoonists. This was, of course, horrific. Lots of people around the world, in Europe, in the West, and also some in the Muslim world condemned it. But the general idea in the Muslim world was that those cartoonists, when they were killed, basically deserved it because they asked for it. This is the culture that we are dealing with, that I am dealing with on a daily basis. We don't have the freedom in an Islamic environment to mock or to critically speak of the Islamic beliefs and of the Prophet, the so-called Prophet Muhammad, despite the fact that this so-called Prophet Muhammad was a warlord and a pedophile, but he is also considered the perfect moral conduct for Muslims all around the world. I would know this. I didn't have the privilege, unlike most of you wonderful people here, to be raised in a Christian environment with Christian values and Christian rules, or to be raised within a country, a beautiful country like America, where you have the freedom, where we have the freedom to say whatever we want without fearing repercussions. The same thing cannot be said about different places in the world. I was raised in an Islamic environment. I was raised in a religious Muslim family, and I am what you would call an ex-Muslim. I was raised with the idea that I should be loyal only to Islam as a religion. I was raised with animosity, with hostility toward the West. I was raised as an enemy of the United States of America. Today, I am standing here with a huge American flag right in front of me, and I proudly and happily call myself an American. America has given me the ability, the freedom to be free and to say whatever I want, to do whatever I want, to be free, to speak freely. I appreciate this to no end. I have also, after I left Islam, after I turned my back on it, I spent about 10 years as an atheist, as a very hardcore skeptic. I have recently become a Christian, so I am... So I can finally share the beauty of Christian values and Christian beliefs, which I didn't know, which were taught to me in a very limited way, but which were also demonized by my own culture and by my own religion. Charlie Kirk recently said something for which he got in huge trouble. He said, Islam is incompatible with the West. He also said Islam does not belong in the West. It has no place in the West. But unfortunately, it is rapidly growing in the West and having a lot of influence. I can tell you, as an ex-Muslim, as somebody who has left Islam, who has it behind himself, and who is now in your culture, in this free culture, I can tell you that the Quran, the Islamic fundamental text, equivalent to the Bible in Christianity, has certain ideas and doctrines such as it tells Muslims directly, do not befriend the Jews and the Christians. Whoever befriends them is one of them, because they, the Jews and the Christians, are allies of one another, and they are basically, hostile enemies of Allah and Islam. It further says in chapter 98 verse 6, it says that the Jews and Christians and all the other disbelievers are the worst creatures. I'm not joking. It's right there in the Quran. This is what it says, that Christians and Jews and disbelievers are the worst of creatures. It further also, Muhammad himself, the Prophet, very clearly says that people like me who leave their religion and say it deserve to be executed. And these are not just old ideas that are long gone. These are still ideas held by the majority of Muslim scholars and apologists and educators and Muslims around the world. So, unfortunately, in the Muslim world, I would never be allowed to give this speech that I'm giving right now. If I did give this speech, I would probably be lynched and brutally murdered, like many others have been over the many years. In Pakistan, this happens again and again, where somebody is falsely accused of disrespecting Islam. It only has to be an accusation, and people will go after that person and will brutally massacre them. In Europe, unfortunately, this problem is getting bigger and bigger because Europe made the stupid mistake, the very stupid mistake of allowing massive numbers of people to simply come in unchecked and to give people this idiotic impression that we all are the same. All cultures are the same. They are, anybody who comes from a different culture, no matter what they do, if they are among us, and they just see our kindness and our goodness and our civilization, they will just change and be just like us. It doesn't work that way. Now we have massive numbers of people in the UK, in Australia, in France, in Germany, in many other countries that actually want to start imposing Islamic rules. They have already started it. In the UK, it has become very much impossible to openly criticize Islam and get away with it. People go to jail because of it. We don't have that in America. America is still a free country where we still have freedom. But the issue is it wasn't always like this in Europe. Just several decades ago, the state that Europe is in right now was considered unthinkable. The same thing can happen very quickly if you do not watch out. In America, it can become similar quite quickly. We have, for example, a rising candidate for mayor in New York City, Zohran Mamdani. What do you guys think about him? Zohran Mamdani has said things such as that the end goal is to seize the means of production, which is an explicitly Marxist communist slogan and idea. He has condemned a statue of Columbus and said that we should take it down. He has called for defunding the police. He has been seen wearing terrorist rags and aligning with Hamas propaganda, for example. Hamas, by the way, right now is a very heated topic, but is the very same organization that openly praised Osama bin Laden, who explicitly took responsibility for 9/11. This is the organization, and we have their allies here in the United States, unchecked. Meanwhile, we have another state in the Middle East that some people, and I don't want to say any names today, that some people have an obsession with and that they likely would rather attack, Israel. Israel is often targeted by the very same people who will stand up and defend certain countries, like the Islamic regime of Iran, which very explicitly has it in their policies and every day says, death to America, death to Israel. The Islamic regime of Iran explicitly and officially calls America the great Satan and Israel the small Satan. On July 4th, on our day, on the day of America, a clergyman in the Islamic regime of Iran openly and publicly declared that Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu are two people who should be executed. These are his words, executed. I want to hereby, in solidarity, send all respect and greetings to those people of Iran who are not on the side of the Islamic regime and who are fighting for their freedoms. Because the Islamic regime of Iran is not just a danger to their own people, it's also a danger to the entire world. It is in their constitution, believe it or not, that the Islamic revolution that they accomplished should also be spread abroad, and other countries should also be led toward an Islamic revolution. And we have many Muslim scholars and apologists, and you will see that if you engage with my content, who very proudly and happily say that. So what is the solution? As an ex-Muslim, I think there are some things that we should not be afraid to address. There are certain things to do, such as learn about Islam, learn that it's not simply a religion, it's a political system. Yeah, not all Muslims are bad, whatever, I don't care. But the religion itself is pretty bad. If a person does not explicitly identify with political Islam and an attempt to overthrow the government, he's still part of a religious system that is pretty bad. So learn what Islam is, or amplify those who know about it, like me, shamelessly plugging myself here again. Another thing to do, the Muslim Brotherhood should be designated as a terrorist organization. Islamic influx and influence should be limited. There should be a prioritization of deporting explicitly Islamist organizations and people. I'm an ex-Muslim. I'm warning you here. My time is up. I see it, and I don't want to kind of mess up my first speech here at Turning Point USA. So I just want to thank everyone who is here, all you wonderful, beautiful people. I want to thank Charlie Kirk for this opportunity. I want to thank Turning Point USA. Big applause for Turning Point USA, please. I want to thank all other ex-Muslims struggling out there. My friend David Wood, whom people should also follow and know, he's fantastic. All who give their lives. Recently, Salwan Momika, an activist in Sweden, was brutally murdered for daring to burn up the Quran in a protest. So I want to remember him. I want to thank you all. I want to thank God. And God bless you all, and God bless America.
When I weigh the pros and cons of each side, I find the positions on the left are so radical and so dangerous. And we had hoped they would take a stand on the health issue. This one is not nuanced. It's black and white. It's right and wrong. It's good against evil. Americans are sicker and more unhealthy than ever. What the food companies are doing to people is disgusting. It is strategic. It's deliberate. It's by design. They're putting profit over people. That is structural violence.
Hey! You guys hear me? I don't think so. I said, can you guys hear me? There we go. How are you? Small little shindig here, huh? Wow. First, I want to take a second to thank Charlie Kirk for having me. What a cultural force that guy is. Unbelievable. All right, so question. How excited are you guys to listen to these incredible speakers? Megyn Kelly, Tom Holm, and Kristi Noem, Tucker Carlson. Wow, right? But you know what's interesting is that all of us across the spectrum are equally as excited to come and talk to you. Because we realize that we are simply stepping stones to something much greater than ourselves. And it's you guys. You guys who are going to inherit the country and inherit the world. You are the future of our country. And subsequently, the future of all human race. You guys are super duper special and important. So there's been a lot of my blood pressure's up. My God, it's like China wants to get you, and Iran wants to get you, Israel wants to get you, and the deep state wants to get you. Let's take a step back from that for a second. Let's talk about you guys and what you guys want for yourselves and why you're here. So show of hands, who's here because you want to focus on your purpose, you want to hone your vision, you want to contribute? Oh, I need a little more, come on. Okay, so let's talk about the ways in which you can do that really effectively. The first thing is to be authentically yourself. And I saw that Megyn Kelly said this last night, and she was talking about kids in college and don't kowtow to narratives. I'm not going to ask you, to plant your feet firmly in the sand and not move. But what I want to lean into with regard to that message is that don't get caught up, and this is a broader conversation, this is not political, do not get caught up in the shoulds. And I think that message that she was giving you is really important to reinforce. Because along the way we get so sidetracked by the things we think we should do that we don't end up doing the things we are meant to do. And what we're meant to do are the things that we love, that we're uniquely passionate about. Now, oftentimes, the how, the work associated with the goal can seem really intimidating and overwhelming, especially for youth right now. We're hearing it all the time, like, I can't afford a house, interest rates are insane, you can buy policy, democracy isn't working for me. We've heard it a million times, but you guys are smarter than that. You're entrepreneurial, and you'll use the tools that our generation doesn't really understand and doesn't know to outthink all of this and to take the country and take your lives to a better place than we've all achieved. Hence the concept of us being stepping stones. And I want you to believe that. And the more you focus on this long-term goal, the more the how will be tolerable. It's been said that if you have a why to live for, you can tolerate the how being the work associated with the goal. What do you need? You need discipline. What do you need discipline for? You want a healthy, strong body. When you're feeling strong physically, you're feeling strong, you're feeling empowered in every facet of your life. It's true that your health is your #1 wealth. That's important. I think we can put that one aside now. I think we've established that. I don't think anyone's going to disagree with me about that. I want to talk to you about diet for a second. And I'm not talking about food. I'm talking about the information that you're taking in. It's really important that you fortify.
All right, folks, Jack Posobiec here, Human Events host, but of course, we're riding double duty here at the Student Action Summit. That's Jillian Michaels. She's so great up there on stage, but I had to cut in here for a minute because, ladies and gentlemen, we are here with the Officer Tatum. Officer, how are you?
I'm blessed, man.
I got to ask you, you've been coming to these events so often for so many years. How do you view the growth of Turning Point going from where it was 6, 7, 8 years ago to where it is now?
What it is a generational changer, right? I mean, we see generations and generations come through that are learning, that are growing, that are being blessed, that are blessing others. And so I think that the beauty of what Charlie's been able to do as an example for all these young people is that he's been able to capture the hearts and minds of people who really want to do better. And they've been able to grow, and I've seen the growth, and some of the young people that were here from the very first SAS event is now leading in this country. So it's been really good to see the progression.
No, and you absolutely do see it in terms of the voting, right? Because if you were coming up through college, you were 18 to 22, but now when you look at that 18 to 29 demographic, look, that's a voting block. And guess what? The new Gen Z voting block, it's totally upending politics. When they saw it, particularly Gen Z men that switched over for Trump so far, Gen Z women, we'll work on that. We'll work on that. Talk to Charlie about it. But this was something that upended politics because the conventional thinking was that always the youth vote is going to be leftist, and then as they get older, they're going to be more conservative. Millennials, and I call them Gen Y, Centennials, they're kind of on that arc where that's now sort of your 50-50, but Gen Z is not like that.
Right. I mean, just imagine a world without Turning Point USA. I don't think we'll have a country. I don't think the young people will have another outlet to hear something different than what they hear on campus and being lied to by the mainstream media. So with what Charlie has done and what these young people have been able to do over this amount of time has been incredible and literally is a huge part in saving our country.
Now, when we talk about saving our country, everybody's asking me about it, and I've been open about it. They say, hey, Jack, I seen this picture of you with a binder. It says Jeffrey Epstein on it. Now, all of a sudden, the DOJ's come out with their memo. What's going on? I said, wait a minute. First of all, I uploaded all that stuff from the binder the day I got it. The very first day I got it, I put it up, and I said, here's the link. Everyone can see it. The problem was all the stuff that had been in that binder, it had kind of already been released through various court cases. And there was actually an itemized list that came from one of the search warrants that had not yet been published. So one page, basically, an item sheet. But all of this obviously been a huge controversy. People waiting for answers. They say, wait a minute, we promised answers. We haven't got those answers. And I thought, you know what? With your law enforcement background, right? When I was in the military, I was an intelligence agent. So we had different missions. I was just trying to collect all the information I could, and we were going to go either roll somebody up or put warheads on foreheads. I didn't have to worry about a court case. I didn't have to worry about, having a warrant or all of these, for me, like just these extra pieces of the puzzle that law enforcement would have to put into. So can you try to distill some of this for us? How do these cases work? And do the items that people want, does that actually exist?
Well, that's a good question. I think that the problem that we have now is that we have no idea what we don't know. Right? I mean, we don't know if the information was available, meaning the investigation material was available and it's been deleted, so therefore they really don't have anything to present. We don't know if they have something to present, but they refuse to present it. We don't know if Kesh Patel and Dan Bongino wants to present it, but Pam Bondi doesn't. We don't know if all of them want to present it, but Trump don't want it to happen. So it's a lot to be involved in, and I'll tell you this from a law enforcement perspective, is that you always got to have an open mind. Don't get married to a narrative, because it's very scary in the terrain that we're in, because we don't know who to trust and who's divulging information or not. And what I can say is that, just so everybody's clear, and I love Donald Trump, he's my favorite president, I'll vote for him 15 times if it was legal. But the investigation started a long time ago.
Oh, yeah.
This wasn't an investigation that started when Epstein went to jail. This was an investigation that concluded in part when Epstein went to jail. So the first Trump administration had to be privy to what information was available that caused him to be arrested and put into jail.
Right.
Now, beyond that point, both administrations, the Biden and the Trump administration, had to know if there is actually a list or not. And the fact that we don't know the truth about it is concerning to me. But what I will say this, I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. I think that we should trust the people who we've trusted for so many years, that eventually the truth will come out. Donald Trump is a man of integrity. I've known that. I think Kesh Patel is a man of integrity. I don't know Pam Bondi much. Dan Bongino is one of my favorites. So I'm just waiting to say there's more to the story. I want to let it play out, and we'll see where it ends up.
So you mentioned the 2019 arrest, and people, of course, remember that's why he was in jail. But what people, I think, forget, and that gets lost in the story, I should say, is that he was in jail pending trial.
Right.
So that trial never took place. Now, a lot of this material, I think, probably, and this is something that law enforcement and prosecutors, they wouldn't make that public. Why? Because they wouldn't want to tip off Epstein's lawyers as to what their strategy would be. Now, of course, they would have to give it to him eventually at some point. But because his death happened when it did, suspicious death, to say the least, when it happened when it did, we never got that trial. So all of that information, that's got to exist somewhere, because, of course, they were building a case against him.
Right, and Ghislaine Maxwell is in jail right now.
Precisely.
For exactly that. There had to be evidence presented against her for her to be in jail. There has to be crimes, because she was the middle person between connecting victims to the suspects. And so with all of that information, the details had to be presented to her in court, against her in court, for her to even be able to go to jail and be sentenced. So it existed, but this is not something new, man. This is mob tactics. This is hood tactics. If there is no person to testify in court, then there you go. The evidence will not be revealed.
I'm from the Philly area, and they got a certain saying about snitches in the Philly area, right? They say, because people say, actually, the New York Times did it's funny you mention that, they did a study just recently. They said, I think it's only 58% of homicides are solved in the United States. And I said, well, in Philly, I know why. I'll tell you exactly why that is. That's because nobody saw nothing. Nobody heard nothing. Nobody saw nothing. Wait a minute, you were right there. This Ring camera, I didn't see nothing. I didn't hear nothing. I didn't see nothing.
Because snitches get stitches is what they say. I don't agree with it, right? I think snitching is humble. You need to snitch on these people to get these
But I'm saying that's the dynamic that leads people to not be able, like, if you don't have any information, what are you going to investigate?
Well, check this out. I mean, we got to think, too. There's implications that there could be incredibly powerful people that are associated with the crimes committed by Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. With that being said, how do you think it's possible that if those people are potentially involved in this, that he would ever make it to trial? They would not let it happen. Either he's saving face by doing it to himself, or somebody else made sure that he couldn't testify.
And I remember saying this, and I'll say it again, people get mad at me, but I said, look, when you mentioned about not being married to your hypothesis, they do teach us that as well in intelligence school. And one of the things they do to help us to fight against that or prevent that mentally is what they teach us is an ACH. They want you to construct an analysis of competing hypotheses. And then when you do that, you actually... Basically, it's like competing against your each hypothesis. So you lay it out, then you lay out the next one, then you lay out the third one, and you think, okay, was he murdered? All right. Was he murdered by a guard? Was he murdered by a prisoner that was on the block with him? Or did he commit suicide? Does he commit suicide? And then you put out and you lay out all the evidence for each. You lay out how each of it would work. And so one of the ones that I even said, which I do kind of wonder about, is because I do trust Cash and Dan, and they said, we don't think someone did that. And I said, okay, what if he felt intimidated? What if he felt he was being threatened? And if so, that drove him to kill himself. Now, on paper, you would call that suicide, but in the real world, we know that's something else.
1,000%, man. It's not above reality for somebody who's facing potentially the rest of their lives in prison and being the fall man, who eventually somebody will kill him anyway, I think, that he will be the fall man indicting all these other people.
So you want to live the rest of your life looking over your shoulder?
Right.
Or
I mean, you think this guy was living on a high horse. We don't know how he made his money, but he was rich. He had one of the nicest places in New York City, flying private everywhere. He knew everybody. I mean, just the arrogance of a narcissist like that would probably lead them to say, I can't spend the rest of my life in prison, knowing that he probably would spend the rest of his life in prison if they knew what was actually out there with evidence. But what I will say is this. I use the same theology that you're saying about everything in life. You never get married to a thesis. Even with my faith in God, I say, I'm going to challenge my faith.
You got to challenge it, yes.
When someone approaches me with information about the Bible or anything else, I don't shy away from it and say, well, I'm a Christian, so I can't consider it. No, I'm going to consider every principle, because what does it do? It makes you stronger. It makes you deep. It makes you go deeper in your faith when you find out that the things you believe are real. That's how I became a conservative. I said, I'm not going to listen to what people are saying I should believe because I'm black. Let me evaluate it for myself. And with that being said, that's how I became conservative.
You know, that's such a good way of putting it. And that really is, I think, the start of conservatism, right? Is that there was that heat map that came out recently. They said, they were looking at social media and they said, here are liberals and their talking points, and here are conservatives, their talking points. And they said the liberals, it was like a fist, right? Because it was all this one solid spot. They all talk about the same thing. They all believe the same thing. But then for conservatives, it was a web. And it was sort of, and it was a cluster, but, it was like, okay, here's your libertarians, here's your America First guys, here's your anti-trans, and there were various different nodes along this web, because that's what conservatism is. It's not lockstep conformity. It is, in fact, critical thought and critical reasoning.
Critical thought, critical reason in comparison to emotionalism.
Yes.
The way that they're able to get certain people to have a heat map that's that strong is they get them emotional. And people that don't know how to manage their emotions, this is how they fall into a trap of being deceived 100%. If you do an evaluation, I haven't done it yet, I'm pretty sure if the science came out, it would be the people that tend to lean left and listen to the foolery that they're putting out in the media. They're doing it through weaponized empathy, weaponized emotions, and conservatives aren't those type of people. And that's why you see certain demographics of people that are leaning more conservative, whether it be sex or whether it be race or whatever. You see a difference in the way they receive information, and you see the way it's presented by how they vote.
No, it's absolutely true. It's just now come out. They still finished the end of the final analysis of the election. Donald Trump won a majority of Hispanic males, a majority. So not just a lot. There wasn't just no. He won them outright. And so we were told over and over and over that, Donald Trump, he wants a wall. Donald Trump, he wants deportations. He's never going to win Hispanics. And yet he won all Hispanic men. How did he do that? Because they saw the status of their country. They said, wait a minute, who wants to get rich? Who wants to get jobs? Who wants to do all this? We do too. Money doesn't have a race, does it?
Right, exactly. And what it boils down to is people with common sense are the people that will listen to a message of freedom, listen to the message of American exceptionalism, and those are the ones that will become conservative. And it's only a matter of time when people like you and I are presenting the truth that people will begin to wake up.
It's precisely that. Tell us your social, everybody knows it, but throw out your social media again.
The Officer Tatum on every single platform. You can find me. God bless you. God bless America. Thanks for having me on, brother.
Appreciate you, brother. Yeah. Take care. All right, folks, Jack Posobiec here, the Student Action Summit. We just wrapped with the Officer Tatum. I want to throw back now to the great Jillian Michaels.
Part of the problem, and it's got to be fought on two fronts. Truthfully, old people don't want to become obsolete. But what they don't realize is that by shutting out the younger generation, they're inherently obsolete because they're rigid in their ideas. They're ossified. This is why I embrace younger people, so I can learn from them. They can teach me all of these tools that I didn't grow up with. I can learn from their perspectives. They can reinvent all of the basics that my generation laid down. So ultimately, they will beget their own demise by trying to avoid it. But at the same time, what I would say to each and every one of you guys out there, and this is a good note to end on, is you don't stop fighting. You guys need to go for those jobs. Don't become nihilistic because they won't let go. That doesn't mean you get discouraged. That doesn't mean you give up. That means you fight harder and fight smarter. Reach out to them, embrace them, quite honestly, charm them. Get in their good graces, have them take you under their wing, be an asset to them, learn how to bridge that gap. Bridging ideologies does not mean you're giving up on your principles. Seeking to understand does not mean surrender. If something's wrong, it doesn't mean you reject it entirely. Learn how to outthink it, outsmart it, and make it right. Go find one of those rigid old people, show them what an asset you are, and find a relationship that is mutually beneficial. How you think is going to be everything. Don't get bogged down in the bullshit, guys. This is it. My time is up. Thank you so much for being here. What a real honor and a pleasure. Thank you.
Private student loan debt in America totals.
And welcome back to Real America's Voice coverage of the Student Action Summit, hosted by Turning Point USA. We are in Tampa, Florida, and joining us now, a man who just got off the stage a couple of minutes ago and had new bombshell news, James O'Keefe. James, appreciate you being with us, appreciate you joining us. And I want to get started here with how you started your speech about the Epstein saga. Obviously, you had that footage that you broke from inside the buildings in the Epstein complex. Tell us what you think here in the next couple of weeks. You were critical of Pam Bondi. How do you see this playing out? And for the people who might have missed your speech, what do you think needs to happen here? Because so many people, as you pointed out, are not buying the official narrative right now.
Well, thanks for having me. I feel like this is a very excellent setup. I feel like I'm Sports Center. This is incredible.
Right.
I love the LED screens. I really love that. Yeah, I just walked off stage and talked about some of our reporting on Epstein and started with the video showing the Attorney General sharing. There were tens of thousands of videos privately before they did it publicly, and it begs a lot of questions. Why did they share that information not with the American people first? And then we took you inside the Epstein Island, inside the different buildings. This was all information given to us by sources inside the government. And then today we are just about to publish a video of new FBI agents talking about how law enforcement's not handling this correctly. So these are current agents with the FBI talking to the American people about how disappointed they are. And I asked the audience, how many of you guys think it's true that there isn't any evidence to implicate anybody? And 100% of people thought that was a lie. So yeah. This is a problem.
Well, James, you showed those videos back to back of Pam Bondi. And it looks to me like she's got a lot of accountability to prove at this particular point. What's your opinion on whether she should stay? And where are those videos that we're supposed to see?
My belief is that, and I say this as a journalist, there's always a story there. So for the Department of Justice to say there's no list, there's no story, there's no blackmail, there's nothing to see here, I just don't believe it. It may not be what people here want, but there definitely is a story. And if the government won't give it to us, then I call upon the people on the inside who are familiar with the situation to go public.
There you go. A round of applause for that. And it shows that it shows that the conservatives were not just like the liberals. We're not just blindly following what our officials do, what Merrick Garland does.
I don't even know what conservative or liberal is anymore. I don't even, no one has been able to explain that to me. I said my beliefs are the public in America have a right to know what the government's doing. There needs to be more transparency. I guess I would say I'm a constitutionalist, but I said on stage when the FBI raided me, it wasn't conservatives who defended me, it was the American Civil Liberties Union. So I don't even know what that means standing here right now. Right. I'm not sure what we're conserving, and the Department of Justice needs to be more transparent. And it really gives me pause. I didn't want to even publish the video regarding Bondi. It was a challenging story because I know how attacked she has become. I know they're maybe trying to do the right thing, and I do believe Cash and Dan are good people. I just believe that if I put you or me in charge of the FBI, I think we would struggle.
James, one thing I've always really respected about you, and I think you know this, is being a performing artist and the performative element to what you do. You're a singer, you're an actor, I am too, and I really appreciate that.
And you did that video 3 years ago. I really appreciated that video.
Absolutely, because Project Veritas did some great job, and I know you're also in talks to reacquire it.
I'm in talks to do it. We're working on that right now.
All right, well, you've done a lot to expose Disney, and I just want to know from a performance aspect, Is there how deep does the corruption run in a place like Disney, and are there more investigations to come from your work?
There's always more, and the vice president of Disney, a guy named Giordano, was fired after we caught him on video saying they don't hire white people there. And there was a lawsuit against Disney, and in fact, Giordano threatened to sue me. I have not been sued, but there's always more of a story there. And that Disney story, what struck me about the Disney story was that so many people in Los Angeles told me not to publish that because I was making a movie and they said, Disney's so powerful, you're going to blacklist yourself. So it was the power they have to blacklist you, to cut you off. And we went ahead and did it anyway. I think Project Veritas and OMG are kind of like the last resort. We publish things that a lot of people aren't willing, perhaps, to publish because they're afraid of retaliation.
I want to ask you, you also broke some news on the stage talking about Johnson & Johnson, the pharmaceutical industry. Give the people an update on what is to come regarding Big Pharma and your continued work exposing that.
We're about to drop something on Big Pharma. You know, we did the huge stories during the pandemic, a few on Pfizer. Moderna, we're about to break something which I believe is just as massive. And people say we want accountability, we want jail, we want this, we want that. I don't have the power to arrest people. I don't have the power to imprison people. But I do believe that sunlight can ironically be the greatest form of accountability. And perhaps that the shame in the public knowing is the accountability that people actually seek. So we have a huge one coming this week on that.
Something you've also been so great at, James, is telling the story of whistleblowers, people who come to you and say, I've got some information, I need it told, I've got the courage to speak out, and you help tell their stories. Looking forward, are there any other whistleblowers that have come to you recently for work that you plan to do?
Whistleblowers are talking to me every day. Some of them don't want to go public. The problem is they are kind of jumping on a grenade. There's certainly no congressional protections for them, and the financial challenges are immense. And the people who do it for the right reasons. They don't do it for economic reasons, and it's very difficult to reconcile the instinct for self-preservation with doing the right thing. So it's very rare you find these people. They do exist. They're unicorns. Aaron Vecchi from the Border Patrol came to us. Eric Cochran from Pinterest came to us. There's a few examples. But it's very, very, very difficult. It's very punishing, and it's a type of financial violence directed at your family because they will target you. But I think the solution is whistleblowing in numbers. And maybe the silver lining to this whole Epstein saga is we finally see that. We finally start to see people come forward.
You know, I think journalism as a whole right now is really in a bad spot. I mean, they're kind of putting themselves on blast because nobody's talking about this. I mean, if you turn on a lot of the legacy outlets, they're just not even addressing it. What do you make of the state of modern journalism? They're not even asking these questions on the tarmacs. It's like not even a conversation unless you're in here.
I don't even think people watch these things anymore. CNN, I don't know how many people watch it. People always are watching X and Instagram, and the young people don't turn on CNN. So I don't think they have any power. I think they lost their power. But I do think the problem with journalism is that there really isn't, there's a lot of information, but there really isn't a lot of good journalism. There's a lot of people tweeting and posting and commenting, but thorough, who, what, when, where, why, vetting information, factual information, there's really not a lot of that, and it's a huge problem. And I support, to a certain degree, the demise of the crooked mainstream media, but I don't support the demise of journalism. And I'm talking about investigative reporting, not telling me what you think. I really don't care what people think. I want to see the facts. Yeah.
That's a dying breed in today's.
It's extinct. I don't know anybody doing it. It's because there's no money in it. There's a lot of money in conjecture and opinion, and it's a tough business model.
James, yesterday John Solomon broke some news for us that it seems that there's going to be some juicy stuff coming out about this conspiracy against Donald Trump.
What was that?
Who? John Solomon. He said about 10 years ago, starting with Crossfire Hurricane, that we're about to get some juicy information coming out of the DOJ. Do you trust the DOJ in its current form to do their job?
Do I trust the DOJ? On stage, I had the affidavit that had the probable cause for my raid, the raid against my newsroom. Yep. The FBI raided a newsroom. By the way, if the FBI raided a newsroom in like Ukraine, or if a foreign country did this, our State Department issued press releases condemning it. And the current Department of Justice releases the affidavit, and every single word is redacted. Every single word of the probable cause used to raid me has been redacted by the current Department of Justice. They can wave their magic wand right now and unredact that, but they won't. Why? Probably because there's confidential FBI informants that were at Project Veritas. So what I said to the audience is, your right to know why your government is pointing guns at journalists outweighs whatever marginal concern the FBI has to protect their confidential informants. The system is designed to protect itself. That's the only cause the government just wants to preserve itself. So do I trust them? It's verification that they're willing to be transparent. I filed a FOIA request to those of you who are in the White House and the DOJ. Do the right thing. Take away the black. I mean, every word is redacted. Have you seen it? Every word. Single word has been redacted.
Looks like a barcode.
So if they can't be it looks like a barcode. If they can't be transparent about why they raid journalists' homes, why are they going to be transparent about child trafficking?
You guys give it up for the great James O'Keefe. Thank you, James. Let's return to the stage now where Congressman Andy Biggs is speaking.
Those who stand today are you, and we have an obligation for the future. We can't spin ourselves into oblivion. We can't shackle ourselves. We seek freedom. That's what we seek. That's what God has called us to do. And that is where we will be. Will you join me? Will you join me? I ask you to join me now to go into this golden age of freedom, where America is the beacon, where every nation in the world, which they are now, they are coming to us. They want to be free. They want to know how to be free. That's the remarkable thing of this generation and what Donald Trump has done. I pray that God grants us success, and I promise you that future generations will rise up and call your generation blessed, and they'll be filled with gratitude because you stood in the breach between those who want to dismantle this country and those who want lasting and enduring freedom. God bless you. God bless this country. Let's go do it. Thank you.
And welcome back to live coverage of SAS from Tampa, Florida. We're at Turning Points USA Student Action Summit. And we are joined by the great Braden Sorbo. Braden is the son of Kevin Sorbo and Sam Sorbo, two people near and dear to my heart. Wonderful people in their own right. And the fruit don't far fall from the tree, Braden, because you're such a good dude as well. It's great to have you here, Braden. How many Turning Point USA conferences have you been to?
Oh, my gosh. I've been an ambassador for years. I think this has to be number 7 or 8.
Wow. 7 or 8. Man, that's a lot of conferences.
What's been the most memorable moment out of all 7 you've been to?
Well, it's doing stuff like this, getting to talk with hosts such as yourselves and being able to spread a good message. Well, of course, right?
Answer.
You gotta kiss up a little bit. But no, it's truly been a blessing to be able to speak to the youth. Obviously, as a Gen Zer myself, I have a lot to say. You know, my social media, I'm very outspoken on the things that I speak about. And so what I want to do is bring that voice to the people, show them that they're not alone, and that is what these events do such a great job of doing, and that's why I'm here.
Yeah, I agree. You know, I was mentioning this on the morning show the other day, that it gives people, conservatives, a sense of community, a sense of belonging, and a sense of purpose as well. And speaking of your voice and what you've done, well, you've embraced a book here called Embrace Masculinity, forward by Kevin Sorbo, your dad, and you wrote this book. Tell us why you wrote this book, Braden.
Well, I wrote that book because I noticed growing up that there weren't many younger voices that could relate to me. And I really had wished that there was a guide. There was someone my age who had been through similar struggles who I could look to and grow and learn from. And so I decided, since no one else had taken up that mantle, that I would give it a shot. And so I penned the book, Embrace Masculinity, Lifting Men Up in a World That Pushes Them Down, as a godly guide for masculinity and femininity, something that both men and women could use in the broken culture that we have in America today to live virtuous lives.
Here it is right here, Embrace Masculinity. Why do you think, Braden, that in today's day and age, a lot of young men have become soy boys, as they call them? They become very weak. They become, very, we'll call them beta males. They haven't done things that men have traditionally done growing up. Go to the gym and be fit and, be a man, for lack of a better term. What do you think is the driving force behind the deterioration of young men, particularly, on growing up to be men? It's kind of weird, right?
Well, it is weird, but it's also, we can look back through history and see the slow decline, because we started with destroying the nuclear family. Men, our purpose is to have a family. The longevity of our name is what drives us. Everything else is secondary, because when I die, it doesn't matter how much money I have in my bank account, the car I drive, or the house I live in, my family carries on my legacy. And so when we destroyed the nuclear family, we destroyed Western civilization. We took away the man's priority in his life. True masculinity, I write about in the book, is not what the left calls it. True masculinity is not oppressive. It is not controlling. It is not manipulation. True masculinity is exemplary of what Christ lived his life on a smaller scale, because we're sinful humans. It is protection, taking care of those around you. It is provision, providing for them. And it is lastly, responsibility. That is the biggest tenet of masculinity. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you can deadlift 500 pounds or bench 300. What matters is, are you willing to use the gifts that you've been given to take care of those around you, to step up and be responsible? And
there are a lot of fatherless children all across this country, too, which is an incredible problem that we have in America. Well, something that Mike and I have been discussing over the past 2 days is we talked about the young men. He brought that up, which is a great point. What about the young women? Because young women are kind of falling away a bit. They are influenced by culture, by pop culture, sometimes crystals, witchcraft, things that... Why do you
horoscopes.
Why is that happening? Why do you see that happening?
And needless to say, that affects young men then. If the young women are deteriorating themselves, what do you make of that?
Well, it all goes back to the statistics on it. Almost 50% of young women have experimented with some sort of horoscope, crystal, tarot cards, something along those lines. We have departed from the virtues and the faith that built this country. And so unfortunately, when you can manipulate a portion of the generation that comes out next, which is Gen Z, into believing that self-gratification is what truly matters, that chasing your own whims is what you need to do, you effectively destroy society. It is why there are 1.4 million women on an OnlyFriends website, 1.2 million of which are in the Generation Z, which means 1 in 10 young women are currently online selling themselves. We gave women the message that they could be anything they wanted. We said, you are empowered, go into the world and fight. And unfortunately,
that is not a good statistic. That is really bad. I didn't know that.
It's terrible. We're seeing them do this to themselves, and it breaks my heart. And so I hope with the book to lift men up, and in turn to lift women up as well.
Braden, talk about this chapter, the social media problem. This has to be one of the most pervasive issues in our current culture, that it warps people, that there's a sense of, I'm trying to think of the right word for it, but it's warped people into having a warped image of themselves. Women are particularly prone to this, but men are certainly too, and presenting something that you are not. How do you see that problem, and you mentioned the virtues that are the antidote to this, but isn't social media inevitable?
Social media is inevitable. We have the power of the world at our fingertips. I have access to more than the greatest kings in the history of the entire earth had just in my hand. That is a great thing and also a burden at the same time. And so when we live in this culture that perpetuates a cycle of highlight reels, you only see a curated feed of the best, it psychologically affects you. And so it is why we are on a trend of skyrocketing. 75% of women between the ages of 18 and 65 are on some form of medication, antidepressant or other. 48% of men in the same age range are on that exact same medicine.
These are like really unbelievable. You're dishing right now with stats. But I will say it is kind of horrifying, because this is, in my opinion, and I want to get your take on this, this is a managed decline. These things don't happen by accident. We don't just wake up one day and then, 20 years later, not changing anything from the top down. We all of a sudden are doing things completely different, where the women are prostituting themselves and taking drugs and killing their bodies. This seems to be a coordinated, deterioration that was done at a higher level. Do you think that forces that be, powers that be, elements of NGOs and the leftist government, do you think that they initiated a managed decline? Or do you think there are other byproducts and factors that have led us to this really bizarre point?
Well, it has 100% been a managed decline. It started with the removal of the Bible from schools and the Pledge of Allegiance. We removed national pride and the foundational truths that built this country. And then the media, both in the Hollywood industry, the music industry, and the mainstream news networks, started propagating that men were weak, that men were replaceable. You see it on sitcoms where the father is a bumbling idiot. You see it in movies where the strong female lead overpowers all the men. We have perpetuated this cycle of telling men that they are irrelevant, and we're reaping what we sowed.
Oh my goodness, that is unbelievable.
My concern too, Braden, and you tell me how you see this, is like you look at a person like Taylor Swift, who for the most part had a clean image, and you would see women want to be her. It's natural because she's a superstar. She's a singer. She's got the life, right? She's got Travis Kelce now too. But if the reality is, can you be Taylor Swift, or can you flip open Instagram and see that someone, remains nameless, slept with X amount of guys and that made them millions of dollars? Which one are you going to pick? And I think the incentive is so strong to do that because it's easier to do that than it is to become Taylor Swift.
Exactly. It goes back to what I said earlier. We gave this message of empowerment. You can go be anything in the world, and 10% of young women unfortunately decided to prostitute themselves. We have gratified in our culture the idea that there are no consequences to our actions. And what we have to realize is actions do have consequences.
Yes.
The impacts last. And a lot of people have foregone that for momentary, fleeting desires.
Well, Braden Sorbo, it's been so enlightening to talk to you. Embrace Masculinity is the book. And Braden, tell everybody where they can go follow you on socials too, because you're such an astute young man.
People can go to Braden Sorbo on any and all social platforms, Braeden. My parents had to be unique. And then if they want to get the book, sorbostudios.com.
Thank you, Braden. We appreciate you. God bless you. And now let's return to the TP USA stage where Greg Gutfeld is speaking.
Wink. It's like, dude, yeah, we get it. Epstein was probably a honeypot operation, but it's like a CIA thing. It sucks. But the way I look at it is that, again, with the Christmas analogy, you got everything you wanted. You're not going to get everything, but you're going to get to see how it's made, and what's going on. You may not know who's stopping that. But what's important for you to know is right now the Democrats, this is all they have. All they have is the conflict that's going on the other side. So they are you'll notice certain alignments happening where all of a sudden CNN is now covering Epstein. Didn't do it before. And you'll start seeing these liberal alignments because they want the fractions. They want people to break apart. You don't want to give them that. So even when there's certain things that are happening that are upsetting to you, you have to step back, look at the big picture. Don't lose sight of the changes that you're experiencing and how together, I have to take umbrage with Tucker Carlson. Go ahead. All right. Whom I love. When he said that the getting boys out of girls' sports was an appetizer, well, hell, I could eat appetizers all day. That to me is a really big deal. And you got to understand, I was talking about the issue of transgenderism and boys and women's sports when people weren't talking about it. And I was getting a lot of crap for it. People kept asking me, why do you keep bringing this up? Why do you keep bringing this up? And I say, because you compel me to. I don't want to think about this. This was never on my agenda. But the moment pronouns came out, I realized, wait, you're compelling me to think a certain way. And that's a line you can't cross. You may think it's a side issue, but the bigger issue is compelling you to obey. That was it. So the appetizer You got to eat that appetizer to get to the main course. Or you can take all the appetizers and make a main course. That to me was probably the big issue for me. And it allows us to speak freely about one of the biggest delusions, one of the biggest hoaxes of our time. The idea that there are trans kids that you need to operate on, which 10 years from now, 20 years from now, there will be people that will be embarrassed to even admit they believed it. They will act like it never happened.
Well, and not only that, there are detransitioners here at this event. I think Chloe Cole is here somewhere, and it's not an insignificant portion of the population. And by the way, to your kind of analogy about President Trump and the good he's doing in his administration, Greg, we need to make it a goal, hopefully by the end of this administration, we are going to end every gender-affirming care clinic and child butchery in this country. We're not going to allow it to happen.
It's a good lesson that you're learning when you're young is pay attention to language. Think about the phrase gender-affirming care. No, it sounds wonderful. You're affirming a gender. That is your warning that it's something awful. Whenever the language camouflages its actual meaning, you cannot say irreversible surgery and put high-risk hormones. You say gender affirming as the positive. They do this with everything. Let's remember that, abortion is now pro-choice, because pro-choice is an affirming phrase. So you always have to look at that and see, okay, what is underneath it? It's part of the, I think, the education of your brain, learning to question the actual words they use first and foremost.
Yeah, and I mean, there's so many other examples. I mean, they'll use undocumented immigrant.
Yes,
I mean,
they will correct people on other networks if you say illegal immigrant. Somebody tried to do that to me on Fox once. I can't remember who they were, Aldo, but it is like, again, why? So it's almost like they can't tackle the issue, so they dance on the edge of the issue.
And words. Yeah, they use virtue signaling, bullying over semantics.
Yes,
like,
exactly.
You don't use my word, therefore you're a bad person.
Yes.
And by the way that we should talk about gender affirming care, child castration and medieval butchery. How's that for language changes?
Do
you think we're getting better at language on the right?
Well, I think the great thing is that we're no longer afraid of sharing the risk, and people like you, Charlie, and Trump. People have to be the tip of the spear. A lot of people were too, you take the issue like trans. You don't want to be bullied online by people if you say what you feel. Like, if you think about the athletes that were too timid to say they didn't want to change in front of a guy. They didn't want to share the risk with the Riley Gaines, the people who did take the risk. But what you're seeing is it's a natural thing. When you see somebody that you know taking a risk, you're more likely to share that risk with them. So what's happening is now, because we are sharing the risk and being able to say what we want, the language changes.
And that's a new phenomenon, Greg. So you've been coming to our events 7-8 years-ish, right?
Yeah.
And
back when I was in my early 20s.
Sure. Yeah. When I was in my early 20s, not you. But Greg, something has changed profoundly. When you first started coming to these events, first of all, the crowds were much smaller.
Right.
But the energy was different because there was campus rebellion energy that still exists here. But culturally, Greg, it's kind of as if we're winning. Am I allowed to say that?
In fact, I believe we talked about this, I think, the first time I was here, and I had written about this, 20 years ago, about the ability to flip the script. You guys hopefully will never grow up in a time where everybody on the right was seen as evil. I mean, you kind of do now. But when I was growing up, in every movie, in every TV show, it was the person who believed in law and order, the conservative who was seen as evil. The person on the left was seen as hip and cool. This has completely flipped. A lot of it has to do with humor. Now, who are the humorless people? It's a complete flip. The least funny people on the planet are liberals. They're literally it's hard. It's hard to take a joke when you are the joke, and they cannot see that they're the joke. Meanwhile, the best thing you can do when you're in conflict with anyone is to have fun. While I watch, Charlie, when you do those, when you talk to people, you're never angry. You don't. It's not like you're judging the person. You're just having fun. It's an example that a comparison I use with when fans of Obama talk about Obama. They talk about him in solemn terms, in serious terms.
That's so true.
When people who like Trump talk about him, they're laughing. I stole this line from Michael Malice. Whenever Trump says something, I go, we don't deserve him. No matter what he does, you can't help but smile. And when you're defending him, it's fun. When you're not defending him, it's even fun. I mean, it's like, for example, he just did he posted on Truth Social about stripping Rosie, what's her name again? Rosie O'Donnell's citizenship, which is impossible. We know it's impossible. We know it's hilarious, but it makes news, and you see all the people on the liberal blog, social media, pulling their hair out. You know, autocracy. He wants to strip Rosie O'Donnell of her citizen. No, he doesn't. He's just sticking his finger in your eye, and we love every minute of it.
So let's go a step further. I want to analyze the psychology of humor a little bit more. Is it fair to say that those that can't take a joke are insecure, and that the left is actually full of a lot of people that are hyper-credentialed, over-educated, in an upper middle class environment, but deeply down are very insecure?
Yeah, I mean, you kind of described what they appear to be, but you want to know what's underneath it. And I think about that a lot. And I think about, when I was in high school, I was a liberal. And I think one of the things I liked about it was that we didn't have a name for it. It was virtue signaling, but it was easy status. If you wanted high status from a teacher, you push a liberal perspective in your debates or in your term papers. So the idea, excuse me, I had a burger. If what is important to you is status, I need to know that everybody around me likes me, then I will look at what is popular and I will echo that. That's how liberalism kind of works. One of the things I always tell young conservatives, like, what do I do when I'm outnumbered, when I'm there and I'm being ganged up on by 3 or 4 people? And I always say, ask them why it's so important that I agree with you. Yeah. Why do you need me? Why is it so important that I should agree with you? And then you might say, I think if you're looking for reassurance that you are right, I'm the wrong person. And it's a very simple way of, because they have to lead, they should ask themselves, why is it important that you agree with me? Because they themselves aren't sure. They are not sure. It goes to the insecurity. But it has to do with a desire to be cool, i.e. status. But they then mistake what is cool, which is they think it's rebellion, but it's actually false rebellion. What is truly rebellious is rebelling against the rebellion. That means if the guy says, look, dude, I think that the police suck. I'm going to throw rocks at ICE because I'm a rebel. The true rebel tells that guy to fuck off. Excuse my language. But so what conservatism has always been rebellion against rebellion. And that is the real risk in life, because you will be unpopular among the midwits, the lower intellect, the people who think anybody who thinks they're smarter than you isn't. And they know that. So that is why they adhere to easy status through virtue signaling that then they don't do anything about. They can talk about climate change all they want, but then if, you know, their best friend scores first-class tickets for spring break, they're on that plane.
Well, and Greg, you said something a couple years ago when we chatted, and it's so important, which is, and I've tried to apply this rule. It doesn't apply perfectly, but when you see a social movement that continues to push forward when there is high social cost, they're worth at least listening to. So when there is a movement of people and they're getting canceled or smeared, potentially imprisoned, and they keep fighting for that thing, you should hear them out.
Yes.
And this is the point of the kids on campus where you're surrounded by libs being like, why do you think I believe? My life's not easier because of this.
Yes, and yet you reminded me of something I said that I would have completely forgotten.
You're welcome. I'm the second part.
It's actually a really great point.
I know,
and it came from me. Thank you. It's like, do you ever wonder why I would risk this? Do you ever think to yourself, I'm outnumbered by you? Do you ever ask yourself, why would this person do this? Aren't you the least bit curious about that? That usually really can freeze somebody.
It's complete cognitive dissonance, right?
Yeah.
And so,
I'm glad you remembered that. See, this is the problem with getting old. I can't remember my best stuff.
That's why I'm here. I remember your stuff for you. But let's dive deeper into that. So think about it. If you're ever outnumbered, instead of talking about politics or stuff, just say, listen, my view comes at a high social cost on this college campus.
Yeah.
High social cost. How many kids here are graded differently because of your conservative views? Raise your hand. Okay. Almost every student's hand goes up. So therefore, you're making a conscious decision to suffer to some degree for a transcendent value.
Yeah.
And you should tell your lib friends or whatever, I could have comfort if I conform.
Yes.
So why don't I?
Yes. I could actually get better grades like you if I said what you said, but I'm not. Isn't that kind of interesting to you? Yeah. It's kind of like, you know, I mean, I'm pro-life, and I run into the, you know, most people I know almost all people I know in my industry are pro-choice. And I know that I'm always outnumbered. But I'm always like, don't you even wonder? Like, why? You seem to agree with a lot of things I say. You think that I'm a smart person? Do you think I'm just crazy on one thing? Like, oh, he's really good on the economy. He's really good on foreign policy. He can write well, but he's completely nuts on unborn children. That doesn't really logically make sense. You know what's interesting about really, really smart pro-choice people? They admit it's murder.
Oh, I find this on campus. They have to.
Yeah, they have to go, look, you know what? I'm not going to argue what it is murder, but I'm still for it. That was that was like the liberal comedian way of dealing with it. I think almost every smart comedian, when they talk about abortion, will not deny that it's murder.
And then everyone laughs at the comic club. I guess that makes it okay.
Yeah, it's like, at least you're being honest.
But this is another important point that Greg is making, that if you have earned social trust with people in your circle, defending that view that might be seemingly unpopular can convert that whole social circle to be a conservative.
Yes.
Because they'll think, wow, this is a good person. It's not just being right, it's also character.
Yes.
Right?
This is a really good point. And, for example, if you're in an office and you're working, being an appealing person there, it's like a young person will come in and when a young person starts at work, they're looking for somebody, not necessarily a mentor, but somebody that like they can kind of identify with, make them feel at ease. And when you're that person, and every single person has that. Like when I first started working at Men's Health or at Prevention Magazine or different places, I identified. I would boil it down to this: when you'll see somebody you work with, and you go, I want what that person has. Like, what is it about them that makes them confident and strong and cool? Like, it's weird. You know, the word cool originated from the word calm. A lot of people don't know that. It's like you're always looking for the calm person in the storm. And when you're when you are that person, people want to know why. This is why being politically hysterical doesn't win followers. It's like, Charlie, if you're calm, people are interested. So, getting back to the point about character, if somebody sees that everything that you're doing is working, and then they find out that you have an opinion that they detest. Like, the perfect thing is Trump. It's great when the most successful person in the group, they find out is a Trump supporter, and they go, "My God, you're an idiot." And he goes, "Yeah, I'm an idiot. Have you seen where I live? Have you seen my family?" So they have to, like, all of a sudden start reconfiguring the way they think.
Did you see that HBO, the part of with that show White Lotus or something?
Yes.
There was like a 3-minute clip. I don't watch the show.
Where they found out that
the women found out that, like, their old friend who they love and they adore, all of a sudden she's, like, very quietly, like, doesn't say she didn't deny she voted for Trump.
Yes. Yeah.
And anyway, from a drama standpoint, it was so beautifully written.
Yeah, it was nice. And it's like, I think that they're coming to grips with the idea that they kind of they went too far in the world of demonizing. You're making me think of something about, like, when I've lost friends, people that you probably know, like people that I've worked with, over Trump. And whenever somebody, and I'll see it in interviews, they'll ask, "What happened to Gutfeld?" And they go, "Oh man, he knew where his bread was buttered. Oh, it was his way to climb the ladder." It's like, I watch people try to figure out why. Like, why do I support Trump, without ever actually honestly asking why everybody does. It's like, it's like only I think the belief is only dumb people do, but when a smart person does it, it's because they're selling out.
And what's so funny is if they stopped coping,
yes,
and started understanding,
yes, which is what I did,
they would actually be in a better place.
You know, remember, I knew Trump before he ran. I liked him. I did not support him when he ran in I'd say 2015, but a lot of it was a coping thing. It was a personal issue with me, and I suddenly realized what is going on here. I had a sunk cost that I'd already, when you express criticism for something over and over again and you realize you might be wrong, you don't want to let go. It's the sunk cost. It's like being in a bad marriage or a bad relationship. You think about all that effort you put into it. So that made it hard to say, but what was great and what was wonderful.
Right, we want to cut out of that for a moment to bring you some breaking news here. Is our very own Ben Berquam right outside of the Tampa Convention Center, where an ICE protest has broken out. You can see them right there with their signs. Ben seems to grab someone from the crowd. Yep, the smile is clear on his face. Ben,
can you hear us?
Did you find a friend?
Hey, I found ICE. I found ICE too. We got Bo out here. So, by the way, there's two options in America. You can be happy and beautiful, or you can be empty and miserable. That's what the left offers.
100%. And, I hope there's no illegals here, because I got someone deported already. I'll do it again, and I'm more than happy to.
So this is beautiful, guys. We've got the MAGA crowd out here, and then you've got the they-them energy over here. I've been trying to talk to them this whole time, but nobody wants to talk. Okay, free it from what? Free Palestine. From what? From Hamas? Free Palestine. From Hamas? We want to free Palestine. From Hamas? So the problem is, guys, none of them want to talk. I've been out here for 2 hours. God bless Luke. He's like dying over here. They just will not talk. And the weird thing is, I don't understand this. The Democrats, the left, used to be the party of like open love and thinking for yourself. And now it's just become this group think. They actually even have this little pamphlet where they all get the pamphlet of chants so that they know what chants to recite with them. It's just really sad. And then you compare that to this side. Oh yeah, watch out for the signs. Watch out for the F signs. Yeah. And then you got over here, you got the MAGA crowd over here. So these are your options, America. You can be empty and miserable. Don't look at that sign. Or you can be happy and filled with Jesus and beautiful. All right, I'll let you guys jump in. I'm just shouting.
Wearing masks, it's really hot out there. There's a lot of, air flowing.
It's summertime
Ask
in
them
Florida.
why they're wearing the mask.
We need ice. It's hot, guys. We need ice.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, so we're doing the now. So just so you guys know, the chants change. I'm going to walk you guys through the chants. We're in from the river to the sea. Palestine will be free, which really means Hamas will wipe Israel off the map. Oh, we got Coast Guard. We got Coast Guard. God bless Coast Guard coming by. We got a flyover. But that's what we got. So just so you guys know, we've just had an amazing 2 hours out here. We're going to be taking all the footage we just got. We're going to be re-uploading that to Real America's Voice News Social. We'll play it in its entirety. You got to hear some of these kids, these young Turning Point kids that love America, that love God. And look, all you have to do if you have kids, let's get out of this. It's a little loud over here. If you have kids that are confused about what side they want to be on, just have them watch our video when we're done. There is no confusion. This is the divide in America. It's God and country versus demons and death is what the other side wants.
Ben, what I'm understanding from you is in talking to all the Turning Point folks that are out there, they can fully explain to you why they're here. They want freedom, they want liberty, they want limited government, but the ones you're interviewing on the other side, as we just saw, you said, free Palestine from what? Have you got an answer to that in the last 2 hours you've been out there?
No, I had one guy willing to talk to me. The rest, and in fact, it's not even that they're not willing. I've had a couple that started to, and then you have these minders, they're little handlers that come up, the silencers that tell them, don't talk to them, and they shut them down. And so I've had probably 30 great conversations with Turning Point young kids, 14, 15, 16, high schoolers, up through their early 20s. And then on the other side, nothing. They're just empty. They're empty. They don't know why they're out here. They mindlessly chant, but they don't really know why. And ultimately, that's what it comes down to. It's if you boil it down, what's missing on the other side, it's probably they've not had the greatest homes. They probably haven't had the greatest parents. They probably haven't had the greatest experience with their friend groups, and they're looking for something to fill the void. But instead of finding it, the only place you're going to find peace in Jesus, they've looked to alternative things like socialism and communism and Satanism and all the rest of the stuff that will leave you even emptier. And so that's the difference. And on the conservative side, it's the exact opposite. It's people that are willing to have a conversation. They're thinking for themselves. They're critical thinkers. They love America. The girls love babies. They don't want to deport all the babies. They clearly understand the difference between legal and illegal. It's just, it's common sense. That's the difference. We got the We Love ICE chant. Let's come over here. Let's see if we can talk to a couple of these guys. We love ICE. We love ICE. We love ICE.
We want ice. We want
All right.
ice.
So we're talking about a few of the people that are out here, beautiful people.
Yes.
You're out here with Turning Point. We're live, Real America's Voice News. What is your message?
America is the best country, and if you don't like it here, you can leave.
That's pretty simple.
Exactly.
Isn't it weird that all these people are protesting? They're flying foreign flags sometimes, but they're staying here?
Ridiculous. Just leave if you don't like it here.
I mean, nobody's forcing you to stay.
No, because you have freedom, so you are free to leave. So go and do it. If you want to flag the Palestine flag or whatever, go live there. You are able to do so. You're in the most free country. Exercise your rights, but don't bash the country that you live in. If you're not grateful, don't be here.
It's pretty simple.
Yeah.
And we were talking earlier, you're a young lady. Do you mind me asking how old you are?
I'm 19 years old.
You're 19.
Yes.
Saving babies. How important is that for you?
It is so important. I actually am a political science student. I'm going into my sophomore year. I plan on becoming a representative or a senator, and my main message will be to fight for the unborn. Their lives are so precious. I will do everything to defund Planned Parenthood.
I love that.
I love it.
What do you think about President Trump?
Oh, President President Trump, I love him. I love it. He is making America great again. Seriously.
Tell me your name.
Lily.
Oh, that Lily. It's my daughter's name, of course. I can't forget that. And I forgot to ask you.
Caleb.
Caleb, what about you? What are the top issues for your generation, this next generation going forward? What are we got some scuffle. Hang on. So a little bit of tension, So far, so good. Okay, we'll come back. Let's keep the conversation going. Luke, keep an eye out. Vinny, keep an eye out. So this is it. So your generation, what matters to you as a young man? By the way, they always talk about toxic masculinity. Are you proud to be a man?
I am proud to be a man. As proud as I can possibly be. I love it. It's great. I think some of the worst things about all of this is just the hatred towards men. This generation, a lot of them seem like they just hate men. And it's like, why? Be proud to be a man. Be masculine.
Yeah. So you're a man. Do you love women?
I love women.
You're a woman. Do you love men?
I do, yes.
How many genders are there?
2.
Only 2.
Only 2. What do we think about ICE?
Oh, we love ICE.
We love ICE.
More ICE. More ICE.
Capitalism or communism?
Capitalism.
Capitalism?
Yep, capitalism.
There it is, guys. Look, okay, last thing, and I got to jump over here. We're going to keep going. We got the police coming in. We got the Christ is King coming. That's from our side. This is what it's all about. Tell me, so where can people, do you guys have social media?
Yes, I do.
Where do they find you?
You can find me at lily.winger on Instagram.
You can find me at caleb.decker.
Okay. And the last question. You look at that side, you look at our college campuses and high schools. Do you think your generation can counteract that? Do you think we're going to see enough of critical thinkers, smart people, God-fearing young people like yourself, or are you concerned about that side taking over our country?
I'm not concerned. I think we will wake up. I think we will realize the craziness of some of this. And I'm really seeing, we already see the red wave, plus 20 more points for the Republicans this election. I think it'll only go up.
Yeah, I agree. Yes, I mean, just look at Turning Point. Look how many people are showing up to Charlie Kirk coming on their college campus. They're all wearing red in support of him. We are the change. Gen Z will be red completely. I fully believe that.
Well, look, if they have anything to say about it, that's America right there. Raise your kids like that. Raise them like Lily, like my daughter Lily. God bless America. If you guys want to jump in, Bo, Michelle, Mike.
Yeah. Ben, we're seeing police on the screen right now. Are there some arrests being made, or what's the latest?
Well, it looked like there was actually some violence. A couple of the guys from the crazy left side started attacking a couple of the guys on our side. I didn't see a fight actually break out. It looked more like pushing and shoving. And now the cops have come in basically just to put a buffer so that there isn't any violence. And so far, just so you guys are aware, I haven't seen any direct violence other than that, so it's been fairly peaceful. Other than them trying to surround some of the conservative women in particular and trying to push them out of the way, but I haven't seen any fights or anything. And now it looks like
Ben,
they're moving on now.
if you're able to, could you read some of the signs or I know some of them have expletives, so I don't want that to go up there, but are you able to read some of the signs, figure them out, and what other flags you see? There's a number of Palestinian flags out there.
Yeah, so I'm reading one: impeach, convict, remove, and then it's got the 8647. So it means kill President Trump is what that sign means. We've got the how does bombing babies make Jews safer? We're going to come up here, Luke. Let's cut across over here. We've got a big toilet bowl that says punch Nazis. Thank you very much. So apparently they're not, but it's so ironic. Watch this stuff. It's pretty tricky. What's so ironic is they talk about Trump and MAGA being, hey, what do you guys think about that? They talk about Trump and Trump supporters being Nazis, but it's Trump supporters that actually support Israel.
It's very true, actually.
Israel first. So do they just not understand what Nazis believe in?
Oh, I think they don't care. I think they don't care. They're just looking to be knuckleheads,
God bless America. God bless Israel.
Yes, sir. You too.
All right. A few more. Remember your oath. So we've got one that says remember your oath, which is ironic because these are the people that don't want them to deport illegals. The big sign is the socialist sign. Let me come over here and read this for you. It's the Tampa Bay Socialists of America. Let's see. Trump genocide. We got the Trump. Hang on, let me get this. This is the main side. Defeat the Trump agenda with the fists in the air. So this is like the main organizers. But again, we got to take a shower.
I imagine the smell.
So we got some. We got some trolling
at the protest.
Yeah, the smell is pretty right. It's hot. It's humid. It's ripe. It's ripe. What's up,
right.
Craig?
Ben, is there?
I found another white supremacist over here. My white supremacist.
Oh my God, guys! Oh my God, America is still alive and well, guys. I don't know about this crowd. They're a questionable crowd. America's great. Trump's saving the country. And forget these people. They're delusional.
I love it. All right, Mike, sorry, I talked over you. Go ahead. What was your question?
Yeah, no problem. I was going to ask you with the topic of the signs and their material, Ben. Do you think that this is a paid, organized protest, or do you think this is an organic gathering? Is there any indicators out there, you've covered so many, that this is coordinated and they're paid, and the messaging and the signs and the uniforms seem to follow a pattern? What do you see on that front?
Well, I'll be honest. If this is paid, it's low budget. There's it's so boring. Yeah, it's definitely got that they-them energy going on. The signs actually look organic, and there's very few people. There might be 60, 70 people out here. There's actually more people on Trump's side, on the MAGA side. So I would guess there definitely is organization behind it, but it's not well funded. Otherwise, you'd see the buses coming in and dropping off hundreds of people. By the way, here's another one, 8647. So the same thing that James Comey said he wanted to kill President Trump. We got an umbrella that says that too. But so Mike, to answer your question, there is definitely funding in all of these. The Democratic Socialists of America is a funded group. It's all connected to Indivisible and Act Blue and all of these same organizations. But they didn't put much energy into this one from the looks of it. You don't have the multiple, the hundreds of printed signs like we saw in Chicago against ICE and we saw in LA. This definitely has more of an organic feel. Other than they're all part of the same communist leftist organization.
They're not the most talented people. So this is the best they could get for a hot day in Tampa, I guess, Michelle.
Well, Ben, did you notice are they local to the Tampa area? Were you able to talk to any of them?
None of them will talk. None of them, other than people on our side. Hang on, let me get to my brother over here. What's up, my man?
Hey, how you doing,
I'm good. Hey, so we'll talk about that. So to answer your question, Michelle, none of them will say where they're from. I don't know if they're local. They do have a sign that says local, the Socialists of Tampa. But I want to talk to my brother here. Hey, I love you, man.
I love you too, my friend. Listen, this is what happens when you get strong leadership in office. There are going to be some people who disagree with the big, beautiful bill, disagree with immigration and what President Trump is desiring to do to clean up America. People are going to, be outraged and upset about it. But at the end of the day, when the emotions is over and you're done with blowing your top and being angry, you got to have some common sense policy legislated. Number one, you cannot come to our country illegally. You have to come in the proper point of entry. You can't come in and bring in fentanyl. You can't come in and we have situations like Laken Riley going out for a jog and she's killed. That's unheard of. My father came to this country in the 1970s, came from Nigeria. I'm an African American. He did it the right way. But there are many people who are coming into our country the wrong way, and that's what President Trump is trying to clean up in this country, and I am glad about it. We should stand strong and be bold and courageous and support his administration.
And the key, your hat says it, Jesus is Lord, bringing God back into our country.
That's right. Bring God back to our country, and President Trump is doing that. We see the work that's taking place right now through with the task force that's fighting against anti-Christian bigotry. We oftentimes hear about anti-Semitism, but it's rare that we hear about anti-Christian bigotry. And so tone from the top matters, and that's what President Trump has brought to our nation.
Where can people find you? I love your videos, brother.
Hey, go find me on YouTube. It's John Amanchukwu at REVWU Truth. I'm the book banning pastor. I've now gone to 20 states and counting, speaking at school board meetings, defending children, fighting against DEI, gender theory, and queer theory.
I love you, brother.
God bless you, my friend.
God bless you. This is it. This is America, baby.
This
right
is
there.
America.
This is it. All right, I got this young man over here. He's going to hand the phone back over. You wanted to jump in as well?
Yeah, I just want to say something real quick. These people, my parents are from Cuba, and when we saw them marching in, we recognized a chant that was something that the communists actually used when Fidel Castro was getting into power, which is a united people will never be destroyed. And that is one of the most communist chants in the whole world. These people don't know what they're asking for. They're asking for communism. They're asking for our country to be destroyed. One of the most amazing nation in the world to be destroyed because they don't know what America really means. They don't know what freedom really means, and they take it for advantage. And that's something that I'm really against, and which everyone that sees these things notice immediately. That's always the same people. People who hate America, people who feel disgust for America, and we just can't have that. And we have to notice something. This is our next generation. If we leave this to be our next representatives, next presidents, next senators, we're destroyed as a nation because that can't get to government. That can't get to government because if not, we don't have a nation anymore.
Yeah. How old are you, by the way?
I just turned 14 2 days ago.
14. Jeez Louise. Good parents, man. Tell me your name, and you got social media people can follow you?
Yes. So my name is Daniel Ferrer. You can find me on Instagram as Daniel_Ferrer, Ferrer. 2011. You can find me on TikTok as Real Daniel Ferrer, same last name. So really, thank you so much. And these people don't know what they're asking for.
Yeah. Hey, and if America, if we get more Daniels and less Zazers, we'll be in a better position. But you got to stop the Zazer army from taking over this country.
Amen.
100%. You got it, brother.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Guys, so they kept going that
Hey,
way.
Ben,
They're
I wanna
marching
ask you
back
this
to their
too,
moms,
because-
their moms' basements. We're back here at TP USA. We're going to be coming back in a second.
Is that it?
Yeah,
Is that
it's
it?
over.
Is it over?
It's over. I mean,
That was a quick one.
They wanted to say they did it.
Yeah,
Hey,
get the picture.
participation trophies for everybody outside. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, there was one thing
They're
you
marching
mentioned
back.
to
Now,
Daniel just then that I think
go
that is
ahead.
important. Yeah, you mentioned that
Go
he's
ahead,
got
yeah.
good parents. And you mentioned that on the other side, there's probably a lot of them that do not have good parenting and probably going back to the parents' basement right now. Talk about the importance, Ben, of parenting, and especially the 6,500 kids that are here for TPUSA who obviously have some pretty darn good parents, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I mean it's all biblical. Raise your kids in the way they should go, and when they get old, they will not depart. That's it. If you're a parent that teaches your children to honor God, to honor country, to honor family, to respect life, to put on the full armor of God when they go out into the world, to understand the Beatitudes, blessed are the peacemakers, to understand the values and the blessings that they have, to have them wake up and be thankful instead of waking up and being bitter. Your children will grow up and they will emulate you. If you teach your kids that this is a terrible country, that they are oppressed, that they have the right to be offended, that you don't know who they are, they can make up whatever they are. There's no purpose in life. There's no God in life. They basically are just a clump of cells that are here and eventually will go away into nothing. That's unfortunately what you get. And you can't, I mean, I got to tell you, when you watch the whole video from the start at City Hall where they started to down here, and the difference between the left and the right, the children of the left and the children of the right, it's angels and demons. I mean, it's such a clear distinction, but that all starts in the home. Your kids will not learn if they're not taught by you, unless they get, by some godsend, they get a good teacher who understands that, but you cannot rely on that. It is up to the parents. You are the first line of defense. You got to get yourself right with the Lord. You got to get yourself right with your spouse. And then you as a team got to raise those kids up right. And if you do that, you typically get good kids. Sometimes it doesn't happen. You know, there's everyone still has that choice to make, but your odds are much better if you're a good parent.
If there were more parents like Ben Berquam, we would have less smelly, reprehensible leftist protesters out there. The world would be a better place.
But guys, I'm somewhat confused. Ben, you said they started at City Hall.
Deodorant.
So they started at City Hall and then came down here. We've all covered a lot of protests. This one seems somewhat unorganized and kind of short. If they've all dispersed now?
Yeah, they're going back. So there were some Antifa contingents within there. That you saw some of the folks that were in basically black bloc. They're going to maybe come back out. I said, what are you doing out here? One of them said, you'll see later. And so there's a possibility that they may go back. The peaceful, so-called peaceful ones will disperse, and there may be a few that come back out here. But the numbers are so low, I really have a hard time seeing that, especially with the he-she energy that's going on inside here. These kids aren't having it. The turning point, I mean, what Charlie has done in raising up this next generation to be warriors, and what Real America's Voice, Steve Bannon, myself, all the folks on the ground, and all of the conservative activists out there have done, raising this next generation up to be warriors. These guys used to have power. They don't have it anymore. If they come back and try to act foolish, they're going to get handled by not just the cops in Tampa, but also the people that defend liberty, the citizens that defend liberty. Speaking of that, real quick, this is a gentleman that actually got attacked over there. Yeah. Tell me what happened.
Well, it's good to see you. We always find each other in the weirdest places. I ran into you in Chicago. You were showing immigrants in a new place. But well, I was going out there to ask questions. You know how we do, just like you do. And I was with the older millennial, you know, huge influencer. And I was like, talk to us, man. Tell us what's going on. Tell us what's really going on and what you want. I wanted to hear it back and forth. I'm going to get river to the sea. Who's going there? We got a boat, you know, whatever. I'm trying to get something out of him. And then two guys got in front of me and the older millennial. And we're like, you're not going to impede us, bro. This is a park. And I took a step, and the guy was wearing like a anonymous mask or a Guy Fawkes mask, and he spit in my face. And then he took a step, and then I just pushed him back because I'm not doing it. And then they all jumped on top of me, and the older millennial was able to get out of it. And then one of the dudes was a veteran for Kamala or transvestites or something, I don't know. And he got up in my face and saw my CB pin and had a hold of my shirt, and I said, let go of it before it gets weird. And then that's when they started breaking it up. And then all of the guys in their crossing guard vests, they're all coming up and taking my picture. So I guess I'm getting doxxed or whatever. So whatever.
God bless you for standing up. We're for those that don't know you,
Chad Caton, I'm actually the National Field Director for the Conservative Caucus, and our whole thing is that we want to be the arbiters of MAGA, and we need to go out there and push back on what's necessary, what's good and right. And I couldn't be prouder of the youth that was out there today. My boy Taylor was out there, and they're not trying to fight people. Yeah. They're just saying, fine, we'll tell you to take a bath, you know, and pushing back. And we've got to the point where we have to not let this happen. And they came here to disrupt. They didn't have a message. Caitlin Bennett's in the middle of all of it, asking questions. Nobody will answer her. Yeah. And they just look retarded. And I don't know if there's a better word for it, really, but it's just sad, and we have to push back on it. And I came out to try to get answers. I've always done that. Yeah. But you're not going to push me. You're not going to spit on my face. Yeah. And they did, and now I feel like I have to shower bad. Because they did stink. They did stink. Holy cow.
That's the general consensus. They definitely need a shower and to use some deodorant.
Sweat through
they
jeans
need
suits.
Jesus. I know.
We don't smell that.
Yeah. Well, God bless you, man. Thank you for the work you're doing.
Hoorah to Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA and all of the warriors out there that are willing to stand up for this country and do the right thing. I was proud to see that youth out there pushing back, and they weren't trying to be gross about it. Yeah. They did it right, and that's a huge benefit to what Charlie does and Turning Point.
And you can really see the distinction between the left and the right with our youth. You look at the youth on the left and the youth on the right.
They don't like you. They don't like themselves. Yeah. It's evident. They're empty. I mean, you saw it in their eyes. And their motivation is false. They just want something to be mad about. Yeah. And that's what's really sad about it. And you look over at the conservative kids, and they're laughing, having a good time, being like, you guys kind of stink, you know, and your message doesn't make sense. There was a bunch of people out there with Israeli hats, and they were pushing back on the free Palestine thing, which, you know, that's between your two religion, have at it. But it's good for that civil discourse. But the dude in the mask that spit in my face, I mean, I didn't punch him or anything, but that's when it crosses the line. And you know, maybe it's because I was the old guy in the group. I don't know.
Right. They thought they could pick on you. They didn't know.
Well,
God bless you, brother.
There's a saying for that I like to use on Twitter a lot, but we won't put it here. So.
Yeah, God bless you, man.
Good Rob, man. I love seeing you around, man.
Thank you. All right. That's it, man. Push back. That's the moral of the story. Push back, stand up. Peace.
seatbelt sheath included. Yeah, I got it right in the third time. This is the largest Trump knife ever made, and it's available only at BigTrumpKnife.com. That's BigTrumpKnife.com. Not sold anywhere in stores. You got to go to the website. And there's only 250 available, now 249 because Michelle Backus just got one.
I have one. You have yours?
It's extremely limited. It's going fast. So don't wait. Go to BigTrumpKnife.com right now. That is BigTrumpKnife.com right now. Easy to remember, guys. BigTrumpKnife.com. And we're going to head back to the main stage where Riley Gaines is speaking. Let's take it away.
Being involved. Look, of course, I'm not here to deliver a political message, if you will, because the issues I talk about, they really shouldn't be political ones. But I will say, and I imagine many of you share the same sentiment that I do, the past 173 days or so, my pillows felt a little bit better at night. I sleep a little bit better. The air feels a little bit clearer. It really has been win after win after win with Donald Trump back in the White House. Under President Trump, we are finally seeing action, especially on the cultural front lines. This administration is pushing back and restoring sanity where the left tried desperately to sow confusion. Of course, on day one, Donald Trump signed an executive order declaring there are only two sexes, male and female. Isn't it crazy that a sitting president has to take time out of his day, has to exercise his executive authority, executive powers, and declare such? But maybe we shouldn't be too surprised, considering we have a sitting Supreme Court justice who can't even answer the question of what is a woman because she claims she's not a biologist. Guess what? I'm not a veterinarian, but I know what a dog is. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. It was one of the most remarkable experiences. I got to be there standing beside the president as he signed this executive order barring men from participating in women's sports within any educational program that receives federal funds. And maybe some of you saw the clips or the images that surfaced following this signing. It was one of the most beautiful things because you have the president signing this EO surrounded by a sea of young girls. I'm talking 5, 6, 7, 8 years old, and they've got their jerseys on or their uniforms. They've got their big bows in their hair that they wear on the soccer field. That visual means more to me than I could possibly put into words. And the Democrats that are pushing back, people like Gavin Newsom, people like Governor Mills of Maine, they think that they're giving the middle finger to Donald Trump. That's not what they're doing at all. They're giving the middle finger to those little girls who were there to attend this signing with the most joyous smiles on their faces. The Department of Education has made it very, very clear now that Title IX protections are intended to prevent sex-based discrimination, not discrimination on the basis of gender identity, period. That means that girls don't go in boys' locker rooms and vice versa. It means that boys don't go into girls' sports and vice versa. We're seeing DEI bureaucracies dismantled, woke nonsense being defunded in our military, and healthcare, and corporate America, and the media realm, and academia. Real accountability is finally being returned to our institutions. We saw a huge win on that front just this week with the announcement from University of Pennsylvania. Again, this has been one of the biggest perpetrators. University of Pennsylvania has been one of the biggest perpetrators in the abuse and the mistreatment and the emotional blackmail of women over the past few years. But because of President Trump, because of how he flexed the fact that he will withhold $175 million from this institution, which maybe, I guess, is enough to make anyone find their spine. UPenn was willing to come to the table and say, look, we will abide by the law. Again, that federal law being Title IX. We will reinstate and restore all records, titles, honors taken from deserving women by a mediocre man, and we will issue a personalized apology to every single woman who was impacted by our decision. We just found out that the Supreme Court will hear oral arguments this fall surrounding a Title IX case, which is huge. I can predict what we're going to see. I imagine we will see a 6-3 ruling. I believe the votes are there, with a scathing dissent written by these liberal justices. But I don't think, I want to make a point here. I don't think that these cultural wins that we have seen should be underscored, by the way. The wins, they're so much bigger than kicking boys off of a girls' team. Understand, our entire society falls apart if we do not know the difference between men and women and sanction the permanent and irreversible harm and sterilization of children. The cultural chaos that has plagued this country for far too long, it's a symptom. It's a symptom of speech and thought control waged on America by the left. It is foundational, these wins that we are seeing. They're wins for truth. Of course, they're wins for women. They're wins for children. They are wins for the American people, but they only happened because we pushed back. The people here in this room pushed back. We refused to be silent. And you know what's ironic? The left keeps insisting that Gen Z is theirs, that we're all just these mindless foot soldiers for progressive ideology. But here's what's been proven, and again, what I have seen when going on these campuses. More and more young people are waking up. We're not buying it anymore. We see the absurdity. We see how out of touch with reality the other side is. They tell us, be your authentic self, all while pushing hormone blockers onto kids, telling them that they were born in the wrong body. They tell us, trust the science, until that science says that men can't get pregnant. They tell us, they care about women. The Democratic Party, it's the party of and for women. But then they erase the very definition of the word itself. Gen Z, what I have seen, what I have experienced, truthfully, what I have felt, we're a generation that craves truth. We're desperate for it. We crave authenticity, freedom, not virtue signaling, not censorship, not social engineering. This generation isn't lost. We've just been lied to. But the American people, again, especially Gen Z, we're beginning to see through it all. So here's my clarion call to you guys. We cannot get comfortable. We cannot become complacent. It's almost inevitable, truthfully. Because success, again, the wins I've mentioned, success, it breeds complacency. But hear me when I say complacency breeds failure. It is the enemy to growth. It is the enemy to progress. We can't treat these victories like they're permanent. You know why? Because the left is relentless. They don't just roll over. They don't allow themselves to be steamrolled. No, they rear their heads and they gnash their teeth. They're already trying to roll it all back. They're pressuring judges. They're rewriting rules. They're flooding the culture with lies disguised as compassion, as empathy, as inclusivity. And if we check out now or allow ourselves to fester in these wins, if we stop fighting, they will undo everything that we in this room, that Turning Point USA, that President Trump has worked for. We are in a battle for reality itself, and we must fight like it, because this war on woke, it has not yet been won. Don't take it from me, take it from the people of Wisconsin, for that matter, where you have a Governor Evers, who in your state statute attempted to change the word mother. And a 1,000-page budget bill, which is exactly how these things go, by the way, attempted to change the word mother to inseminated persons. We've been called it all as women, as mothers, right? Like cervix havers, uterus owners, menstruators, bleeders, chest feeders, birthing people, like the list goes on. Inseminated persons takes the cake. There's not a whole lot more dehumanizing than that. That's like what you refer to cattle as. So I'm reading the red line of this bill, and immediately, of course, I stop in my tracks when I see the word mother crossed out and replaced with inseminated person. And the first word, or the first question that pops into my mind is, oh gosh, what are they going to change father to? because, of course, the counterpart of inseminated persons would, I guess, be inseminator. But no, that's not what they changed father to. Father was changed to natural parent. Now tell me more specifically, there's not a war on women. This war on woke, it hasn't been won. So again, Gen Z, hear me when I say this. You're not crazy for thinking the world has temporarily lost its mind. You're not racist for wanting a strong and secure border, for seeing the value in that. You're not hateful for insisting that tampons don't belong in boys' bathrooms, contrary to what Tim Walz says. I know it can still feel like we are the minority, even with Donald Trump back in the White House, but we're not. We are the counterculture, and we have work to do. So speak up, show up, pay attention to what's happening, not just on the national stage, but what's happening locally. Keep Christ first. Don't just play defense. Go on offense. Build families. Build faith. Build the future. Again, too often I hear people say that we are the ones who are going to destroy America. It's Gen Z that's going to destroy America. I vehemently disagree with this. I believe it's a generation that came before us that ultimately failed us. I believe that Gen Z is going to save America. So let's prove those people wrong. Last thing that I want to speak pretty plainly about now that I'm 30 weeks pregnant, and will welcome a little girl into this world in just 2 months. Now that I feel her kicking around. Now that I've heard her heartbeat at that very first appointment, I've seen her little tiny hands, her little tiny feet. I've always been, to provide some clarity to this, I've always been pro-life. From the perspective of understanding we have a God who condemns the shedding of innocent blood and who breathes purpose into every life, whether in the womb or outside of the womb. That being said, being pregnant since conception, it has made me radically pro-life. It has made the thought, the idea of abortion hurt deeply and really viscerally. Abortion, it says that life in the womb is only valuable if it's wanted. Gender ideology says a woman is only a woman if she feels like one. Neither of these ideas recognize the inherent dignity, the design, and the worth that comes with being created male or female, or with carrying a child. And at the bottom, the heart of both of these lies, profiting from both of these lies, is Planned Parenthood. This organization is not a champion for women or for children as they claim to be. It's a business. It is a business that made just last year alone $1.9 billion in total revenue, receiving $792 million in taxpayer funds. That's money from you and me. We involuntarily funded this organization. Think about that. While families are struggling to afford groceries or gas, we're being forced to fund an organization that terminates nearly 400,000 babies every single year and pushes this radical gender ideology onto vulnerable children. Planned Parenthood, they claim to fight for reproductive health, healthcare freedom, that's what they say. Where was that healthcare freedom in 2021, by the way? No, these are the same tyrants who fired healthcare workers, who fired U.S. military members, who fired school teachers. But let's be honest, it's not healthcare what we're seeing, it's harm. They profit off of confusion, they profit off of fear, of pain, of vulnerability, of insecurity. They encourage minors to go on to puberty blockers, to get abortions, to sterilize their bodies, often without parental consent, little to no consultation, all under the guise of choice. But what kind of choice is it when it's rooted in a lie? When Planned Parenthood and the abortion industry tell women that their babies are just clumps of cells or just a lump of tissue, what they're doing is something far more sinister than lying. They are severing the natural connection between a mother and her child. They are normalizing violence against the most vulnerable and calling it a choice. But no mother that I know, no real advocate for women wants her empowerment to come at the cost of her own child's life. Again, what they're selling is not compassion. It's fear. It's convenience dressed up as freedom. It's $1 billion business that profits off of panic, vulnerability, and insecurity, not empowerment. As I said, in just a few short weeks, I'm bringing life into this world. A little girl, again, I've heard her heartbeat all the way back when when I was only 8 weeks along. I feel her move. Again, seeing her little tiny frame on the ultrasound, she at this point could be aborted at this stage of development, or raised to believe that she's not really a girl at all. And I'm not okay with that. I refuse to let her grow up in a world that tells her she has to apologize for being female, or to pretend that biology is bigotry, or that life only matters if it's convenient. The future that I want for her is one that is rooted in truth, where women are honored, not erased, where motherhood is celebrated, not treated like a burden, and where every human, no matter how small or dependent, is protected, not discarded. And by the way, many pro-lifers were hesitant to support President Trump, claiming that he wasn't pro-life enough. But you name me another president who has defunded one of the most sinister, profit-driven, murderous organizations this world has ever seen with the passage and the signage of the Big Beautiful Bill. Unfortunately, it was watered down to defund Planned Parenthood for only 1 year, as opposed to the proposed 10, meaning, of course, again, there's still work to do. But President Trump is the most pro-life president that we have seen in modern history. This moment that we're living in, it's not just a political moment, it's a moral one. These issues, the issues that I've been discussing, that have granted me the platform that I now have, it's not a matter of right versus left or red versus blue. It's about truth versus lies. It is life versus death. It is freedom versus fear. And the good news is that we are winning. But only if we stay bold, only if we stay awake, only if we stay united. They've tried desperately to cancel us, to silence us, to erase us, but we're still here. We're growing. We're just really getting started. And one more thing, actually, the last thing I will say, as I feel a sense of moral obligation, truthfully, again, given that I've been blessed with this platform that I have, largely for being a voice for the voiceless, those who are too fearful to use their own voice, this platform for protecting the most vulnerable, protecting children, protecting women. I want to say, number one, I serve Christ, not any politician. And with that being said, there is no way that we are going to act like the proven harm and abuse that Jeffrey Epstein has caused never happened. His victims deserve so much better than that. There is no line to walk when it comes to sex trafficking, especially the exploitation and sex trafficking of minors. Again, it's this right here. This is the future. And to see this, it makes me feel more hopeful than anything I've seen or felt in the past 173 days thus far. Knowing that the world that we're all working towards, the future that we are fighting for, is the world that my daughter will grow up in. And so I'm eternally grateful and indebted to you all, to Charlie Kirk, to Turning Point USA, and I hope to see you guys on your campus later this year. So thank you guys very much.
All right, a great speech from Riley Gaines, but don't go anywhere because we are getting started. The night's early. We still have a lot of great speakers coming up, so make sure that you grab your
Big
popcorn.
ones.
Big
We got
ones.
the border talk. Kristi Noem, Tom Homan, Tulsi Gabbard. The big guns are coming up tonight.
The big guns. But before we can get to the big guns, of course, we have to thank our sponsors that make all of this possible here at Real America's Voice, one of which, XTI Aerospace. They're revolutionizing the way the world travels with the TriFan 600, a cutting-edge vertical takeoff and landing airplane that blends the vertical takeoff capability of a helicopter with the speed, comfort, and range of a business jet. Designed to carry up to 7 occupants, the TriFan 600 offers a seamless point-to-point travel experience, lifting off vertically, bypassing traffic and airports, and flying at speeds over 300 miles per hour for up to 1,000 miles, that is. With the ability to land wherever a helicopter can, it eliminates the need for traditional runways. Powered by 100% sustainable aviation fuel, the TriFan 600 cuts CO2 emissions by up to 80%, setting a new benchmark for environmentally responsible aviation. The company's mission aligns with the executive order on unleashing American drone dominance, aimed at accelerating America's innovation in manned and unmanned VTOL aircraft. Backed by a seasoned team with experience certifying over 40 FAA-approved aircrafts, XTI Aerospace is actively pursuing FAA certification for the TriFan 600 and is well-positioned to lead the next wave of aerospace innovation. XTI Aerospace is publicly traded on the NASDAQ under the ticker symbol XTIA, and that is what Mike Crispy wants for his birthday, for Christmas. What are we thinking?
You know what? If I can get one of those, that'll be good for the next 5 Christmases, okay?
He'll take it. All right, well, as Mike Crispy said, the big guns are coming out. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment with more. You're watching SAS here in Tampa with Real America's Voice.
And welcome back to the Student Action Summit, brought to you by Turning Point USA. Real America's Voice is in Tampa, Florida, with all the coverage all weekend long. Let's go back to the stage. Brett Cooper is speaking.
They're like an extended adolescence, especially as they get into what should be adulthood. It's like this blurry phase between, being a child and being adult. We see it on social media all the time. Like, I'm just a baby. Like, I'm not going to adult today. Like, it's all of these young people just like infantilizing themselves and not wanting to just take life by the horns. And unfortunately, this is what our culture has come to promote and glorify. And people just assume that their 30s are going to be where their life really starts. That is where they'll get serious. That's where they'll settle down. That is when they will finally figure out their career and find something they're passionate about. They'll just stumble around and have fun for years, and somehow, some way, success and fulfillment and happiness will just show up in their 30s. Because the 20s are just all about having fun. But that's really not how it works. Your adolescence does not have to be and should not be a waiting room. Your teen years and your 20s are not a decade to delay real life. But the problem is, as we just talked about with our culture, most people don't see it that way. Like, our culture loves to promote this idea that young people should just have fun and avoid responsibilities and ignore adulting, whatever that means, and just screw around, literally, like just hook up to numb whatever you're going through, party all the time, scroll for 6 hours a night to avoid the existential dread of, being an adult. But that is not how it has to be. That's not how it should be. Because in all honesty, based on what I have learned and observed, your young adult years should be your launch window. And if you don't use this time that you guys are all in right now intentionally, you will miss it. You only get to go through this once. Because right now, because I'm in there with you, we are in the most flexible and forgiving and underestimated season of our lives. This is the time for you to try everything. It's the time to use your youth to your advantage. I don't care if you are in high school. You should start networking. Look around at the adults in your life who you admire and respect, and spend time shadowing them and asking questions about why they do what they love and why they love it so much. And instead of going home and binging a new show or starting to play a new video game or whatever you're going to do in your off time, find an internship in a field that you are interested in. Start building a community of people around you who are smart and capable and push you. Start exploring what you love or what you think you might love and you end up hating, because I'll tell you, I thought I wanted to be a marine biologist for years. I took a class in chemistry and I was like, oh, I will never be a scientist. I could barely make it through math. And I was like, this is never going to work out for me. I also thought at one point that I wanted to be an attorney. And then I read a legal brief for the first time. And I spoke to an attorney, and I very quickly realized that that was not going to be my future. When my husband Alex was in high school, he thought that he wanted to go into medicine, maybe be an orthodontist. And then he followed an orthodontist around for one day, and that was enough for him. And he realized advertising actually sounds really great, and he went on a different path. So if you have the chance, you should be exploring all of this before you decide where you want to go to college or what you want to study, or even if you want to go to college in the first place, because you don't have to if that's not the path you choose to pursue. You can be like Charlie. You can forge your own path, and you can start doing that now. And if you're already in college, you should be actively using these years to think about your next steps. How can you use these 4 precious years? The professors, the connections, the safety net that you have while you're at a university to your advantage. Because I'll tell you from experience, graduation comes really fast, and adult life will hit you like a ton of bricks. So you should be prepared. But right now, in your teens and high school and your early 20s, you have energy. You have time. You probably don't have a mortgage yet. You don't have a family to feed or a business to keep afloat. You can pivot fast. And you can also fail. You can fail publicly and confidently and still rebuild. Which takes me to the second point that I wanted to talk to you about. Because you can take, at this age, you can take huge, massive swings, say yes to huge opportunities, and still confidently rebuild if everything comes crumbling down. And this is something that I needed to be reminded of exactly a year ago. Now, I think I have only told this story once, and it was in January when I was launching my new show. It was at like a tiny, tiny little New York City comedy club where I did this like pop-up event. But last summer, Alex and I were at dinner with my best friend and her parents. And I was going through it. If you were watching the comment section, you might have had no idea, but social media is not real. And I was going through it. We had just gotten married. We had bought our dream property. Everything should have been honky-dory and great. And yet objectively, I was so unhappy. I felt like I was stuck in this rut. I felt like I had no control over my life. And truth be told, I was way too scared to do anything about it. I felt like I had no out. And so after I literally spent this entire 3-hour dinner lamenting and being anxious and sounding sad, literally drowning myself in chips and queso, we were at a Mexican restaurant, my best friend's dad turned to me and said, "Brett, do you realize that you're 22 years old? You don't have kids yet. You and Alex can literally afford to burn it all down multiple times and start over multiple times if that is what it takes to get where you want to go, to find that fulfillment, to find what you are so passionate about." He said, "You can swing for the fences and risk it all. So why aren't you?" And nobody had asked me that. Everyone in my life, except for him, except for my husband, and except for my mother, who was amazing, everyone around me had told me to just stick with it and play it safe because I had made it and I had stability and a great show and everything seemed fine. I was encouraged to literally just put my head down and grin and bear it and push through. But that one sentence from my best friend's dad, it was the permission that I needed and that I was desperately just waiting to hear. The permission to risk it all because I was young enough to do so and I could do so confidently. So that was last July. And I spent the next 6 months fighting to do just that. And in January of this year, I went out on my own and I launched my own independent show. I swung for the fences. A massive swing for the fences. And so far, thanks to you guys, it seems to be turning out pretty well. I'm glad that you guys are enjoying the show. But love you too. But no, I'll be honest, last year, guys, it all was worth it, but it was the most terrifying and taxing year of my life. There were times when I literally just wanted to say, screw it, I'm throwing in the towel, I am stopping, I'm just gonna stop advocating for myself and my family and my future, I'm just gonna coast because this is uncomfortable and I don't wanna deal with this anymore. That would have been the comfortable option because everything was sort of fine. But by that point, number one, there was kind of no turning back. I'd already set the gears in motion. And I also knew what I needed and wanted to do. And I would have never forgiven myself if I gave up. But again, it was terrifying. And I'd love to say that this was the first time that I had to learn this lesson and that now I'm good to go and I won't have to hear this ever again. But it is not, because grabbing your youth by the horns and taking huge swings and big risks, it is not instinctual for most of us. And for me, I'm starting to realize that it's kind of something I need to do every couple of years to stay in shape. I need to push myself, throw myself off a ledge in order to, grow as a human being. Because 4 years ago, I can't believe it's 4 years ago now, when I was a recent grad and I was sitting in a, similar position as many of you guys, I'm sure. It was when I went to YWLS for the first time as a student. First ever Turning Point event. I had to swing for the fences for the first time. And it was after 10 years of being a child actor in Hollywood, and I was embarrassingly kind of going through a pre-quarter life crisis. And I knew that I loved acting, but I also knew that I didn't want it to be my career. I knew that I didn't want to be in LA, and due to the politics and all the vaccine mandates, it was pretty clear that Hollywood did not want me either, which was fine. That was okay, but I had to redirect. I had to literally tear up the entire plan and the entire future that I had been actively working towards as an actor for over a decade, literally since I was 8 years old. That's when I started working professionally. And I didn't really cope well
with that fact. I look back on it and I'm kind of ashamed. I kind of just like floated around as a recent grad for about 6 months. I toyed with law school, and then I actually withdrew on the first day of my orientation because I realized it was such a bad idea for me. I got a job copywriting and working for Young Americans for Liberty to try to, love it, to try to find some purpose and to be engaged in this movement and feel like I was, doing something to better the world. And I spent my evenings being a waitress at a steakhouse, which objectively was a ton of fun. Until one evening when Daily Wire slid into my DMs, and they had seen my TikToks and they wanted to explore starting a show with me. And obviously I was excited and I was honored, and you would think that I immediately jumped in and was like, yes, I'll do whatever you want. But no, I was literally paralyzed. I was terrified. I spent literally weeks not responding to emails, like being terrified to meet with them. They wanted me to like send in like a trial, like long form video reaction type thing. And I just didn't do it because I felt safe and comfortable. I felt like I was happy where I was. Like I had a routine. I had a good corporate job. That's all I should have wanted, right? And I enjoyed waitressing. I was living near my mom's farm that she was building. I lived with my brother. I just didn't want to leave. I thought I'm just going to stay here, be near them, and find some like Idaho mountain man to marry, and everything will be totally fine. I'm not leaving. And my mom was horrified. She was so angry at me because she was watching her daughter, who, as a child, was so bold and so outspoken and so courageous, just shut the door on a huge opportunity right after she had already decided to walk away from this career and passion that she had literally spent a decade chasing. And so one night, literally, this is why parents are so important and you should listen to them. But one night I went over to her house and she literally grabs me by the collar of my hoodie and basically slaps it out of me. She was like, you need to get over yourself. If you want to play it safe, that's fine. If you're really happy, if you really believe you're happy, that's fine. But at least try. But don't sit here and just pretend like you're doing this because you actually know that this is what you want for your future. Because you don't, because you've been stumbling around for 6 months. Just try and see if they offer you the job, because this opportunity will never come around again, and I will not let you live a life of regret because you were too scared to be bold and take a risk. So you better believe. Love Mama Cooper. She's the best. And so you better believe after she grabbed my collar and essentially slapped me, I drove right on back to my house and I filmed that video and I responded to those emails. And within 2 months, I had packed up my life, was moving to Nashville, and launched the comment section. And it was genuinely like a huge risk. I had no idea what I was getting into. I had no idea that you guys would love the show. I had no idea that we would skyrocket to 1 million subscribers in 4 freaking months, which is still so insane to me. I had no idea that my life would change overnight. I had no idea that I would walk into the office one day and come face to face with my future husband. I had no idea. And so I'm so glad that I took that risk. And it all happened because I made an intentional choice to swing for the fences and take a risk and say yes to an opportunity. To not let myself get comfortable in my 20s or in my current circumstances just because everything seemed to be going well enough and because I had time to figure it out if it wasn't right. And truth be told, because I was, 18 years old or whatever it was, I did have time, but it was how I was choosing to use that time that mattered. And even though I was terrified of taking those big leaps, they were things that in a way I had been working towards. Like the reason why I had these opportunities was because I spent my high school and my college years networking and exploring every single different facet of the entertainment and the media industry, honing my skills in writing and communication, even though I had no idea how I would end up using them in my career. I was able to land on my feet when I went independent for that same reason. And I was still terrified. It was still hard to get there. It was still hard to do. There was a lot I had to learn. But I was ready. And I knew that it was the right time for me to take that risk. Because the flexibility and the freedom that we all have as young people is a massive advantage if you use it intentionally. Think about 18-year-old Charlie Kirk starting this organization. Imagine if he had pushed this off and said, no, I'm going to go to college and party and I'll figure it out later. I'll start something important later. No, he did it now. You are never too young to start chasing your passions, to start making change in your life, in your community, literally in the country. You have no idea what you could do. And your young adult years will set the tone for the rest of your life. Not because you have to have everything figured out at 16, 17, or 18 years old, but because the habits that you form now, the risks that you take, the identity and the values that you start to build, all of that compounds over time. And sometimes, this kind of takes us to the last point, sometimes it will not work out the way that you hope. And sometimes you're going to have to learn how to deal with that. And there is a gift in that, and that's resilience, which I think is probably the most paramount tenet of my entire life. And I guarantee, if it's not already, it will become that for you too, because at some point in life, you will have the wind knocked out of you. And things won't go according to plan. You will fail. You will get hurt. That is just unfortunately part of life. Maybe you will get rejected by your dream school. Maybe you won't get a job. Maybe you'll get fired. That sucks. Been there. You get over it, I promise. Maybe you'll endure tragedies that you never expected. And if you're anything like me, maybe even at your young age, you already have. If you guys know my story, if you watched that 4.5 hour long Sean Ryan interview, which was, I laid it all out. But you know that, death and divorce and mental illness and addiction, all of the things, that was a large part of my childhood. And maybe you still do everything right and things still come crashing down. You will endure pain that is out of your control. That is a given in life, unfortunately. But what is also a given is your ability to choose how you respond to that. Because as a human, you get to decide what you learn from something and how you grow and evolve from that experience. You have the power to choose whether that setback, that failure, or that tragedy will cripple you or be the fire that you need under your ass to propel you forward. And I know it's cliche to say, but it is cliche for a very good reason. But failure is a chance for all of us to learn more and do better. In my life, Alex knows this, wherever you are, if I fall short, my default reaction is, I'll do it better. And that wasn't instinctual for me, but I just had to learn that years and years. I will do better. I'll come back stronger. I will prove myself. And, my upbringing could have set me on a totally different path for my life, one where I would continue the patterns of my family, where I would not break out of this generational cycle. But instead, I decided that I wanted to break the cycle, and I did that very intentionally. It would have been really easy to let my brother's death cripple me. It would have been really easy to allow my other brother's schizophrenia that he still deals with today to completely derail my life. But instead, both of these experiences, both of those brothers drive me every single day to live a life that is bold and courageous and full because they never got the chance to do so. And all of that is resilience. All of it is buoyancy, or the ability to stay afloat no matter what hits you. And I promise you, maybe you don't need it now, but you will need it. So start thinking in terms of controlling how you respond, and respond in a way that is positive and empowering. Because we will need that in every part of our life. You will need it in your career, you will need it in your personal life, and we will need it in politics, especially in politics, because often things don't go according to plan there either. But as long as you guys wake up every day and choose to keep going, choose to keep moving forward positively, to make every moment in your youth, these precious, incredible years that we should be so grateful to even have, to make those count, to choose to take huge risks and swings that challenge you and scare you, you will be forging an incredible life no matter what path you choose to pursue. And so that is my hope for all of you. Those are the three things that I think have driven me, that have pushed me, that have made it so that I can be here talking with you guys, that have made it so that I could take that leap in January. And I'm so grateful that you guys helped me land on my feet. So thank you for that. And thank you guys so much for having me. See you later.
thank you to Julio Gonzalez, CEO and founder of Engineered Tax Services Incorporated, for sponsoring this event. A true American patriot. Engineered Tax Services. Innovative, ethical, transparent.
I came to Christ in brokenness, but in our Lord and Saviour, I can see the hope and redemption that was promised us, and that will be my path.
We are at a point where you could live in a reality where the information you gain access to is completely and totally controlled. To a degree, we already do live in that reality. This is what globalism truly means, that your nation doesn't belong to you. Your nation belongs to them. This is what we mean when we talk about centralised power. Globalist governments worldwide and big tech giants collaborating in order to shut down free speech and independent media and to create a totally curated sphere of reality in which dissent will be almost impossible. Ladies and gentlemen, Russell!
Hey, thanks. That's such a lovely welcome. I'm incredibly grateful to all of you, and I'm so happy to be... Thanks, I love you as well. That's very kind of you. Sit down, get comfortable. I'm English, don't embarrass me. I love your accent. Actually, I don't have an accent. This is this language as it was originally designed to be spoken. Now, a few words on 1775, stroke 6. You made a terrible... 1775 is when it started to go wrong. 76, you made a terrible decision. And now we would like to invite you back. I'm here as a mystery of the king. Now, we would like to invite you to pay taxes without representation. I actually like your man who said, "Give me liberty or give me death." Since the dawn of your country, yeah. There's been an ongoing dialectic, you might call it, about what freedom represents. I suppose you young people believe very strongly in freedom, yes? I suppose, does freedom mean the ability and right to pursue our own will? Does it mean freedom to pursue our petty desires, or does it mean freedom from our petty desires? What is the nature of freedom? Because perhaps we live in a culture... Man, I wish I'd asked for a mic stand, because there's this bit where I need to take off my jacket. Is it too late to ask for a mic stand? What do you think? You're not involved in that, you're separate. Now, how's the cohesion of this? Sonia, this is that moment where I said I might need you from the stage. Because you'd hold my jacket. But no, it's not that I don't need the jacket held, I need the microphone held while I hold the jacket. Do you think you can traverse these boundaries? What do you think this is, January 6th? You're going to burst through the boundaries? You're going to step over the velvet rope? Can you do the jail time? Thanks very much, Sonia. Check that out. I mean, what do you think we're amplifying? My groin? I spent 10 years speaking from there. My whole career, speaking from my midriff. Nothing but trouble. Let me tell you, I know that you are young people, and this primarily is a student action group. Let me get on my knees where God wants me. I'm here to tell you this. The pursuit of the realm of the flesh, the pursuit of carnality, the pursuit of the worldly cannot fulfill you. How do you know that, Russell? Say, how do you know that, Russell? Because I tried it! Because I tried all of it. Now, you could say I'm like a man at an all-you-can-eat buffet, chowing down on the endless treasures and pleasures, gorging myself on dough and croutons and a million types of bread before discovering there is only one bread that can ever fulfill you. Oh, it's all right for you, Russell. Because I've known worldly pleasures. I've known what it is to worship the engraven image. I've known what it is to worship the false idols. I've known what it is to bow down at the false altars and the high poles. I've known what it is to worship the transient. I know what it is to worship the self. I know what it is to feel weak and vulnerable. And when we do some questions, because I've decided, I reckon that probably, look, I've got 16 minutes and 28 seconds to talk to you beautiful young people, you young people who hold in the very palm of your hand and at the center of your beating hearts the future of the greatest nation in the world. I want to hand over half of my allotted time to taking questions for you. So if you have a question for me, I believe there are microphones situated, but I particularly want to appeal to any of you that feel that you are suffering, that you are in pain as a result of addiction or loss, if you feel bewildered in this world, if you feel exiled here, if you feel like you don't fit in or you don't belong, if you feel that this country and this culture continually issues to you edicts and idols to pursue that don't fulfill you, then step forward and ask me a question if you want to. I'm almost the opposite of Charlie Kirk. Well, when Charlie Kirk just sits down and argues with people, I call him the right wing. Thank you for that. I'm happy down here, Sonia. Don't you worry. In fact, I could use this one, and Sonia, you could use this one. We could be like look at this, she loves the limelight. No, I don't think I want that one hovering above me like a Triffid, like a H.G. Wells' War of the Worlds thing. Get that thing out of here. I'm happy. Also, by the way, I know how it works. I'm only mucking about. I'm a professional fucking comedian. Get that thing out of here. Let the false poles fall. Heavenly Father, Lord God, I ask today that people may receive the message that I was blessed enough to receive. Me, as an apostate of a culture that wants you devout, that tells you that it's wrong to worship and demands your fealty to its false gods. Any of you that stare vacantly at the screens, any of you that get lost in the limpid, lurid, ever-flowing pools of pornography, that denigrate yourself and your kin and your kind, staring at flesh, pixelated though it may be, more naked bodies than your forefathers would have seen in a lifetime, adorning a screen in a matter of moments. I am telling you that fruits are available to you, that salvation is available to you. How do you know that, Russell? Because I've been there, because I know what it's like to walk upon the crimson carpets whilst one of our great forefathers may have parted the Red Seas. No coincidence, surely it is, that it's a red pathway that we walk along to hell, as glistening baubles and idols are placed before us in the form of the screens that we hold in our hands even now, and that we have given up a perpetual and perennial present available to us on the crucifix when we allow ourselves to die, that he may be reborn in us. We're invited continually to worship the false counterfeit light. Ah, Lord, seek thee first the kingdom of righteousness, and all this plus more will be granted to you. Have faith to trust the everlasting flow of the moment. We may not all have the same skills in this room, but let me tell you that we're all on our knees before the cross, saved by the covenant of the same blood. Before, I wanted to live only in specialness. I spent my life trying to separate myself from people. When I was young like you, I felt inferior, worthless, like my body wasn't good enough, like my life wasn't good enough, that something magical and special would happen to me. And that led me into a path of endless indulgence, first drugs for a long, long time, the crack and the heroin, let alone the drugs that are available to you lot now, an endless hurricane of fentanyl available to you, whether it's coming across the border or permeating up through the soil, don't matter much to me. What matters to me is that you don't become spellbound, hypnotized, looking to anesthetize on these phony substances, that you find the one true self, the one true healer, like the serpent held aloft by Moses. He was held aloft that we may be saved upon a cross. Prove me wrong. That's what Charlie does, isn't it? Prove me wrong, Charlie Kirk. I call him the right-wing Rain Man. He's on the edge of beautiful autism, a fantastic mind. I chatted to him earlier. I love him. He's a brave person. And hey, there may be 1,000 things that I disagree with Charlie Kirk on. There's 1,000 things I disagree with my own wife on. But what I agree with him on, and her on, is that Jesus Christ is our Savior. That as long as... And that you in particular, more than me, must be particularly vigilant not to bow down by any altar other than him. You know, like I read in Luke, the first piece of scripture that hit me hard after I turned to this faith, after I was saved. You know how there's bits of scripture that we all have illuminated for us by people that walk the path ahead of us. And there might be some things you find for yourself that resonate with you just because it feels like the Lord is reaching through time and space, through the manifest from the unmanifest to you, particularly speaking to you like the Spirit hovering over the water of your consciousness, that you might feel his presence, that you might feel the light that he lets there be within you in the present moment where you can only feel it. And where I felt it was Luke 10:18, when I read about the 72 returning from their missions, from their early discipleship, where they'd been healing and where they were perhaps somewhat hubristic and excited to have been doing great things. And when they returned, our Lord Jesus said to them, "You will do many great things, for your names are written in the heavens. You will move among scorpions and snakes." But then he adds, almost as an aside, "I saw Satan fall from heaven like lightning." Why is it that gets said there? I asked myself in a moment of reflection and gentle self-interrogation. And of course I realized almost instantly, for the word will speak to you and through you and with you and create circuits that lay open within you, providing you solutions that are inaccessible through reason. For what is the peace that passeth all understanding, but the peace that's accessible to us beyond this material world, where we will know much suffering, where all things are terminal, where there will be death, where there will be disease. For surely Isaac did die eventually. Isaac did die eventually. So Abraham made a very, very good decision when he put the creator of all things ahead of even the worthy idol of love of your kin, of love of your son, of love of your friends. For surely the flesh will die and decay, except as how it might be resurrected through and unto him. What is it then that Satan fell from heaven like lightning? Why does it get mentioned in that moment where understandably the disciples were somewhat excited, having been healing and casting out demons? I mean, if I cast out even a single demon, I'd dine out on that for months. I'd love to move among scorpions and snakes, but I've been in Hollywood, so maybe I have a little bit. Because whatever gifts he has rendered unto you, they belong to you in so much as you serve him. Even if you're excited about the good you're doing, and I pray that a lot of good is being done at Turning Point. I hope that you are turning away from the values of a culture that does not value you, that sees you as a blob, as a consumer, as a recipient of vaccines and bad food and bad agriculture, little more than a cog in a machine to serve elites. I hope that you are finding within him and within yourselves a great fire and a great fuel. For when I see Satan fall from heaven like lightning, I recognize the Lucifer in me, the one that wants to be in charge, that wants to set up my own kingdom, that wants to run my own life, that thinks that I could compete with Christ. Man, maybe it took me such a long time to surrender to him because I wanted to be him, because I thought that I was the center of the world. Well, now I know that I'm not. Now I know my place. It's here with you on my knees before the cross in eternal praise of his greatness. Let's take some questions from you fantastic young people. We'll start with the young lady over there. And I'll try and be as quick as I can because I know we're tight for pressure, because Riley Gaines, she may swim fast, but by God does she talk a lot. We could have got a bloke out there, done that a lot quicker. A man. I'm joking. Shouldn't have said... That's a joke. I shouldn't have said the word bloke, English colloquialism. Damn, that's a good joke in England, where we are not. You won that Revolutionary War fair and square. What's your question, mate? They were British generals. George Washington was trained by the British... No, let's forget it. Yes, mate.
Hi, Russell.
Is that you there? Wave, because the audio's confusing, because it's coming out of there for me, and it's like I'm talking to this little black arc. What's your name, mate?
My name's Ethne.
All right, Ethne.
I want you to know that I was praying for you before your conversion. I saw one of your interviews with Shapiro, and I just felt it was laid upon my heart to do so, so I'm very happy to see where you are today.
God bless you, Ethne.
I've been a Christian my entire life, as long as I can remember, and so I often wonder what it's like as an adult convert reading the Bible for the first time. And I wanted to know if there's a specific verse, chapter, or book that's made an impact on you recently and how it's impacted you.
Anthony, there's a lot to answer there. Firstly, thanks for praying for me when you saw me on Ben Shapiro. I felt them prayers. You put a prophylactic of prayer around me. I appreciate it. Is it Ethne or Bethany?
Ethne.
Ethne. All right. Yeah, reading the Bible as an adult is crazy, particularly if you've consumed a lot of New Age literature and philosophy and you think you're all that, an autodidact, super clever, super smart, knowing who thou art continually just through your own mind, ruminating continually. Little bit of Nietzsche is the kind of creature that I used to be back then. Little bit of Sartre make me feel a bit smarter. But the simple truth of the matter is, I read that book, and the same as when I heard His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, the other day talking about his Buddhism, I thought, all of this is in Christ. Every single word. Every single word. But what I want to convey to you young people is the Christ that I follow sounds like a radical revolutionary, opposed to Phariseeism, opposed to the Sadducees, opposed to those of his own faith who are not worshipping the spirit of the law but the letter of the law, opposed to bad government, opposed to too much control. Reading it as an adult is rich indeed. All else seems insipid and tepid compared to his bright and luminous light. To think of him knowing the suffering he would endure, and that he came anyway, and that he would come for any single one of us again and again for all eternity, it is redolent, and it's like breathing lightning. It's like being consumed by holy light, to see that everything is a burning bush, that the kingdom of God is all about us. As it says, I think, in the Gnostic Gospel of Thomas, the kingdom of heaven is spread upon the earth, but man sees it not. That all things are luminous with God's light, but not immolated, not burned up. It is our duty to become temples. Did you not know that your body is a temple? Did you not know? Did you not know that you're holy, that you're a dwelling place for the Holy Spirit? So I like what that from Corinthians. I loved the bit from Luke 10:18. I love Isaiah. Fear not, for I have redeemed you. I have called you by your name. You are mine. Redeemed don't just mean saved. Redeemed means you belong to him. You individually belong to him. The price of his freedom is surrendering your identity, surrendering your connection to false idolatry, surrendering fealty to anything but him. Love your family, love your son, love your nation, but above all things, love Jesus Christ. Thank you. Are we alternating sides? Yeah. Is that
Hi,
the system?
Russell.
Hello,
My
ma'am.
name is Sage.
Hi, Sage. Sage is the
question-
color of your top. Sage is the type of wisdom that you are already communicating.
Okay. Thank you.
It's also a type of spice.
Yes.
Or herb. That's everything I know about Sage. We'll do the question.
Okay, so I'm going to be totally honest.
I'm mentally ill, Sage. I'm going to be honest as well. I don't know. All I know is I can't fit in with these systems, Sage. I'm struggling, Sage.
I have been a Christian my whole life.
God bless you. It's not a competition.
I have one stronghold that I have been always struggling with. I started smoking weed when I was 13.
Repent!
And yeah, that's basically where I'm at. What was your light bulb moment? Because I know you have dealt with all of these physical, fleshly desires.
Sage, all addiction, and by the way, how interesting that your question ended up being about the ultimate herb. All forms of worship are the inappropriate substitute for the adulation that we owe to He that saved us. Why do we smoke weed? Why do we eat food except for when we are hungry? Why do we revere the graven images? What is it? What is it we are looking for? What is it that every drug addict, every man prostituting women, what is it that we are looking for? The intimacy and salvation of Him that made us to love Him. The word dependency, did you know, means hung upon. They say the great Saint Francis of Assisi would sometimes get this, stand on his head like a landscape painter to get a different vista of of the town of Assisi and looked at upside down, the stone masonry and towers didn't look permanent but delicate and tender. Once, sage, looking through a telescope, I spied 3 of the moons of Jupiter, black and white and far away. They looked delicate as they hung there. The same way as once at Mar-a-Lago, I caught a glimpse of Trump in repose, traveling from place to place, event to event, talking to a security person, and I thought, oh, is this the moment when I trouble him? But then I remembered the moons of Jupiter, that king planet, and thought how they hang upon the moment. Then I remembered St. Francis, how he looked at the towers and masonry of the town of Assisi upside down, where its strength suddenly suggests a kind of dependency. There is only one God, and that God is outside time but works through time. There is only one God. That God works around and through space but is outside of space. That God is manifest here. What you are looking for, what you are pursuing, may I say, is an addict in recovery myself, 22 and a half years, one day at a time. No drink, no drugs. Now for several years, no pornography, and a covenant with mine eyes to look upon you with honor and respect, and to remember that our mutual duty to one another here is to serve and to love one another, that we should never reduce another person to an object, whether that's someone that we're attracted to sexually or somebody that could help us financially, to see the Christ in everyone, that the Christ in us may rise to the surface. There ain't no drug that can do what you need to do. There ain't no crack, no heroin, no fellatio. There's nothing that can give you the highs that you crave deeply and at depth. All of it is part of your calling, Sage, and you must accept your calling. You must accept it. That's what we're here to do. That's what you are here to do. Each of you called by name, each of you in a new discipleship. Don't even be distracted by patriotism or by partisanship. You are here as part of the family of Christ. You are here in your own kingship, in your own sonship, in your own daughtership. You have been chosen. Who put that there? We have been chosen out of exile that we may be free, and only through love and devotion to him may we know perfect freedom. My time with you, I'm sad to tell you, is at an end. I wish I could talk to you for longer, but I'm a goddamn professional and it says 0 on the clock. I love you. Praise Jesus. Have a beautiful time.
Back to America's Voice, Real America's Voice here at Tampa, USA, at the Turning Point USA SAS Conference. You just saw Russell Brand giving a very fiery, great speech about faith and his own personal faith and overcoming addiction. As part of our coverage here, this would not be possible without some incredible sponsors that we have, not the least among of which is the TrumpKnife.com. We're going to introduce the new Trump 45-47 OTF full auto knife, brought to you by the TrumpKnife.com. Celebrate the journey from 45 to 47 with the OTF knife that is a bold tribute for patriots and collectors alike. Head to the TrumpKnife.com to secure yours. They are absolutely beautiful, laser etched, and have rapid deploy one-click eject mechanisms. They have a triple beveled razor sharp 420 steel blade, and it's perfect for everyday concealed carry. So just hurry, guys. Head to the TrumpKnife.com. Easy enough to remember, right? Claim your Trump 45-47 full auto OTF knife today. There's a 70% off special just this weekend for Turning Point USA. Exactly. This one-click rapid deployment feature makes it a must-have for use in any situation. Again, head to the TrumpKnife.com and claim your Trump 45-47 full auto OTF knife today. And we'll take a couple minutes of break, and we'll be right back with Tom Homan on stage at SAS.
Thank you to Julio Gonzalez, CEO and founder of Engineered Tax Services Incorporated, for sponsoring this event. A true American patriot. Engineered Tax Services. Innovative, ethical, transparent.
And welcome back to the Student Action Summit here in Tampa, Florida with Turning Point USA. This is Real America's Voice, and I believe Tom Homan is speaking right now on the stage. The borders are big attention. Let's go to him.
We got the most secure border in the history of this nation. In the history. Illegal immigration down 96%. That means 96% less people are coming. When 96% less people are coming, how many women aren't being raped by the cartels? How many children aren't dying making that journey? How many pounds of fentanyl isn't getting to the country to kill Americans? How many women and children aren't sex trafficked, unlike the last administration? President Trump's policies are saving lives every day. And I wake up like a kid in a candy shop every day because I'm working for this guy. And you know what? Every day is an adventure because I knew he's going to let us do what we do to not only secure the border, but remove millions of illegal aliens that Joe Biden let in this country. On top of the success we already had, the last administration, 500,000 children were trafficked into this country. The last administration lost track of 300,000. Trump's already found thousands of these children. Some of the children were with family members, but some of the children were in sex trafficking and forced labor. Matter of fact, one person we found, one male, had custody of over 20 migrant children, many females. And this administration allowed that to happen. President Trump and myself are not going to be satisfied till we find every single child and save them. The last administration simply didn't give a shit. They didn't. And it's just terrible. I don't care what side of politics you're on. When you got a child trafficked in this country for forced labor and sex trafficking, all hands should have been on deck. Under President Trump, all hands are on deck. And look, I always get asked the question, why did they open the border up? Why did they do that? Why did they release people? Let me tell you the secret. They played the long game. Let millions of people cross the border, and let's release them. Let's put them in a hotel room at $500 a night. Give them 3 meals a day. Give them free medical care and give them work authorization. That brought the whole world to the greatest nation on earth. We left thousands of empty ICE beds at $127 a night, empty. Thousands of them. They released them to NGOs at $500 a night. Why did they do that? Because they knew if they're in ICE detention, they get a hearing within 40 days, 90% lose their case, they get sent home. That is not what they wanted. They're playing the long game. Let's release them in the community. Wait 3 or 5 years. Pardon me?
Are you an MS-13 member? It says so.
Hey, that's okay. That's okay. I got a question. No. I got a question for you. Why don't you come up here and hand me that picture? Bring it. USA! All right. You got morons like this all over the country. This guy wouldn't know it's like to serve his nation. This guy ain't got the balls to be an ICE officer. He hasn't got the balls to be a Border Patrol agent. This guy lives in his mother's basement. The only thing that surprises me, you don't have purple hair and a nose ring. Get out of here, you loser. And you're such a badass, meet me off stage in 13 minutes and 50 seconds. I guarantee you he sits down to pee. Guaranteed. So, Sanctuary cities. Let me talk about sanctuary cities real quick. Sanctuary cities are pushing back against the Trump agenda. Sanctuary cities are sanctuary for criminals. So sanctuary cities from day one, Chicago says Tom Home is now welcome to Chicago. I was in Chicago within 24 hours. I've been to New York City. I've been to Denver. And for those folks from Seattle and Portland, I'm on my way to Seattle and Portland. Assholes like this guy think they're going to vilify men and women of ICE, and they're going to intimidate or scare us. I'm not going anywhere. Either it's the men and women of ICE. We're going to do the job that President Trump gave us to do. And let's talk about the hate. I've never before seen in my career such hate against the men and women of ICE and the Border Patrol. That gentleman just standing here, he ain't got the balls to put a badge on and go stand there and take the criminals on. The men and women of ICE have a dangerous job already. I was one of them. I was the first director of ICE that actually came up to the ranks. The 20,000 men and women that worked for me, I never asked them to do anything I didn't do myself because I was one of them. I wore the green uniform. I was a Border Patrol agent. I know what it's like to stand on a dirt trail at 3 o'clock in the morning. A sensor goes off. What's coming north? They don't know. Is it just an illegal alien looking for a better life? Or is it a heavily armed drug smuggler? They don't know, but they're going to stand there and take it on. These are the bravest men and women this nation has. I'm actually kind of happy right now. When I pulled into the event tonight, there was no protesters. I love protesters. I love them. That means your message is getting out. My detail will tell you, if protesters don't show up, I'm extremely disappointed. But the hate is incredible. It's just moved from protesting, which I support. You want to protest ICE? Shame on you, but have that. That's your First Amendment rights. You want to disagree with Trump policies? Okay, you have the right to disagree. But I said from day one, you cross that line and put a hands on an ICE officer, you're going to jail. You impede an ICE officer or Border Patrol agent, you're going to jail. You put hands on them, you're going to jail. You harbor and conceal an illegal alien, you're going to jail. I don't give a shit who you are. Well, the danger facing ICE and Border Patrol right now, I've never seen before in my career, and I've been doing this since 1984. Throwing Molotov cocktails at officers. The other day they tried to ambush officers in Alvarado. Almost a dozen people, many with automatic weapons. Trying to kill an ICE officer for what? For enforcing the laws of this country? You got members of Congress comparing ICE to Nazis and racists. You got Tim Walz, another loser, who compares them to the Gestapo. And understand this, these members of Congress are vilifying them. The ICE officers are simply enforcing the law that they wrote, that they enacted. If ICE officers are racist for enforcing the law, what's that make members of Congress? They wrote the damn law. So we're going to prosecute every person that crossed that line. Last night, I was sitting on my couch. I actually had a few hours off. I got a tough boss. He don't give me a day off. Last night I'm sitting on the couch, my phone rings. POTUS. He's watching TV and he saw the stones being thrown at ICE vehicles while they're departing an operation. He said, Tom, I'm sick and tired of this. We need to take action. I said, I'm with you. So he sent a tweet out last night. ICE officers will use whatever means necessary to arrest every one of those people that throw a rock. The games are over. I'm tired of this shit. And for those people that want to protest ICE, I feel bad. Just as someone preaching and I'm up here, whatever, right? If these protesters, these people with purple hair with a nose ring, live in their parents' basement, who don't work and want to go protest ICE, who are getting paid by people, If they think they're going to stop ICE or stop Border Patrol from doing their job, they got another thing coming. Because every time they double down, we're going to triple down. I had 1,000 protesters at my house about a month ago. Good for them. I wasn't even there. My wife's in Italy, so what the hell are they doing? They said they weren't very smart. But they don't understand. We're on a mission to make this country safe again. Every public safety threat, every national security threat we take off the streets of this country makes this country safer. And for those people who say, well, these mass deportation operation, what a racist and un-American thing to say. No, 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 no. We just spent 4 years of massive illegal migration where 10.5 million illegal aliens came to this nation, to our borders. They're demanding due process. They're demanding the right to claim asylum. They demand the right to see a judge. Okay, but at the end of that process, he says you're going home, you're going home. Because that's due process. We don't have a choice. What's the choice? Let them stay? Is that the choice? Because if you don't show consequences, you're never going to fix the problem, and the next president comes in and undoes all the success we're doing. Bottom line is, we're going to enforce the law, unlike the last administration. We're going to hold people accountable. We will continue to prioritize public safety threats and national security threats because they're the most important, they're the most dangerous to the community. But I'll say it again, if you're in the country illegally, you're on the table. It's not okay to enter this country illegally. It's a crime. It's not okay to ignore a judge's order of deportation. We're looking for you. We got over 600,000 illegal aliens with criminal records walking the streets of this nation. We got 1.4 million illegal aliens who had due process at great taxpayer expense, were ordered removed and never left. They became a fugitive, and we're looking for you too. We're going to run this operation because President Trump was elected for this issue. Let's talk about President Trump for a moment. I say this all the time, media goes nuts. President Trump is the greatest president of my lifetime. Under his leadership, we got the most secure border in the history of this nation, and we did that in 7 weeks. President Trump did in 7 weeks what Joe Biden couldn't or wouldn't do in 4 years. President Trump, I was at the RNC, I made a statement at the RNC, said I think President Trump's going to designate the criminal cartels of Mexico as terrorist organizations. And you know what? He damn well did it. They are now designated terrorist organizations. And President Trump will wipe these cartels off the face of the earth. On a personal note, the biggest hero of my life was my father, war hero from WW2. But I spent hundreds of hours I've spent hundreds and hundreds of hours with President Trump, either in the Oval Office on Air Force One or outside events. I love this guy. I respect this man. He loves this country like I've never seen anybody love it before. He wants an American flag on every front porch. He wants the laws enforced. He wants law enforcement to be respected again. To me, that makes him one of the greatest presidents ever. He brought me on the second time. My wife's still pissed off. I came out of retirement the second time. Absolutely, she's still pissed off a little bit, but she got over it. Because she understood what Biden did to this border. 10.5 million illegal aliens to this border. a record number of terrorist watch lists, over 400. Over 400 people with terrorist watch lists were called the southern border under 4 years of Biden. Under Trump, 45, we had 14. Biden had 400. How many we had since January 20th of this year? 0. How many releases that we had? 0. Let me give you the comparison here. So yesterday I was looking at the numbers, and under Joe Biden, on an average day, 1,800 gotaways that we knew about. 1,800 people cross the border. We don't know who they are, where they came from, or why they're here. 1,800 a day. You know how many there was yesterday? 11. 11 from 1,800. How many people crossed the southern border yesterday? 30, it was 15,000 under Biden some days. Yesterday, 9 were arrested at the border and immediately returned. 9. Sex trafficking has plummeted because the border is secure. Fentanyl overdose deaths have plummeted in this country because we have a secure border. We have already arrested thousands of national security threats and deported them from this country. And the men and women of ICE have already arrested and deported 150,000 illegal aliens, most of them convicted. And I'll say this: I get a lot of mail. Say, Holman, that's not enough. We want more arrested. We want more deported. Well, let me tell you this: we got the big, beautiful bill. You think we're doing good now? Just wait to see what happens. And for the haters, let me leave, I got 1 minute left. Let me leave a little message for the protesters, the haters, the criminals, the ones that want to threaten ICE officers, threaten their wives, threaten their children. They're doxing not only the officers, they're doxing their spouse, they're doxing their children. They're being bullied in churches and schools throughout the nation. I get death threats all the time. You know what? I'm sick of the assholes. You want some? Come get some. And I'm tired of them. Of it. For the men and women of ICE, I deserve your respect. They're the finest 1% the country has. And Tom Holman isn't going anywhere. Tom Holman isn't shutting up. Tom Holman going to run the biggest deportation operation this country's ever seen. Take it to the bank.
Understand you're exactly like the Patriots in 1774 and 1775. You're fighting a tyranny. You represent the best of the American people. You're the sovereign will of the American people, handed down generation to generation through every patriot's grave. This is not about revenge. This is not about retribution. This is about saving this republic. The only way that they win is we retreat. And we're not going to retreat. We're not going to surrender. We're not going to quit. Yo, Tampa, yo, SAS, how you guys doing?
We ready to win? Are you ready to win? Are you tired of winning yet? We haven't even started winning, right? Okay, love you guys too. You know why I love you guys? You're not the summer soldiers and sunshine patriots. You're the hardest core of the hardcore. You're the heart of the movement, right? You were with President Trump in 21 when they stole the 2020 election. He went back to Mar-a-Lago. Who had his back? You guys did, right? We have to, particularly after last night. Last night, I think, was one of the most historic. Were you guys all here in the audience last night? Was that historic? Laura Ingraham, Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson. Those were historic speeches. Make sure in your diary, the notes you keep, particularly tell your kids and grandkids, you were in Tampa in 25 when that Friday night, you had three of the greatest patriots in this country come down and lay it down, right? What did Megyn Kelly say? Megyn Kelly at the end said, it's a time for choosing. It's a time for choosing. And we just had, I think all of you just read the president's latest Truth Social? Have you read it? Okay. So here, let's have a partners discussion. We know, or we're told, that there's going to be a special prosecutor sometime named, I don't know, I believe in the next week or two. And that is going to go back to the very beginning of how the deep state tried to stop President Trump all the way to Crossfire Hurricane. Remember that? In the summer of 2016, where they tried to stop him from being president and install Hillary Clinton. And with Hillary Clinton, Merrick Garland as Supreme Court Justice, the country would have been gone. Donald Trump had the greatest come-from-behind victory against the headwind of the deep state trying to stop him. And this is one of the reasons this special prosecutor is going to look into it. After he won, what did they do immediately? The nullification project, the phony Russiagate with Brennan and this entire crowd, just a rollover from what they did in Crossfire Hurricane. It just continued on. Why? They wanted President Trump, they wanted to stop him from taking on the deep state. Now, think about it. He had the economy on a roll, he had everything on a roll, and then the Chinese Communist Party in 2020 dropped a bioweapon from the Wuhan lab, correct? No doubt about that? Then they stole the 2020 election. The special prosecutor, President Trump, take your Truth Social out. Let's deconstruct what President Trump is saying. He says we've got to look into the 2020 election. That is going to be purview of the prosecutor. So you have Crossfire Hurricane before he won. You're going to have the nullification project and the Russian hoax after he won to try to kill his first term. You're then going to have the stealing of the 2020 election. And guess what? Let's throw in January 6th, right? January 6th. Now, I would strongly recommend in that, because I've argued for this from the beginning, that in that arc of looking at how the deep state has tried to stop Trump and the MAGA movement, you can easily fit in the Epstein situation, right? If you want the full release of documents, the special prosecutor gets it, and here's why. Epstein is a key that picks the lock on so many things, not just individuals, but also institutions, intelligence institutions, foreign governments, and who was working with him on our intelligence apparatus and in our government. This is why it's a time for choosing now. We have to decide right now and back the president and say, hey, look, all of your great work, you just heard Tom Homan, you're about to hear Kristi Noem, of closing the border. How did we get 10 or 11 or 12 or 20 million on Biden's watch? That was a plan they had. That wasn't random. That has to be investigated and people held accountable like all these other things. This is why the Justice Department is clearly overwhelmed with what they're working on. The FBI is overwhelmed. We only have 2 guys at the FBI. We have a handful of people at the Justice Department. The special counsel or special prosecutor can take on many projects and add people to it. You have to get to the bottom of how the invasion took place, why we now have to put up $170 billion in the latest bill to do this. We have to have a time for choosing. Here's my recommendation we do. I call them the Tampa Resolves. And it's very simple. Coming out of Tampa, it's like the revolution. They had the Virginia Resolves, and they would make these commitments to themselves before the Declaration of Independence. Number one, it's very simple. The deep state must be destroyed to free the American people. Is there any question about that? Is there any question about that? We have to destroy the deep state, and this is elements of the Pentagon, the Justice Department, the FBI, the CIA, certain elements that work under DNI, those 17 intelligence agencies, also parts of the State Department, the USAIDs of the world. That inner apparatus controls the government, and when President Trump tries to do something, they're always trying to thwart his actions, right? You see the leaks. When Homan's sending these brave men and women into Los Angeles to do these raids, like the raid about the children trafficked to the marijuana farm to work, they're lying in wait for him. They're lying in wait for the agents. They got weapons to shoot. How does the protesters? Because somebody inside leaked it to them. Somebody inside leaks it to the media. That's the deep state every day. It must be destroyed. We're not free. The second resolve is quite simple. You don't give the deep state the consent of the governed. Therefore, it's your responsibility to destroy it. It's a sacred duty and a responsibility of the American people, American citizens. No cavalry is going to come and save you. No foreign country is going to come and save you. No Deus ex machina is going to come down. No fairy dust is going to appear. You have to do it yourself, correct? It's our responsibility. And number three, whoever is not with us is against us, right? If you're not with us, you can't be neutral in this. If you're with us, you're with us. If you're neutral, I don't know, then you're against us. This has to happen. And President Trump, I think you're going to see, and when he's identifying these prosecutors, he's going after it. He's going after who set up Crossfire Hurricane. He's going after the Russia hoax. He's going to go after the 2020 election and how it was stolen and who's responsible for it being stolen, right? And I hope he gets to January 6th. You got to get to January 6th. When I was in prison, you had these January 6th people that had just walked by the Capitol. And what were they? They were sitting there in prison for nothing more than supporting the President of the United States. Now, here's why we have to do this. You are the tip of the spear. You help President Trump, assisted him in winning the 2016 election and come from behind. You won the 2020 election with 11 million more votes than we got in 2016. No president's ever done that. He had 74 million votes, and they still stole it from him. In 24, remember, on that morning, MSNBC and people are laughing at you and mocking you. They thought Kamala Harris up until 7 or 8 o'clock at night, when it was quite obvious that some of the exit polls are correct and President Trump was going to win a sweeping victory. They're all smug as they've always been. They thought they were going to win until the last second when President Trump won a sweeping victory. This is what you've delivered. Your victories backing President Trump are unparalleled, not simply in American history, in all history. So now we have to get down to it. Because President Trump, and I'm a big believer President Trump's going to run again at 28. We'll figure this out, right? Until somebody can prove to me that you can get low propensity voters without him on the ticket, then President Trump's going to the ticket. President Trump is unique in American history. You've had General Washington, you've had Abraham Lincoln, now you got Donald Trump. The three greatest presidents we ever had. And the reason he may actually be greater, when he went back to Mar-a-Lago, when the Republican Party abandoned him and Fox News abandoned him and the left was coming after him and the deep state was then going to put him in prison, bankrupt him, smear his family, no American in history saw what was in front of him of all the challenges, right? All the challenges of going to prison for 300 years, of being bankrupt, he made a conscious decision to come back. And you know why he did that? Because of you. He knew there were people out there that had his back. This is why we had the greatest victory come from behind victory ever. 24 will be studied in the history books forever. Now, that coalition is built upon people like yourself with this foundational element. Of course, we got the tech bros and other people. That's fine. We'll figure this out as we go. We're building a coalition bigger than FDR's in 1932. That's what we have to continue to build. The only thing that can stop us is ourselves. You know what can stop us? Cynicism. If we don't look into these things and expose these things to the American people, and that you can see the evidence so that you can be comfortable, hey, I fully understand it. If 2% or 3% or 4% become so cynical and say, hey, look, I just don't believe in anything anymore, we're not going to win any more elections. This is so obvious. It's so tight right now, where you're going to win by 10, 20,000 votes. We need to have not just every one of your votes. We need to have you motivated as you've been motivated to knock on doors, to canvass, to get people out to vote. That's how we won in 24. We have to see this through to the end. You know, I'm a fighter. And this fight is the fight before us, because we could do all the tax cuts in the world. We could close the border for a while. We could do all these amazing things, which President Trump is doing. He's absolutely correct. He's on a roll. He's the hottest any president's ever been. We're doing it. However, if we don't get into what really tries to control the country, the deep state, and take it apart. And by the way, if we got rid of, 100,000 or 200,000 billets and people, we'd have control of this. And I mean, cut the FBI by half, cut the CIA by half, cut 3/4 of the State Department, right? Cut the Defense Department by a third. Cut every department and start cutting them in half. Let's go back to the Roman Empire. You ever heard of Cato the Elder? Heard of Cato the Elder? You guys are always the best. You're always a step ahead of me. So Cato the Elder was a very conservative senator in the Roman Republic. And his wisdom, he was looked upon as a wise individual. But he had one obsession, and that was Carthage. He realized the Roman Republic would never be truly free while they had this competitor, Carthage. So whatever was up, whether it was education policy or tax policy or a budget or anything, cleaning up Rome, putting in new sewers, aqueducts, he always finished every speech, and he was the greatest speaker in the Senate. Carthago delenda est. Carthage must be destroyed. Why? He knew if he imprinted that time and time and time again in the Roman Senate, eventually people would come his way and say, you know what? We don't care how many wars it's taken to take on Carthage. It must be destroyed. That's the deep state. Deep state delenda est. It must be destroyed, and it's your responsibility to do it. If we don't have the president's back, you're going to be mocked and ridiculed. Oh, these are conspiracy theories. These are conspiracy theories. Well, you know what? The conspiracy theories that you guys focused on turned out they weren't conspiracy theories. They were conspiracy facts. The coming days and weeks, as these crises converge, after 10 years after President Trump came down the golden escalator, as they converge, trust me, you think it's been tough before, it's going to get very bumpy. On Monday, the situation in Ukraine right now, the NDAA, the Senate, is passing in secret an increase to Ukrainian arms of $500 million a year. I know this audience does not support that, but this is what the pressure is going to be in the Senate, in the House, among the deep state, to get us into war after war after war after war. And forget that the main war is the enemy within and what we've allowed inside our gates. The enemy within must be addressed. And inside these gates, the cities of Los Angeles and Chicago and New York City, with this group of radicals about to win and take over New York City, that's the enemy within. We have 10. Tucker said 61 million. I don't care if it's 10 or 20. They all must be deported. Mass deportations now. Amnesty never. If you falter, if you quit, if you say it's too hard, I don't believe anything anymore, we will lose. But if you hunker down and say, I'm with this, as long as it takes, as hard as it is, right? As many sacrifices I have to make, I guarantee you we will be victorious just like we were in 24. Tampa SAS, you're the best. Thank you very much.
I left that party because it is led by an elitist cabal of woke warmongers. Not a single one stood up against Joe Biden's complete destruction of Title IX. The identity of being a woman is essentially being erased. They don't want the weakness or the insecurity of their own argument to be exposed, and also they immediately judge you as someone who may bring an opposing view, regardless of your political party, as the enemy. The vast majority of Americans, regardless of political party, are sick and tired of this. Thank you for standing in this fight for our freedom.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Director Tulsi
Aloha. Man, is it good to see you all. This is the best way to end the week. Good to get away from DC, but seeing all of you, and I've been sitting back there listening to the incredible speakers and the questions that you're asking. Russell Brand, I don't know if I took a breath the whole time he was talking. I love you too, man, wherever you are. Thank you. Thank you. It is truly awesome and energizing to be here with all of you. I hope that you are feeling energized and inspired by all of the incredible speakers, Brett Cooper, Riley Gaines, everyone coming through here. But I just want to tell you that you inspire me, seriously. DC, there are some good days and there are some dark days, but what keeps me going are people like you. People like you who made it possible for President Trump to get elected and create this truly transformational and historic moment that we are living in here today. We are here because thousands of young leaders like you, great Americans all across the country, they put partisan politics aside and recognize the opportunity to bring in a president who would fight for every single American. And that's exactly what we're doing in Washington every day. When we look back, and I feel like, it's been, 6 months-ish since President Trump has been in office, not even 6 months hardly. What happened in that year leading up to the election? It feels like such a long time ago, but I want to spend just a moment on this because it's important for us to recognize what Steve Bannon was just talking about, the deep state. When we go back and look at all of those days that President Trump had to spend in a courtroom because of the constant lawfare that was being waged against him by his political opponents and the deep state, who were terrified that the American people might choose to elect him once again. You look at all of the propaganda that was thrown his way, the lies, the smears, the attacks that were thrown his way, how many times they actually tried to throw him in jail. And even at that, man, that mugshot will go down in history as one of the best pictures ever. All of their attempts to take him off the ballot, as we were going through that, I often reflected at really what was behind it. They were there thinking, okay, we have all of this power, we need to silence him, undermining our democratic republic as they claim to be doing so to save democracy. But when we really take a step back, we recognize that they were acting out of fear. They were terrified of losing their perceived power. They're terrified of their own personal position or fame or profit or whatever the thing was. They were terrified, ultimately afraid of us. Terrified that in the United States of America, that was built on the foundation of these ideals of freedom and liberty for every single American, terrified that we may actually use our freedom, that we may lift up our voices and stand up for and work hard to bring about the vision that our founding fathers had for us. A government that is truly of, by, and for the people. To me, that is what President Trump's America First agenda is all about. That's why the deep state fought so hard to try to stop us from even having the freedom to choose who we wanted as our president and commander-in-chief. And despite their best efforts, we the people prevailed. And this memory of this, which every one of us played our own role in bringing about, is so important to keep at the forefront, because the deep state has not gone away. They exist within every single agency of the federal government, in the national security state, and the propaganda media. They are continuing to fight hard every single day, in spite of the fact that the voices of the people delivered this resounding victory for President Trump and to our country, saying unequivocally, we are coming together, Americans from all different backgrounds and different walks of life, saying we choose freedom. We choose peace. We choose to come together for truth. Not my truth or your truth or their truth, but fundamental objective truth. We come together for common sense. And with President Trump's election, we, the people, have brought about this revolution that brings us back to our founding principles, that brings us back to our founding documents, our Constitution. This is the oath that we all swore, the oath to support and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And by the way, it is the same oath that every person who goes and works within the intelligence community takes. Every employee swears this oath. It's important for us to keep it front and center because it is foundational to who we are. That we remember what we are fighting for. When we talk about freedom, we are talking about freedom of speech. Remembering that it wasn't that long ago that we had parents speaking up for the safety and well-being of their children at Board of Education meetings who, under the Biden administration, were then targeted as domestic violent extremists. We have to remember how, and these are documents that we will be declassifying and releasing very soon, about how on day one of the Biden administration, meaning January 21st of 2021, his national security advisor issued a memo essentially laying the groundwork for who they would be targeting as domestic violent extremists. And one of the documents that was ordered, one of the directives that was given in this memo, was to the Director of National Intelligence to come up with a document that went into very specific descriptions of what to look out for when we are looking for domestic violent extremists. And so what you'll see there are detailed descriptions of what we would later see the Biden administration target. Those who were complaining about or unhappy with COVID-19 mandates and policies. Parents who were afraid that their children might be forced to get the vaccine when they went to school against their parents' wishes. People who were expressing anti-authority views. I could go on in this list of people, groups, thoughts, free speech, they were labeled as domestic violent extremists, and then use that label to go and then forced these tech companies, some of them were willing, some unwilling, to censor Americans' free speech in the name of going after domestic violent extremists. We have to expose their tactics and the playbook of the deep state so that we, the people, can make sure we never allow this to happen again. By electing President Trump, we chose our Constitution. We chose freedom of speech. We chose freedom to worship, so that we can know that as we go to our place of worship, or if we worship in the privacy of our own homes, that we won't have to worry about the FBI thinking that we were suspicious or had to be surveilled, as they did to those they labeled as radical traditionalist Catholics simply for attending Latin Mass. By electing President Trump, we chose freedom. Freedom to exercise our right to bear arms. There's already work being done, and there's more to come there to undo the damage that has been done for so long, that has undermined that fundamental right. By electing President Trump, we chose our right to privacy and the protection of our civil liberties as guaranteed under the Fourth Amendment. Under President Trump, we chose our Declaration of Independence. I'm smiling because I think it was on Thursday, I was there and delivering the intelligence brief to the president, and towards the end of it, he had a couple of guests who were coming in to join him for lunch. And just seeing the pride and excitement that he shared as he wanted to show them the Declaration of Independence that he put on the wall right next to the Resolute desk in the Oval Office. That declaration that reminds us all that all men are created equal, endowed by our Creator. Not by anyone in government, but our Creator, with certain inalienable rights, among those our right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So the historic moment that we live in, it's important sometimes to step away from the noise, to recognize what happened in order to create this opportunity that we have, and therefore to inform the great work that we have ahead of us. You think the campaign was hard, you think what President Trump went through was hard, and it was. The road ahead will not be easy. I can attest personally that in my work as the Director of National Intelligence, the deep state is fighting us every step of the way. And it exists within every single federal agency. And so I feel the same frustration that I see many of you expressing on X or in different platforms about why aren't things going faster? Why aren't we getting results more quickly? I feel this frustration every single day. We are pushing hard. Know that they are pushing hard back. It's okay. We're not going anywhere. We're here to fight for you and to fight for the red, white, and blue that's behind you. We can't do this alone. It will take all of us who love our country and who deeply cherish our freedoms to stand united in this fight. It's going to come with hardship and sacrifice. As you know, it comes with name-calling and smears and lies and attacks. But here's the beautiful thing, is the harder they push back, the more smears and lies that are published in the Washington Post and the New York Times and the Atlantic and many others, the more we know that we are exactly on the target. And on those days where you might feel a little tired and you might feel a little discouraged, and we all get there at some point in time, I go back and think about what President Trump has been through. He has sacrificed more than anyone else. He has been attacked and targeted more than anyone else. And most significantly, 1 year ago tomorrow, was the day in Butler, Pennsylvania, when a gunman tried to take his life missing by just a hair. And so on those days when you feel like you're not quite sure if you have any more fight left in you, think back to that day when he popped right up. He was not cowed. He was not afraid. He was not running away. What did he do? He raised his fist and looked at all of the people who were there, just as you are here today. And he said, fight, fight, fight. And that's exactly what we have to continue to do. Not motivated by hate for those who are trying to take our freedoms away, but by love. I know President Trump is motivated deeply by his love for our country. This is where his strength and his resilience comes from. He is motivated deeply by his care for every one of you, every one of us, the American people, and his commitment to make the most of every single day that he has in the White House to bring about this reality of a country where we can live in peace with prosperity and security and freedom for all Americans. This is why I'm so grateful to be able to have earned President Trump's trust and confidence, to be able to serve as a member of his cabinet in the role that I am in, because we have a lot of work to do. So the thing I want you to go home with is the knowledge that you, not a single one of you, should underestimate the power of your voice and your energy and your work and your role in bringing about this historic change that we have all embarked on together. Don't let anyone ever tell you that this is not your time, or that you're too young, or maybe you'll go and do something in a few years or 5 or 10 years or 20 years. The time is now. Electing President Trump was just the first step to be able to get to work, to do this important work. It is tough, but it is our purpose that drives us. I'm grateful to have experienced from a young age that I found I was happiest when I was doing things for others, when I was trying to be of service to others, trying my best to be pleasing to God with my life by making a positive impact and being of service to God's children. And that's really what motivated me to choose service as a path for my life. I didn't know what form it would take or where it would take me, but I knew that this is what I wanted to do. And it's taken me through elected office in different arenas and through the military, now for over 20 years, and now as Director of National Intelligence. But I first started when I was 21 years old. And so for any of you who are thinking of running for office, maybe you're being told some of the things I was told. I was 21 and people said, oh, okay, you have a bright future, but you're too young. Maybe you should go and take some more college classes and, I don't know, wait around until somebody feels like you're qualified to go. But I knew that the most important qualification was my desire to serve, to have that positive impact in my community. So I didn't listen to any of them, and I ran and got elected at 21. They told me the same thing when I ran for Congress at 31. Tulsi, you're great. You got a bright future. It's not your time. Come back in 20 years. I had come back from multiple deployments at that point in time, understanding and feeling to my core the cost of war, and knowing that I needed to be in a place to make a greater impact. Where better than at that time in Congress, where I could help to influence some of these decisions about peace and war and share the experiences of my brothers and sisters who I served alongside, my experience, and honor the memories every single day as I continue to do, as Secretary Hegseth does. I know President Trump has the lives and well-being of our service members on his heart every day, knowing the sacrifice that's made. We must remain undeterred. For me, I have always turned to my faith in God in those difficult moments and these challenging times. And finding that strength and that confidence and that peace and that shelter and that courage that can only come from having faith in God's unconditional love for me, and knowing that all I have to do is do my very best every day to be pleasing to him and have faith that whatever the outcome, it will be his will that is done. So as we forge ahead together, I encourage you to stand strong, to be joyful warriors, to always remember that with God, all things are possible. And knowing that we can change our mindset. Somebody brings me a problem, happens on a daily basis. I say, thank you. Good. Now I can solve it. Hard challenge comes my way, or maybe I am having a difficult day. Awesome. It's my opportunity to say, yes, Lord, here I am. Send me. It is inspired by God's unconditional love that we are charged to live and lead and serve in a reflection of his love for all of us, with this eternal gratitude in our hearts for the blessings and the freedoms that he has and continues to bestow upon every one of us. When I was deployed to Iraq in 2005, I served in a medical unit where there was a sign at one of the main gates where our security patrols, infantry patrols went in and out of every day. And the first day that I saw it, and many days thereafter, I was stopped in my tracks because that sign said in big block letters, "Is today the day?" And it was this ever-present reminder, certainly there in a war zone in 2005 during one of the height of that war in Iraq, that any day could be our last. And it was an opportunity to reflect and to pray and to know that I needed to do my best to make every single day count. We look to the tragedy that just happened in Texas. We're at a camp where girls were going, families who were camping over a long holiday weekend. In a moment, they lost their lives in this tragedy. Is today the day? Every single day that we wake up with breath in our bodies, we are blessed with the opportunity to take advantage and make the very most of that day. Today is the day. Today is the day for us to stand up for all that we believe in, stand up for each other, stand up for our country, stand up for our freedom and a future that truly realizes the vision that our founders had for this great country. I'm grateful to stand alongside you in this honorable and just fight. We will make this happen together. Thank you so much, everybody. It's great to see you. God bless you. God bless America. Aloha. Thank you so much.
All right, you are watching the Student Action Summit 2025.
Look at that. Look at that. The audience is going crazy.
We got the one and only Steve Bannon over here doing the meet and greets.
Oh, man. The crowd,
God bless him.
The crowd is loving it. It's been amazing. Ben, you've been amazing.
Ben is safe, by the way.
The protest coverage is taking the internet by storm.
Yes, if you're not watching it now, don't change your channel. But if you're watching on one device, go to another device. You can actually watch the simulcast of the protest. You want to see some crazy commies, it's worth it.
And none of that they-them energy rubbed off on you, did it, Ben?
No, no, it's I spray. It's like bug spray. It's, woke spray. You just spray it, keeps them off. It's called the Holy Spirit, actually.
What did you
just
say
travels
here?
with me.
There's he-she energy.
Yeah, he-she.
Yes.
We had the he-she energy.
Outside,
they had the they-them energy.
They-them energy.
Yeah.
And I will say,
two
sometimes-
genders.
Yeah.
Two genders. Sometimes I get nervous when Ben goes to these protests, but you came out pretty good today.
Yeah,
You didn't make any friends though on the other side. Sometimes you do.
I almost got 2 smiles. I was working on it. So, I got one handshake from the other side.
Okay.
And then one of they-thems came and told the guy he couldn't talk to me anymore. And so
his handler.
Yeah, his handler went away.
The keepers.
But I got his handshake. Justin, shout out to Justin. We're praying for you, Justin. But yeah, it's just, it's just kind of miserable. They're miserable people, but we got to pray for them.
Yeah. I'm not sure if you saw them, but I just saw a picture of one of the protesters dressed as a demon, a ghoul. Actually, like in the horror movie, The Nun. Did you see them out there?
Yeah. Well, so there's...
What was going on there?
There's a concert.
The Ghost concert.
The Ghost concert.
I don't even know who Ghost is.
I don't either, but it looks demonic. It's full demonic.
Yeah, they were lined up at 8 a.m. this morning to go to this Ghost concert, but everyone was dressed in like devil...
Like faces are painted
devil
like
gear.
Death. Yeah, I don't know. It's sad.
Sure, they are all
That's
upstanding.
battle.
So did they stop the protest and then go to the Ghost concert? Is that what happened?
I didn't see any of those ones at the protest. I kept thinking they were coming to it. I'm like, oh great, this is like Antifa, like demonic Antifa, like to another level, and they just kept walking. So I think there might have just been paths across.
Okay, all right, that's a good clarification.
Yeah.
Well, before we get back out to the stage, because we still have some great things going on, we also have to give a shout out to our sponsors that make all of this possible. And let's obviously talk about the biggest Trump victory knife, brought to you by BigTrumpKnife.com. Patriots, if you're looking to make a statement in 2025, this is a knife that does it. It's the Big Trump Victory Knife, a massive 10-inch fixed blade knife, precision forged to honor the President Trump's historic 47th victory. This isn't some cheap knockoff. It's built for true Americans, featuring a 6-inch razor-sharp stainless steel blade, an American flag handle engraved with Donald Trump, and a tactical belt sheath included. Sheath.
Ben Bergquam went crazy because he said it correct.
If you heard that, Ben Bergquam was jumping up and down because this is the largest Trump knife ever made, and it's only available at BigTrumpKnife.com. That's BigTrumpKnife.com. Not sold in stores. Ben Bergquam just ran to get his phone so he could purchase one because there's only 250 knives, and he's taking one of them. It's extremely limited and it's going fast. Don't wait. Go to BigTrumpKnife.com right now. That's BigTrumpKnife.com. Easy to remember. BigTrumpKnife.com. Before Ben buys all of them. That's where he's going.
Not medium Trump knife, not small Trump knife, big Trump knife. Yeah, and this is America.
I'm a knife guy.
So we say big, not
I'm a
broad
knife guy and a gun guy. I have a collection of knives. I love good knives. So I'm running down there. Sorry, I almost lost it on the way up.
We almost had a hazard on the stage.
We can't blame you. You're excited, Ben.
Yeah, go to that website now. Get your knife now.
Don't walk, run.
Yes.
Like
run.
Ben.
Just like Ben.
Don't, but if you're holding a knife, don't run.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this is your time to do it because we're going to take a short break. Head over to BigTrumpKnife.com. We'll see you in just a bit.
Thank you to Julio Gonzalez, CEO and founder of Engineered Tax Services Incorporated, for sponsoring this event. A true American patriot. Engineered Tax Services. Innovative, ethical, transparent.
back to the Student Action Summit. Tampa, Florida, America! Tonight's keynote speaker, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, is taking the stage. Let's go into the ballroom right now.
This big dog will fight when you rattle his cage.
You guys all look like a bunch of great Americans. Thank you so much for welcoming me here tonight. What an honor to be with all of you. What did you say? Yes, I am your governor. And now I work for your president as your Secretary of Homeland Security. Listen, I spent the day today with a bunch of officers out arresting bad guys and getting them off the streets. Aren't you grateful for our law enforcement officers? In fact, I want to do this. I'm sure my team put together a fantastic speech for me to give to you, and I will use some of it, but I'm going to go a little off the rails here a little bit because that's the mood that I'm in. But I want you all to stand up with me, and we're going to cover our law enforcement officers in prayer right now. Let's bow our heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we just come before you tonight grateful. We come before you extremely thankful for the blessings that you have given us, Lord, recognizing that we are a privileged people living in the greatest experiment on earth. Lord, you have given us a country that defends our freedoms and our liberties, and you have surrounded us with good men and women who care about the rule of law, who every single day stand up and they defend the oath that they have taken to protect people. Lord, we were created to serve you. The purpose you've placed inside of us as human beings is to serve other people, and when we serve other people, we will be happier because we are fulfilling the purpose for which you have created us. Lord, I just ask right now that you would put your hand and a covering over every single law enforcement officer in this country. Lord, that you would build a hedge of protection around them. And Lord, as they go out and they defend our streets from rioters, from violent criminals, from people who would wish to do others harm, Lord, that you would give them a peace that passes all understanding. That you would keep your hand on them and their families, protect them, keep them safe, and help them to know, Lord, that they are standing for right, that they are standing for good, that they are fighting evil, and that they are fulfilling the purpose to which you have called them. Dear Lord, we thank you and we praise you for each and every single one of them, Lord, and I ask that everyone in this room and all of America would find ways to bless our law enforcement officers, Lord. Bless them, have their backs, defend them, stand for what's right, and to continue to walk in the purpose for which you've called each and every one of us. In your name, amen. 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 Thank you. We love you too. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for being a part of Turning Point and a part of an organization that not only seeks to bring together people and have civil discussions on policies and what this country is about and world events and what's going on and what we can do as far as being engaged, but an organization that seeks to have an informed public. An informed public can have a better discourse about what our policies are, what our future is, and can continue to set America apart from other countries in the world. I'm so grateful for this organization, for Charlie and his vision, for those who support him, and for each and every one of you who come here and recognize that you are the future. Listen, I feel like, my job is really weird, actually. If you guys want to know what my job is, my background is as a farmer and a rancher. Many of you have heard me speak here before. Many of you have heard me speak here before as governor of South Dakota. I had the chance to, I love these South Dakota guys, and thanks for showing up. I had the chance to speak here before as governor of South Dakota, but my background is mostly in business. I served in Congress for a period of time as governor, and now when President Trump called me and asked me to be his secretary, actually what he did is he called me and asked me if I would like to be involved in his administration somehow, and what job would I be interested in. He said, Christy, I know people have talked to you before about different cabinet positions, maybe interior, ag, something like that. And I said, Mr. President, what I would most like to do for you is to be your Secretary of Homeland Security. And he said, really? Why? And I said, sir, because it is your number one priority. It's your number one priority. And I think that you're going to have somebody who's actually strong enough to do it, that it's a hard job, and somebody's going to actually have to follow through on it. And I also think that you need somebody who can communicate about it, someone who is a wife and a mom and a grandma that can talk to families and recognize how the policies and what we're doing to make our country safer is better for all Americans and will help protect our communities for our kids and our grandkids to grow up and have the same opportunities that we have each and every day. I'm just so blessed and honored that he gave me that privilege to serve in this role. Now, the Department of Homeland Security was created after 9/11. It was created in response to the terror attacks that hit the New York City and the World Trade Towers. And it was a bunch of different agencies in the federal government all put under one umbrella whose mission is to defend the security of the homeland and to do so with honor and integrity. Therefore, I have 23 different components in my agency. You know that it is my job and Customs and Border Protection's job and Border Patrol's job in order to go out and secure the border. President Trump has secured our border for the United States of America. He's given me fantastic partners in Tom Homan and Stephen Miller and Rodney Scott, Todd Lyons, who's out there running ICE for us. We want to thank all of our light ICE officers for what they do every day on interior enforcement as well. We have over 99% of the people that were coming through the Darien Gap over a year and a half ago. Do you remember the hundreds of thousands of people that were coming through there, coming into the United States of America? Now we have reverse migration, going the opposite direction, out of the United States, back to their home countries. A 94% decrease in people coming to the border. And for the last 2 months, we've had 0 illegal aliens coming into this country, which is absolutely remarkable. But beyond that, under the Department of Homeland Security, I also have a responsibility for USCIS, which is our citizenship visa waiver programs, and how we let people come into our country and be our guests. And I will be very firm in telling all of you there will never be amnesty under my watch or President Trump's watch. I'll also tell you that I have responsibility for TSA. You don't have to take your shoes off anymore. I think it was the first day I got this job, I walked into TSA and said, do we really have to take our shoes off? I mean, does it really make us safe and more secure? And that's what I think is number one. My job is to question every single thing that this government does. And if it doesn't make sense, if it doesn't serve the people, if it doesn't make us safe, and it doesn't defend freedom, we should not be doing it. We should not be doing it. We also, under my department, are going after Harvard. They refuse. And any other university that refuses to turn over their background checks and criminal activity of the students that are on their campus, and if they refuse to defend our Jewish students and allow participation of anti-Semitic activity, they are not going to be allowed to have students and participate in our Save Us program. I'm also very proud of the fact that I have the supervisory authority over the U.S. Coast Guard. Aren't you proud about what the U.S. Coast Guard just did in Texas to help those individuals? Texas just went through an incredible tragedy with the flooding event that happened and is still looking for their loved ones and for children and have been absolutely devastated. And the individuals who showed up there from the Coast Guard, from Border Patrol, those individuals from the BORTAC teams, from FEMA that showed up immediately and supported that state in its response to its individuals. I'm so proud of them because for the very first time, we acted in a way that disaster response should. You know, the way statute lays out is that every emergency that happens in this country should be locally executed. That means the people that are closest to that emergency need to be the ones making the decisions to respond to people. It should be state managed, which means the state makes the decisions on how they're going to universally handle this disaster. And the federal government, our role should be to support. We should be there to support. We shouldn't be making the decisions. We should be sending the support that is necessary to get that state through that situation. And that's exactly how we implemented it in Texas and are continuing to do so to support Texas as it gets through this. And at the exact same time, New Mexico was flooding. North Carolina had some flooding events going on, and we continue to stand on watch to make sure that we're there to support people across this country, regardless if you're Republican, Democrat, Independent, if you love freedom and if you love this country, we are going to be there for you to help support you and get you through the most challenging days of your lives. Now, I'm here tonight, and I'm not going to talk much longer. I guess it says I have 19 minutes. I'm not going to talk that long. But what I do want to talk to you about is that you guys are the future. People will tell you throughout life that there are things that will determine what you're going to be. They will tell you that the family that you're raised in, or the city that you're in, or the community is going to impact your future. I would disagree with that. People will tell you many times that your education will determine who you're going to be and what you will be. It'll open up doors for you and create new opportunities. I would say that I disagree with that. Our Department of Homeland Security interacts with all of those areas. It interacts with even the jobs that you're going to have. The one thing I want to remind all of you here today, and one of the important reasons why I think that you should recognize that you are here, is because what still makes the world move, what still will determine your success in life, is relationships, is the people that you meet, the people that you spend time with, the people that you talk to. I would encourage you to continue to stay involved, to go out there and to come to conferences like this, meet people, go shake hands. You never know when the next person that you meet may be your next mentor that will give you the greatest advice that turned your life around, that changed everything for you. The next person you meet may be the person that gives you a reference for your next internship or your first job position that you get, or maybe the scholarship that you need to get the degree that you want. Maybe you will meet somebody when you show up for an opportunity when that door is open that will be your next business partner. Don't leave this conference without recognizing that the most valuable thing that you gained here was the relationships that you built, the people that you talked to, and the people that you were with. I've got a team around me and staff with me that every single day help me do the job that I do, and I'm so proud of them. What most people don't know is that the team that I have around me, they leave me encouraging notes once in a while. They leave me little notes either on my desk. They might leave it in the vehicle when I get in the vehicle. If I check into a hotel room really late, they might leave a note on the desk in there. I want to tell you what note they left for me last night when I got here really late and checked into my hotel room. My advance team left for me a scripture verse. The scripture verse was from Hebrews 13:6. And this is what it said. It said, "So we say with confidence that the Lord is my helper. I will not be afraid. What can mere mortals do to me?" And I just was so overwhelmed by them, the fact that they are so kind enough to be encouragers to me and to leave me notes like that and to remind me of perspective. That in this life, that all we need is a little bit of perspective about what life is, what hard things are, what challenging things are in front of us, but also what blessings we have in front of us. That scripture verse meant the world to me because in my job, many times we're dealing with people who can be violent, with criminals. I'm standing in situations where we're surrounded by people who've been impacted by criminal activity, and we're taking action against very dangerous people. Now, I don't wake up in my days being scared. I don't spend any time worrying or being afraid because I just think that's a waste of energy. But I will tell you that scripture verses like that say, we can say with confidence that we will not be afraid, that we will stand, and that what can mere mortals do for this? You see, I would challenge each of you to live a life of significance. You could make a decision right here today that you are deciding to live a life of significance, a life that matters, a life that will impact people and make a difference for the future. And I'm here just to tell you that we need you, that we absolutely need you for the future of this country. The Department of Homeland Security is an agency that's, I think, the second or third largest agency in the federal government, but it has one of the smallest budgets. Now, thanks to the president's big, beautiful bill that just passed, we'll have some new resources to put into securing this country and keeping it safe. We'll be able to hire more law enforcement officers, more ICE officers. Homeland Security trains our federal law enforcement officers. We'll be able to do that. We'll be able to equip the Coast Guard with what they need to do search and rescue, but also to go out there and help us with drug interdiction and to make sure that we're taking these illegal criminals and getting them out of our maritime borders and getting them out there. Help the Secret Service get the resources that they need. We'll be able to continue to do all of that thanks to President Trump's vision. But the one thing that I wanted to talk to you a little bit about, the fact is that when you live that life of significance, you will no longer be deprioritized like you were under the Biden administration. That with President Trump, every day you are his priority. You are the reason he closed the border. You're the reason he's getting the criminals off the streets. You're the reason he's fixing the colleges. You are the reason that he's out there fighting so hard to make sure our economy is strong, that you can get the job that you want, that you can get a wage where your family can go after and pursue their biggest dreams and hopes and go after them and raise your children here and continue to be blessed beyond measure, beyond most of the people in the rest of this world because you're in this great country. That's why President Trump gets out of bed every single day and why I appreciate him so much. I tell a lot of stories about my dad because my dad was a cowboy and he was tough. But I also tell people that he gave us impossible things to do. All the time, he gave us things that were just hard to do. And I think I told this story a few years ago at this conference, but I recognize some of you may be new here, so I'm going to tell it again. I'll give you one example of one of the greatest gifts that my dad ever did for us. I remember one day I was about 12 years old and it was harvest time on the farm. We were combining corn. We had filled a semi up with corn and he was driving it. I was in the passenger seat and he pulled it out of the field out onto the road and started to drive it down the road. When he realized, he said, "Oh, Christy, I forgot. I've got to take a different truck home. Here, jump over here, take the wheel, make your corners wide and I'll meet you in the yard." And he jumped out the door. So I dove across the cab, grabbed the wheel of the semi, started to drive, had no idea what I was doing. I didn't even know how to shift, stop, or anything. I took the widest corners I possibly could when I had to turn, drove the 7 miles home, and I remember when I got back into the farmyard, I didn't even know how to stop the semi. So I just turned it off and let it drift to a stop. I remember the very first thought that I had at that time was, I cannot believe that I lived. And the second thought that I had was that I bet I can drive anything now. It wasn't until years later I realized what my dad was doing with everything that he gave to me and to my brothers and my sister. when he gave us impossible things to do that we never thought we would accomplish, was that he was teaching us to become problem solvers. He was teaching us to figure things out and make our way through them. And then when we did something we never dreamed we could accomplish, it was giving us the confidence to take on the next biggest thing in front of us. It was going to give us that next challenging thing, the confidence to overcome it and to go out and to do it. See, life is all about perspective. I think we're crippling our children in this country. We're crippling our children by doing everything for them. Somehow we've taught the people in this country that hard things are bad and that we should avoid them. I would tell you hard things are good. They teach us who we are. They give us confidence. We need a world filled with problem solvers, and that's exactly who you are. You see, there's people every single day that go out and risk their lives so that we can stay free. There's men in our military, women that serve in our armed forces, law enforcement officers that keep us safe, keep us free. We don't know what hard is. We have no idea what sacrifice is compared to what some people are making for us. So I would ask you to keep the days ahead, the politics, the debates, the divisiveness that's out there. Keep it in perspective. Understand that sometimes hard things can burn off the trash, and that what can come out is a shining gold, clean American freedom that the entire country can embrace again, and that you are the future that's going to continue to defend it. And you're going to defend it because you have the confidence to do it, because you've been through something hard and you've done it before. You see, I referenced before that what we were given as a country was the greatest experiment in human history. We had a group of men and women that went to war with the greatest military machine in history in the world at the time. When the Revolutionary Army went to war, they picked up their own personal guns and muskets that they used to feed their family and went to war with the greatest military in the world. And they did it for freedom. And then they gave us this country. They gave us this country that's never been matched before. It might surprise some of you in the room to know that George Washington never signed the Declaration of Independence. You see, when the Declaration of Independence was voted on by the Continental Congress and it was sent out, John Hancock sent it out to George Washington, who was out with his troops. And 5 days later, he called all of his troops together so that they could all listen to it together when they were out there and what they have just been given in this new declaration. In fact, I want to read to you what General Washington said to his troops as he sat there on his horse with his military men and women, what he said to them before the Declaration of Independence was read to them out loud. He said, "The blessings and the protection of heaven are at all times necessary, but they're especially so in times of public distress and danger. The general hopes and trusts that every officer and every man will endeavor to live and to act as become a Christian soldier, defending the dearest rights and the liberties of his country." You see, even at that time, George Washington put his faith first, and then he called people to fight. He called them to go out there and to act as Christians, to go out there and to defend our rights and our freedoms. But when you go forward and do that with morals and with values and understand that every person out there is worth something in God's eyes, but yet we can disagree with them and still protect our freedoms and liberties, that's invaluable. And the general that gave us this country and became our first president understood it better than anybody else. You see, our founders pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honors for us. We haven't been asked to do that yet. Some of you may get asked to sacrifice some of your life. Today on my phone, I was getting videos of my grandkids riding horses at my ranch, and I was getting pictures of my family spending time together. And as I was looking at some of that and enjoying it from afar with them, I was realizing that I'm giving up some sacrifices. Is it anything like some have given up? No, not at all. Not at all. There's some people that have given up their fortunes. They've given up their personal wealth. President Trump is one of them, isn't he? To come forward and to defend our freedoms and our liberty. And then you've got some that gave up their sacred honor for our country. If you look at people who, like Nathan Hale, and people whose reputations and different things that over the years, and even I would say some who still fight for us today, lose their reputations because of the stand that they take for right and for wrong. What I would tell you, our founders pledged their lives, their fortunes, and sacred honor. You may be asked to do the same. But today you can make a decision. You can make a decision to live a life of significance, one that matters. In this room are not people who are going to sit on the sidelines. When you're here because you're engaged. I'm looking at the faces of our leaders, the leaders wherever you are in the circle of friends that you're in. When you have a conversation with people about politics, bring some history into it too. Help people recognize what they were given in this country and why we're so special. The last thing I want to leave you with is to be happy. I say that quite a bit at the end of my speeches, but it's amazing to me how people forget. How people forget that just because you woke up here in this country, in the United States of America, you are more blessed than 99% of the people in this world just because you woke up here and you woke up free. So with that, from the bottom of my heart, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for what you do. Yes, my job as the Secretary of Homeland Security is a complicated one. I've got a lot of agencies that need to be fixed and bureaucracy that needs to be gotten rid of, and people that need to be fired, and money that needs to be given back to taxpayers, and more bad hombres to get off the street. And I'll continue to do that. We're going to continue to get these criminals and these violent perpetuators of violence off of our streets. But I will tell you, what this country needs is not more Kristi Noem. What this country needs is you. We need you. We need you out there changing the hearts and minds of Americans. The conversations that you have. Go have conversations with people. Ask them questions why they believe what they believe. Listen to them. And then tell them about the great gift that this country is. May God continue to bless you. May God continue to bless this great country. And may God continue to bless President Trump as he leads us into battle and onward into freedom. Thank you.
SAS Summit. We are here live. You just saw Kristi Noem speak with a very fiery speech, and it's been just an action-packed day of events. And I'm here with Mike Crispy, Michelle Backus, and Ben Bergquam. Ben, I want to start with you because you covered the protest that happened outside it, and you covered a lot of protests. Describe the experience you had in dealing with those particular protests today.
Well, look, what's interesting is I've been doing this for a long time. I started in Berkeley and California and going out against these guys. And it's the contrast between the options that you have in America today, the trajectory of our country. It's so stark that you can't miss it. So you've got one side who is miserable, evil, unhappy, ugly, stinky, and just being objective. Like, these are just things, they're just miserable people. And then on the other side, you have happy-go-lucky, beautiful people that smell pretty nice, that, bathe and do all that stuff. And they're just, hygiene, all that. Yeah. But there's just, it's a darkness and light. It's good versus evil. It's God versus the devil. And you go out to these protests and you can see it. So I always go out and try to find some common ground. And that's what I do, and try to shine some light, try to plant some seeds, try to shine the smile and give them a little bit of hope. And
did you make any headway with that today?
I said, I got one handshake and almost two smiles, but otherwise almost two. It was like this.
In all fairness,
That
all
counts.
the leftists, they were all wearing masks, a lot of them.
A lot of them
Ben,
were.
Maybe they were smiling
might have
at
been
you
smiling on
under the
inside.
mask.
Yeah.
Yes.
But this is, they're just sad. And so I pray for them. I pray that they find the Lord. But you look at the difference, because we were out there, and originally it was just me and Bo Diddle and a couple of the other, camera folks that have been doing this, that go expose these crazies. And then you had some of the turning points. The young people start showing up, and they're coming out, and we ended up doing some counter chants against their little chants. What was really interesting this time, they actually had a little chant booklet, a little piece of paper where they could read the chants so that they got them right.
Oh.
And I was
Where
thinking,
did they get those? Did someone distribute that?
Yeah. So the organizers, the socialists, the
They
Tampa
printed these
socialists,
booklets?
came out. By the way, they were selling pins. They weren't giving them away, which wasn't very socialist of them.
That's kind of
Seems like capitalism there.
They took a page out of AOC's book when she was selling $100 hoodies.
Yeah, but that was, they're doing this, and I was thinking, they've replaced religion, Christianity, believing in God with this social justice. That's their hymnal. This little chant book is their hymnal, and this is how they worship to the devil, to the God of the earth, to whatever, to the misery that they live in, and they're just so empty. And that's the sense you get. They're empty. They need the Lord. I pray for them, but it's also concerning. You heard that last kid I spoke to, the 14-year-old, who said what's concerning is these guys, if they ever take over our country, we're in trouble. And that's where we're at right now, is you've got a whole generation of young people that are being sold this bag of misery. But thank God we have Turning Point and Turning Point Action and the events like this where you can see there's hope, because this is happening. We have to have critical mass. We have to defeat that. Ultimately, that's it. Our ideology has to defeat their ideology. And that's the battle we're in for the future of this nation.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's a Bob Dylan song, you probably know it, Ben. You're going to have to serve somebody. It may be the devil, it may be the Lord, but you're going to have to serve somebody.
Yeah.
And I think about what Russell Brand said on stage today. He was consumed with the Holy Spirit, really, talking about faith and how important that is, and instilling Christian values into people. And so that stood out to me. There were a whole slew of great speakers. Michelle and Mike, I would love for you to weigh in on who you saw today and some things that stood out to you.
Go ahead, Michelle.
Well, I'll tell you what, right now we're looking back at Kristi Noem being on stage, and we talk a lot about female figures that are people we can look up to, especially for all of the young girls that are coming here. And I think we've had so many great people, between Riley Gaines coming on stage, Kristi Noem. We had Anna Paulina Luna earlier. I mean, the list goes on and on. I also think about Megyn Kelly last night. You have so many young women that are coming to this event. They're looking for community. They're looking for guidance. They're looking for inspiration. And that's really what Turning Point, and especially the Student Action Summit, are about. I'll tell you what, I speaking with a couple college girls earlier. They were on stage, brilliant young women coming here looking for their husbands, looking for friendship. No, I think it's a great place to meet people. I've been asked all the time, where can you meet someone that's a good guy? This is a phenomenal place to do it. You're here with like-minded people that have the same goals, have the same virtues. It's not like you're going out to a club in Miami, which we all know what that turns into. So I will say, just having those great leaders and inspiration here for the younger generation has been a phenomenal thing to watch. And it gives me so much hope for the future of this country, because I'll tell you what, midterms are around the corner, and the youth vote is going to be just as important as it was this past November.
Well said, Michelle. And I will say that obviously we saw the protest footage and people were in the ICE vests, okay, and people were chanting in favor of the deportations.
Shout out to Bo Loudon.
Pretty amazing, the ICE vest.
He was also iced out, by the way. He had an iced out watch, and he had the iced jacket.
So Tom Homan, obviously up there talking about deportations. That's the number one thing on everybody's mind right now. If you're looking at the summary of the last 2 days, it's been about Epstein, and it's been about deportations and ICE and securing the homeland. And obviously these people out here today, they particularly are upset that we are deporting the future voters of the Democrat Party, which are the illegal criminal aliens. So it was great to hear from Tom Homan and Kristi Noem on that topic. I've said it several times, but the big beautiful bill had over $100 billion of funding. We've never seen that much line item funding for a single thing. So we got to get all of the illegals out. They laid out the plan. They talked about it. That's been a major focus. And I think that on the Epstein topic, Steve Bannon, James O'Keefe, Jack Posobiec, they were talking about the Epstein stuff today, resonating with the people in the audience, saying, hey, even if you're, hearing certain things from Pam Bondi or whatever, we hear you and we know that this is an issue to you. This matters. And I think that the public wanted to hear that today as we kind of grapple with that together and figure out how we're going to go forward in the wake of that DOJ memo.
Yeah, Ben, what is your sense, Ben, that if this is going to continue fracturing MAGA? Because President Trump doubled down on it today. He supported Pam Bondi. He's saying, I don't know why we're talking about this, but people at this conference actually are talking about it. What do you think?
Yeah, it's one of the things I think President Trump, he's only got so much time. Everyone, all of us only have so much time to review. And so you trust your advisors on a lot of this stuff. And I think this is one of those things where he's got to go to the people and see it's a big deal. And also this floating the balloon idea of giving amnesty for all of the illegal farm workers and maybe all the hotels and maybe all the other businesses. These ideas are extremely unpopular with MAGA, and in particular, anything that seems inauthentic or to be hiding something. And so that's the big thing with Epstein. If there's nothing there, I think the only solution you have is for Pam Bondi to come out and say, I screwed up. I invited a bunch of people to the White House. I gave them binders. We thought we had more coming. In fact, maybe I was told by, maybe there were some deep state folks that told me that we were having some more. Whatever that is, this is the reality of it, because right now it's tough. You've got folks between what happens what's happening in Israel and Palestine, and then what happened in Iran. That was already kind of contentious. We've kind of moved through that, but between potentially giving amnesty, that's a death sentence for MAGA, and then now this with Epstein, there's just the whole reason President Trump was elected was transparency, and they believe he's a transparent president. And so I think it's incredibly important. I also think it's important to have the right advisors that are actually telling him the truth from the people on the ground. And sometimes I think that's filtered out, and unfortunately. But I really do think that's getting to President Trump. I think over the next week, we'll start to see some movement.
Well said, Ben.
Said.
Well, let's also talk about the sponsors that made today possible. I think you guys can all chime in. We've read a lot of their ads today, and they've been really, really wonderful in supporting us. XCI Aerospace is one of them.
Yes.
BigTrumpKnife.com is one of them.
Forget about Big Trump Knife.
Cannot forget about it. And the sheet that comes with it.
Yeah, not medium Trump knife.
Birch Gold.
Trump knife.
Birch Gold as well.
Hey, in turbulent times, you got to hedge your bets. Got to get gold.
Yeah.
And we also have to talk about in our continued coverage tomorrow that will begin in the morning. Tomorrow is the 1-year anniversary of Butler, Pennsylvania, and what happened there. And I think we all have to remember that, remember how serious that was. Fight, fight, fight. An unbelievable moment. Any thoughts on that, guys?
Well, President Trump, obviously, at that time, people were saying when the bullets were flying, what's going to happen here? It was right before the RNC convention. People saw him go down. It was a moment that's going to live in the history books for Western civilization. That's not an exaggeration. And I think that people a year later, as we reflect on it, we take a look at it and we say, wow, although we're talking about all these different things, look how far this country has come in the 1 year. And it is an unbelievable experience. God spared President Trump's life so we can save the country. And I think we're seeing that. And so it's an amazing day of perseverance, self-reflection, and I think celebrating a moment that was nothing short of divine intervention.
Yeah.
100%.
To me, look, we didn't know he was going to be president. Everything was up in the air. We didn't know he was going to survive. I wasn't at the event. I had people calling me saying, President Trump got shot. What's going on? It was one of those JFK moments, like how bad is this? For the people that weren't watching it live when they took him away, but to see him stand up, fight, that was really, to me, the victory. Like, that was when you knew, okay, we actually are going to win this thing.
Yes.
This is the momentum shift. Yeah. Obviously, everything on the border. But up until that point, it was like they stole it in 2020. What's going to prevent them from stealing it again? And you really felt a momentum shift. Like, God is on our side on this thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then we move forward. And now to be a year later, you're right. All of these little things with Epstein and all that, just thank God we've got President Trump and not Kamala Harris.
And thank God for that chart. Remember when he turned his head?
Oh, yeah.
Thank God for the chart.
Thank God for the chart. I'll tell you what, I think we can all remember where we were that day when we heard the news. It's something I'll never forget as well. And it's important to reflect as tomorrow marks the year in which this happened. Speaking of, we are going to have continued coverage, so don't go anywhere. Let's take a look back at that right now. Thanks so much for joining us tonight.
Set for President Trump to take the stage. Thousands, and I mean thousands, of people. This is what we see at every rally.
When Trump was in, everything was low, you could live, everything was great. Now it's a disaster.
Prices have gone up about 25%, and it's not the same anymore.
The Biden administration has made our lives worse by every statistical measure.
He fights for the American people versus all the other people that are coming into our country.
And he's going to fix our nation. Joe Biden's only going to give it to China and Ukraine.
He's the best guy out there. The immigration stuff's got to stop.
He is America's last stand. He is America's last chance.
We need a leader who's going to fight.
President Trump is, well, he's mentally fit and he's physically fit for office.
Everything was better when President Trump was in office.
We're going to win Pennsylvania. We're all in this for one common goal, and that is to save this country.
Make our nation great again. Amen.
Take a look at what happened.
I don't even know what to say right now. Apparently, we have shots fired. Apparently, there are medics at the podium right now. Oh my God. Yes! Yes!
Continuing special coverage now here in Real America's Voice of the attempted assassination of the former President Donald Trump.
You would think that the sniper team would be focused on that building. It's the obvious place for someone to go.
Nobody reacted in time.
That is a failure, and frankly, heads need to roll over that.
Something I've never seen in my lifetime.
Trump is wearing the armor of God, and he will continue to fight on.
People need to understand this is not going to get better. It's going to get worse before it gets better.
You don't think they want him dead? You'd be sadly mistaken.
This is just going to make him stronger. I just pray it wakes more people up across this country.
We all kind of knew that somewhere along the line, some nut job would take it upon themselves to listen to the celebrities, to listen to the New York Times opinion writers.
This is an explosion of emotion, spirituality, and patriotism that once again, it feels like 9/12.
Almost more of a sign that we need Donald Trump as our next president.
We know that President Trump was touched by the hand of God yesterday, spared by the hand of God.
It is now official. Donald Trump has been elected president, defeating Vice President Kamala Harris and making a political comeback unlike any in modern American politics.
Historic executive order to ban men from competing in women's sports. Illegal border crossings, the lowest ever recorded, ever. And a freeze on all foreign aid.
You're either going to make a deal or we're out.
I declared a national energy emergency. Drill, baby, drill. I withdrew from the unfair Paris Climate Accord. We ordered all federal workers to return to the office, ending the flagrant waste of taxpayer dollars. We've ended the tyranny of so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion. Our country will be woke no longer. Other countries have used tariffs against us for decades, and now it's our turn to start using them against those other countries.
We support Donald Trump's policies on tariffs 100%.
This will be indeed the gold
golden age of America. It's coming back. It will be like nothing that has ever been seen before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
You're watching the Student Action Summit. We'll be right back here on Real America's Voice. This has been a live special report. We now join our programming already in progress.
Just a scenario. I'm not saying that that's what's happening, but possibly it's the case. Frankie, you had a theory on it as well. Tell me what you were thinking about that.
Yeah, well, I mean, at this point, I've kind of gotten to the point, you know, I had my moments. I'm sure everyone on this program had their moments like, you know, Bongino, dang it, you know, it's just getting you angry every time Cash says another word, you get angry. And I've decided to step back and look at it in a big picture form of just kind of like, in the event, think about it. I mean, most likely, and me and you, we speculate and we kind of assume, obviously, he was part of intelligence. In the case that he was CIA
MI6, Mossad,
right?
Yeah,
so,
all these agents. Yeah, right. I think he was a shared asset between all those.
Right, and in that case, once you open that can of worms, when you have this client list, right, and you want to prosecute, at that point, those people, I'm sure, know that he was in with the CIA. So these criminals, these disgusting people, could actually be suing and blow this whole thing up and say, no, actually, the CIA was the one that got me to this island, and I didn't know this person's age, but now I'm in this blackmail ring because the CIA went after me, and this, and then the whole thing goes up, and then all of our agencies, our security agencies, are kind of wrapped up in pedophilia, and that's like the whole house of cards comes down, and I don't think they will allow that to happen. Yeah.
There was so many horrible people that predate President Trump saving the country. So many horrible people that Frankie makes the good point. They set it in motion where if the truth came out, the whole system around the world crumbles down.
Yeah.
And again, I want the truth to come to light. There should be zero sympathy for pedophiles, criminals, anybody who has abused children. These people need to be put away. And the question is, how big of a grouping are those people? I think it's the bank executives. I think it's the tech executives. I think it's a lot of politicians. It's former heads of state, okay, current heads of state in other countries. And, Frankie, people who are obviously, you know, facilitating the bad things that are going on. Last word here, Frankie.
Yeah, all I want to say is Maria Farmer was one of those people that was a victim and became someone who ended up working for Epstein. And she, on a sworn affidavit, this is word for word, talking about his New York mansion. There was a media room with men sitting here, and I looked on the cameras, and I saw toilet 1, toilet 2, bedroom 1, 2, 3, 4. She recalled, and Epstein told her that the system was meant to record everything, including private sexual encounters likely used for blackmail. That is a sworn affidavit. Back to you.
Yeah. So we know Epstein was an asset. Bondi is unbelievably over her head, just lying here. And I think President Trump is dealing with things that we can't even fathom, but he's one of the good guys. I do maintain that. All right, guys, I want to tell you super quick, wild segment about Patriot Cigar Company. It's post 4th of July. Summer's in full swing. Best way to enjoy it is with a Patriot cigar. Guys, they got all new types of cigars there. You see them, best flavor profiles, best 5-year aged tobacco, patriotic wrappings, patriotic accessories. MyPatriotCigars.com, promo code CRISPY for 25% off. Quick break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the show, everybody. Mike Crispy here. Thanks for sticking with us on this Saturday night, Real America's Voice. And, obviously so much conversation this week about the deep state and the deep state running very deep. You guys remember John Brennan? You guys remember Comey? You guys remember the Russia collusion hoax? Well, there's been breaking news over the last couple of days this week that has set the political world by storm. And you know what? The deep state, very much real, and maybe we had a couple hints along the way, kind of like this.
The impeachment inquiry is underway, sparked by a complaint from someone within the intelligence community. It feeds the president's concern and often used term about a deep state being there to take him out.
Thank God for the deep state.
And they laugh. They say, thank God for a group of unelected bureaucrats that deny the will of the people. But the question on everybody's mind today is justice coming? Well, the FBI is opening up an investigation. And here to talk about it, a man who knows the Russia collusion hoax better than probably anybody. And here to talk about so much more, Roger Stone. Roger, welcome back to the show. Great to have you on. Tell the people, again, you've been through this. You went through hell. Comey, Brennan, all at the center of all this stuff. They lied to Congress. What say you about this, and what do people need to know? Is this legit? Do you think there's finally going to be some accountability for these criminals?
Mike, thank God I do. As you know, this past week, the CIA Director John Ratcliffe released a report which was quite damning, and at a minimum, it established that John Brennan, who is the chief orchestrator of the Russian collusion hoax, insisted that the Steele dossier, which he knew was a fugazi, which he knew was a fraud paid for by Hillary Clinton, be included in President Obama's intelligence community assessment report. That's so they could then use it as the rationale for their efforts to take down President Trump, as their rationale for the illegal FISA warrants on which they spied on Trump and his campaign, as the rationale for the appointment of Robert Mueller as a special counsel. But the sad truth is, according to the House Intelligence Committee Chairman, Rick Crawford, that is a sanitized version of events. It's the most shallow dive into what really happened here, and that the House Intelligence Committee report, which they've been working on for many months, and needs declassification for President Trump before it can be made public, is far, far more damning. The good news is, just based on Ratcliffe's report alone, FBI Director Kash Patel has now opened an active investigation into Comey and Brennan. Brennan has a particular problem because he specifically lied to Congress when he was asked whether he pushed to include the Steele dossier in the briefing that was given to Barack Obama. Now, I was charged with lying to Congress, even though no misstatement I made to Congress was material and none of it covered up any underlying crime. Basically, I was framed, as you know, Mike, because I refused to testify falsely against President Trump. But Brennan has a serious problem here. He lied on a material matter. I think it is only one of the issues on which he can be charged. I frankly think that John Durham, who was the special counsel, who never addressed the issue of whether the DNC was hacked by Russian intelligence, it wasn't. But he also nailed Brennan on the inclusion of the Steele dossier in their overall false narrative that they created to try to remove a duly elected president from office. So I do think we're going to get some accountability. And what I really want to see, Mike, is I want to see that smirk wiped off the face of John Brennan when 29 heavily armed FBI agents storm his home at 6 o'clock in the morning to arrest him for his crimes.
You know, I mean, Brennan, dead to rights. I mean, I was watching Matt Gaetz earlier this week talking about it. is that he's dead to rights. He lied. And then Comey obviously has been an asset of the left, the 86-47 stuff. So do you think that we could see, for the people out there right now, everyone is saying, where is the justice? Where is the accountability? Can we count on Kash Patel? Obviously with all this Epstein stuff, Kash Patel's got a lot of heat over this week. Do you think they do it? And do you think these guys, what's your take, Roger? You think they end up behind bars, both of them? I think Comey, obviously, just as bad as Brennan, but do you think both of them suffer the consequences? You think maybe one of them? What's your prediction, outlook on this thing in the months to year to come?
Well, Mike, first of all, I think they both get charged, but there is the problem, which I pointed out on your show before, which is going to trial in the District of Columbia in front of a left-wing activist judge, and with a 100% Democrat partisan jury, which is what you will get. There's a high probability that these people will be correctly charged, but they may not be convicted because they won't have an honest trial. I've experienced this myself. When they charged me, I said, this is absurd. There is no Russian collusion for me to lie about. Of course I'll be acquitted. Little did I know that the jury forewoman would lie during the jury selection and my trial about her previous knowledge of my case. That was proven when we learned that she'd been attacking me and President Trump by name on Facebook and Twitter for 19 months prior to being selected as a juror in my case. I also had a judge who attacked me repeatedly from the bench and would not allow me to prove, which I could have done by bringing expert witnesses, there was no hack of the DNC by Russian intelligence or anyone else. I could have proved that. She would not allow me to do so. In fact, she would not allow me any defense at all. So I still think going to trial in the District of Columbia is problematic. You'll remember when John Durham, after his exhaustive investigation, instead of indicting Podesta or Hillary or Comey or Brennan or Rosenstein or McCabe, all of whom I think he could have charged, he indicted this guy Sussman, who's the very, very, very bottom of the totem pole. And indicting Sussman is like indicting the guy who drove the getaway car for double parking while you let the bank robbers get away. And even Sussman was acquitted. So whether they get convicted remains to be seen. Should they be charged? Absolutely. Is there a way to try them before a military tribunal? Because I think the real crime here is treason. I'm not an attorney. I couldn't tell you, but I like the idea.
I like that idea, and in my ear, I hear producer Frankie, he likes that idea too. I do want to talk a little about the intelligence community, and obviously the Epstein news this week has taken the world by storm. A lot of people are talking about, particularly Dan Bongino and Kash Patel, this clip going around. Let's roll this, and then Roger, if people who don't know out there, Roger Stone is an expert on all things Epstein Island, writing about it really before anybody else in the mainstream was writing about it in published books. But this was Dan Bongino talking about it, making the rounds. Let's get Roger's take on it. Frankie, roll this clip.
The reason they wanted this story to go away is because there's an assumption like, oh yeah, Epstein had him. No, he wasn't the only one who had him, according to this source. These assets, that's why this blackmail story makes so much sense. Which Middle Eastern countries they are, I don't know. But this person, who is a very, very good reporter, I mean, aces, right, swore Epstein was either a witting or unwitting intelligence asset, and they may have had his plane wired up, and they're the ones who have all this stuff. So the point is, to sum it up, how do you know some of these countries aren't going to some of these power players who aren't making decisions? Because, hey, you wouldn't want this video out there, right? How do you know?
100%. So, Roger, people are rolling that and saying, well, that was obviously, what Epstein was doing. They saw the report that came from the DOJ on the Sunday night after July 4th. You know this better than anybody. What is going on here? First of all, what do you think is on Pam Bondi's mind? Kash Patel and Bongino, give us your take, just in large on the whole matter, what's going on, how you see it.
Sure. First of all, I don't think you can blame Kash Patel or Dan Bongino for refusing to give us what they do not have. So I believe that the hard drives, that the DVDs, and much of the evidence against Epstein was destroyed by the previous administration. They don't have it. However, as you know, in July of 2019, Epstein was indicted in New York City, in the Southern District of New York, on 2 counts. One count of child sex trafficking and a second count of conspiracy to engage in child sex trafficking. The grand jury had to be given a presentation to bring those charges. That's sealed at the request of Maureen Comey, James Comey's daughter. The search warrants for Epstein's island, for his home in New York, for his ranch in New Mexico, for his apartment in Paris, sealed at the request of Maureen Comey. So the way to resolve this, in my opinion, is for Attorney General Bondi to direct the acting U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York to move in federal court to unseal all those documents. Epstein is dead, so it would be very hard to make an argument that releasing that information does not serve the public interest. And I think there you will find the evidence that he was engaged in child sex trafficking and most likely blackmail. As far as whether he's an asset, this is not even questionable. Alexander Acosta, who was the U.S. attorney in Florida, who essentially gave Epstein a slap on the wrist when he was originally charged on state charges, and the police chief in Palm Beach was unbelievable. He couldn't believe the fact that he handed over to the state prosecutor a case for child sex trafficking involving 33 underage girls, as well as a potential indictment for statutory rape, and the state's attorney returned an indictment of 1 count of solicitation. That's like Frankie walking into a bar and soliciting a hooker. It's a slap on the wrist. Not that Frankie would ever do that, of course. But the point, of course, is that Acosta, the police chief, then goes to Alexander Acosta, the U.S. attorney for South Florida, and he says something's wrong here. Either the prosecutor's been bribed or he's been threatened. Acosta investigates, and then he rubber stamps the state charge and he seals it. And when he's asked at the time of his confirmation as Secretary of Labor what he's going to say, if he's asked about how he handled the Epstein case, he says, "I'm going to tell the truth. The CIA came to me, they told me he was an asset, and I was to seal it." Now he's been asked that question today, and he won't answer it. He says he's not able to answer the question. I think that tells you everything you need to know. I think Laura Loomer also produced a very important document which shows that Epstein had a cooperation agreement with the FBI, meaning he was an informant for the FBI. We know, just based on who was going to the island, in my book, The Clintons' War on Women, which, by the way, you can get by going to EpsteinTruthBook.com, EpsteinTruthBook.com. I laid this out in the longest chapter in the book, and we know who his clients were. Bill Richardson, the former governor of New Mexico, the Senate Majority Leader, George Mitchell of Maine, the former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak, Prince Andrew of the British royal family, the scientist Stephen Hawking. All of these guys went to the island multiple times. Mike, they weren't going for the weather.
No, they weren't going for the weather. So what do you make? And this is the question that people are asking, Roger. Pam Bondi, at the top of it, over Patel and Bongino. People are saying, Bondi talking about the videotape and the missing minute of it, and how she didn't know that he was an intelligence asset, and they would get back to him. What did you make of the Bondi thing? So many people are asking, what is the deal with Pam Bondi in that cabinet meeting earlier this week?
Look, I think from the beginning here that Pam Bondi was uninformed on the Epstein situation. She obviously never read my book. I think a lot of things that she learned initially, she found shocking, but that's only because she hadn't heard them. They were out there. For example, in my book, I have the manifest for the FAA for the Lolita Express. I can tell you who flew there. I can also have his little black book. And by the way, not everybody in his little black book means that they were involved in some kind of illicit activity. There's the The guy who's providing landscaping services is in his little black book. Donald Trump's in his little black book. But I think it's fair to say that many of his clients' names are in that book. I looked at who went to the island multiple times. I also read the testimony of Virginia Giuffre, and I interviewed Virginia Giuffre, one of Epstein's victims, who refused a $30 million settlement to continue her litigation against us. Now, a couple weeks ago, we were told she committed suicide. Mike, I'm sorry, but I interviewed her. I read her testimony. I know how determined she was to see justice in this case. I don't believe she committed suicide. So I think Pam Bondi could really redeem herself very easily now by directing the U.S. attorney, the interim U.S. attorney in the Southern District of New York, to move in federal court to unseal the grand jury testimony used in the indictment of Jeffrey Epstein in July of 2019, and to unseal the search warrants. Kash Patel has no authority to see that material or to declassify that material or to unseal that material, is I guess what I should say. That can only be done by the Justice Department and by a federal judge. Now, if the judge in New York refuses to do so, I think that would tell you a great deal, don't you?
Yeah. That is unbelievable. And yeah, our boy Frankie would never solicit a hooker. Wild times we're in. Roger, I'm sure you agree. I don't think this is going away. And I think that Pam Bondi at some point, will have to do something. And hopefully she follows your advice, reads the book, and redeems herself. Guys, go get that book and make sure you guys are listening to The Roger Stone Show on 77 WABC. Roger, thank you so much for coming on as always, sir.
Mike, great to be with you, and God bless you.
All right, guys, want to tell you about our next sponsor who is making this possible and going to throw the curveball at Frankie, OFP Farms. Frankie, OFP Farms. Guys, I just got a new shipment over the weekend, and you know what? It was beautiful. They sent me all of these amazing soaps, okay? And they got, as you can see on the screen right there, handmade soaps, all different colors, flavors, and the main ingredients are goat milk, okay, tallow, and all natural products that come from the earth. None of this synthetic estrogen-based nonsense. Guys, 35% off with your promo code Last Call. They got soaps, lotions, lip balms, beard products. Look how luscious my beard looks. That's because I'm using the beard products. You name it. So, guys, OFPfarms.com is the website. The promo code is Last Call, and you see it on the screen right there. 35% off your order with that promo code Last Call. Do not miss it. Makes an amazing gift for any occasion, and I feel amazing using it every single day. All right, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with so much more. The show rolls on. Don't go anywhere. the show, everybody. Mike Crispy here. Thanks for sticking with us on this Saturday night on Real America's Voice. You know, we're talking, obviously, there's so much going on in the news, Comey, Brennan, Epstein, etc. But President Trump, nobody can deny it, is on a winning streak the last couple of months, the likes of which we've never seen. Now, the left, with every single victory that Trump experiences, they seem to melt down more hysterically and in more cartoonish fashion. This was Stacey Abrams, who looks like a cartoon, a very enlarged cartoon, I might add, on the late night show, saying that the passage of President Trump's big, beautiful bill and everything else that he's setting forth is the precursor for him to make himself the king of the world. No, this is real. Roll it, Frankie.
You send the U.S. Marines into spaces they should not be. You send the National Guard in. You kidnap people off of the streets and pretend that's normal, because that's how you quiet dissent, because you make everyone afraid that if they don't do what you want, they might be next. And once you've done those 9 steps, step 10 is easy. That's when you decide there won't be new elections, because everyone's either afraid, poor, broken, or complicit.
Oh, afraid, poor, broken, complicit. Sounds like the Democrats' voting bloc and target demographic. And, you know, obviously your commentary about, you know, them rounding people up off the street. Yeah, illegals. They're not supposed to vote, okay, whether it's for a king or a president. And the riots, sending in the troops is to quell left-wing rioters. Here to talk about that and so much more, my friend Paula Scanlon, Early Vote Action. Paula, great to have you back on the show. You know, you were recently in D.C. You were at the White House. And my question to you is, does it feel like Trump is setting himself up to make himself the king? What is going on? How do you see it? You were down there. You would know.
Well, it's so funny. I mean, we think July 4th is the real No Kings Day, because truly it is, and yet they're trying to say this. He won in a fair election, and I don't understand where this is even coming from. They're just tired and bored and making things up at this point. But just down in D.C., everything that's going on in the White House has been wonderful. Trump is delivering on promises. Obviously, for me personally, he campaigned on not having men and women's sports, and he has done so much great work on delivering on that in only just a couple of months. I mean, believe it or not, we're still really early in this administration, so I can't wait to see more wins and more leftist meltdowns.
Yeah, for people who don't know, Paula was on the swimming team with a big dude, a famous dude, okay, named Leah Thomas at the University of Pennsylvania. And, you know, Paula, what happened was that the Trump administration negotiated with the University of Pennsylvania to do what exactly? Just tell people about that really quick, because they say Trump's going to make himself the imperial ruler and the king, but this just seems like common sense stuff that people want. What did Trump do when you were there a couple days ago?
Yeah, exactly. So Trump, a couple of months ago now, pulled federal funding away from the University of Pennsylvania because they violated Title IX by allowing a man on our team. University of Pennsylvania came crawling back to Trump and said, please, please, please give us the funding back. What is it going to take? And the Trump administration said, sure, update your policy to have it accurately reflect what Title IX is supposed to do, men in men's sports and women in women's sports, apologize to the female athletes that were affected by this, and update the record boards to take this man off the women's team record boards, which they've now done. And honestly, the apology was a little bit weak. It didn't say much at all, but the fact that this is even happening is so interesting to me. And honestly, if Kamala Harris was president, she probably would have invited Leah Thomas to the White House and given him an award during Women's History Month. So drastic difference here. So I'm very, very grateful again for putting the pressure and delivering on these promises.
She would have got he would have got the Presidential Medal of Freedom. You know, it was so brave and so courageous the way you whipped all those girls' asses into swimming, including poor Paula Scanlon. So I do want to get to this because, again, Trump's having these victories. Leftists are melting down. And I guess this is also a woman, although I guess we could tell, right? This is a woman, I guess, Frankie. And I want to get your take on this. People are mad about Trump cutting benefits for freeloaders. And this particular woman is especially not happy about it. Roll it.
You don't want them to have access to food? Do you not want them to have... You know what they're going to do? They're going to end up stealing. And there's going to be more prisoners. Oh, that's so smart. That's so smart. Yeah, you're stunting American growth. You're stunting American growth, and my generation's getting because of you. And I'm sick and tired of it. People have like this, but, there's so many people who, for their SNAP benefits, they use it, but they don't use the system. Everyone's going to use the system. Guess what? Trump is using the system so that his fellow rich people can have tax cuts. So why can't
Okay. Paula, besides her needing to change her diet and buying salads with her SNAP benefits if she's on it, what else do you think is afoot here? I mean, a lot of mentally depraved liberals are talking about this. What's your advice to them?
You know, I thought that video was a joke. I mean, these people just come on, they make these internet rants where they're clearly unhinged. If you have an opinion about it, you can make a very well put together video and say, here's my issues with the policy. This is what I would like to see changed. But you don't see any of that. I'm not even sure what it is exactly that she's objecting to with these policies. What, just there's a little bit of funding cut? It's not articulated in a normal way at all. And just watching, I just feel bad for them. I really do. Do you feel bad for them? I feel like that's how I feel. I'm just so sorry that you are in a mental state where that's how you need to react to anything.
It's just obvious, like, you know, if you're good looking and if you're fit and if you're successful, like everybody involved in the show right now, Frankie, Paula, Crispy, like you just don't do things like that. Like you're in a really low point in your life. Like I think about this, like when that woman was born and came out of, you know, her mother's uterus, was the mother saying, oh, my daughter is going to grow up to be some unhinged, mentally ill freak crying about her desire for people to steal food from grocery stores, and that's what America's all about. Like, is that your purpose in life? Because that's unfortunately all this fat blob will ever be known for. But it's like, yeah, I feel bad for them too, Paula. I do, because some people get caught up in the propaganda and they just don't have the mental capacity to break out of it. And that's really it. So I do agree. Paula, a very sympathetic panelist today to the plight of the mentally ill fat leftists. It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like, you know, if you're going to be fat and angry, like you're going to be a liberal, and then it's going to be bad, and then it's going to get worse. So you make a great point. I want to get your take on this too, Paula, on the topic of Trump going to make himself the king, according to Stacey Abrams, and they're really particularly upset about the way he's deporting illegals, and particularly about Alligator Alcatraz. Here's a report from Alligator Alcatraz. Roll this.
Liamsi Izquierdo on the phone describing what it's like inside the so-called Alligator Alcatraz. Says he's been at the detention facility out in the Everglades since Friday. No water to bathe, he says. It's been 4 days since he showered. 400 people he believes are inside the facility. Only gets fed once a day, he says, and some of the food had worms. Detention center lights are on 24/7. The mosquitoes, he says, are the size of elephants.
Oh, boo-hoo. So, Paula, you're in New York. You've dealt with the illegal migrants, obviously, every New Yorker has. Do you think they're better off at Alligator Alcatraz? And I asked for you to give advice to the last one. So, you know what? Let me keep on that theme. What advice would you give to the illegals here that are in Alligator Alcatraz? And do you feel better in New York City with these people getting rounded up and sent out? Do you think it's going to make a difference? How's New York City looking right now?
Well, great win, because the Roosevelt Hotel has now closed down for migrants, if you heard that news. I don't live far from there, so I was very grateful to see that. New York City, I have noticed, is a little bit cleaner in that sense. There's a lot less people running around that are clearly not legally in this country. I think Alligator Alcatraz is a great idea. From those videos that they were showing, though, it doesn't even look that bad. It's not like they're holding them hostage forever. It is just holding them where they need to be put. They're not legally in this country. You've broken a law. What do you deserve to get? You want free health care, free benefits, because that's what we've been doing under the Biden administration? Yeah. That's what people want. And exactly that. Go home and you can have whatever it is that you want if you don't come here.
Yeah. Go live your foreign dreams somewhere else. You commit a crime, you're here, you're upset that you only get one meal a day. Okay, yeah, oh, sorry you don't get two. Sorry the lights are on, so you don't start shanking each other and having gang wars. Paula, appreciate you coming on, as always. Guys, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with so much more. Don't go anywhere. the show, everybody. Mike Crispy here. Thanks for sticking with us on this Saturday night on Real America's Voice. You know, so many people who watch this show are wondering, what is the latest with health care, Obamacare, mandates, etc.? The One Big Beautiful Bill brought a lot of this back into the spotlight, and people are talking about it again. And for a little refresher on Obamacare, health insurance in America, we decided to bring on our friend of the show, Barry Draper, of the Smart Health Plan, back on the air. Barry, good to see you, my friend. Just tell people, because they're asking so many questions about how their health insurance could work, does work, Obamacare, etc. Just give people a little state of affairs, lay of the land here, if they're asking these questions and what they're going through and what they should be looking for and seeing.
Hey, awesome, Mike, and thank you for the opportunity to be on your show tonight and to talk about these issues. First of all, a lot of people get confused because there are various programs that start with the word Medi. There's Medicare and there's Medicaid, and in particular with the One Big Beautiful Bill, there was a lot of discussion about millions of people losing their health care because of cuts in Medicaid. And the first thing I want to try to do is to clarify for your audience what Medicaid is. Medicaid is a program that is run both by the state government where you live and is funded somewhat by the federal government, but the auspices of your state government actually run the Medicaid program. So when you're seeing people say things like millions of people are going to lose their health care coverage through Medicaid, what that's saying is there are federal dollars that are being cut from being given to state Medicaid programs. And now the states are going to have to go back and look at, okay, can we afford to continue to fund these state-run programs from our own coffers, since we no longer have the federal coffers pouring billions of dollars into them? And so I just wanted to make that clarification.
That makes a lot of sense, yeah.
Nobody has to lose health care coverage. There are always viable options for people that are out there for health care. And all they need to do is find somebody such as myself who knows about these programs to help them find the health care that they need.
That's right. So Barry, the Smart Health Plan, tell people what it is. I mean, there's all this mess of the government and this type of health insurance and Obamacare, but the Smart Health Plan is an alternative, right, a way for people to take it into their own hands. Just tell people a little bit about that.
Yes, and not only is it an alternative, it's an alternative where you have Americans and patriots helping patriots and Americans, right? So, gosh, it's hard to believe, Mike, it's been well over a decade since we were first deluged and inundated with Obamacare. And basically, I will remind your audience of the two lies that was told during that time. Number one, it was said that, hey, if you like your plan, you can keep your plan. Well, that was a bald-faced lie. And even when it was spoken and said, people like myself said, well, wait a second, no, that's not true. People are going to lose their health care and their health insurance plans if Obamacare passes. And the reason that happened was all of a sudden policies that people owned did not meet the criteria that the Obamacare law was putting into place. And those plans had to go away. And of course, the Obamacare people were saying, well, you'll have to replace it with one of our plans. The second big lie that was told was, hey, if you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. Well, if you're on an Obamacare marketplace plan right now, you know that the thing that is the most terrible part of that is the network that you have to adhere to. And trying to find a doctor in network that takes a marketplace plan is a humongous headache. So what the formulators of the Smart Health Plan did was they came and said, there's got to be a better way. So basically they built a health care plan. And Mike, it's important for me to tell your viewers that this is not insurance. It is a health care plan. And the reason we have to say that is the portion of our plan that covers the catastrophic needs, such as a hospitalization, or God forbid, if you get cancer or heart attack or stroke, something catastrophic happens to you. The part of the plan that covers that is a health share organization. Now, it's not a religious health share organization. It is a non-religious 501c3 charitable trust. That is, it's Americans and patriots putting in money to help other Americans and patriots. And that organization, if you want to Google and look for it, it's called Zion Health Share. That is the organization that covers our catastrophic needs. Yeah.
We're running out of time here.